Chapter 1 Infinite Attribute System. Year 21020 of the Federation. January 26. The NB-4444 small reconnaissance ship traversed the vast starry sky, heading towards the F-3005 2-star. In the dormitory, the projector embedded in the metallic walls played a three-dimensional projection that a stunning blonde with blue eyes and a curvaceous figure danced seductively, barely clothed. The explosive music surrounded the entire dormitory. Neon lights on the ceiling flickered with a dazzling array of colors. With a great battle impending, the soldiers indulged in strong liquor, watching the hot dance, lost in revelry. What a bunch of madmen! On his bunk, Feng was annoyed by the deafening music, causing his eardrums to throb, and couldn't help but curse. Come have a drink. We're about to execute a mission. Get excited, it's better to die with some thrill. Captain Liang Qingyong waved a half bottle of liquor at Feng. Feng waved his hand, declining the invitation. With the battle approaching, he couldn't find any excitement, nor did he want to. Unlike the others who could face death he did not want to die. His wife at home was still waiting for him to return. Unlike this group of madmen, who had no ties or concerns, those who voluntarily applied to join the Frontier Defense Forces reconnaissance ships were all ambitious or reckless individuals looking to gamble their lives for a bright future. The extremely high death rate and the intense frequency of missions had made the crew's personalities become extremely wild. Feng was an exception. In this life, he was born on planet F-369 into a moderately affluent family. His father was the fifth son of the Li family, the designated second-generation heir, and his mother also came from a respectable background. When he was 5 or 6 years old, he was betrothed to Jiang Chuxue, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. At the age of 8, the transport team managed by his parents was attacked by the Winged clan. The Li family suffered heavy losses and fell to a moderate status, with his parents perishing in the incident. After reaching adulthood, although his martial arts and cultivation talents were mediocre, he stood out in the competition for the third-generation heir due to the wisdom he had gained from 2 lifetimes. However, another accident occurred. The Jiang family, having produced a promising young major, soared in status and looked down on the Li family. Jiang Chuxue, with her extraordinary cultivation talent, also thought little of him that on the day he turned 20, when the marriage contract was to be fulfilled, the Jiang family found an adopted daughter to take her place. Prominent families often adopt orphans as sons and daughters to build connections with the powerful and recruit talent. Having an adopted daughter replace the original bride was hardly better than breaking the engagement. The Li family lost all face, but could only endure in silence. If it had ended there, Feng would have considered it a huge blessing. He had met Jiang Chuxue a few times and did not have a good impression of her. On the other hand, the adopted daughter Jiang Wanxin was intelligent and understanding. In just a month of interaction, she became the solace for his lonely soul. He understood well the consequences of marrying an adopted daughter from the Jiang family. He voluntarily resigned from all positions in the Li family's transport company, gave up the competition for the third-generation heir, and moved out of the Li family's estate. Unfortunately, he underestimated the cruelty of family infighting. Not long ago, he suddenly received a military enlistment notice. Someone forged various documents, even gene verification, to enlist him in the military, applying for the Frontier Defense Forces reconnaissance ship. The death rate for the Frontier Defense Forces reconnaissance ship was a terrifying 99. He had just begun to emerge from the pain of losing his parents and found happiness again. With no martial arts or cultivation talent, why would he want to die? But no matter how much he pleaded, his ruthless grandfather Li Zhenye, who had built his fortune from scratch, refused to help him cancel the enlistment application. It was all because he had lost his value in a marriage alliance. Li Zhenye's lifelong pursuit was to become the founder of an interstellar family. To achieve this dream, he would abandon almost anything. Blood ties and the enormous contributions his parents made to the Li family were all insignificant. Those who could not create value in the future were not worth his investment of connections and resources. Only Jiang Wanxin, secretly and without telling him, borrowed over $1 million. Together with their savings of over $1 million, she bought him a level 2 gene potion to enhance his reaction speed. This bottle of level 2 gene potion was only handed to him just before he boarded the troop ship. He had no time to sell it and return the money to Jiang Wanxin. With concerns weighing on his heart, he really wanted to survive and go back. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alarm suddenly rang in the room. Please proceed to the combat readiness area for assembly. Please proceed to the combat readiness area for assembly. The military wristwatches of the crowd continuously sounded the urgent assembly notification. Feng was startled and stood up. We're on a mission, brothers. Let's see who can come back alive this time. Liang Qingyong smashed the bottle of liquor onto the metal floor. The others were already prepared, quickly donning their multifunctional military uniforms. And upon hearing this, they tossed aside their bottles and strode out of the dormitory. Feng took a deep breath and followed the crowd out of the dormitory. The flight function of the military uniforms activated, propelling them towards the combat readiness area. The spacious combat readiness area saw combat personnel arriving one after another. 70% were old soldiers who were excited to the point of madness, while the remaining 30% were new recruits, all with faces full of exhilaration. Only Feng was trying hard to remain calm, constantly reminding himself not to get carried away and rush to the front. He could not relate to the excitement of these reckless individuals. He just wanted to survive and return. With a thought, the smart brain activated the virtual screen on his military wristwatch, displaying the three-dimensional map scanned by the reconnaissance ship. At this moment, the reconnaissance ship had reached the stellar system where F30052 was located, only about 100 million kilometers away from the life planet ruled by the Windmouse clan.It was still advancing at light speed. In about 5 minutes, the reconnaissance ship approached the atmosphere and began to decelerate. When they were about 100 kilometers away from F30052, it came to a halt. According to the reconnaissance ship's scanner, below was a giant castle covering an area of several dozen square kilometers. The combat readiness area hatch is about to open. Please prepare. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Although Feng was a new recruit, all Federation citizens had undergone virtual military training. He immediately activated the combat mode of his military uniform. The green military uniform quickly expanded and enveloped Feng's entire body in just 3 seconds. The oxygen supply function activated. Energy launch ports opened on the backs of his hands, his chest, and his back as the countdown ended. The massive hatch of the combat readiness area opened. Let's go. Commander Yinda, in charge of the team, roared as he controlled a 10-meter-tall mecha, leading the charge out of the combat readiness area. 5 other mechas followed closely behind. Next were over 500 combat personnel dressed in multifunctional military uniforms. Feng was among them. The team flew towards the giant castle below at sonic speed. As they rapidly approached, the Windmouse clan patrolling above the castle clearly sensed the invasion. A large number of wind mice surged out, soaring into the sky towards them. These wind mice were about 1 meter in size. They could fly without wings. Only their rank differed, so their flying speeds varied. They were densely packed, instilling fear. The objective of this operation is to capture a level 27 leader of the Windmouse clan. The operation time is only 10 minutes regardless of success or failure. We will immediately retreat at full speed. Zhu Yuanda's voice echoed again. Military merits are right in front of us. Act freely. In the next second, including Zhu Yuanda, the 6 mechas completely ignored the dense swarm of wind mice and accelerated towards the castle. Over 500 combat personnel, although starting to decelerate, showed no intention of creating distance from the swarm of wind mice. Insane. Feng, hanging at the back, felt his heart race rapidly. He cursed inwardly that these people were all madmen. Their multifunctional military uniforms, although made of special materials and equipped with a small defense system capable of exerting power comparable to level 15, were unable to withstand repeated attacks from level 10 and above Wind Rat clan members. Similarly, they struggled to resist sustained attacks from Wind Rat clan members below level 10. Faced with such a dense and relentless swarm of Wind Rats, the best choice was to leverage their flying speed and attack range to create distance between both sides and continuously strike from afar. Engaging directly would be tantamount to disregarding life and death. Moreover, the data scanned by the reconnaissance ship indicated that this group of Wind Rats included several that were above level 10. Yet, Feng dared not separate from the team. Without these lunatics, his death would come even faster. As the Wind Rat swarm drew closer, the veteran soldiers, who had clearly already entered the effective range, did not initiate an attack. This was because the multifunctional military uniforms had limited energy reserves to ensure lightness. The closer the distance, the higher the hit rate. Puff, puff, puff. Including Li Feng, the new recruits could not withstand the oppressive presence of the wind rat swarm and raised their arms one after another. Energy bullets were shot towards the wind rat swarm. From several hundred meters away, many wind rats easily dodged the energy bullets. Some weaker wind rats were hit and fell to the ground. Ding! You have killed an enemy. Activating the Infinite Attribute System. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 0.15 attribute points. Two synthesized sounds echoed in Li Feng's mind. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. Infinite Attribute System. Host, Li Feng. Attribute points, 0.15. Physique, 1.21. Strength, 1.13. Stamina, 1.35. Agility, 2.32. Spirit, 1.21. Ability, armor-piercing level, 1. A surge of information flooded his mind, which was the user manual for the system. Li Feng felt an indescribable ecstasy rise within him. The benefits of being a transmigrator had finally arrived. As long as he killed enemies, he could earn corresponding attribute point rewards. The stronger the enemy he killed, the more attribute points he would receive. Attribute points could be used to enhance his 5 major attributes without any upper limit. They could also be used to upgrade various abilities. Each of the 5 major attributes exceeding 1 point would grant him one ability. Exceeding 10 points would grant a second ability, and exceeding 100 points would grant a third ability, and so on. His 5 major attributes all exceeded 1 point, thus he obtained the armor-piercing ability. Level 1 armor-piercing allows him to ignore 10 of any target's defense. Each level increase raises the effect by 10. Reaching level 10 would allow him to ignore 100 of any target's defense. In other words, if he could reach level 10 armor-piercing, even the lowest level energy bullets could penetrate large warship energy shields and superalloy hulls, or even the powerful defenses and physical bodies of other races. Li Feng's heart burned with excitement. With this system in hand, the battlefield was practically his paradise. Not to mention making it back alive, becoming the strongest of the human race, and an invincible war god in the military was just around the corner. He was no longer confused. He even suddenly understood the feelings of these lunatics. The approaching wind rats were no longer so terrifying. They were not only military merit but also attribute points. Chapter 2. Strong enemies approaching. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, both sides officially made contact. The veterans launched their attacks, shooting energy bullets at close range into the heads of the wind rats. Some wind rats, faster and more agile, dodged the energy bullets at close range. Wind blades tore through the multifunctional military uniforms of several veterans, slicing their bodies in half. Below, 6 mechs had already broken through the wind rat swarm and reached the castle. Energy cannons wreaked havoc and destruction upon the massive castle, trying to force the level 27 wind rat leader to emerge. Li Feng took a deep breath and focused his mind, adding the 0.15 attribute points gained from killing the wind rats to his agility. According to the system introduction, the agility attribute was related to reaction speed, movement speed, jumping, and physical dexterity. In battle, reaction speed was crucial. This was precisely why Zhang Wanxin was willing to take out a loan of over $1 million to buy him a level 2 gene serum that enhanced reaction speed. Thanks to this gene serum worth over $3 million, his reaction speed had significantly improved. Consequently, his agility attribute was higher than the other 4 attributes. Now on the battlefield, with available attribute points, it was natural to prioritize adding them to agility. With a thought, the smart brain immediately activated an energy cannon mode. The energy firing equipment of a multifunctional military uniform had 2 modes. One was the energy bullet mode, which had strong penetration. The other was the energy cannon mode, which had a large damage radius. Each mode had 3 power levels. The first level was the smallest, and the third level was the largest. To kill as many enemies as possible, veterans preferred using the energy bullet mode because the energy cannon mode consumed more energy. Li Feng, however, did not care about that. His aim was poor, and he did not dare to get too close to the wind rats, making it difficult for him to shoot at their heads like the veterans. Using the energy cannon mode, he could kill any wind rat below level 10 as long as he hit their body. Boom, boom, boom. While closely following the team, he raised his arms and fired energy cannons at the wind rats, trying to approach him as long as he hit them. The energy cannon would explode violently, turning the wind rats into a bloody mess. Some weaker wind rats were even turned into mincemeat. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 0.17 attribute points. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 0.12 attribute points. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 0.21 attribute points. System notifications constantly echoed in his mind. 98, 97, 96. Energy reserves continued to deplete. In an instant, Feng followed the team, cutting through the dense and relentless wind rat swarm, arriving at the giant castle. Out of more than 500 people, fewer than 400 remained, and they were completely surrounded by the wind rat swarm. From all directions, wind rats kept surging in. The veterans were already bloodthirsty and actively charged into the most densely packed area. They drew their melee weapons attached to their uniforms. Some had daggers, some had military spikes, and others had military sabers or longswords. All were melee weapons made of special materials. The quality varied, requiring military merit points for redemption or personal purchase. Puff, puff, puff. Wind blades surged from all directions. Even with his quick reaction speed, Feng could only try to dodge some of the more powerful wind blades. Still, several weaker wind blades continuously struck his uniform. Although they were blocked by the energy shield formed by the defense system, energy reserves were consumed at a faster rate because of it. His heartbeat quickened. He had no choice but to let the smart brain inject him with a small dose of a tranquilizer. Glancing at the wind rat distribution map provided by the smart brain, he flew towards an area far from the wind rats above level 10. Energy cannons were fired at the surrounding wind rats. Boom, boom, boom. Attribute points 0.12. Attribute points 0.19. Attribute points 0.13. System notifications echoed repeatedly in his mind. Feng added them all to his agility attribute without hesitation. His surrounding companions were continuously dwindling, while the wind rats seemed to come in endless waves. Brothers, the target has been successfully captured. 2 minutes left. Those unafraid of death continued to move freely. Those afraid of death gathered towards the mechs. When a multifunctional military uniform had only 15 energy reserves left, Feng was hesitating whether to give up on killing enemies and instead focus on evasion to minimize energy consumption from wind blade attacks. Captain Zhuang Yuanda's voice echoed in the communicator to Feng. This voice was like music from heaven. He immediately pulled up the map to check the positions of 6 mechs comparable to level 25, but the level 27 Wind Mouse tribe was incredibly powerful. Although the 6 mechs were virtually invincible against ordinary wind mice, they could not withstand the siege from the tribe's leader and a large number of wind mice above level 10. In just 7 or 8 minutes, 2 mechs had already been destroyed. That he quickly flew towards the 4 mechs that were gathered together. Once he got within 100 meters of the 4 mechs, his sense of safety immediately increased. These 4 mechs were equipped with over 100 energy launch ports, and their intelligent brain function was powerful, featuring an intelligent firing system. All enemies within 100 meters would automatically be attacked with energy bullets. They were truly killing machines on the battlefield. Arriving beside one of the mechs, Feng began to attack the weaker wind mice from a distance, trying to harvest attribute points as much as possible. At the same time, he pulled up the map to check. Out of more than 500 combat personnel, only a little over 200 remained. The casualties were staggering. Those frenzied veterans were still charging into the wind mouse horde. Only a few lucky new recruits who had narrowly escaped, along with some not-so-strong veterans, began to gather towards the 4 mechs. Retreat. As the 10-minute countdown ended, Zhuang Yuanda immediately issued the retreat. Order point 2 of the 4 mechs took off first, clearing the way above. Feng and his team immediately notified their intelligent brain to activate the intelligent flight mode and set it to automatically follow the 2 mechs leading the way. In the distance, the veterans still in the wind mouse horde finally charged towards the mechs. Some quickly approached, while others were intercepted by the powerful wind mice. The 2 mechs responsible for covering the rear did not go to rescue those intercepted veterans and did not wait long. They quickly ascended, blocking the wind mice from getting closer. The 4 mechs could reach a maximum speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour, but the multifunctional military uniform's limit was only at the speed of sound, about 1,200 kilometers per hour. Once the 4 mechs accelerated to the speed of sound, they did not continue to speed up. Feng glanced at the data and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. No wonder the death rate was as high as 99 for the zone border defense reconnaissance ship. I end this battle. 2 of the 6 mechs were lost of the more than 500 combat personnel. Only about 160 successfully returned. With a thought, he opened the system to check. Host, Feng. Attribute value, 3.69. Physique, 1.21. Strength, 1.13. Stamina, 1.35. Agility, 19.55. Spirit, 1.21. Ability, Armor Piercing, level 1. The harvest was abundant. Not only did his agility soar to 19 points as the retreat approached, after getting close to the mech, the attribute points obtained from killing wind mice were not added to agility any further, leaving him with 3.69. Attribute points available. A bottle of second-level gene potion worth over 3 million only slightly increased his agility. Yet in this battle, the attribute points gained exceeded 20, worth comparable to 20 bottles of second-level gene potions. Warning, warning, a strong enemy is approaching. According to calculations, your speed is insufficient to return to the warship. Please instruct the commander to arrange for interception. Feng thought the battle was over, but unexpectedly, the alarm suddenly blared. He was startled and quickly pulled up the map to check. According to the scanning information from the reconnaissance ship's intelligent brain, hundreds of kilometers away, a wind mouse, suspected to be above level 40, was rapidly flying towards them. Mech number 3, second squad, stay back to intercept. Zhuang Yuanda's voice rang in everyone's ears immediately. I'm doomed. Grandpa is going to die here today. How unlucky. I still have over 300 military merits and used... Oh, who told me to call my dad? I transferred all the money in my account to him. Cursing voices filled the communicator. The mech responsible for covering the rear, along with over 30 surviving members of the second squad, all stopped and actively flew towards the direction of the high-level wind. Mouse. Military orders are like mountains. Each mission has alternating mechs and squads covering the rear. If they really encountered it, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Feng stared at the map, his heart still uneasy. Although he was not on the first batch of rear cover, his third squad belonged to the second batch. Chapter 3, Surviving Disaster. Buzzing. Under the direct control of the captain, energy cannons with a diameter of 1 meter shot out from the warship's launch ports. They intercepted the high-level wind mice. At a distance of several dozen kilometers, it was impossible to hit wind mice of that level. Therefore, as they got within a few kilometers of the wind mice, the captain detonated these energy cannons immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Energy cannons exploded continuously in front of the wind mice, creating massive energy storms. The wind mice relied on their strong defense and physical bodies to constantly pass through the energy storms. Although their speed was affected, they were still fast enough to be breathtaking. Feng stared unblinkingly at the map. 40 kilometers, 35 kilometers, 30 kilometers. The team was getting closer to the reconnaissance ship. The wind mice were also closing in. When the team was only 20 kilometers away from the reconnaissance ship, the wind mice were already within arm's reach of the rear cover team. Brothers, let me see how badly you die. The operator of mech number 3 controlled the mech to continuously retreat towards the reconnaissance ship, but the speed wasn't fast. The 30-some members of the second squad had all stopped. They no longer cared about how much energy reserve was left, and all switched to the third-gear energy cannon mode. Based on the positions displayed on the map, energy cannons launched blind fire towards the direction of the wind mice. These energy cannons had no detonation devices in them. They were easily avoided by the wind mice. Swish, swish, swish. Wind blades darted through like lightning. They were so fast that the three-dimensional map couldn't even display their existence in real time. In the blink of an eye, over 30 members, along with their multifunctional military uniforms, were cut into pieces by the wind blades. Bloody sprays floated and spread in the clouds. Mech number 3 continued to accelerate backward towards the reconnaissance ship. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of energy cannon explosions occurred on the reconnaissance ship. As the wind mice once again avoided the dense explosion points and emerged from the energy storm, Mech number 3 also reached its maximum speed. Under the control of the Mech number 3 operator, the mech made a sharp turn. Suddenly turning around, it flew towards the wind mice at its fastest speed, according to the scanning map transmitted from the reconnaissance ship. 10 kilometers, 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers. It approached in an instant. Wind blades slashed at the mech. The operator of mech number 3 curled up his body and immediately shut down the mech's defense system while controlling the mech to constantly change direction and move. Puff, puff, puff. Without an energy shield to block them, the wind blades directly struck the body. The superalloy body continuously developed gaps several dozen centimeters long. Wind blades continued to slash at these gaps in the blink of an eye. The 10-meter-high mech was dismembered by the wind blades. Various instrument alarms sounded one after another. Seeing the area where his body was located about to be pierced by the wind blades, the operator of mech number 3 did not hesitate and immediately activated the self-destruct program. Boom! At a distance of 600 or 700 meters from the wind mice, it exploded with a loud bang. Inside the mech, all the stored energy detonated a massive energy storm, far surpassing the energy shells fired by the reconnaissance ship, erupted. Terrifying energy surged, carrying mech fragments, shooting out in all directions. Even the wind rat tribe, above level 40, had to temporarily retreat from the storm's fury, avoiding the rapidly approaching energy storm and debris while backing away. When the energy storm and debris spread to a point where they no longer posed a threat, energy shells shot from the reconnaissance ship once again. After narrowly avoiding and breaking through the energy storm created by the explosions of the energy shells, 3 mechs and 132 team members successfully retreated into the reconnaissance ship. The captain's command. The battle readiness hatch closed, and the defense system activated. A massive energy shield enveloped the small reconnaissance ship, which was 120 meters long and 40 meters wide and high. At the same time, the reconnaissance ship began to ascend and accelerate continuously. Boom! The wind rat tribe dodged the energy bullets and energy shells, racing after the accelerating reconnaissance ship. Energy blades slashed frantically at the energy shield. 95.27, 95.26, 95.25. The stored energy of the reconnaissance ship slowly decreased. Even at close range, the energy bullets and energy shells on the reconnaissance ship posed no threat to this wind rat tribe member above level 40. However, the enemy also lacked the power to break through the reconnaissance ship's energy shield in a short time, and they could not stop the ship from continually ascending and accelerating until the reconnaissance ship's speed exceeded that of the wind rat tribe, completely increasing the distance between them. Not bad, just an over 4-level wind rat. Zhuang Yuanda emerged from his mech. Countless metal tentacles were binding a wind rat, injected with anesthetic and unconscious, next to his mech. It was the target of this mission, the level 27 wind rat leader. Everyone canceled their combat status in military uniforms. What a thrill, I survived again. Don't get too excited. Next time it's your 3rd squad's turn to cover the rear. Even if you don't die during the mission, you might die while covering the rear. Brothers from the 3rd squad, you guys are sure to die on your next mission anyway. Don't bother saving military merits or federal currency. Whoever treats me to some fun, I'll call him Dad for a while. In the battle readiness area, the survivors were loud and boisterous, showing no signs of exhaustion after surviving. Only Feng and a few new recruits sat down on the ground. Their bodies were fine, but their spirits were in a state of extreme fatigue. Good kid, lucky you. You actually survived. Squad leader Liang Qingyong approached Feng, somewhat surprised. I was indeed lucky. Feng smiled, his tense emotions slowly calming down. I'm heading back now. Liang Qingyong patted his shoulder and went straight back to the dormitory. The veterans also left one after another. After resting for 5 or 6 minutes, the battle readiness area was empty. Even the captured level 27 wind rat had been taken away for confinement when Feng returned to the dormitory. Upon arrival, only 2 teammates were in the dormitory. Including him, there were only 3. In this battle, 7 teammates from the same dormitory had died. Liang Qingyong and another surviving teammate, Wei Peng, were drinking and celebrating. They didn't care about their own lives, let alone the lives and deaths of their teammates. After this battle, although Feng was still afraid of death, he had also absorbed a bit of madness. He asked squad leader Liang Qingyong for a bottle of alcohol and gulped it down without hesitation. Before the alcohol could stimulate his brain nerves, he, already mentally exhausted, simply laid down on his bed in his military uniform. He put on his headphones and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 5 or 6 hours later. The celebration had long ended, and his teammates were lying on the cold floor asleep. Feng first opened the system to take a look. Then he called the smart brain to check the current position of the reconnaissance ship. The reconnaissance ship was still on its way back to the base, having made 5 spatial jumps. However, The small reconnaissance ship's spatial jump system could only cover a maximum distance of 100 light-years each time. Moreover, after each spatial jump, an hour was needed for maintenance and cooling. It would take another 4 to 5 hours to reach the base that he notified the smart brain to upload the combat footage to the reconnaissance ship's smart brain. Feeling hungry, he ordered a portion of energy biscuits. Soon, a support robot brought the energy biscuits over. Taking a bite, they were hard, dry, and tough. The only advantage was that a small piece could sustain a normal person's energy needs for a day. On the reconnaissance ship, there were only energy bars, energy biscuits, and energy agents, all compressed synthetic foods. Only officers of the lieutenant rank were qualified to bring an extra batch of food on board. The alcohol that Liang Qingyong and the others drank was purely a product of mixing alcohol powder with water. A small pinch could make a bottle of strong liquor. Pooling money to have a lieutenant bring a few kilograms was enough for everyone on the ship to drink for a month. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, his military watch received a notification. The footage he submitted had been sent to the military base by the reconnaissance ship and had been analyzed and calculated by the smart brain, with the military merit values assessed. Chapter 4. Some military rules can be ignored in this mission. Feng killed a total of 112 Wind Rat tribe members. According to the different ranks of the Wind Rat tribe, he earned a total of 209 points in military merit. The calculation method is similar to the system's attribute value, just multiplied by 10. In addition, upon successfully completing the mission and capturing the level 27 Wind Rat tribe leader, he also received 30 points of contribution military merit. In total, he earned 239 points of military merit. The federal military ranks are divided into private, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, and general. Each rank has 9 stars. New recruits are classified as unstarred privates. Accumulating 100 military merit points allows a promotion to 1-star private, while 900 military merit points promotes 1 to 9-star private. Accumulating 1,000 military merit points allows for promotion to 1-star second lieutenant, and 9,000 military merit points promotes 1 to 9-star second lieutenant. Following this pattern, 100 billion military merit points are required for promotion to 1-star general, and 900 billion military merit points are needed to reach the pinnacle, becoming a 9-star general. In fact, according to federal law, there's a Marshal rank above 9-star general. However, since the establishment of the Federation over 20,000 years ago, no Marshal has ever appeared due to the difficulty of achieving it. The difference between 9-star general and Marshal is just 100 billion military merit points, which is not insurmountable for those 9-star generals. Commanding a large-scale battle and achieving a crushing victory could easily yield such military merit points. The real difficulty lies with the parliament. According to federal law, a marshal is the supreme commander of the military, who can also become the vice president of the federal parliament and has the sole veto power over military affairs. Once a 9-star general is promoted to marshal, the military can almost reach an equal standing with the parliament. This is something the high-ranking members of the parliament absolutely cannot tolerate. Therefore, even if a large-scale battle breaks out, the commander is generally an 8-star general. Once reaching the 9-star general level, they will be protected by the parliament. No wonder 99 of the military high-ranking officials come from the F District Frontier Defense Army. Reconnaissance ships are a paradise for ambitious individuals and fugitives. Feng sighed inwardly. In this battle, he gained a total of 239 points, equivalent to being promoted from an unstarred private to a 2-star private. Moreover, he had only been in service for half a month. In contrast, those in non-combat zones could only rely on their length of service for promotions unless they encountered pacification missions. A private takes 1 year to earn a star, a second lieutenant 3 years, and a first lieutenant 5 years. Even with outstanding abilities and standing out, one could never be promoted to captain in their lifetime. As a 2-star private, his salary increased from 5,000 to 7,000 per month. Additionally, military merit points can also be directly exchanged for federal currency and various items without affecting the cumulative military merit points. The conversion rate is roughly 1 military merit point for 100 federal currency. Thus, 239 military merit points equal 23,900 federal currency. Li Feng calculated briefly and decided to exchange for a melee weapon first. Improving his strength was the most important thing. Having made up his mind, he changed into a spare military uniform and left the dormitory. He sent his previously worn military uniform for maintenance and headed to the training room. There, he found a virtual training pod to test which weapon suited him best and to practice some combat experience. The training room on the small reconnaissance ship was not large, only about 500 square meters with a height of 5 meters. There were 50 training pods, several healing recovery devices, and training equipment. In the center was a small combat arena. After recently experiencing a great battle, only over 300 of the more than 700 crew members remained. Out of the 50 training pods, only a dozen were in use. Li Feng casually chose one and lay down inside. After setting up the training content scene and opponent strength level, he confirmed his choices and immediately entered the virtual scene. After 4 to 5 hours, Li Feng ended his training upon receiving a notification from his military wristwatch that the reconnaissance ship had arrived at the military base. He ultimately decided to choose a long sword as his melee weapon. The length was just right, and it was not too difficult to carry. He returned to the dormitory excitedly. Just in time, as soon as he entered the dormitory, he saw Liang Qingyong and another teammate, Wei Peng, chatting casually on the edge of the bed. Waiting for me? Li Feng was a bit confused. Liang Qingyong smiled and said, "Taking you to have some fun on a nearby planet, eating, drinking, and gambling. You'll have such a good time you won't want to leave." Li Feng reminded him, "I just became a 2-star private after finishing this mission. According to military regulations, only officers of 2nd lieutenant rank and above can apply for outings. Privates can only stay at military bases or on warships." Liang Qingyong chuckled as he put his arm around Li Feng's shoulder. Some messy military rules can be ignored. "You have to understand, we belong to the reconnaissance ship of the F District Frontier Defense Army, where the mortality rate is as high as 99. Li Feng still felt a bit bewildered. Wei Peng explained from the side, "The people from the law enforcement office are feared by everyone. We, who come from the Frontier Defense Army reconnaissance ships, especially the small reconnaissance ships, can make the law enforcement office personnel bypass us when they see us." Liang Qingyong patted Li Feng's shoulder. "You're also a veteran now. Be a bit arrogant, a bit domineering. Don't lose face for our NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. Just walk around boldly. If you face trouble, find the captain. If he can't resolve it, we have an even bigger backer. Don't look down on us just because we're a small reconnaissance ship. We've had a brigadier general before. Now we have a colonel, 2 lieutenant colonels, and 15 majors. Wherever they serve, they are our support and background." Li Feng asked curiously, "What trivial conflicts are they willing to intervene in?" Liang Qingyong nodded. "If it's a small issue, the captain will handle it. If it gets big, of course they will step in." Li Feng was speechless. They were indeed all crazy. Those who survived leaving the reconnaissance ship and ascended to high positions were still crazy. Conversely, if we survive leaving the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, no matter what background we find in the future or which faction we join, we would still count as part of their faction. Liang Qingyong added, "The military factions are much more intertwined than the political world. The complexities of it, I've only heard a bit from the old captain. Just know that you must have a clear stance between the radical and conservative factions, the yellow faction and the white faction. You can't be ambiguous and not too extreme. As for the rest, just join whichever side can help you get promoted and protect you." Li Feng nodded. A thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "Is killing allowed?" Liang Qingyong and Wei Peng widened their eyes. "Good kid, outshining the master. After just one battle, you've developed a taste for killing. You're even more bloodthirsty than I am." After a while, Liang Qingyong gave him a thumbs up. Wei Peng clicked his tongue. "Killing is too serious, unless you have the moral high ground. It's hard for our backers to pull you out of military prison or military court. So that's how it is." Li Feng felt a bit disappointed, meaning he could only kill if he encountered someone who was blind to the situation to gain attribute points. It was also very troublesome, as he would still be captured and imprisoned. "Come on, let's go eat, drink, and gamble for free," Liang Qingyong and Wei Peng urged. "Free?" Li Feng was a bit confused. Liang Qingyong explained, "The closer you are to the frontier area, the more chaotic the public security and the more rampant the underground forces. We, the madmen who can walk out alive from the small reconnaissance ship, are feared in the military and are like living kings in the outside world. Just slap the table and show your identification, and the casino will immediately provide chips, and the club will certainly arrange for some girls to accompany you. Don't just stick to one place to exploit. If we run into trouble, we have to help out. These are all unwritten rules. Li Feng was taken aback, but was not interested and shook his head to refuse the invitation from the two. Although he was able to leave the military base, he actually wanted to go home for a visit. Unfortunately, the ticket prices were too high. Seeing his firm attitude, Liang Qingyong and Wei Peng had no choice but to give up. Chapter 5 Video Chat. After Liang Qingyong and the others left, Li Feng sat down in front of the bed and opened his military watch to send a video communication request to Jiang Wanxin. When the reconnaissance ship returned to the military base, he immediately ended his training because he wanted to go back to the dormitory to reassure Jiang Wanxin. Although the reconnaissance ship had its own signal receiver, it only communicated with the military base, and even the captain couldn't contact the outside world. Only within the federal sphere of influence, where large network signals were covered, could one use a smartwatch to contact the outside world. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, a virtual screen appeared. On the screen, Jiang Wanxin was sitting at a dining table with soy milk and fried dough sticks in front of her, clearly having breakfast. She had fair skin, a delicate and thin face, and was wearing a light and fresh dress, appearing graceful and gentle. "You've returned to the military base?" She had obviously checked the relevant regulations regarding the reconnaissance ship of the Frontier Defense Army, and her bright, star-like eyes were filled with joy. Li Feng nodded. After not seeing her for half a month, he could tell that Jiang Wanxin had noticeably lost weight. She must have been worried day and night about receiving bad news. He wanted to reassure her not to worry, but the words were on his lips, and he swallowed them back. The reconnaissance ship had a death rate of 99, and no amount of comfort would change that. Jiang Wanxin asked, "Are you used to life in the military? I heard that the personnel on the reconnaissance ship of the Frontier Defense Army are all desperate individuals. Will they bully you?" Li Feng's heart stirred. He thought a way to make Jiang Wanxin worry less. Not only are they desperate individuals, but they're also a bunch of lunatics. However, these lunatics are usually quite good to their teammates. Li Feng smiled and said, "For this mission, I earned 239 military merit points. After a few more missions, I can be promoted to second lieutenant. The most important thing is that I actually belong to a special group of martial arts geniuses, and my strength has improved significantly during the combat." "That's great." Jiang Wanxin's face was filled with surprise. Li Feng knew she was intelligent and was actually pretending to be surprised. The reason was simple. As a direct descendant of a medium-sized family on a life planet, if he truly had any talent for cultivation or martial arts, it would have been detected long ago, and he would have been prioritized for training by his family. But it didn't matter. Facts speak louder than words. He promptly notified the smart brain to send a copy of the combat footage of the mission to Jiang Wanxin. With her intelligence, it would be easy for her to judge that his reaction ability had indeed improved significantly during the combat. Soon, Jiang Wanxin's smart watch received the transmitted information. She was a bit surprised and said, "Can combat footage from the mission be sent to family members?" Li Feng casually replied, "No, but it's not a big deal. No one will make trouble for me over such a small matter. It's not a major military secret." "I want to see it now," Jiang Wanxin said happily, immediately opening the video to check. Just as Li Feng had guessed, she had previously only been pretending to be surprised. By violating military regulations and sending her the footage, it made her believe him a little more. She was also eager to confirm whether it was really as Li Feng said. Although the content of the combat footage made her heart tremble, it also dispelled most of her anxiety and worries from the past few days. She could see that as the battle continued, Li Feng's reaction speed had indeed improved significantly. Moreover, Li Feng's cautious behavior also reassured her a lot. She could not help but say, "So, as long as you complete 3 or 4 more missions, you'll have the chance to be promoted to second lieutenant and qualify to apply to leave the reconnaissance ship?" "Yes." Li Feng nodded. He actually didn't want to leave the reconnaissance ship, but it wasn't necessary to tell Jiang Wanxin about these things now. "That's wonderful." Jiang Wanxin finally saw hope that Li Feng could come back alive, and the heavy stone pressing on her heart was lifted significantly. Unable to hold back, tears began to fall involuntarily. As a foster daughter of the Jiang family, the education she received from a young age was to repay the Jiang family's nurturing grace. which required her to give up her dignity and preferences, becoming a tool for the Jiang family to connect with the powerful and recruit talents. Since she was very young, she had lived in fear and worry about the future. Feng, who did not resent her for being a substitute bride and did not mind her identity as a foster daughter, was in her eyes the greatest fortune of her life. She was willing to spend her life to repay and protect this fortune. Unfortunately, she did not have the ability to protect this fortune. In just a few months, Feng was harmed by his own clan and was falsely applied to join the reconnaissance ship of the Frontier Defense Army. This plunged her into even greater fear and worry. Aside from borrowing a large sum of money to buy Feng a bottle of second-level gene medicine, there was no other way. Fortunately, just half a month later, the dawn of hope appeared again. She had learned to hide her emotions and intelligence from a young age, but the continuous ups and downs made her unable to control herself any longer. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Feng remained silent, waiting for her to vent her worries and anxieties from recent days. After a long time, Jiang Wanxin finally calmed down, wiping the tears from her cheeks while smiling a little embarrassedly. Feng shook his head, gesturing to the food on her dining table, and changed the subject. If you're really not used to it, there's no need to accommodate me. Soy milk and fried dough sticks were my favorite breakfast in my past life, and I've continued that in this life. In this life, since I don't have to worry about gaining weight, the common breakfast is various sweet pastries. For people nowadays, soy milk and fried dough sticks might taste a little strange. It's best to have similar flavors for every meal. If you have these two ingredients for breakfast every day, you must really like them. Jiang Wanxin gently shook her head and said, if I can't adapt or get used to it, I won't force myself. I'll make 2 different breakfasts in the future. Feng nodded. There's no need. You can try flavors you like. Jiang Wanxin was taken aback, looking into Feng's eyes. It seemed like billions of stars were shining. Feng asked, how about over there? Are you doing well? Jiang Wanxin nodded. Although I've lost my utility, to avoid hurting the feelings of other foster sons and daughters, my position in the Jiang family subsidiary company hasn't been affected at all. Furthermore, I have decent talent for cultivation. Now I'm not afraid of the Jiang family knowing, and I don't need to hide my practice any longer. Once I reach level 5, I can even find a part-time job as a pharmacist. Once my income gradually exceeds my salary, I might even be able to leave the Jiang family entirely. Feng confidently said, don't rush about the loan. I can pay it off quickly. Yeah, Jiang Wanxin replied with a smile. The two began to chat about some trivial matters. Until over an hour later, Jiang Wanxin suddenly transferred 3,000 federal coins, and he finally realized it. This type of interstellar video communication costs more than 10 coins per minute. 3-dimensional video communication is even more expensive. Jiang Wanxin had clearly calculated that the more than 1,000 coins in his account were nearly gone. With no other choice, Feng could only hastily end the video communication and transfer the 3,000 coins back to Jiang Wanxin. He knew very well that Jiang Wanxin didn't have much money left either. Although her monthly salary was not low, it was only enough for living expenses, rent, and loan payments. The military watch had no discounts at all. The military higher-ups were useless, and those interstellar communication groups were all bloodsuckers. Feeling a bit regretful, Feng sighed. It was one thing not to be able to afford a ticket worth tens of thousands of coins, but he couldn't even afford a video communication. He exhaled deeply and adjusted his mindset. He opened the watch, connected to the military website, and spent 100 military merit points to exchange for a metal sword. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and spent another 100 military merit points to exchange for a training helmet. Only then did he return to the training room and enter the training pod to practice swordsmanship, shooting, and evasion techniques. Chapter 6. The perverse mission. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship is affiliated with Military Base 777 in Zone F. It belongs to a large military base that houses a massive fleet, with a total military strength exceeding 10 billion. The entire military base is built within a planet, and the commander is a lieutenant general. When the warship returns to the military base for maintenance, the crew members do not have to leave the ship. To maximize the chances of survival for the next mission, Feng almost spends day and night in the reconnaissance ship's training room, practicing swordsmanship, shooting, and evasion skills using the virtual training pod. However, This routine lasts only 5 or 6 days before the training pods begin to require reservations due to high demand. Others are also eager to survive the next mission. People like Liang Qingyong, having narrowly escaped the last mission, just go out to have some fun and relax. In just a few days, they gradually return. Although they are not as obsessed as Li Feng, most spend their time on training to improve their skills, with new recruits continuously reporting. The 50 training pods are far from enough. Most are monopolized by the more powerful individuals. The Federation classifies strength into levels from 1 to 99. The overall quality of an average adult can reach level 1, and each increase of 1, 3 times in overall quality, raises the level by 1. The highest level, 99, has only been seen once among humanity, belonging to a winged royal named Celis. 1,000 years ago, to stop the invasion of the Human Federation, Celis and 5 other winged royals joined forces to confront a super-large army formed by the Federation in a spectacular battle in Zone F. The final result was a catastrophic defeat for the Federation, which suffered near total annihilation. All 6 winged royals possess the ability to easily destroy a super-large mothership in a one-on-one fight. Celis alone destroyed the Human Federation's only planet-class space fortress. This devastating defeat forced the Human Federation to shift from offensive to defensive, ending over 10,000 years of frenzied expansion since the invention of the space jump system. Because of this defeat, the Human Federation began to focus on individual strength. Over the millennia, the strongest individuals among humanity have reached over level 40. The entire galaxy has thus entered a competition among the top 4 powers: humanity, the winged race, the soul race, and the vampire race, which nearly divide and dominate the entire galaxy, leaving other races struggling to survive. Li Feng's Infinite Attribute System is similar to the Federation's overall quality assessment. An average attribute value of 1 point is roughly equivalent to the overall quality of an ordinary adult. In other words, an average attribute value of 1 point corresponds to level 1 as assessed by the Human Federation. An average attribute value of 1, 3 equals level 2, and so on. Li Feng's current average attribute value is 489. If he includes the unused 369 attribute points, the average attribute value rises to 563. According to the Federation's classification, he has entered the ranks of level 7 after millennia of development. Although the average individual strength of humanity has improved, the average level still does not reach 1 due to a large number of elderly, weak, and women. The vast majority of people remain ordinary. Only a few individuals have gained considerable strength through various cultivation methods. Level 7 strength is already quite formidable. Unfortunately, he is on a small reconnaissance ship of the Border Defense Forces in Zone F. Those who dare to sign up are all formidable lunatics. His strength is only above average, far from enough to monopolize a training pod. Fortunately, he prepared in advance, spending 100 military merit points to exchange for a training helmet. Although its effectiveness is far inferior to that of the training pod, it is sufficient for practicing simple swordsmanship and shooting. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The reconnaissance ship's rest period ended, and a mission could be assigned at any time. Therefore, all personnel, including the captain and officers, must remain on standby aboard the reconnaissance ship. Puff, puff, puff. In the virtual scene created by the helmet, Li Feng hit every target without missing. After a month of intense training, due to his mediocre martial arts talent and inability to improve through cultivation, his level did not increase at all. However, his strength improved significantly. Whether it was swordsmanship, shooting, or evading attacks, he showed obvious progress. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the helmet emitted an alarm. Li Feng temporarily halted his training and took off the helmet to see Wei Peng leaning in with a mysterious look. I have 2 huge pieces of news. Which one do you want to hear first? Without hesitation, Li Feng replied, "Tell me the more important one first." Wei Peng raised an eyebrow. "A little girl has joined our reconnaissance ship. How is that possible?" Li Feng was incredulous. Various warships have female soldiers, so it's nothing unusual. However, the small reconnaissance ship of the Border Defense Forces in Zone F is definitely an exception due to its high mortality rate and the kinds of lunatics that serve there. The chance of female soldiers applying to such a small reconnaissance ship is definitely less than 1 in a million. It's too coincidental for a few exceptions to occur on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. You're being ridiculous. This girl is not only stunningly beautiful, but also an incredibly powerful cultivator. In just 5 or 6 days, she has beaten everyone on the ship who tried to take advantage of her. Wei Peng insisted. If it weren't for the fact that I got a beating too and realized I had no chance, I wouldn't have told you this news. I see. Li Feng was about 80 convinced. Are you interested in trying to challenge her? Wei Peng urged. If you lose, it's just a little injury, and you can get humiliated by having her step on your head. Go to the treatment room afterward, and you'll be good as new. Not interested. Li Feng shook his head and asked, what is the second huge piece of news? Wei Peng sighed and explained quietly. The second huge piece of news is that the military may launch a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse race. Li Feng's eyes widened slightly. This news wasn't confirmed. It was said that Captain Bu Qianzhong learned from the background that a large fleet was preparing to head to the territory of the Wind Mouse race while trying to make connections. Wei Peng introduced. Although he wouldn't go into detail, Bu Qianzhong approached Captain Zhuang Yuanda. The two used their connections to find out that most reconnaissance ships assigned recent missions have been heading to the Wind Mouse race's territory, with a frequency much higher than before. Additionally, military stocks in the defense and energy sectors, which have been sluggish for many years, have been slowly rising in the past few months. You should have said the most important news first. Why put this 1 second? Li Feng said with a wry smile. For us on this reconnaissance ship, whether they're a large-scale war or not, we have to regularly carry out high-risk missions. How important can this news be? Wei Peng shrugged it off. True. Li Feng felt relieved. Wei Peng glanced around and lowered his voice even further. Zhuang Yuanda is Liang Qingyong's old captain, and he told Liang Qingyong about this news. Liang Qingyong is our old captain, and that's how I got this news to tell you. Don't leak it out. If it spreads and turns out to be a false alarm, we would be spreading rumors and panic, which could be a serious offense. Just secretly buy some military and energy stocks and wait to make a profit. Li Feng nodded. Wei Peng said nothing more and returned to his bunk to cultivate. Li Feng also put on a helmet and continued training. He believed in the deductions of Bu Qianzhong and Zhuang Yuanda about 90. Both are high-ranking officers on the small reconnaissance ship, having risen from the ranks and lived in constant uncertainty, making their sensitivity to war far superior to ordinary people. I have no plans to buy military or energy stocks, mainly because I don't have the money. But more importantly, I am too lazy to waste time and energy selecting and purchasing them. In his eyes, launching a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse clan may mean an opportunity to gain more attribute points and military merit. That's enough for him. The rest is not worth mentioning. Just 3 days later, the reconnaissance ship received a new mission and left Military Base 777. Judging by the Interstellar coordinate map, it was clearly still within the sphere of influence of the Wind Mouse clan. As for the specifics of the mission, only the officers on the reconnaissance ship had the authority to know in advance, to prevent the mission from being discovered by other races. Soldiers like Li Feng would only receive notification shortly before the execution of the mission. This wait lasted 6 days. Li Feng finally received the combat readiness notification. It was only at this point that he learned that the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship had 2 missions this time. During these days, the reconnaissance ship had actually been executing the first mission, traveling between the life planets ruled by the Wind Mouse clan. The mission involved deploying captured and successfully persuaded Wind Mouse clan members with decent power levels onto these life planets. They were to hide their identities and regain a certain level of power and status among the Wind Mouse clan as spies for the Human Federation military. The overall strength of the Wind Mouse clan was not strong, and internally they were a disorganized group divided into multiple major factions. Outer space was almost unguarded. Unlike the human, winged, vampire, and soul clans, which had reconnaissance and patrols in outer space, the winged, vampire, and soul clans were somewhat better off, monitoring and patrolling the star systems where the major life planets were located. In this regard, the human race had an overwhelming advantage. With their technological power, they not only built numerous military bases along the borders and within their territory, but also deployed dense monitoring systems. Only entities above level 50 had a reasonable chance of avoiding the extensive monitoring network deployed by the human race across their entire sphere of influence using various concealment methods. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship was relatively lucky. It did not encounter high-level Wind Mouse clan members searching for treasure or cultivating on uninhabited planets. Therefore, it easily reached and approached the target planets. The deployment of spies was carried out by faster units, with combat capabilities comparable to level 25 mechs. So Li Feng and the other combat personnel had nothing to do with it. Once the deployment task was completed, it was time for the second mission. This involved launching a large-scale attack on a life planet controlled by a major faction of the Wind Mouse clan. The goal was to test and collect data on the time and intensity of high-level Wind Mouse clan reinforcements arriving through spatial rifts. Wow, this mission was quite ruthless. Li Feng was not the only one who received the notification. The new recruits could not see the danger of this mission. However, Wei Peng immediately recognized it and turned to Li Feng, teasingly asking, "Do you regret not joining me and Liang Qingyong for some fun last time?" "A bit." Li Feng honestly replied. This mission was too perverse. Last time, they encountered high-level Wind Mouse clan members while escaping back to the reconnaissance ship. One mech was sacrificed, and over 30 combat personnel were responsible for covering the retreat, while the rest barely escaped. This time, all combat personnel would be scattered to launch attacks within a certain range. Just based on that, the survival chances were not high. Not to mention, they would have to wait for high-level Wind Mouse clan members to appear before they could begin to retreat. That would be a real challenge. If they encountered Wind Mouse clan members above level 50, the reconnaissance ship would not stand a chance of escaping. If they encountered Wind Mouse clan members above level 40, not even 6 mechs capable of reaching speeds of up to 20,000 kilometers per hour would be able to escape. Brothers, I've saved up quite a bit of alcohol powder. While we have time, let's finish it all in one go. Wei Peng shouted enthusiastically to the new recruits. The new recruits felt that there was something ominous about his tone, but they all excitedly shouted along. Those who dared to actively volunteer to join the F District Frontier Defense Army, even if they were new recruits, were just as reckless. Chapter 7 Breaking out of the encirclement. Li Feng ignored the madness of the crowd and stuffed some energy biscuits into his pockets, quietly waiting for the mission notification. After more than half an hour, a piercing notification sound rang out. Wei Peng smashed a bottle and called everyone to the combat readiness area. The effects of the alcohol mixed with powder were quick to come and go. By the time they arrived at the combat readiness area, everyone had returned to normal. Li Feng found a vacant seat and, glancing around, spotted the girl Wei Peng mentioned. She was indeed very beautiful, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old. Not only was her appearance outstanding, but she also exuded a natural confidence and elegant demeanor. Her deep and bright eyes carried a subtle pride and composure. Sensing Li Feng's gaze, Gu Lingxi suddenly looked over at him, seemingly trying to discern something from his face, her eyes revealing no hint of avoidance. Li Feng felt a bit confused, unable to understand why the girl was looking at him that way. He didn't dwell on it for long, shifting his gaze away to quietly contemplate how to allocate his attribute points. In addition to the unspent 369 attribute points, there were also points earned from killing the Wind Mouse tribe after the mission commenced. This mission was too risky, and he needed to plan ahead. After some thought, he ultimately decided to prioritize agility, followed by constitution and endurance. Lastly, he would allocate points to spirit and strength. Having made his decision, Li Feng did not hesitate and allocated all available attribute points to agility. Infinite Attribute System host, Li Feng attribute points, 0 constitution, 1, 21 strength, 1, 13 endurance, 1, 35 agility, 23, 24 spirit, 1, 21 ability, armor piercing level 1 with 23, 24 agility. His speed surged to over 200 meters per second. His reaction speed also significantly improved, allowing him to react even against high-level wind mice without being instantly killed. The only drawback was that his constitution and endurance were not very high, resulting in insufficient burst power and stamina. It would take some time to reach peak speed, and maintaining it for long periods would be difficult. Because of this, to increase his chances of survival in this mission, he placed his constitution and endurance after agility for enhancement. Just after he finished allocating his points, his military wristwatch received the attack target from the reconnaissance ship. Li Feng's heavy mood lightened a bit. The target was a stronghold guarded by a level 10 wind mouse tribe. There were no curses coming from the combat readiness area, indicating that the team's attack targets were similar. Although this mission was extremely challenging, at least there was a glimmer of hope. He opened the map to check. The reconnaissance ship had arrived at a planet named F25858 with a diameter of 16,000 kilometers and was rapidly descending through the atmosphere. The attack target was a castle covering only 20,000 square meters, surrounded by a manor that cultivated various special plants and animals. According to the reconnaissance ship's scanning results, over 5,000 wind mice lived in the castle. The leader was only level 10, and most were ordinary wind mice, with few above level 5. However, while the wind mouse tribe was not particularly powerful, their average level reached 2. Any adult wind mouse had a strength of level 3 or above. The combat readiness area door will soon open. Please prepare. Countdown 10, 9, 8. As the announcement sounded, Feng immediately activated the combat mode of his multifunctional military suit. The green suit began to expand and envelop him completely, with energy-firing ports opening all over. In this state, as long as his reaction speed was not too slow, he could display strength comparable to level 15. Brothers, this mission is a bit risky. Good luck to everyone. The massive combat readiness area door opened, and Captain Zhuang Yuanda took the lead in controlling the mecha toward the attack target he was responsible for. The other 5 mechas followed closely behind, all controlled by the squad leaders of their respective teams. Feng's previous squad leader, Liang Qingyong, was among them. With his promotion to second lieutenant, Liang Qingyong had successfully entered the upper ranks of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship and became the squad leader of the third team. The squad leader of Feng's small team was now Wei Peng, who had participated in 3 mission operations and had a higher military merit than him. Over 500 combat personnel flew out of the hatch. Feng immediately activated the intelligent flying mode, allowing the AI to fly him to the predetermined attack target. Then, he called up the map again to study the terrain around the mission target. In just a few minutes, they reached the designated location, only about 10 kilometers from the target castle. The decentralized plan was executed very successfully. After waiting a few more minutes, the team members attacking the target from a farther area also successfully arrived at their destination. Along the way, although a few team members encountered some formidable wind mice, they were able to easily avoid them thanks to the information provided by the reconnaissance ship scanner. As the countdown to the attack ended, Feng immediately flew at full speed toward the castle below. 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers. As he approached 4 or 5 kilometers, the patrolling wind mice above the castle spotted Feng and raised the alarm. In an instant, wind mice poured out from the castle. Feng immediately halted, raised his arms, and as the wind mouse guards approached within 100 meters, energy bullets were fired at them. Ding! You killed an enemy, gaining 0. 19 attribute points. Ding! You killed an enemy, gaining 0. 21 attribute points. After a month of intense training, his shooting skills had reached an extremely precise level. Those wind mouse guards, only at levels 4 or 5, found it hard to avoid the energy bullets within 100 meters. The bullets continuously pierced through their heads, and system notifications rang out one after another. He immediately followed his preset plan, allocating the newly acquired attribute points mainly to agility, with occasional points added to constitution and endurance. In the blink of an eye, over 10 wind mouse guards were shot down. However, more wind mice were rushing out of the castle, charging toward him at full speed. They came in droves, and even his comrades fell around him. They bravely charged at Feng, unleashing waves of wind blades. Damn this mission! Watching as more and more wind mice closed in within 100 meters, Feng couldn't help but curse. Given his temperament, he preferred to fight and retreat, leveraging the supersonic speed advantage of his multifunctional military suit to create distance and engage in long-range shooting to whittle down the wind mice. At a greater distance, with his reaction capability, it would be easier to dodge the dense wind blade attacks. Unfortunately, to ensure the accuracy of the collected data, this damn mission did not allow for retreat until a withdrawal order was issued. They could only press forward. He had no choice but to draw the alloy sword from his back and charge at the mass of wind mice. Clang, clang, clang. In the face of the dense wind blades, Even with his exceptional reaction speed and agility, he couldn't completely evade all the wind blades. The energy shield of the multifunctional military suit could withstand the wind blades cast by these low-level wind mice, but the energy reserves were rapidly depleting. With a sudden turn, just as he faced a level 6 wind mouse's claws, Feng avoided the attack. Even though he had the chance to kill it with his faster reaction and agility, he didn't pause, continuing to dive rapidly downward. Fully focused, he kept dodging the incoming wind blades. As for the wind blades from the side, he ignored and did not evade them, relying entirely on the energy shield of his military uniform to withstand them. He had to break through as soon as possible and reach the castle. Otherwise, being in mid-air with enemies all around, even a group of ants could wear him down. Not to mention, there were thousands of formidable wind rat clan members. Chapter 8. The Choice to Escape. Puff, puff, puff. 95, 90, 85. Waves of wind blades struck against the energy shield, causing the energy reserves of the military uniform to plummet. With his super-high reflexes and the protection of the energy shield, Feng finally managed to break through the encirclement and enter the castle. The energy reserves of the military uniform were down to 65. Fortunately, the cost was worth it. Successfully entering the castle, he had already selected a location based on the structure of the castle and charged into the spacious hall. Wind Mouse clan members continuously flew in through the front door, back door, and windows of the hall, all seeking their own death. As long as his reaction speed was decent, the multifunctional military uniform was powerful enough to rival level 15 strength. In this gathering place where the Wind Mouse clan leader was only level 10, as long as he had enough energy reserves, he was practically invincible. Not to mention, Feng himself was also extremely strong and could continue to improve. With no attacks from above or below, he was like a fish in water, charging freely. With his left hand wielding a sword and his right hand firing energy projectiles, he could attack both close and far. The room was filled with intermittent screams. One by one, Wind Mouse clan members were either slain by a sword or had their heads blown off by energy bullets. Blood flowed, quickly eroding the granite floor. The stench of blood rapidly spread, filling the entire room. The fearless Wind Mouse clan members caused Feng's attribute values to continuously rise. By occasionally adding some attribute points to his constitution and endurance, Feng tirelessly harvested. Occasionally, one or two wind blades came too fast to dodge, but were blocked by the energy shield of the military uniform. The bodies of the Wind Mouse clan members continued to pile up. Gradually, even the main door was blocked halfway. Feng raised his hand, firing an energy bullet at a Wind Mouse clan member that lunged toward him. Puff! The Wind Mouse clan member suddenly made a sharp turn and, at close range, swiftly dodged the energy bullet. As he slashed a wind blade towards Feng, he suddenly accelerated and charged forward, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. Who? Unexpectedly, Feng made a quick turn, ignoring the wind blade attack from behind while dodging his wind blade attack. He then swung his sword at him, initially intending to catch Feng off guard. He was instead caught off guard by Feng. Just as he barely avoided the sword strike, Feng's left hand aimed at him again. A series of energy bullets rained down on him like they were free. Clang, 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 puff, puff, puff. An energy shield instantly rose around the Wind Mouse clan member. However, just a few energy bullets shattered it, driving deep into his body. Ding! You have killed an enemy. Gaining 15 attribute points. The system prompt echoed in Feng's mind. He paid it no mind and continued to charge. This Wind Mouse clan member was precisely that level 10 leader. Attempting to catch him off guard and suddenly attacking was purely a suicidal act. Because his military wristwatch's intelligence was connected to the reconnaissance ship's intelligence. The reconnaissance ship's scanner easily scanned the strength levels of all Wind Mouse clan members and displayed them on the map, according to his settings when approaching a certain distance. The intelligence would also alert him. This Wind Mouse clan leader deliberately suppressed his speed and the power of his wind blades, mixing in with ordinary Wind Mouse clan members. Slowly approaching him, he almost guessed the opponent's intentions at the first moment. The result was predictable. Oh no, Lord Maris has been killed. This damn human has killed Lord Maris. With the leader dead, the Wind Mouse clan members, who were originally fearless and rushed in like moths to a flame, began to polarize. Some fled in panic, while others, filled with endless rage, charged at Li Feng. After dealing with these Wind Mouse clan members seeking revenge for their leader, the bodies in the room piled up to 3 to 4 meters thick in places and 1 to 2 meters in others. Li Feng flew out the window. After losing their leader, the Wind Mouse clan members no longer had that fearless momentum. They scattered and hid. Li Feng continued to move above, shooting down as much as possible to harvest attribute points. Taking a breather, he had the intelligence call up the map and glanced at the data above, unable to help but click his tongue. Although there were only 6 mechs targeting those gathering places with level 20 or above Wind Mouse clan leaders, over 500 combat personnel were only dealing with level 10 Wind Mouse clan members. Yet, in less than 20 minutes, over 200 combat personnel had perished. It was easy to guess that they were exhausted by the continuous onslaught of Wind Mouse clan members. Although the multifunctional military uniform could exert level 15 strength, it could not withstand the overwhelming attacks and consumption from countless Wind Mouse clan members. Under the command to charge without retreat, the only way to minimize consumption was to kill inside the castle to avoid being attacked from multiple sides. Li Feng checked the system again. Host: Li Feng attribute points: 0 constitution, 8, 83 strength, 6, 21 endurance, 9, 02 agility, 38, 46 spirit, 6, 32 ability, armor piercing level 1 in about 20 minutes. He had killed over 200 Wind Mouse clan members, bringing him more than 40 attribute points. This raised the average of his 5 main attributes for 5. 6 to 13. 8. His personal strength soared from level 7 to level 11, continuing to kill the fleeing and hiding Wind Mouse clan members. Li Feng chose not to use the gained attribute points immediately, but to save them for emergencies. If it was safe, he planned to prioritize raising the other 4 main attributes to 10 points, because breaking all 5 main attributes past 10 points would grant him a new system ability. Warning. Warning. Level 32 Wind Mouse clan detected. Warning. Warning. Level 36 Wind Mouse clan detected. Warning. Warning. Unable to scan specific levels. Suspected to be level 40 or above Wind Mouse clan. I am Captain Bu Qianzhong. The reconnaissance ship is about to begin its retreat. All combat personnel may also start to evacuate. Routes and methods are up to your discretion. If the reconnaissance ship has not been destroyed, it will return to re-establish contact with you. If the reconnaissance ship is destroyed, Military Base 777 has no rescue plans. Good luck, brothers. The scattered and hiding Wind Mouse clan members were difficult to kill, and Li Feng's available attribute points only increased to 2. 6 when he heard the voice of the intelligence and Captain Bu Qianzhong. He glanced at the energy reserves, which were still well controlled at 52. Immediately, he flew south towards the rolling mountains 100 kilometers away, at a speed of 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. The multifunctional military uniform accelerated continuously, diving down. Before reaching its limit, he arrived at the vast plains south of the castle. Li Feng landed and decisively turned off the flying function, continuing to sprint south. With an agility of 38. 46. His maximum speed had already reached nearly 400 meters per second. Compared to the ultimate speed of the multifunctional military uniform, he was even faster. In the absence of many obstacles and with decent constitution and endurance, relying on his own speed to escape was effective and could also save energy reserves. While running wildly, he opened the map to check. The reconnaissance ship had already begun to ascend and was accelerating. Of the 6 mechs, 1 had been entangled by a Wind Mouse clan member over level 30. The other 5 had chosen different paths. Some soared into the sky recklessly, accelerating wildly, while others headed towards nearby forests or mountains. Over 300 combat personnel were doing the same, with high-level Wind Mouse clan members appearing. Their main targets were the rising reconnaissance ship and the 6 mechs. They had no time to deal with the combat personnel for now. This was also their best opportunity to escape. Escaping into outer space or into the forests and mountains are both options, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Outer space is vast and infinite, and the high-level Wind Mouse tribe won't search extensively. They are worried about ambushes from warships and dare not send out a large number of Wind Mouse tribe members for searches. As long as they can escape to space and their reconnaissance ship is not destroyed, they can almost rest easy. The downside is that the maximum speed of a multifunctional military suit is only over 200 kilometers, and it would take at least 2 hours to escape outer space. Not to mention those level 30 wind mice. Even being targeted by level 15 or 16 wind mice would be certain death. Escaping to the forests and mountains has the advantage of being able to quickly find a hiding place while the attention of high-level wind mice is focused on the reconnaissance ship and mechs. The downside is that once a high-level wind mouse personally searches, there will be no way to escape. Regardless of the race, once their strength breaks through level 20, they undergo an evolution at the level of life, gaining extraordinary perceptive abilities that surpass the 5 senses. The higher the level, the larger the range of perception. If one is within the range of perception, even hiding underground will be difficult to evade. Li Feng's choice is the latter. He bets that those level 30 to 40 wind mice will not waste their training time personally searching for a few human soldiers. Chapter 9. Miniature surveillance devices at a distance of over 100 kilometers could be covered in just 5 or 6 minutes. Li Feng entered the undulating mountains, slowing his speed and weaving through the trees. He had no idea if the reconnaissance ship had escaped disaster. He exhaled a breath of stale air and looked up at the sky. The towering trees and dense leaves completely obstructed his view. A minute ago, his military wristwatch had lost contact with the reconnaissance ship. This meant that either the reconnaissance ship had successfully accelerated to light speed, shaken off its pursuers, and used its space jump system to escape 100 light-years away, or the high-level wind mouse race, which couldn't be scanned for specific levels, had destroyed the reconnaissance ship at level 50 or above. Naturally, he hoped for the former. But right now, whether it was the former or the latter, the key was whether he could successfully hide and avoid being hunted down. Losing contact with the reconnaissance ship meant he could no longer access the real-time scanning data and maps it provided. He couldn't know the distribution or power levels of the wind mouse race, which was almost equivalent to becoming blind on this alien planet. He could only hope for the best. He remained in a combat-ready state, but turned off his defense system. As he continued forward, he found some leaves and crushed them, applying the juice to his body to reduce the likelihood of being detected by the high-level wind mice's extraordinary vision. As for how to deal with high-level wind mice passing nearby, it was unnecessary to consider. It was impossible to evade their perception. I've escaped the atmosphere. How about you? After about 10 minutes, the public channel of the communicator rang with the voice of the squad leader from the second squad. Although there was no signal from the reconnaissance ship, the communication devices built into the mechs and multifunctional military uniforms still allowed everyone to communicate with each other, albeit within a range of only 1 million kilometers. I've escaped too. The voice of the third squad leader, Liang Qingyong, quickly followed. But after that, there was no further sound. Undoubtedly, the other 4 mechs, including Zhuang Yuanda, had not escaped the pursuit of the high-level wind mice. How many brothers are still alive? The voice of the second squad leader sounded again. I am, Li Feng casually replied. I've found a cave to hide in and am leaving it to fate. I'm still alive too. The voices of more team members echoed. The total number was still nearly 300. But this was only because the high-level wind mice were focused on the reconnaissance ship and the 6 mechs. Once the wind mice began a large-scale search, the outcome was uncertain. Do you want to live? Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out in the private channel. Li Feng was taken aback and glanced at the contact. It was a member from the 5th squad named Gu Lingxi. She was probably the little girl he had seen once in the readiness area. If you're willing to sign a loyalty contract, I can guarantee your survival, Gu Lingxi's voice continued. Not interested. Li Feng didn't understand what Gu Lingxi meant. But upon hearing the term loyalty contract, he immediately chose to refuse. He knew what that was. It was a type of artifact created by high-level cultivators through ancient records. Known as a contract scroll, it was said that by dripping blood, the contract's content would receive the so-called witness of the heavenly way. Once violated, one would be punished by the heavenly way. Such contract scrolls were common among alien races, but were only used as supplements for significant contracts among the Human Federation since only high-level cultivators could create them. If any powerful alien was captured, the military would also use such contract scrolls to control them. Li Feng would never entrust his future to someone else due to a moment of crisis. Gu Lingxi's voice sounded again. If you want to return home alive, you'll need to see that wife of yours who, knowing you are undoubtedly going to die, is still willing to incur a huge debt to buy you a level 2 genetic potion, giving you a slim chance of survival. Li Feng couldn't help but frown. It wasn't hard to find his identity information. In the military, even a slight connection in the information department could reveal it. However, finding out that Jiang Wanxin had purchased a level 2 genetic potion was not easy. He couldn't understand why Gu Lingxi would check his information in advance. A large-scale search will soon begin. If you hesitate, you're just wasting your only chance. After waiting a long time for Li Feng's response, Gu Lingxi could only continue to apply pressure. Not interested. Li Feng's answer remained firm and decisive. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he could never sign such a contract that would hand over his future and life to someone else. How about this? We can discuss the loyalty matter later. First, send me your coordinates so I can find you. Sensing Li Feng's resolute attitude, Gu Lingxi could only settle for second best, regardless of whether you agree to my terms. At least being together can greatly enhance our self-defense capability if we're discovered by high-level wind mice. If worst comes to worst, we can split up and distract some of the pursuers. All right, Li Feng notified the intelligent brain to send his current location based on the scanning map provided by the reconnaissance ship. In just a few minutes, a figure descended from the sky and appeared before him. Gu Lingxi merely nodded at Li Feng without saying much. The glove formed by her multifunctional military uniform began to retract, revealing her slender, fair right hand. On her ring finger, she wore a bronze-colored ring. An energy was infused into the ring, and out of thin air, a black metal box appeared in her hand. This metal box was elongated, measuring only about 10 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, and 3 centimeters thick. With a flick of her wrist, the metal box opened in the middle under her control. Countless miniature flying devices, smaller than ants, flew out of the metal box and began to rapidly spread in all directions. Is this a miniature surveillance device? Li Feng's face lit up with joy. Gu Lingxi did not answer, but notified her intelligent brain to share the connected devices with Li Feng's intelligent brain. The next second, Li Feng received real-time maps and data from the miniature flying devices. As he expected, this thing was not just a miniature surveillance device. It was even a top-notch miniature surveillance device. Not only could it cover a monitoring range of 1,000 kilometers, but it could also scan for biological traces and energy intensity. Beings below level 20 had nowhere to hide. Beings above level 20 could only be scanned for their presence, unless they had the means to shield against scanning, in which case their power level would remain undetected. This thing must cost billions, right? Li Feng couldn't help but gasp. Miniature, top-notch. Just meeting one of those criteria would start at tens of millions. Meeting both criteria was definitely in the realm of astronomical prices. He couldn't help but glance at the ring on Gu Lingxi's ring finger. By his estimate, this should be a legendary storage-type treasure that only high-level humans or aliens possessed, valued at an outrageous amount. Gu Lingxi asked, I will provide this miniature surveillance device, but if it is discovered by high-level wind mice, you are responsible for intercepting and covering my escape. Okay, Li Feng replied without hesitation. With this top-notch miniature surveillance device, even if high-level wind mice personally participated in the search, he could easily evade them. If any unexpected situation arose, the risk of intercepting and covering the escape was worth it. Gu Lingxi flipped her right hand, and a scroll appeared in her palm. Then, she produced a brush and a bottle of unknown red liquid. She opened the scroll, dipped the brush in the red liquid, and began to write on the blank space. With each stroke, a pearly white light rose from the scroll. After finishing, she handed the scroll to Li Feng. Drop a drop of blood into it. The content was precisely the micro-monitoring device provided by Gu Lingxi. Once misfortune struck, and they were unexpectedly discovered by the high-level Wind Mouse clan, Li Feng was responsible for intercepting and covering their retreat. How ruthless! Li Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. He was certain that this girl before him was definitely the favored daughter being cultivated by some military bigwig or an ancient interstellar family. Here to train on a reconnaissance ship. Not only did she possess invaluable storage-type treasures, but also the most advanced micro-monitoring devices. To find a companion who could stand up as a shield in times of danger, an invaluable contract scroll was easily used. Without much hesitation, he decisively extended his right hand. He used a metal sword to cut his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the contract scroll. The blood instantly merged into the scroll. A glow immediately rose up. Comparatively, it was clearly safer to have the micro-monitoring device. It not only made it more convenient to evade the high-level Wind Mouse clan search, but also allowed for hiding while ambushing these wind mice to enhance their strength level during large-scale searches. Chapter 10. The posture of the superior continuing deeper into the mountains. Safety became a higher priority. Gu Lingxi stored the contract scroll and tossed 2 crystal-clear stones, each 10 centimeters long and only 5 centimeters wide and high, to Li Feng. Upon receiving them, Li Feng realized they were energy stones, also known as spirit stones by cultivators and source stones by ability users. These stones are a boundless energy source that fills the entire galaxy. Most instruments and equipment of the Human Federation utilize this energy. Cultivators of the yellow race, ability users of the white race, and even other races rely on this energy for their training. One of these stones is worth over 100,000. If the energy reserve of a multifunctional military suit runs out, it can be quickly replaced with this. Li Feng put the 2 energy stones in his pocket and immediately activated the flight function to catch up with Gu Lingxi. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you not notify the other combat personnel to rendezvous? Remember, everything that happens today must be kept confidential and not leaked a bit." Gu Lingxi replied calmly, "If we successfully return to the reconnaissance ship or military base, you need to send me your combat video first. I'll have someone edit it, and then you can report it." Li Feng understood and realized what Gu Lingxi meant. Coming from a prominent family himself, he knew the cruelty of internal family rivalries. For the Border Defense Army's reconnaissance ships, the most dangerous tasks for ordinary people are undoubtedly those life-and-death missions. Gu Lingxi is most likely a key nurtured scion of an ancient family. For her, the biggest risk is being in a territory controlled by other races, with insufficient defensive forces around. Once her identity is exposed, not only is there danger from the other races, but she is also likely to encounter ambushes arranged by family rivals. "Why did you choose me as a shield and even want me to pledge allegiance to you?" Li Feng asked with a puzzled expression. Gu Lingxi countered, "What level of strength can you achieve now?" Li Feng chose not to respond. Gu Lingxi, visibly displeased, said, "What kind of attitude is this? I've tolerated you for a long time." Li Feng, holding on to a powerful ally, didn't care about any military bigwigs or ancient families. He replied, unhappily, "You avoid answering everything I ask or make me guess vaguely." Gu Lingxi fell silent and silently flew towards the center of the mountains. After a long while, she slowly said, "The education I received since childhood is that as a superior, I must leverage my substantial positional advantage to overlook everything, always occupying and mastering the high ground and initiative. This way, subordinates will speculate on my thoughts, intentions, and trump cards, revealing their personalities, abilities, strengths, and weaknesses." Li Feng had nothing to say and was too lazy to ask further. Even if Gu Lingxi didn't speak, he could probably guess a bit. It was merely that after Gu Lingxi decided to use the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship as a training ground, she had someone carefully study the information and combat videos of all the members. Perhaps through his information and first combat video, she discovered that he had no cultivation or martial arts talent, merely having taken a bottle of second-level gene medicine. Yet he became stronger with each fight. He must have encountered some unknown opportunity that significantly boosted his strength. He estimated that Gu Lingxi must have had the capacity to pay attention to his data while attacking the target. Knowing that he had killed over 200 Wind Mouse clan members in less than 20 minutes, with a clear and significant increase in strength, it was highly likely that he still had considerable potential for improvement. Of course, there was also an important reason. He had people he cared about. To ensure Jiang Wanxin's safety, he dared not leak Gu Lingxi's identity for personal gain. Because of this, Gu Lingxi chose him as a shield and initially intended to coerce and entice him into becoming her subordinate. Suddenly, Gu Lingxi's voice rang out, "Pledge allegiance to me, and you'll have an annual salary of 1 billion. Li Feng ignored her. The environment truly has a significant impact. This attitude and personality completely contradict the information provided. Gu Lingxi couldn't help but complain in her heart. The two fell silent again. On the public channel, the voices of the two squad leaders occasionally called out numbers, both to count the survivors and to infer whether the Wind Mouse clan had launched a large-scale search based on the number of survivors. The results made Li Feng somewhat relieved. Those combat personnel who chose to escape into outer space were continuously going missing. The two mechs managed to escape because they weren't targeted by high-level Wind Mouse clan members while traveling at speeds of up to 20,000 kilometers per hour. Within just a few minutes, they could escape beyond the atmosphere and into the vastness of space. The multifunctional military suit, with a top speed of only a little over 1,000 kilometers per hour, required more than 2 hours to escape the atmosphere. This life-planet stratosphere begins at around 15 kilometers, with almost no clouds obstructing the view. The range of the attack was not large. With the high-level Wind Mouse clan's vision, if they searched at full speed, it would take a stroke of luck to escape. Gu Lingxi flew into a cave in the middle of a cliff based on the map provided by the micro-monitoring device. Li Feng frowned slightly, feeling that this hiding place was not very good. The main issue was that although there were many shrubs and small trees stubbornly growing from the rock crevices on the cliff, the coverage was not extensive, and the cave entrance was fully exposed. Once the Wind Mouse clan launched a large-scale search, it was highly likely they would discover this cave. Hiding here was worse than finding a patch of woods or a tree hollow to conceal themselves. However, just as he was about to voice his concerns, he swallowed them back. Gu Lingxi was clearly not foolish. She couldn't possibly be unaware of the cave's significant flaws. As he expected, Gu Lingxi took out a device the size of a shoebox and placed it in the center of the cave. After some operations, a beam of light spread outwards. Li Feng intended to ask what cutting-edge technology this was, but remembering Gu Lingxi's nature, he quickly chose to give up. He guessed it was probably a small simulator capable of mimicking the current environment. It might even have the powerful effect of shielding perception abilities. Only in this way could the cave's significant flaws be completely eliminated. Soon, Gu Lingxi took out an intelligent robot responsible for tidying up a multifunctional single bed, a set of high-end audio equipment, and a fragrance machine. Li Feng had nothing to say. It was no surprise that someone from a prominent family would be so meticulous even when escaping. Stay in the cave, do not go outside, and do not make any noise to disturb me. Keep a close eye on the map from the micro-monitoring device. If any high-level Wind Mouse clan members enter the monitoring range, notify me immediately. Gu Lingxi instructed Li Feng and then sat cross-legged on the single bed. She quickly entered a meditative state for cultivation. Li Feng sat down on the ground, pulled out an energy biscuit from his pocket, bit into it, and swallowed. Then he pulled up the map scanned by the micro-flying device, closely monitoring any movements within the surveillance range. He slowly waited for the Wind Mouse clan to launch a large-scale search. With a micro-monitoring device covering a radius of 1,000 kilometers and a device capable of simulating the environment and even shielding perception abilities, it was clearly the best opportunity for him to go out hunting and collect attribute and military merit values while the Wind Mouse clan was searching the mountains. As for Gu Lingxi's order not to go out, he treated it as nonsense. The two were merely in a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. Chapter 11. Anti-hunting. The efficiency of the Wind Mouse clan was not high. Li Feng waited for more than 2 hours before the map began to show changes. Within the coverage area of the surveillance equipment, large numbers of wind mice emerged from their gathering spots, starting to spread out and search. The mountain range where the two were located was clearly a key area for the search. Within the coverage area, most of the wind mice from various clans were entering the mountains from all directions. Outside the coverage area, many wind mice were continuously gathering as well. The number of wind mice displayed on the surveillance equipment was rapidly climbing, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. Damn it, we've been discovered by the wind mice. I might have to leave early, brothers. Take care. A team member's voice suddenly rang out. The large-scale search by the wind mice had apparently begun. I've always had good luck, so I don't think this time will be any different. Let us start betting. There are still 215 people left. After this round of large-scale searching, will the survivors be above or below 100? I bet on below 100. Damn it, I'm so bored. I should have brought a player with me to listen to some songs. The public channel started to liven up, with no hint of fear or tension. They were all madmen who took life and death lightly, and were ready to fight if they were unhappy. However, only Feng was truly excited. As the dense mass of winged mice continued to gather towards the mountains, he felt a hint of exhilaration. After waiting for more than half an hour, the public channel was filled with the sounds of teammates bidding farewell. The number of winged mice pouring into the mountains had exceeded 1,000,000 and was still rapidly increasing. Feng could no longer contain himself. Confirming that there were no winged mice flying above the cliff, he quickly flew out of the cave. Looking back, as he had expected, the cave entrance had transformed into a rock wall, seamlessly blending with the surroundings, showing no signs of a flaw. Beep, beep, beep. The moment he left the cave, Gu Lingxi immediately received a notification from the AI. She frowned slightly, interrupted her training, connected to Feng's communication, and said displeased, "Didn't I tell you not to leave the cave?" Feng ignored her, constantly avoiding the patrols above and those mini drones that couldn't detect his level of power, at least level 20 wind mice, swiftly weaving through the forest. "Do you know what you're doing? Come back immediately. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't come back, I'll terminate our cooperation and shut down the real-time map I've shared with you." Gu Lingxi was suddenly anxious. She knew that most of those who actively joined the F District Border Defense Force reconnaissance ship were madmen who didn't care about life and death. Such people could do the most unexpected things at critical moments. But Feng was clearly different, as he had attachments. That was why she had chosen him. Yet, she didn't expect Feng to be just as crazy. He could safely pass through the crisis by hiding in the cave. But this guy insisted on courting death by running out. Feng had no intention of looking back. He didn't believe Gu Lingxi would dare to do that. Because if she really dared, he would unhesitatingly lead the winged mice to the cave entrance. "Come back quickly. In terms of military merit, I will give you satisfactory compensation afterwards." Gu Lingxi truly didn't dare to revoke Feng's rights to use the surveillance equipment, and even her tone softened considerably. She was also a special case on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. She had joined the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship simply because her level had been stuck at 19 for months and couldn't break through the level 20 barrier. The reason given by her teacher was a lack of experience and no insights gained from life and death situations. After much thought, she decided to hide her identity and join a reconnaissance ship. She didn't have the mentality of taking life lightly and fighting when unhappy or facing death. "Sorry, it's not just about military merit. More importantly, I didn't get my killing fix from the previous battle." Feng finally replied. Gu Lingxi was dumbfounded. Joining a reconnaissance ship could actually lead to a killing fixation? However, what was more important at that moment was not this. She angrily said, "Your killing fixation is irrelevant to me, but your current disobedience has already angered me. If you don't come back now, not only will you bear the consequences, but your wife on F-369 will also have to bear the consequences. Are you threatening me?" Feng suddenly stopped. Gu Lingxi bit her red lip and sighed after a few seconds. "Once discovered by high-level wind mice, you won't be able to escape. And among the high-level wind mice, if there are any capable of soul-searching techniques, my position will be exposed. Not only that, but there are also many among the wind mice who are good at tracking. Even if several hours pass, they may follow your scent, traces, or energy and track you down. You rashly go out and leave traces, the risk is too great. I will not return to the cave. If I am really targeted by high-level wind mice and have nowhere to escape, I will choose to end my life." Feng also took a step back and accelerated again. Gu Lingxi had nothing to say. She tried to meditate and train again, but couldn't calm down at all. She could only pull up the map, feeling frustrated, and focus on Feng's movements, hoping for his safety. Or after being targeted by high-level wind mice, he could truly choose to end his life as promised. The entire mountain range stretched 800 kilometers long and 200 kilometers wide, undulating. The cave was located near the central area. According to the map provided by the surveillance equipment, the wind mice were conducting a large-scale search, focusing on each gathering point. Each gathering point's leader was responsible for a specific area. With different levels of power and troop sizes, the areas they were responsible for also differed. Once these leaders arrived at their designated areas, they dispatched numerous small teams to conduct carpet searches, constantly checking back and forth. About 10 kilometers from the cave, Li Feng found the first Wind Mouse team, based on the map provided by the surveillance equipment. This team had only 12 members, with the leading captain being only level 6. The others were all level 3 or 4. At that moment, they were searching among a pile of rubble. Li Feng hid behind a towering tree, keeping a close eye on the map. As soon as the wind mice patrolling above left, he suddenly accelerated and flew towards these wind mice. Not good enemy attack. The level 6 wind mouse was the first to spot Li Feng. He took out a bamboo tube that seemed to signal for help, but he had time to use it before Li Feng had already closed in. With a wave of his hand, an energy bullet instantly shot out, piercing through the opponent's skull. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 0.39 attribute points. The system prompt rang out just as Li Feng reached another wind mouse. He slashed it dead with his sword while raising his right arm, shooting an energy bullet at a wind mouse, trying to escape. 0.18 attribute points, 0.21 attribute points, 0.19 attribute points. The system prompts kept ringing. In the blink of an eye, the 12 wind mice were either killed or shot dead. He gained a total of 2.51 attribute points. He didn't linger, avoiding the wind mice scouts above while flying towards the next target team. In the cave, Gu Lingxi watched the map as 12 wind mice lost their life signs. And Li Feng continued to set off. Gu Lingxi's head ached. This guy had only executed a reconnaissance mission once before. How did he develop a killing fixation? Moreover, it seemed quite severe. He had just killed 12 in one go and still hadn't had enough. However, she did not know that as long as there were enemies to kill, Li Feng's urge to kill would never be satisfied. On the other side, Li Feng followed the same method. He patiently avoided the surveillance of the Wind Mouse clan above and found a second target suitable for attack. This team was also not very strong, with the strongest member only at level 7. He launched a sudden attack, and, in the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Another 2.62 attribute points were added. Next came the third team, the fourth team, and the fifth team. After dealing with the fifth team, Li Feng's available attribute points had increased to 15. 12, enough to raise the other 4 attributes to above 10 points. Chapter 12. Continuous breach of defense. Li Feng found a hidden place, and, with a thought, his attributes, constitution, strength, endurance, and spirit, all instantly rose to 10 points, while his usable attribute value dropped to 5. 5. Ding. Your attributes have reached 10 points, gaining the ability to teleport. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Teleport. Level 1. Can instantly arrive within the line of sight and perception range, unaffected by any material or energy constraints, usable once per day. Each level up doubles the number of uses. Infinite Attribute System host. Li Feng attribute value. 5. 5 constitution, 10 strength, 10 endurance, 10 agility, 38. 5 spirit, 10 ability, armor breaking level 1, teleport level 1. Li Feng was dumbfounded. This system was simply incredible. The armor-breaking ability already made him feel invincible, and reaching level 10 meant he could ignore any defense. No matter who or what material or defensive method, everything would be as fragile as paper before him. The teleportation ability was even more explosive. Being able to instantly arrive within sight and perception range wasn't rare. Even the weak human federation had many mutants and cultivators with teleportation abilities. What was truly amazing was the lack of time limitations and the absence of constraints from any material or energy. With a few more levels, combined with armor breaking, it would be a nightmare for enemies. In the face of strong foes or when trapped, it was a divine method for escaping. As this ability emerged, he took off in the spot. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. His focus returned to reality. He no longer sought the Wind Mouse clan team, but instead avoided the level 20 or higher wind mice and their aerial scouts, continuously advancing towards the western mountains. He was not foolish. He knew the wind mice he had killed would soon be discovered, likely attracting many level 20 or higher wind mice to hunt him down. In the cave, Gu Lingxi saw Li Feng stealthily moving towards the west and felt somewhat relieved. After a slight hesitation, she expressed her dissatisfaction. You've already killed 60 or 70 wind mice. You should have satisfied your killing urge. Just getting started, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Just getting started? Gu Lingxi was taken aback, and then furiously exclaimed. I don't care how many you need to kill to feel satisfied. Return to the cave immediately. Do not continue to challenge my patience. Li Feng ignored her. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Gu Lingxi gritted her teeth in anger, her chest heaving. She wished she could crash her head against the cave wall to let Li Feng know how furious she was right now. Damn it, if you want to seek death, don't drag me along. Finally unable to suppress her emotions, she trampled on the elegance, composure, and quality that a cultivated daughter of an ancient family should possess. She couldn't help but curse. If you keep killing like this, even if you keep changing areas and positions, sooner or later, you'll anger the high-level wind mice and they'll come looking for you. Silence filled the air. Still, there was no response. I don't want to die. Can you stop being so reckless? After a long while, Gu Lingxi couldn't help but sigh. Li Feng explained, I don't want to die either. After I finish this round, I'll meet up with you and we'll leave this mountain range, heading to the forest 300 kilometers east. Gu Lingxi, frustrated, said, Didn't you promise not to return to the cave? If you want to go to the forest, you can go by yourself. Li Feng replied, truthfully. Without the map provided by monitoring devices, the risks are too high. It's not easy to stay alive. I can only shamelessly go back on my word. Gu Lingxi was furious but held back her anger. She realized this guy was stubborn and only responded to softness. If she was a bit forceful, he became even more aggressive. Fine, but you must promise that once we escape to the forest, you will follow my orders and not attack any more wind mice. After adjusting her emotions and weighing the pros and cons, she made a concession. Agreed. Li Feng's response was crisp and straightforward. Gu Lingxi frowned slightly. I feel like you're just giving me lip service. Li Feng replied calmly. If you're willing, you can waste a contract scroll to have me sign the relevant content. Okay. Gu Lingxi felt relieved and immediately began to retract the smart robots and various instruments, drafting the contract content in advance. Li Feng said nothing more and continued heading west. After half an hour, he successfully arrived. As the Wind Mouse clan launched a large-scale search, many members had already been discovered and met with annihilation. Their numbers were continuously decreasing. Only Li Feng, relying on the monitoring devices provided by Gu Lingxi, transformed from prey to hunter. Soon, he found a team with overall weak strength and quickly launched an attack. The second, third, fourth teams, after continuously eliminating 5 Wind Mouse teams, he patiently continued to stealthily move towards the northern mountains, then to the east. After messing around for more than 10 hours, Li Feng finally returned to the cave. Although it was a bit troublesome, the rewards were equally rich. The wind mice that died at his hands numbered 2 to 300. His usable attribute value had surged to 57. 3. After a quick calculation, Li Feng made his choices. He spent 10 points to upgrade his teleportability to level 2. Every level up in the teleportability doubled the number of daily uses. Reaching level 2 meant he could use it twice a day. He didn't hold onto the remaining attribute values either. 30 points were added to agility. In an alien planet, when it came to escaping, speed and reaction were paramount. The remaining 7. 3 points were distributed among the other 4 main attributes. Host, Li Feng attribute value, 0 constitution, 12 strength, 11. 7 endurance, 12 agility, 78. 5 spirit, 11. 6 ability, armor breaking level 1, teleport level 2. The average attribute value had risen to 25. 2. Reaching a strength level of around 13. Sign here. Gu Lingxi handed Li Feng a contract scroll with pre-drafted content. Not signing. Li Feng shook his head decisively. Gu Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Feng. Again going back on his word? Sorry. Li Feng sincerely apologized, but had no intention of changing his mind. There was no choice. To survive and have the ability to protect himself, he had to seize every opportunity for improvement. Gu Lingxi's chest heaved violently. She told herself that as a superior, no matter what happened or what situation arose, she must remain absolutely calm and rational to make the most favorable decisions. Earlier, she had let this guy provoke her once, which was a major taboo. She absolutely could not let it happen again. You bastard, repeatedly challenging my limits, defying my orders. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? She ultimately lost her composure once again and shouted at Li Feng. Li Feng drew the alloy sword from his back. His attitude was clear. If Gu Lingxi dared to act against him, he wouldn't mind testing if he could counterkill. The consequences could be dealt with later. He only needed to ensure that he could live now to have the right to think about the future. Don't force me. I'm a level 19 sword cultivator, and I have high-level defensive magical treasures on me. Gu Lingxi's spiritual energy surged, and a powerful aura radiated outward. Li Feng maintained his usual expression, quietly watching her. Again with this. I am the cultivated daughter of an ancient family, with unparalleled talent in cultivation. Regardless of status or potential, I crush you 1,000,000 times over. Even so, I have made concessions to you multiple times. Can't you just back down and be more accommodating? Gu Lingxi stomped her foot in anger, tears welling up in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a crazy person. Clearly, in terms of identity, status, and strength, she was at an absolute disadvantage, yet he still dared to be so tough. Under normal circumstances, she would have killed Li Feng 1,000 times by now. But here they were on an alien planet. With her strength, she had no absolute confidence in being able to break through the multifunctional military suit's energy shield with a single sword strike to kill Li Feng instantly. Once Li Feng activated the energy cannon, the immense noise would surely attract a massive number of Wind Rat tribe members. She didn't want to die. She also needed a companion who could serve as a shield against high-level wind rats to buy her some time. Next time, for sure. Li Feng calmly promisa. Gu Lingxi sighed, took out 2 necklaces, and threw one at Li Feng. This is a micro-simulator. After connecting to the military watch's intelligence brain, it can activate the simulation function, allowing it to disguise various alien appearances, actions, and languages. Only touch or perception can distinguish the real from the fake. The duration is only about a day. Once the energy is depleted, you'll need to find an opportunity and time to replace the spirit stone inside. Good stuff. Li Feng couldn't help but praise. With this thing, safety would undoubtedly be enhanced. He said, since we've re-established our cooperation, let's not rush to go out. How about signing a contract that prohibits you from retaliating against me and my wife in any way for 3 years? Sure. Gu Lingxi nodded. So quick to agree? Li Feng showed a look of suspicion. Believe it or not, Gu Lingxi took out a new contract scroll and listlessly filled in the content. She had no other desires now, only wanting to escape from this life planet as quickly as possible, to escape the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. A reconnaissance ship that could assimilate an ordinary person into a madman in such a short time was terrifying. Chapter 13. Calming down after successfully signing the contract. Li Feng stuffed the contract scroll into the pocket of his military uniform. He replaced the energy stone in his multifunctional military uniform to connect the intelligent brain with the microsimulator. Only then did he signal Gu Lingxi that she could move. Keep the same speed as me, Gu Lingxi commanded, starting to observe the distribution of the Wind Mouse tribe around them. Remembering Li Feng's temper, she patiently explained. All Wind Mouse tribes are divided into small teams for searching, and only those responsible for monitoring from above vary in number. Starting from the ground would easily arouse the suspicion of the Wind Mouse teams. It's better to disguise ourselves as those monitoring from above. While avoiding the perception coverage of higher-level wind mice, they also couldn't move too fast, or else the microsimulator might not be able to provide real-time imaging. Li Feng nodded. Previously, he found Gu Lingxi's so-called superior attitude and demeanor very annoying. Now, he felt she was being overly verbose. Her detailed explanation made him feel insulted in terms of intelligence. Finding a gap, Gu Lingxi quickly put away the instruments for simulation and perception shielding and flew out of the cave first, with Li Feng closely following. The two soon blended into the air, appearing as if they were patrolling, avoiding the higher-level wind mice, and heading towards the forest in the east. Their speed was not fast, only about 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. It wasn't until they flew away from the mountain range that the number of higher-level wind mice significantly decreased, prompting Gu Lingxi to increase her speed. When they were over 100 kilometers away from the forest, they slowly descended and found a place to hide. At this distance, they were nearing the edge of the monitoring equipment's coverage area. To be safe, Gu Lingxi had already controlled the micro-drones to shift eastward before they set off. However, these micro-drones were slow, far from matching their flying speed, so they could only wait. It wasn't until the monitoring range had shifted to the edge of the forest that Gu Lingxi set off again, successfully entering this vast forest, which spanned thousands of square kilometers. Li Feng felt excited. The forest was filled with towering ancient trees, with dense branches and leaves. There was no need to worry about being discovered by the wind mice above. Attacking the wind mouse tribes would definitely be faster and safer here than in the mountains. Find a tree hole to hide in. I'll look around and come find you later, Li Feng said to Gu Lingxi. I'll come with you. Gu Lingxi shook her head and added an explanation. Tree holes are small and narrow. It's uncomfortable to stay in them. There was another reason she didn't mention. She planned to switch to a relatively normal reconnaissance ship after returning and experience the insights gained from life and death situations. However, finding a way to switch ships would attract unnecessary attention and risks due to her identity. It would be better to raise her military merit to 1,000 points and get promoted to second lieutenant. As the lowest level officer, a second lieutenant would qualify for reassignment. Furthermore, a second lieutenant could at least be a squad leader, having several subordinates. In situations like this, if she needed a shield, she could directly give orders to her subordinates. There was no need to worry about ending up with an unreliable madman again, like last time. All right. Li Feng was unaware of Gu Lingxi's complicated thoughts and readily agreed. His idea was quite simple. After all, it was with the monitoring equipment provided by Gu Lingxi that he could hunt the wind mice. Giving her part of the wind mice to kill was a way to reciprocate. He quickly chose a weaker team to attack. The two quickly closed in. When they were about 20 meters away, Li Feng was just about to signal Gu Lingxi to take action when he saw her wave her hand. The long sword on her back flew out of its sheath like a silver lightning bolt, swiftly darting through the forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the long sword reached the front, continuously piercing through the heads of the wind mice. 12 wind mice were instantly killed. While searching for a suitable target, Li Feng reminded her, "Next time, don't kill them all at once. Leave half for me." Gu Lingxi retorted, "Each relies on their own ability. Why should I leave you half?" Li Feng frowned. "Then let's each take responsibility for different areas and meet up after we finish. I'll just follow you." Gu Lingxi raised her eyebrows, feeling that she had regained some face. Li Feng smiled and said no more, continuing towards his chosen second target. When he was still 100 meters away, he suddenly accelerated, moving through the forest at a breath-stealing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left hand at the energy launcher, he swiftly took down more than a dozen wind mice in mere moments. 100 meters away, Gu Lingxi's mouth dropped open, enough to fit an egg inside. Why is his speed so fast? How is it even possible? She knew Li Feng's strength level and had been monitoring his movements and data, having chosen him as a shield for their mission. If he were only level 7, there was no way he could have killed over 200 wind mice in 20 minutes. But she never expected the extent of his strength increase to be so astonishing. Especially in terms of speed. With her talent and status, it felt beyond her comprehension. "Can we calm down now?" Li Feng appeared before her. "Why is your speed at this level?" Gu Lingxi asked in disbelief. "Sorry, it's inconvenient to disclose." Li Feng shook his head. His current strength level was actually only level 13, a significant gap compared to Gu Lingxi, a level 19 swordsman. However, his agility reached 78.5, making his speed comparable to level 17. In this forest, he might even be faster than Gu Lingxi at level 19. The high agility not only brought speed, but also enhanced reaction speed. In a forest full of obstacles, he could maximize his speed advantage. Gu Lingxi stared at Li Feng, increasingly feeling that something was strange. She couldn't comprehend what kind of opportunity had allowed Li Feng to reach a level comparable to level 7 on his first mission. And on his second mission, he had made such a tremendous leap. "Can we calm down now?" Li Feng asked again. He just wanted to quickly harvest attribute points and had no interest in wasting time on internal disputes. Gu Lingxi nodded silently. One person, one half. Li Feng still planned to stick to the previously decided distribution plan. He worried that if they continued to bicker, Gu Lingxi might lose her temper and recklessly compete with him for speed, disregarding the positions of the higher-level wind mice. Gu Lingxi looked at him in surprise, feeling an inexplicable sense of being flattered. Is the sun rising in the west? This madman had clearly suppressed himself, but was still willing to make some compromises? Wait. She quickly realized, feeling a chill in her heart. With her identity, she should only be able to evoke such feelings in others. Let us go. Li Feng was unaware of her complex thoughts and set off again to find the third target. Then the fourth and the fifth. The situation had clearly become more harmonious. They were splitting evenly, one person, one half. After consecutively attacking 5 teams, Li Feng switched to the other side of the forest to continue searching for teams to attack. Their speed was much faster than in the mountains. In just 6 hours, they had taken down 20 teams of wind mice. The attribute points gained totaled 27, most of which Li Feng allocated to agility. Only when the agility attribute 100 did he start to allocate the additional attribute points to the other 4 main attributes. Chapter 14, The Return of the Reconnaissance Ship. After successfully harvesting in the forest, Li Feng suggested moving to another area to continue. Gulingxi did not protest any further. As before, the two used a mini-simulator to disguise themselves as Wind Mouse Clan scouts, patrolling in mid-air, flying towards a large mountain in the southwest. Upon arrival, they repeated their previous tactics, starting to search for and attack the Wind Mouse Clan teams responsible for scouting this mountain. With the experience of their previous joint attack in the Great Forest, this time the team they targeted was stronger and larger in number, yet they still handled it effortlessly. What level have you reached now? Gulingxi, who was repeatedly irritated and forced into compromises, had secretly vowed not to have any contact with Li Feng until they returned safely to the military base, completely distancing herself from him. However, after attacking 20 teams in the mountains and slowly heading toward another mountain, she ultimately couldn't restrain her curiosity and couldn't help but ask a question. She was astonished to find that Li Feng's speed in killing the Wind Mouse clan was continuously increasing, and his strength had clearly improved significantly. First tell me, if the reconnaissance ship is destroyed, do you have any means to escape? Li Feng asked in return. There are many. The continuous breaches of her defenses made Gulingxi completely abandon the pretense of superiority in front of Li Feng. She nodded and said, I have a mini signaler that can send a distress signal. The military bases near the border can basically receive it. I also have a communication jade slip, which is a treasure used for communication among cultivators. I can contact my teacher for help. She will find a way to come. Additionally, I have a flying treasure of remarkable grade. If I can break through to level 20 and achieve the first round of life evolution, I can directly use the flying treasure to cross the starry sky and return to the military base at the border, but it will take a long time. Li Feng was speechless. No wonder she could still act like she was on vacation, even in perilous situations. With so many means of escape, he could leisurely sip red wine while killing, more elegant and composed than Gulingxi. After roughly calculating the average attribute value, he found it had reached 40 points. He spoke, my current strength is around level 15. Gulingxi stared at Li Feng wide-eyed, her mind filled with one thought. Absurd. With her knowledge, she found it hard to understand what kind of opportunity could allow someone who had only consumed 1 bottle of a level 2 genetic potion to reach level 15 in less than a month and a half. Unable to help herself, she asked again, why has your strength level increased so quickly? Li Feng looked puzzled and said, with your knowledge and intellect, you should see that I'm not foolish. This kind of question is definitely impossible to answer. Eventually unable to hold back, he asked her, what's wrong? Gulingxi maintained her tough demeanor on the outside, but inside she felt utterly embarrassed and was increasingly determined to distance herself from this madman. This madman could not only make one's mentality explode and lose the calmness and authority expected of a superior, but could also make one feel stupid. There's south only this one place left. Entering the majestic mountains, Li Feng sighed. The large-scale attack, initiated by the reconnaissance ship, covered an area with a diameter of only about 4,000 kilometers. The search range of the Wind Mouse clan was also based on this. Although there were many hiding places, only those steep and vast mountains and forests were suitable for his counterhunting. After harvesting the current mountain, he and Gulingxi would have to find a place to hide completely. Please note, contact has been re-established with reconnaissance ship NB-4444. While studying the target, he suddenly heard the notification from the intelligence brain. Great, the reconnaissance ship wasn't destroyed. Gulingxi was overjoyed. Although she had many means to escape, She had not yet sensed any signs of breaking through level 20. Her training and understanding of life and death were clearly insufficient. Being able to leave through regular means would make it easier for her to continue her training in the military. Li Feng also felt completely relieved. With the means of escape in Gu Lingxi's hands, he was still somewhat worried. Now that the reconnaissance ship was safe, he didn't have that concern. He immediately quickened his pace towards the first selected attack target. To prevent high-level Wind Mouse clan members from lurking or searching in outer space, the reconnaissance ship was currently stationed 200 million kilometers away from planet F2 5858. The captain, Bu Qianzhong, announced over the communicator, "Next, the reconnaissance ship will utilize the advantages of the scanner to conduct a detour search, gradually approaching planet F2 5858. Please be patient for further notifications." Bu Qianzhong, you bastard. Really timid as a mouse. It took you over a day to dare to come back. Damn it, does this count as escaping a calamity? Don't celebrate too early, even if there are no high-level Wind Mouse clan ambushes in outer space. The reconnaissance ship at least needs a day to complete risk searches and inspections before reaching planet F2 5858. The Wind Mouse clan is still conducting large-scale searches, and there is still a risk of being found. Bored. Brothers in the control room, send some videos to pass the time. The public channel became lively again. Including the 2 mechs and the 5 of them, there were only 52 survivors left, and this number might not even hold until the end. Because the reconnaissance ship could only cover signals to planet F2 5858, the scanner still couldn't scan planet F2 5858. This meant that all combat personnel were still in the dark, completely unaware of the distribution of the Wind Mouse clan or the locations of high-level Wind Mouse clan members. Li Feng focused on hurrying towards the location of the first attack target. There were a total of 25 Wind Mouse clan members, the strongest of which had reached level 8. Silently approaching within 50 meters, the 2 launched their attack simultaneously. Li Feng, relying on his speed and reaction advantage, quickly dealt with his share. Gu Lingxi was not slow either. After waiting for 5 or 6 seconds, she followed suit and ended the battle. The 2 set off again, continuously avoiding the Wind Mouse clan scouts patrolling above as they made their way to the location of the second attack target. The 3rd team, the 4th team, the 5th team, after spending over 10 hours, they successfully eliminated 20 teams in succession. Within the large-scale search area, there were no suitable mountains or forests left for counterhunting. The 2 disguised themselves as Wind Mouse clan members and returned to the cave where they had initially hidden. After arranging everything, Gu Lingxi sat on the bed, focusing on her cultivation. Li Feng found a dry spot to sit down and check the system. Host, Li Feng attribute value, 0 constitution, 40 strength, 39 stamina, 41 agility, 100 spirit, 39 ability, armor piercing level 2, teleportation level 2. This mission was undoubtedly fruitful for him. Not only had his average attribute value increased to 51.8, barely stepping into the ranks of level 16, but he also gained the ability of teleportation, which had been upgraded to level 2. In addition, he had also spent 10 attribute points to upgrade armor piercing to level 2. Level 2 armor piercing could ignore 20 of the target's defense. A day later, the Wind Mouse clan's large-scale search continued. However, after 3 days, the intensity had clearly decreased. The reconnaissance ship NB-4444 finally approached planet F2 5858 amidst the ongoing search and inspection. The scanner on the reconnaissance ship was much more effective than Gu Lingxi's monitoring equipment. According to the scanning results, there was only 1 Wind Mouse clan member at level 35 and more than 30 members above level 20 participating in the large-scale search. The high-level Wind Mouse clan members who had come to support this planet through the spatial rift had evidently already left. Captain Bu Qianzhong quickly formulated an evacuation plan. The team, based on the map provided by the scanner, should avoid the searching Wind Mouse tribe and gather outside the large search area. Then, under the cover of the reconnaissance ship and 2 mechs, they will choose the right moment to retreat. Chapter 15. Delivering fruit baskets. The evacuation operation proceeded smoothly. With the maps provided by the reconnaissance ship scanner, everyone easily avoided the surveillance and search teams of the Windrat clan, successfully gathering outside the large-scale search area. Two mech that had escaped into outer space returned to provide cover and rearguard. The reconnaissance ship also descended to a height of about 100 kilometers. At this point, the crisis was considered completely averted, even if they were discovered at this moment. The level 35 wind rat would need 20 minutes to report and for higher level wind rats to arrive through the space rift. At a height of over 100 kilometers, the multifunctional military suit could reach the location in 5 or 6 minutes. A single level 35 wind rat, relying solely on the reconnaissance ship, was sufficient to suppress the situation easily. Not to mention, there were two mech comparable to level 25 providing cover and rearguard. A little over 10 minutes later, including the two mechs, 47 survivors successfully returned to the combat area of the reconnaissance ship. More than 500 combat personnel had suffered over 90% losses. The reconnaissance ship did not linger, continuously ascending and accelerating away from the live planet. Good job. Congratulations on surviving again. Liang Qingyong jumped down from a mech and greeted Li Feng. Same to you. Li Feng replied with a smile. Lucky you, that kid Wei Peng died in battle. You've only participated in 2 operation tasks, and you could be promoted to squad leader. Liang Qingyong clicked his tongue. Li Feng smiled, but did not respond. He was not just being promoted to squad leader. He was also very likely to be promoted to team leader, with over 80% chance of becoming a battalion leader. Based on his estimates, he would earn at least 2,000 merit points from this operation. Combined with the merit points from the first mission, he could achieve the rank of second lieutenant. The last mission had left the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship heavily damaged. All the squad leaders of the 235th Squadron had perished, and out of over 500 combat personnel, only a little over 100 remained. This time the situation was even worse. Not only had 3 out of 5 squad leaders died, but even the battalion leader, Zhuang Yuanda, was killed. Out of more than 500 combat personnel, fewer than 50 survived. Both Liang Qingyong and the other surviving squad leader of the second squad were newly appointed, having just reached the rank of first lieutenant. Although the two could gain quite a bit of merit points from the first deployment of the wind rat traders, it would be difficult for them to reach the rank of second lieutenant combined. If there were any promotions to battalion leader internally, Li Feng's rank would definitely surpass the two. The only reason his chance was only 80% was that if any 3-star or higher lieutenants applied to transfer over, they would take his battalion leader position. It was all a matter of luck. Li Feng still hoped to be promoted to battalion leader. The higher the military rank, the greater the freedom. Battalion leaders on small reconnaissance ships were already the second in command, possessing the status to influence the captain's decisions. During combat missions, they also had command authority. With this status, they could harvest more attribute values and merit points during missions. I'm heading back first. Liang Qingyong patted Li Feng on the shoulder and left the combat area. Li Feng followed him out, returning to his dormitory. Every mission's end was a scene of change. After the last mission, only he, Liang Qingyong, and Wei Peng remained in the dormitory. And this time, after waiting a few minutes, no one else came in. Out of 10 team members, he was the only one left. After a brief moment of daze, clearing away the loneliness and melancholy in his heart, he adjusted his mindset and instructed the AI to organize the combat footage. He did not report it, but, as agreed, first sent it to Gu Lingxi. Soon, Gu Lingxi sent a video communication request. When Li Feng connected, she asked, I need to reach the military base and contact the outside world before I can find someone to modify this combat video. It will take a few hours. Is that okay? That's fine. Li Feng replied nonchalantly, as he would just find out the merit points a little later. Gu Lingxi then asked, Have you forgotten something? I haven't forgotten. Li Feng shook his head. Gu Lingxi reminded him, Think again. I'm tired. Let us leave it at that. Li Feng decisively closed the video communication. He knew Gu Lingxi was waiting for him to return the mini-simulator. Such a life-saving treasure was far more important than his face. He took off his military uniform and changed into a spare one. He headed to the training room, entering the virtual training pod to practice swordsmanship and marksmanship. Compared to the training helmet he exchanged for 100 merit points, training in the pod not only allowed for various settings, environments, and enemies, but also had a semi-sleep function to alleviate physical and mental fatigue. He practiced all day long, The AI notified him that the reconnaissance ship had arrived at the military base and officially entered a month-long testing and rest period. Feng finished his training and hurried to the hatch while instructing the AI to bring up the military base's shopping platform. With the remaining 39 merit points, he exchanged for a high-end fruit basket. "Brothers, I'm taking you out to have some fun. Food, drinks, and gambling are all on me. Anyone want to join?" Liang Qingyong's voice echoed in the squad channel. "I do. Count me in. I'm going." Aside from Feng, who replied he wouldn't go, the remaining 7 members of the third squad responded enthusiastically. Upon reaching the hatch, however, Feng did not leave and remained at the door. One by one, members of the fleet began to depart. "Really not going? This is a tradition passed down through our reconnaissance ship. If you don't come with me to see for yourself, how will you take your subordinates out for fun in the future?" Liang Qingyong and the 7 members arrived at the hatch. "Maybe next time." Feng still shook his head in refusal. Liang Qingyong did not insist and led the 7 members away from the reconnaissance ship. After waiting a few more minutes, a drone delivered the fruit basket Feng ordered. The packaging was quite exquisite, and there were quite a few rare varieties, but in total, it only weighed around 6 or 7 pounds. The price was a bit outrageous. The 39 merit points were equivalent to 3,900 credits. He carried the fruit basket to Gu Lingxi's room. He had specifically waited at the hatch not just for the basket's arrival, but also to prevent Gu Lingxi from leaving the reconnaissance ship, wasting those 39 merit points. Arriving at the female soldier's dormitory, Feng pressed the doorbell. Inside, Gu Lingxi was practicing. The MB-4444 reconnaissance ship had only her as the female soldier. The entire dormitory was just her alone, making it more spacious than those with independent rooms for officers. Hearing the doorbell, she felt a bit puzzled. She interrupted her practice and instructed the AI to display the outside footage. Seeing Feng standing at the door with a fruit basket made her even more confused. She couldn't figure out why he had come to find her. To kill and rob? But then she thought it didn't make sense. Although this guy was a lunatic, he was clearly a very intelligent one. He knew his own identity and had not shown any covetousness even during their time on the alien planet, let alone now that they were back at the military base. After a moment of hesitation, she took out a small defense device about 50 centimeters in size, setting it to automatically activate the energy shield if someone approached within a meter. Feeling much more at ease, she then instructed the AI to open the door. "I brought you some fruit. They're all specialty products from the alien planet, each one carefully selected." Feng smiled as he walked in, waving the fruit basket in his hand. In an instant, a long sword appeared in Gu Lingxi's hand. She suddenly stood up, staring intently at Feng on high alert. The person in front of her was definitely not the real Feng. There was a high probability that a high-level alien had infiltrated the reconnaissance ship, attempting to control all the crew members to take over the ship. There was a low probability that her identity had been accidentally leaked, and that a competitor from her family had called in a high-level human or alien disguised as Feng to assassinate her. In any case, she would never believe that Feng, that maniac with a heavy killing urge, would come to bring her fruit. The reason was simple. On the alien planet, whether in terms of status or strength, she had an overwhelming advantage. She also had access to various top-notch instruments and equipment for self-preservation. In the case of an ordinary maniac, whether for self-preservation or to climb up a tree, he would definitely be obsequious, obedient, and more loyal than a dog. Only Feng, no matter how she threatened or intimidated him, remained strong and oppressive. He forced her to break down her defenses twice. Despite having an overwhelming advantage, she ended up losing her decision-making power and control. How could such a person, without a life-threatening situation, come to ingratiate himself like a scheming businessman or politician? She was even convinced that if Feng wanted to kill and take treasures, he would simply act directly, rather than bringing a fruit basket to try to confuse her and make her let her guard down. Chapter 16. Achieving cooperation. You don't suspect that I want to deliberately get close to you and take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, do you? Seeing Gu Lingxi's wary expression, Feng couldn't help but smile. Even if I covet the treasures and equipment on you and want to kill and rob, wouldn't it be more prudent to act on another planet? Gu Lingxi remained silent, still staring intently at Feng. After all, we have fought side by side. Why hold such a grudge? I came here just to ask you to sign a mutually beneficial cooperation contract. Li Feng couldn't understand why Gu Lingxi had this attitude. After all, she was a key heir cultivated by a prominent family, and she might even be the family's successor. Not only was her potential extraordinary, but her intellect and temperament were also undoubtedly impressive. Logically speaking, having already signed a contract prohibiting retaliation against him and knowing his strength could advance rapidly, no matter how much grudges she held, she should have been able to endure first. After the contract ended, she could choose the right time for revenge based on his strength level. Stop pretending. If you were really that crazy, you wouldn't come to me for cooperation. Even if you had a request for me, you would be aggressive and never bring a fruit basket to my door, Gu Lingxi scoffed. Do you really think I want to go mad? You possess all kinds of unbelievable life-saving methods. So you cannot understand how difficult it is to survive and complete a mission. Li Feng spoke frankly. After this mission, my military rank will surely rise to second lieutenant, and I will be qualified to apply for a transfer from the reconnaissance ship. But I don't want to leave. To prevent my wife from worrying, the only way is to let her know that I have sufficient self-protection ability. Besides my strength level, cooperating with you, a key heir of a prominent family, is also a huge guarantee, because you possess various top-notch technologies and cultivator treasures. How do we cooperate? Gu Lingxi suddenly believed about 80%. According to the information, Li Feng had an excellent relationship with his wife, Jiang Wanxin. They regarded each other as their only support. Li Feng did not resent Jiang Wanxin for marrying in place of his adopted daughter. He even gave up everything to leave the Li family for her. Jiang Wanxin, likewise, borrowed a huge sum of money to buy gene agents just to give Li Feng a chance at survival. It was also because of this that before the mission was executed, she had already predetermined Li Feng as the candidate to be her shield. Li Feng explained, within 3 years, whether encountering strong enemies during missions or if your identity is leaked and targeted by competitors, I will do my best to help you hold the rear and buy time. Of course, the premise is that I have a chance of survival and that the strong enemy is not strong enough to kill me instantly. Moreover, I have the qualification to withdraw at any time based on the actual situation. Conversely, in case of a crisis, you must share those top-notch instruments and cultivator treasures with me as much as possible. Gu Lingxi looked down on this. With a chance of survival, you can hold the rear and buy time. For enemies of this level, I can handle them myself. What do I need you for? That may not be the case. Li Feng smiled and looked at the equipment beside Gu Lingxi, asking, this thing, can it form an energy shield as a defensive device? Gu Lingxi nodded. Li Feng continued to ask, what is the range? Gu Lingxi explained, about 10 meters. Activate. Li Feng took a few steps back to create distance. Gu Lingxi was somewhat puzzled, but still notified the AI to activate the defensive device. An energy shield with a coverage range of 6 or 7 meters appeared out of thin air. Li Feng concentrated and activated his teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gu Lingxi. He grabbed Gu Lingxi's arm and teleported again, bringing her outside the energy shield. How is this possible? Gu Lingxi was horrified, looking at Li Feng in disbelief. Teleportation is nothing remarkable. Teleportation that can pass through an energy shield is something she had never heard of. With this ability alone, if I am ever imprisoned by a powerful alien using similar means, I can easily take you away. Li Feng continued, another thing, whether it's the contract prohibiting retaliation against me or the cooperation contract, I will only sign for 3 years. With your intellect, you should be able to guess why, right? Gu Lingxi frowned slightly. You're not a cultivator. Where does your confidence come from? Thinking you can become strong enough to ignore the threat from my family behind me in just 3 years. Li Feng replied calmly. Ignorance or overconfidence. Regardless of whether I can do it, it at least indirectly proves that my potential for strength improvement is not small. If the contract period is changed to permanent, and if I compete for the family inheritance or need to rely on your strength for other matters, you have to help me to the best of your ability. Gu Lingxi responded without hesitation. The same goes for you. If you need help, I can provide it to you as well. Li Feng shook his head. The time frame is too long, and the future is unpredictable. A 3-year provisional agreement is better. If we cooperate happily over time, We may not need any contract. Gu Lingxi thought for a moment and nodded. I want to state in advance that I am here to train and experience life and death in the military. After breaking through to level 20, I will leave the military. When I leave, I will leave all kinds of instruments and equipment to you. That's fine. Let us draft the contract. Li Feng was eager for this. It meant that not only would the equipment be in his hands, but the safety would also be higher, and he would have to cover for Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi didn't hesitate any longer, took out a contract scroll, and began to write the contract content with special materials. Li Feng's initiative to seek cooperation changed her decision to transfer from the reconnaissance ship NB 4444. Having a strong and promising shield who signed the relevant contract was safer to stay. In the future, when competing for family dominance, it would also be a great help. The only thing that made her dissatisfied was Li Feng's murderous nature, who prioritized satisfying his bloodlust in a crisis and wouldn't tolerate any dissenting opinions. She could only hold her nose and endure, hoping to break through to level 20 soon. Can this contract be temporarily entrusted to me for safekeeping until I return home to hand it back to you? After the contract was signed, Li Feng asked Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi nodded. Keeping it with you or destroying it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the validity of the contract. I'll head back first if there's nothing else. Li Feng immediately took his leave. Gu Lingxi called him back, revealing her strength. I have detailed high-level information about Military Base 777, including faction relations. Do you want it? Of course. Li Feng nodded. Although he planned to charge through with his strength, he certainly wouldn't refuse such important information. I have another important piece of news to tell you. Gu Lingxi continued. I don't know for what reason, but the Caucasians have made significant breakthroughs in abilities. They not only found ways to accelerate the improvement of strength levels, but also have successfully broken through the 50-level barrier, achieving evolution on the second level of life. The federal high-ups and major consortiums have negotiated and reached a consensus to gain control over a resource called Holy Stone. They will launch a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse race. If it goes smoothly, and they can form alliances with one or two of the other three major races, there is even a possibility of restarting the large-scale expansion that has stagnated for thousands of years and declaring war on one or two of the dominant races. A great era is about to arrive, and the importance of military power will continue to rise. Internal strife will also intensify. I want to force you to join the generals and factions that are friendly with our family. But remember, don't ally with those generals and factions that are extreme in racial disputes. The advantage of the Caucasians will continue to grow, and getting involved in this kind of conflict will make it difficult for you to move in the military in the future. If I help you, it might even bring considerable losses to my family behind me. All right, Li Feng casually replied and turned to leave. No one stands in the way of his supreme and powerful path, and he has no intention of getting involved in any extreme faction disputes. If he can't even kill the aliens, how could he spare time to kill his own kind? If anyone obstructs his path, he will show no mercy with his slaughtering knife. Chapter 17. The captain's position is about to be seized back in the training room. Li Feng entered the virtual training pod. He first sent a message to Jiang Wanxin, informing her that he had safely completed his second mission and was planning to return in a few days. As for the specific day, it was still undecided as he had some matters to attend to. He then had the AI compile the combat videos from this mission, cutting out some of his overly aggressive remarks and actions, and sent a copy to Jiang Wanxin. Soon, he received a reply from her, filled with uncontrollable joy. Li Feng adjusted his mood and began to focus on practicing his swordsmanship and marksmanship. After more than 3 hours, Gu Lingxi sent a video. It was the combat video he had previously sent to her, as agreed. This video had been modified. His extensive dialogues with Gu Lingxi, various instruments, and even Gu Lingxi's displayed strength had all been erased and replaced with no trace of modification visible. All data perfectly matched the reconnaissance ship's scan data. Li Feng didn't pay much attention to it and directly had the AI submit the video. As long as it didn't affect his military merit points, he didn't mind how it was altered. In just half an hour, the military merit points were calculated and reported back to him. As he expected, during the infiltration period on planet F25858, the hunting of the Wind Rat clan also counted towards his military merit. For this mission, The first operation, involving the infiltration of the Wind Rat clan, didn't spark any combat, so the bulk of the points went to Captain Bu Qianzhong and the 6 mechas, while the smaller share was divided among the operators. The combat personnel each received only 10 merit points. In the second operation, he killed over 200 Wind Rats, and based on their varying strength levels, he earned as much as 360 points. Additionally, since the reconnaissance ship successfully completed its mission, he, as a combat personnel, could also earn 120 points. In total, he earned 490 merit points for this mission. Adding the 239 points from the first mission, he had a total of 729 points. This one mission allowed him to jump 9 ranks, raising his military rank to 2nd lieutenant. However, the significant promotion in rank only brought an increase in status and benefits. What Li Feng cared about more was whether he could be promoted to the position of captain, which was also the reason he planned to stay a few more days. The F District Border Defense Army's reconnaissance ship, more accurately, was the F District Border Defense Army's 777th large military base, and the NB-4444 small independent reconnaissance ship. To be able to rise from private to the rank of lieutenant in such a place, one must possess strength and potential far beyond that of other low-ranking officers and have considerable value for recruitment and training. Not to mention, he had only been in the military for less than 2 months and had carried out 2 missions to achieve the rank of 2nd lieutenant, with displayed strength reaching level 16. The only drawback was that he was not a cultivator with a potential ceiling reaching over 40 levels. Nonetheless, with his other qualifications, he was eligible to choose his backers and pledge loyalty to an officer. Major-level officers would definitely welcome him, while colonels and lieutenant colonels would surely see him as a key candidate for cultivation. He could also wait for the officers wanting to recruit him to reach out. Li Feng's idea was to wait for opportunities, thus gaining the initiative. As for what kind of backer to find, he was indifferent. As long as it ensured his smooth transition to captain, he could eventually take over or push aside Bu Qianzhong to become the captain of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. Ding, ding, ding. Just 2 hours after the military merit points were calculated, Li Feng's military watch rang with a communication request. He paused his practice to check. It was a voice communication request from Captain Bu Qianzhong. He immediately connected. Bu Qianzhong's voice soon came through. Li Feng, where are you? Li Feng explained, practicing marksmanship in the training room. Bu Qianzhong asked curiously, why not go find some fun to pass the time? Li Feng laughed, I'm not bored for now. Bu Qianzhong was someone who had risen through the ranks of the reconnaissance ship with strength and intelligence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Now that you've entered the officer ranks, it's time to find a mountain to worship. Our NB-4444 independent reconnaissance ship is directly managed by the information department of the base. We don't have a direct superior, so there's a high degree of freedom. But conversely, if there's any trouble, there's no commander to help you out. Moreover, Colonel Dennis, the head of the reconnaissance department, has a very strong grip on the department. While he wants to intentionally suppress you, promotions, transfers, benefits, and various missions tend to favor white officers. If you want to transfer away from the reconnaissance ship in the future, relying on this immediate superior for help in getting a promising or lucrative military position is nearly impossible. After a pause, and once Li Feng indicated he understood, Bu Qianzhong continued. Colonel Jiang of the 7th Fleet sees great potential and strength in you. If you're willing, I can take you to meet him. Without saying anything else, if you want to transfer away from the reconnaissance ship in the future, you can choose any large, medium, or small warship, and any top military position within your rank range. Even if there are no positions, they will make room for you. Li Feng did not respond immediately. He smiled and asked, Captain, can I take over from Zhuang Yuanda and become a captain this time? Bu Qianzhong shook his head, no. Why? Li Feng was surprised. Bu Qianzhong couldn't help but curse. I've delayed looking for you for so long because of this. An idiot officer from the reconnaissance department contacted me, asking if I had any objections to airdropping a white captain and several lieutenants along with a batch of new soldiers to the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. If he dares to discuss this with me face to face, I'll definitely stab that idiot down. Isn't it obvious that these white people are trying to encroach and seize control of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship? Since its designation, The NB-4444 has gone through hundreds of complete military losses and rebuilds, and it has always been controlled by us, the Yellow Race. Unfortunately, no matter how much I stir things up with Colonel Liang, the deputy head of the reconnaissance department, he can't give a clear answer. But don't worry. I've already sent messages to the officers who have left the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. They will definitely not stand by and will cause a scene at all costs. Furthermore, if these bastards dare to send someone over, I will eliminate them all. After the next mission, I guarantee you will become a captain. Li Feng furrowed his brows and asked, "Can Colonel Jiang guarantee that I will be promoted to captain this time?" Even Colonel Liang couldn't do anything. His influence might not reach this situation. Bu Qianzhang shook his head. Usually it's not a problem, but the situation this time is too strange. Our kind of independent small reconnaissance ship has a simple personnel structure and a glorious history and achievements. The officers who leave have a strong sense of belonging. Plus, we frequently carry out various high-risk missions independently. It has never happened before that any side wanted to infiltrate and seize power. Given this, I will assess the situation before making a decision. Li Feng did not directly refuse, nor did he nod in agreement. Bu Qianzhang, unaware of the reasons, could guess what was going on combined with the important information provided by Gu Lingxi. The white race had made significant breakthroughs in supernatural abilities and began to seize more military power. The NB-4444, as a type of independent reconnaissance ship, despite its small size, was a cradle for cultivating strong military personnel, having survived countless life and death situations. If a large-scale racial war engulfing the entire star system were to break out, those officers who had walked out of the reconnaissance ship would undoubtedly shine in the future, making it a vital battleground for seizing military power. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship suffered heavy losses during this mission, with only 1 in 10 surviving, and even the second in command was killed in action. This naturally presents an excellent opportunity for infiltration. With Captain Bu Qianzhang still in command, if a large number of white officers and soldiers were to board the NB-4444, they would certainly come prepared. Bu Qianzhang may not be able to eliminate them all within the bounds of the rules. He still believes that securing the position of squad leader and gaining a certain level of decision-making power is the top priority. Chapter 18. The test. All right. If any officer offers better terms, as long as they're not a white officer, you can agree without worrying about what I think. Bu Qianzhang didn't mind Li Feng's polite refusal and explained, "We, who have crawled up from the bottom of NB-4444, are a unique faction in itself. This includes those officers who have been out for a long time." Li Feng nodded. "I understand. Captain Liang talked to me about these matters last time." "Fine. You keep an eye on things, and I'll go stir up some trouble at the reconnaissance department." Bu Qianzhang ended the call. Li Feng felt a bit of a headache. The struggle for military power has already involved the game between the top brass. Since concessions have been made on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, not to mention he is just a small 2-star second lieutenant. Even those officers who have left the NB-4444 may be powerless to change things. With the influence of Gu Lingxi's family behind her, perhaps adjustments could be made through a trade-off. Unfortunately, Gu Lingxi cannot reveal her identity and cannot help him. For now, he can only take it step by step. Adjusting his mindset, he started practicing swordsmanship, marksmanship, and evasion techniques again. After 3 or 4 hours, he received a strange call. Upon answering, the caller claimed to be a communications officer from the military law department, asking if he had time to come over. He told the caller to ask the colonel if he could ensure that he would be appointed as the battalion commander. Over an hour later, another major personally sent a communication request. Li Feng's only condition was to secure the battalion commander position. Bit by bit, more people started contacting him. The result was the same. Those who knew some inside information could only suggest that Li Feng think it over. Those who were unaware readily agreed. But afterwards, there was no further news. The notification for his promotion to 2-star second lieutenant arrived the next day. The relevant procedures could be handled online. 2 new multifunctional officer uniforms were delivered by a smart robot. Compared to the multifunctional uniforms of privates, the officer uniforms had only slight changes in style and added some small functions. They could still only exert about level 15 strength. The battalion commander position gradually seemed more remote. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, even the officers who wanted to recruit him were gradually decreasing. Li Feng was too lazy to wait any longer. Let things go as they may. Anyway, anyone who dares to block his way will be dealt with. He didn't believe that with Bu Qianzhong, the decision-making captain, and Gu Lingxi, who hid her strength, plus himself, any kind of monsters could board the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship and have the ability and confidence to snatch power, turning the tables on them. He had the smart brain pull up the military base route to planet F-369, although it was also in Area F. He needed to first reach a nearby life planet before transferring to planet F-369. Last time, he cursed the military high command and communication giants. This time, Li Feng had to curse the military high command and interstellar transport giants again. In the same Area F, it was only a distance of 3,500 light-years. A one-way ticket cost at least 35,000. The private S monthly salary was 5,000, and for each star increase, it rose by 1,000. Upon promotion to second lieutenant, it increased by 3,000 for each star. As a 2-star second lieutenant, his salary was only 20,000 a month. If it weren't for his military merit points, after risking his life for a month, he wouldn't even have enough for a ticket home. Li Feng directly exchanged all his military merit points for federal currency. Combined with last month's salary of 7,000, he had a total of 300,000. He had the smart brain by the nearest ticket and sent the time to Jiang Wanxin. Soon, he received a reply that Jiang Wanxin would take leave and pick him up at the space station. After practicing mecha operations for over an hour, Li Feng left the reconnaissance ship, activated the flight feature, and headed to the transport area according to the route provided by the smart brain. Various large, medium, and small transport ships were everywhere. There were only a few small civilian manned transport ships. Finding the spaceship he needed to board. Just as Li Feng was preparing to check his ticket, a burly middle-aged man in a major's uniform blocked his way. Li Feng asked, "Is there something? Why don't you salute when you see an officer?" The burly major's voice was thunderous, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Not my habit." Li Feng asked again, "Is there something? I'll teach you the rules first." The burly major stepped forward, moving as fast as lightning, and slapped Li Feng's face. Bang! Li Feng reacted even faster, landing a punch squarely on his cheek. The burly figure, as big as a mountain, flew backward. This person was clearly a skilled defensive martial artist and not of low rank. Despite being hit hard, he was able to leap up as if nothing had happened. "Wait. I came to pass on a message and recruit you." Seeing Li Feng rush towards him, he quickly raised his hand to signal a stop. But Li Feng didn't stop. "No matter what your intentions are, if you dare to strike first, don't blame me for being rude." Boom! He reached him in the blink of an eye and landed another heavy punch on the burly major's face, knocking him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Before the burly major could get up again, Li Feng's fists poured down on him like rain. "Stop!" A patrol team with combat mode activated rushed over. Li Feng decisively had the smart brain pull up his identity information. NB-4444 small independent reconnaissance ship, 2-star second lieutenant. The members of the patrol team turned and left. A second lieutenant beating a major officer, regardless of right or wrong, was a serious violation in the military. However, a madman coming out of a small independent reconnaissance ship was another story. These people, even just an ordinary private, could do anything. Plus, they had backing. Not to mention, he was a 2-star second lieutenant. The patrol team had no authority to intervene, and even the military law department personnel didn't dare to intervene. As long as no one died, the lower ranks could consider themselves unlucky. Those of higher rank could take video evidence to ask their backers for justice. Li Feng was pressed for time. He was about to miss the boarding time for the manned transport ship. After giving the burly major a few more punches, feeling he was almost at his limit, he stopped before inflicting serious injury. "Damn, how ruthless. I'm a level 15 martial artist, and I got beaten like a grandson." The burly major stumbled to his feet, ignoring the warnings of concussion, nasal fractures, etc., sent by the smart brain, struggling to open his swollen eyes to look for Li Feng. He only saw him already passing the electronic ticket check and boarding the manned transport ship. Spitting blood, he scanned the surroundings, wanted to find someone he disliked to vent his frustration. Arriving in the ordinary area, Li Feng found his seat and took off his backpack. He had the smart brain pull up the shopping platform for Planet F-369, studied it for a moment, and gritted his teeth, spending over 20,000. He ordered a multi-functional mattress and a few bottles of vitality potions. Only then did he take out the training helmet from his backpack and put it on. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he set up the practice content, his military wristwatch received a video communication request from an unfamiliar number. He adjusted the screen size and connected the communication. In front of him appeared an image about 20 centimeters wide and long. To his surprise, the person in the image was the burly major he had just beaten up. Feng frowned slightly. Don't hang up the communication. It was just a test earlier. The burly major grinned, revealing his mouth with 3 missing teeth. Let me reintroduce myself. Ho Jianda, 5-star major, captain of the Di-658 large destroyer. Feng remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Ho Jianda continued. I have a few questions for you. Please answer them as quickly as possible. First, why do you want to be promoted to the commander of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship? Feng's heart stirred, and he replied, more freedom. Ho Jianda's second question followed closely. How far do you hope to go in the military? Without hesitation, Feng said, Federal Marshal. Ho Jianda's eyes, which had been narrowed into a slit, instantly widened a bit. Are you crazy? A mere 2-star second lieutenant has ambitions bigger than a general? Even those generals who are already at the top of the military power pyramid wouldn't dare to hope to become a federal marshal, a position that exists in name only and has never been achieved by anyone, right? Wait a minute. After a long time, Ho Jianda finally reacted and ended the call. He forwarded the video call image with Feng to a certain number. After about 10 minutes, he received a response. He then sent a video communication request to Feng. Their video communication was reconnected. Ho Jianda said, we will secure the commander position for you. Good. Feng nodded. Ho Jianda curiously asked, aren't you going to ask which faction we belong to before agreeing? It's just the extreme color faction and the militarist faction. Feng didn't care at all. He didn't mind which faction he joined. As long as he could be protected in the early stages, that was enough. Later, when he had the ability and qualifications to give back, it might bring him great hidden dangers and troubles. But he was confident he could handle it. Ho Jianda suddenly laughed. The pressure we face is much greater than that of the extreme color faction and the militarist faction. What do you mean? Feng was immediately curious. The extreme color faction and the militarist faction are hard to navigate in the military, with huge pressure. He couldn't think of any faction that would be hard to deal with. Ho Jianda said quietly, the welfare faction? What the hell is that faction? Feng was left completely puzzled. Chapter 19. Welfare faction. Our purpose is to strive for the deserved welfare of the military personnel at all costs. Ho Jianda provided an explanation. What kind of pressure could there be? Feng, however, became more confused as he listened. This faction should be quite popular and beloved within the military. So where does the pressure come from? Think carefully. Ho Jianda smiled and said, the leader has tested quite a few people, 3 rounds of tests, with a perfect score of 100 in each round. Previously, only 2 people achieved full marks in the first 2 rounds. But you, in the first round, scored a perfect 100, and in the second round, you scored 100 trillion. Our leader likes those who dare to boast, right? Feng was at a loss for words. This scoring seemed a bit too childish. Who knows? Ho Jianda urged. If you can't think of a reason, it proves your mind and political acumen need improvement. It's rare to meet a leader who gives out super full marks. Don't let me down. Feng nodded deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly realized. He exclaimed, because the welfare faction has offended all the big families and conglomerates. Our leader was once a person at the top of the military pyramid. At that level, as long as one isn't rebelling and establishing an independent regime, even if they suffer a terrible defeat, they can still have a good ending. Yet our leader has even had their military rank stripped. Ho Jianda smiled and asked, let me ask you again, do you still want to join us? Of course. Feng answered without hesitation. His thoughts remained unchanged. He would join whichever side could protect him in the early stages. Welcome aboard, Ho Jianda said with a smile. Perform well and strive to obtain the qualification for an interview with the leader. Regardless of the faction, peripheral members at most have a background that prevents them from being bullied. Only core members who are prioritized for training can receive disproportionate resources from a faction. Li Feng asked curiously. How does one reach the qualification for an interview? I don't know. Ho Jinda laughed. I was selected at 23 and passed the test to join the welfare faction. I was promoted to a 1-star major at 43 and was fortunate enough to meet the leader. Now I'm 45. The two individuals who received full marks in the first 2 rounds also scored full marks in the 3rd round. I heard that after they were promoted to captain, they met the leader. Thank you. Li Feng nodded in thanks, knowing that Ho Jinda's detailed explanation was providing him with reference cases. It also indicated the significant difference between peripheral and core members. During the period as a peripheral member, Ho Jinda took 20 years to be promoted to a 1-star major. After becoming a core member, he was promoted to a 5-star major in just 2 years. You currently belong to a non-core member. The competition for the captain position involves some special reasons that you do not have the authority to know, so it is temporarily inconvenient to inform you. But just wait for the notification. We are not short on energy. Ho Jinda concluded and ended the communication. Li Feng felt good. He hummed a tune of good luck before beginning to practice swordsmanship with his training helmet. The small manned transport ship officially departed, flying away from the military base and continuously accelerating to light speed. Once there were no large planets nearby and the conditions for space jumping were met, the space jump system was officially activated. Whether it was a small transport ship or a medium to large transport ship, as long as it was a civilian spacecraft. The space jump system could only cover a maximum distance of 100 light-years, just like small warships. The military base where Li Feng was located was about 3,500 light-years away from planet F369. Including various stopover times, it would take about 2 days. After arriving at a nearby life planet, Li Feng transferred to another large manned transport ship directly to planet F369. Beep, beep, beep. With about 3 hours left in the journey, Li Feng was practicing mecha operation when he received a voice communication request. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Jiang Wanxin. After connecting, Jiang Wanxin's apologetic voice came through. I just received a notification that the company has an urgent matter that requires me to go over. I can only go for a while. If I can't make it back to the space station in time, you'll have to return alone. It's okay, you go ahead. Li Feng replied casually, though his brow furrowed slightly. Although Jiang Wanxin briefly mentioned it, he was not foolish. Having already taken a day off, being forced back to the company was clearly a deliberate targeting. Compared to his previous life, ordinary people in this era found it even harder to get ahead. But as long as one had no major aspirations, life could still be simple and easy. The salary was not high, but the work was light. One could just slack off every day. In this era, almost all jobs could be replaced by artificial intelligence. However, to maintain social stability, federal law stipulated that any company must hire a certain number of human employees and second-class alien citizens to ensure that all human citizens and second-class aliens could earn enough wages to meet their basic needs. This prevented them from being idle all day, thinking about things that politicians and wealthy people deemed inappropriate, or doing things they thought should not be done. Therefore, there were almost no essential job positions in major companies. The Jiang family mainly operated in the gambling industry. On planet F369, they ran a gambling hotel called Golden Jade, which integrated entertainment, banquets, accommodation, casinos, and competition venues. With a promising major in the family, their development had been rapid in recent years. Not only had they expanded the gambling hotel several times on F369, obtaining numerous gambling licenses, but they also opened branches on several nearby life planets. Jiang Wanxin was a foster daughter of the Jiang family and received good treatment. With a monthly salary of 20,000, her position was the logistics supervisor of the 3rd-floor competition venue. The work was easy, requiring her to sign electronic documents in the office every day. Other matters were handled by intelligent robots. Such a job had no significant importance. Whatever electronic documents there were, remote signatures would suffice. Jiang Wanxin said, "Let's leave it at that. I will handle the matter as quickly as possible." "All right," Li Feng replied and ended the communication. He did not think too much and continued practicing mecha control. No matter who was targeting him, he would know in a few hours. With his current strength and resources, there was nothing in F369 that couldn't be resolved with a fist. If there was, he could always activate the combat mode of his military uniform. However, activating the combat mode was merely a means to intimidate others for now. On March 12th of the federal calendar, less than 2 months later, Feng returned to planet F-369. After disembarking from the large manned transport ship, he boarded a small manned transport ship, departing from a space station to the docking station in Doran City. Each life planet has different rotation and revolution times, resulting in varying lengths of days and years. However, dates and times are based on the human origin planet, Blue Star. Having received news from Jiang Wanxin that she couldn't make it, Feng exited the docking station and asked the AI to apply for a flight route. Subsequently, he did not return to the house rented with Jiang Wanxin, but flew towards the Golden Jade gambling hotel. Along the way, various oddly shaped skyscrapers hundreds of stories high were everywhere. Countless flying vehicles weaved through them. The Human Federation faces a greater risk of alien attacks the closer it gets to the border areas of life planets. Conversely, the population becomes smaller. Although planet F-369 is about 3,000 to 4,000 light-years from a border, it is still part of Zone F and is somewhat affected. The entire life planet, including the second-class alien citizens, has a population of about 9 billion, slightly below the average of 1 billion. Most of these 9 billion people live in Doran City. Outside the urban area are various factories, plantations, farms, and villas. Chapter 20. Golden Jade Casino Hotel. The Golden Jade Casino Hotel covers an area of 200,000 square meters and has a total of 55 floors. It seems that the young major from the Jiang family truly has a promising future and considerable potential. Upon seeing the Golden Jade Casino Hotel, which is not only adding more floors but has also led to the demolition of nearby buildings, Feng couldn't help but sigh. After humanity entered the era of rapid expansion in the Interstellar age, the federal military experienced a glorious period lasting thousands of years. Although it was always tightly suppressed by the federal parliament, during its peak, the military hierarchy had repeatedly pushed the nobility system into the ultimate parliamentary hall. There were even high-ranking military officials who dared to propose the topic of territorial feudalism. However, following the shocking and devastating defeat against the winged race, the Human Federation abandoned expansion and shifted to a defensive strategy, leading the military into a prolonged period of stagnation lasting thousands of years. As the number of generals significantly decreased, the military's voice in the parliament was continuously weakened, and its influence plummeted. By the mid to late period, due to the lack of large-scale wars to promote military ranks, members of the federal parliament had to actively propose various bills to promote military ranks and cultivate generals to maintain a certain number of them. Even for high-ranking military officials, the situation was dire, and the various benefits and treatments had reached a point where there was nothing left to cut. The rank of major qualifies one to become the captain of a large warship, commanding over 100,000 subordinates. In the military, it represents the threshold of senior officers, and the status is not low. However, its influence across major life planets is not high. The only explanation for how a major can elevate the Jiang family status is due to considerable potential. Potential represents a strong backing and network resources within the military. Feng himself is the best example. As a mere 2-star second lieutenant, he has attracted the attention of several colonels who want to recruit him, but he doesn't look up to any of them. In the era of the white race's rise, only those who are qualified and bold enough to engage in the racial conflict at the 777 large military base can be considered worthy of his attention. Conversely, if he did not possess sufficient potential, the leader of the welfare faction would not expend significant networking resources to help him reclaim the captain's position. Similarly, if he still considers himself a member of the Li family now, once he becomes familiar with the senior officers of the welfare faction, he could easily help the Li family take off. There will always be a senior officer in this area with connections in either official or business circles to boost the Li family's transportation industry. Upon entering the 3rd floor, Feng inquired about the office area. The entire Golden Jade Casino Hotel is divided into 2 parts. The upper part focuses on accommodations, dining, entertainment, banquets, and other side businesses. The lower part, on the other hand, is dedicated to gambling-related activities. Various types of lotteries, casinos, and arenas are available. The 3rd floor hosts over 20 venues of different sizes, mainly for various arena duels, primarily at level 5 strength. Most duel participants are alien slaves and various exotic beasts, with a small number of second-class aliens and very few humans. Revenue is mainly generated from ticket sales, betting commissions, and pay-per-view options. As Li Feng walked along, the number of spectators was not high. Many venues were still empty, and no duels were taking place. The main reasons are that level 5 duels are not thrilling enough, and that the Golden Jade Casino Hotel has not obtained a license for death duels, making the various levels of duels less bloody. Planet F-369 has only 3 licenses for holding death duels, all firmly held by those interstellar gambling giants. Not only do they hold death duel licenses, but they also possess various unlimited betting licenses, interstellar pay-per-view, and betting qualifications. These are the true sources of substantial income. Compared to those giants, the Golden Jade Casino Hotel is only doing well among local gambling companies, able to manage adequately and even have the capacity to expand its business to surrounding planets. Upon reaching the office area, due to being a family member of an employee, there were no alarms or security machines coming to inquire. Li Feng looked for the logistics supervisor's office. Passing by the logistics warehouse, he stopped. To his surprise, he found Jiang Wanxin organizing various goods inside. In the light, her figure resembled a blooming flower, delicate and frail. Her slender and agile hands were struggling to move boxes that did not match her stature. Crystal beads of sweat continuously rolled down her fair and delicate forehead. The originally serene and flawless face now bore an unmistakable fatigue and anxiety. Wanxin, Li Feng called out. Jiang Wanxin's delicate body stiffened slightly, and she turned her head sharply to look at Li Feng at the door. The fatigue and anxiety on her face dissipated, replaced by endless joy in her eyes. Li Feng asked, "Who is targeting you?" Jiang Wanxin knew that Li Feng's appearance here was already a clue to the reason. She did not hide it and casually said, "It's not really deliberate targeting. Do you remember I told you that the manager of our 3rd floor has a rather peculiar personality? That woman named Jiang Yuanfeng?" Li Feng had a vague impression. This woman is the younger sister of the current head of the Jiang family, who was spoiled and headstrong in her youth. With a bad temper, even the small families did not dare to form alliances with her. As she aged, she did not show any restraint. Her temperament became increasingly eccentric, and she found fault with everyone. After all, I'm also a foster daughter of the Jiang family. No matter how much trouble she causes, she shouldn't target me. Jiang Wanxin said helplessly, but half a month ago, her husband's strength broke through to level 10, and he was promoted to the upper echelons of the Jiang family. Her status in the Jiang family has also risen accordingly. Li Feng understood and decided, "Quit your job." "Okay, I will authorize the AI to apply for resignation right now." Jiang Wanxin nodded gently. After all, with a monthly salary of 20,000, she felt that this small trouble was not worth it. Loans and completely leaving the Jiang family were secondary. The main thing was that she hoped Li Feng in the military would not have to worry about money matters and become too aggressive during missions. However, she would not oppose any decisions made by Li Feng. Li Feng asked, "Where is Jiang Yuanfeng's office?" Jiang Wanxin knew what he was intending to do and shook her head repeatedly. "Forget it. She hasn't really made things difficult for me before. You can let it go, but I can't." Li Feng stepped forward and gently embraced her. "Trust me, whether in the military or here, I won't make decisions lightly about things I'm not sure about. Whatever I do, I will keep a proper measure." Jiang Wanxin did not oppose anymore. Li Feng, free of worries, pulled Jiang Wanxin out of the logistics warehouse. "Jiang Wanxin, you have quite a temper. It was just a malfunctioning robot that made you move some things, and you dare to apply for resignation?" Just as they stepped out, an exasperated voice rang out. Li Feng looked up to see a woman in her 40s, still charming, dressed extravagantly, storming towards them. It was Jiang Yuanfeng, who had come to confront them after receiving the resignation application. "I was wondering why your temper is bigger than that of our Jiang family's legitimate daughter. You actually dared to resign. Is it because your husband, who was abandoned by the family and sent to the border to die, not only survived, but also got promoted to an officer? Do you think our Jiang family is unworthy of you, a second lieutenant's wife?" Upon seeing Li Feng, she paused slightly, but quickly reacted. Her voice became even sharper and more piercing, dripping with sarcasm that was nauseating. Li Feng suddenly accelerated and, in an instant, appeared right in front of Jiang Yuanfeng. He raised his hand and slapped her. Bang! Jiang Yuanfeng didn't even realize what had happened before she felt a sharp pain on her face. The entire person was violently knocked down to the ground, crashing onto the metallic floor. Li Feng stepped on her face and slowly ground it down. A shrill, pig-like scream escaped from Jiang Yuanfeng's throat. No matter how she struggled, Li Feng's right foot seemed like a mountain, pressing her head down so she couldn't lift it. Beep, beep, beep. Sensing that someone was injured, the alarm went off. A large number of security robots rushed in from all directions. Many employees peeked out, curiously looking over here. Chapter 21 Deliberate Actions Warning. Warning, please immediately stop harming the management personnel of this company. Put your hands on your head and squat against the wall. A group of robotic security guards raised their stun guns towards Li Feng. Not far away, a capable alien security captain, accompanied by a batch of alien security guards, rushed over. With a thought, Li Feng activated the combat mode of his military uniform. He easily dodged the electrical currents fired by the robotic security guards, and with a series of energy bullets, he penetrated their control systems. Every shot hit the mark. Over 20 robotic security guards were equivalent to level 3 strength. In the blink of an eye, they were almost entirely destroyed, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The alien security captain and his team, who rushed over upon hearing the news, all stopped, wary and hesitant to approach. Among them, the strongest security captain was only at level 8. With the auxiliary gear on him, he could at most display a level 10 strength. If a fight broke out, facing a multifunctional military uniform capable of level 15 strength, the outcome wouldn't be much better than that of those robotic security guards. They were not robots. Who would dare to actually engage? Li Feng did not continue. When it came to Jiang Wanxin, he had always been careful and calculated. Asking Jiang Wanxin to resign was a decision made after careful consideration. Teaching Jiang Yuanfeng a lesson also had its limits and measures thought out in advance. The iron-blooded life in the military had left him with no reverence for life. If it were just for venting, he would have killed that woman with bloody means. Bringing Jiang Wanxin along, he had no intention of shedding blood from the start. His purpose was more to show Jiang Wanxin his connections and resources, so she wouldn't have to worry about his safety in the military in the future. Let us go. First, collect some interest, and next time we'll talk about the principle. Li Feng canceled the combat mode of his military uniform and pulled Jiang Wanxin away. The alien security captain and the guards felt as if they had received a pardon and quickly cleared a path. It was just earning a salary. Since Li Feng had stopped, they wouldn't fight to the death. Are you intentionally prompting the Jiang family to call the police? Jiang Wanxin asked curiously on the way. You really can't hide any thoughts from you. Li Feng felt a bit helpless. His current strength level had already surpassed the level 15 that the multifunctional military uniform could display. Dealing with some low-level security robots didn't require him to go through the trouble of activating the combat mode of the multifunctional military uniform. According to federal law, unless faced with a sudden attack from aliens, alien slaves, or a rebellion of second-class citizens, soldiers activating the combat mode of their multifunctional military uniforms and engaging in attacks on life planets is considered an extremely serious violation. The severity far exceeds that of beating a human in a casino hotel that frequently experiences brawls and destroying a batch of robotic security guards. Deliberately adding a serious crime to himself was mainly due to the concern that exposing his strength would make the Jiang family wary of him and hesitant to report to the police. Thus, he wouldn't be able to show Jiang Wanxin his connections and resources. Jiang Wanxin chuckled lightly. So next time, I should pretend I can't guess. There's no need to accommodate me like that. Li Feng knew Jiang Wanxin was exceptionally intelligent, so he no longer hid the truth and explained with a smile. If the Jiang family really wants to report it, they would get to see my connections now. In the military, a mere second lieutenant could influence the life planet, representing significant potential valued by high-ranking officers. This should alleviate some of your concerns and worries about me in the military. Jiang Wanxin tightly held Li Feng's right hand, feeling peaceful and calm. A deep sense of happiness enveloping her heart. With your intelligence, you should have already guessed some of my thoughts and decisions. Li Feng hesitated for a moment, then took out the contract scroll signed with Gulingxi and handed it to Jiang Wanxin. Jiang Wanxin opened the contract scroll and glanced at its contents, gently biting her lip and nodding. I support all your ideas. Li Feng was not mistaken. Upon receiving that battle video, he calculated that his military merit points could at least promote him to the rank of second lieutenant. However, Li Feng only mentioned he would return, without saying anything about applying for a transfer or retirement. Yet Jiang Wanxin guessed he still wanted to stay on the reconnaissance ship. She would silently support any decision Li Feng made, not expressing it actively. She merely held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing Li Feng would change his mind. Did the mattress and medicine I ordered arrive? Li Feng didn't say much and changed the subject. Jiang Wanxin's fair face flushed slightly as she nodded. Li Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and couldn't help but quicken his pace. After exiting the Golden Jade Casino, he immediately asked the smart brain to apply for a route home, then embraced Jiang Wanxin, activating the intelligent flight mode. The apartment he and Jiang Wanxin rented was not far from the Golden Jade Casino. It was a one-bedroom, one-living-room space, not very large. It was not equipped with a smart robot, and there weren't many smart home devices. Yet, the rent was $3,000 per month. The reason it was so expensive was that the building had a relatively complete security system. Upon returning home, Li Feng couldn't wait to pick up Jiang Wanxin and bring her to the newly bought multifunctional mattress. Soothing music played, and soft, ambiguous lights spread throughout the room. According to the rhythm of their movements, the mattress surged like waves, providing support. Occasionally, it would project three-dimensional scenes from a forest or the starry sky, making the two feel as if they were in those places. Soft murmurs filled the air. The atmosphere was saturated with the enchanting essence of mingling spirit and flesh. Time and again, until late at night, Li Feng finally held Jiang Wanxin in his arms, feeling satisfied. The two quietly experienced the tranquility and fulfillment brought by their intimate contact. After a long while, Li Feng spoke to discuss. I want to borrow some money from Gu Lingxi to start a company. What do you think? Not a good idea. Jiang Wanxin gently shook her head. I know you're thinking of this so that I can have a backup plan if I resign. Previously, she didn't want to have too much entanglement with her, nor did she want to owe her a favor in case of any unexpected situation, making it difficult to make the best decision for herself. But in fact, she didn't need it. She was already at level 3 as a fire-type practitioner. If she rose 2 more levels, she could find a good job in a military-industrial enterprise. You've reached level 3 so quickly. I thought you were planning to become a pharmacist. Why are you thinking of going to a military-industrial enterprise? Li Feng was quite surprised. He had heard Jiang Wanxin mention that she realized she had a good talent for cultivation since childhood. However, as a foster daughter, the more outstanding she was, the harder it became to control her destiny. Therefore, she had always been afraid to cultivate, hiding her talents and remaining stuck at level 1 without further breakthroughs. He had thought that her so-called decent talent was only comparable to those geniuses. He didn't expect her talent to be high enough to break through from level 1 to level 3 in less than 2 months without the aid of any supplementary cultivation materials. It was after receiving your battle video and guessing that you decided to stay on the reconnaissance ship that I made this decision. If I learn to refine various cold weapons and practitioner treasures, it should be of some help to you. Jiang Wanxin hesitated for a moment, knowing that many of her thoughts couldn't be hidden from Li Feng, so she ultimately chose to speak the truth. However, there were still some things she didn't plan to tell Li Feng. She didn't intend to reveal that her talent in fire-type spells was far inferior to her talent in water-type spells. The reason she gave up water-type spells to focus on fire-type spells was entirely because the income of fire-type practitioners far exceeded that of other types. Li Feng suggested, with my speed of strength improvement, I won't lack cold weapons and various treasures in the future. You can decide according to your own preferences. I understand. Jiang Wanxin nodded. How about a few high-difficulty moves? Li Feng proposed again, his hands starting to explore mischievously. Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Wanxin took the initiative to respond and implicitly agreed when the doorbell started ringing inopportunely. Chapter 22 Easy Resolution. Li Feng instructed the smart brain to pull up the video surveillance. The door displayed the situation outside from members of the Special Affairs Office, dressed in multifunctional SWAT uniforms, were checking their identification information. It seemed that the Jiang family had indeed called the police. It didn't really matter whether they reported it or not, but since the Special Affairs Office members were at the door, he could only send them away and continue. Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin got dressed and instructed the multifunctional mattress to clean and return to its original state before opening the door. Li Feng, do you have a moment? If so, could you please come with us? The four inquired politely. If they were just ordinary second lieutenants, they would have definitely moved to arrest him directly. However, their own strength and status were extraordinary. The multifunctional SWAT uniforms could exert power comparable to level 15. The Special Affairs Office was the strongest law enforcement force on major life planets, equipped not only with multifunctional SWAT uniforms, but also with numerous mechs and various military instruments, specifically handling special events on those life planets. Not to mention a second lieutenant. Even a first lieutenant or captain would be arrested without hesitation. However, Li Feng was somewhat special. According to the Identity Information Query, he was a second lieutenant officer promoted from the Border Defense Reconnaissance Ship in Area F. Ordinary people only knew that the mortality rate on such reconnaissance ships was as high as 99. Whoever went there would die. They, however, understood that those who emerged from such reconnaissance ships were all formidable fighters with incredible combat experience and eccentric personalities. They could do anything if provoked. Therefore, they had to be a little more courteous. Wait outside. I will find someone to handle this matter, Li Feng replied and decisively closed the door. Outside, the four exchanged glances but could only wait outside. Li Feng then asked the smart brain to send a voice communication request to Ho Jianda. Are you in such a hurry? Relax. The captain position is yours, and even the king himself can't take it away from you. Ho Jianda's voice soon came through, evidently misunderstanding that Li Feng wanted to discuss the captaincy. This isn't about that. My home is on F369 star. I returned today and activated the combat mode of the multifunctional military uniform, taking down the direct descendants of a medium-sized family on that planet and destroying a batch of robotic security guards. Now, the people from the Special Affairs Office are outside my house, Li Feng explained. I wanted to ask if you could help find a connection to resolve this. It's a small matter. I can handle it, Ho Jianda replied. F369 star. Old Lin is in that area, responsible for the garrison at the small military base. He can contact the garrison commander overseeing F369 star and have a military law office at that base inform your planet's Special Affairs Office to resolve it. Ho Jianda didn't question why Li Feng would use the combat mode of his military uniform given his status. He immediately agreed. Although the military's influence had waned dramatically, with the entire Federation almost controlled by major families and tycoons, it was just a medium-sized family on a life planet. Not to mention that attacking and killing their direct descendants wasn't something that couldn't be resolved. The root of the matter lay in active soldiers and officers. If they broke the law, they would only be sent to military prisons and courts for detention and trial. On major life planets, the military's influence wasn't significant, but on their own territory, they wouldn't be easily manipulated by a medium-sized family that only had influence on a specific life planet. Thank you, Li Feng said with a smile. There's no need for formalities between us. Ho Jianda dismissed it casually, knowing that favors would be exchanged. Helping to contact officers who could handle the matter would surely require or create a debt of gratitude. Conversely, Li Feng would also owe him a small favor. With the potential Li Feng had shown, he felt it was worth it. Interstellar communication fees are too expensive. I won't waste time chatting. All right, see you later. After closing the voice communication, Li Feng looked at Jiang Wanxin and raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wanxin's face blushed slightly as she walked towards the multifunctional mattress. After the commotion subsided, Li Feng checked the video footage outside and saw that the four members of the Special Affairs Office had already left. Ho Jianda's efficiency was commendable. The matter was resolved within an hour. At the Jiang family manor, in a villa in the central district, Jiang Yuanfeng, who had healed from her injuries after treatment in a medical pod, was cursing incessantly. She not only scolded Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin, but also occasionally criticized the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Honghai, for being timid and afraid of trouble. Even when his own sister was assaulted, he didn't directly send someone to kill. She berated her husband, Tan Yongfeng, for being incompetent, as his wife was beaten and he showed no courage to mobilize the enforcers at the casino for revenge. She condemned the Jiang family's direct descendants for lacking familial affection. With no one stepping up to defend her, Tan Yongfeng stood by, meekly explaining that Li Feng, as a second lieutenant, was not worth mentioning. But he was from a place where survival was nearly impossible, and those who emerged were capable of doing anything. It was better to use legitimate means and follow proper channels for retribution. Several Jiang family heirs watched the spectacle with great interest. Jiang Honghai sat on the sofa, his head throbbing, hoping to send this troublesome sister away as soon as possible. In fact, he didn't want to report to the police at all. It wasn't that he was afraid of Li Feng. He was just a second lieutenant, albeit with a somewhat outrageous and intimidating background. However, officers from such places, as long as they remained on reconnaissance ships, would eventually die in action. If someone only stayed on the ship for a month or two and then requested to be transferred, without any martial arts or cultivation talent, they had no future and were not worth mentioning. His reluctance to report was partly due to his long-standing dislike for this sister, feeling no brotherly affection, and even a bit of disdain. Additionally, Jiang Wanxin was raised by the Jiang family and was nominally considered his daughter. Losing the ability to connect with powerful aristocrats or top talents meant that while she had little value for exploitation, targeting her recklessly could easily provoke discontent among other adopted sons and daughters. Ultimately deciding to report was primarily due to the face of his brother-in-law, Tan Yongfeng, who had a good mind and strength and had already entered the upper echelons of the Jiang family. Furthermore, in the gambling industry, face was very important. Li Feng had beaten a descendant of the Jiang family at the Golden Jade Gambling Hotel and destroyed more than 20 robotic security guards. Not sending him to military prison for 30 to 50 years would only make people feel that the Jiang family could be bullied. Beep, beep, beep. Finally, amidst Jiang Yuanfeng's clamor, Jiang Honghai received a video communication request from a familiar major at a small military base. He hurriedly stood up. Jiang Yuanfeng, not entirely foolish, quickly shut her mouth. An eager smile appeared on Jiang Honghai's face as he connected the video communication. A middle-aged man in a major's military uniform appeared on the screen. Major Liang, I need to trouble you to contact the military law office and arrange for him to be detained for 30 to 50 years. I will transfer the necessary fees to your account later, Jiang Honghai began. However, Major Liang shook his head. I'm afraid this will disappoint you, Mr. Jiang. The person you want to detain has a significant background, with connections that reach Colonel Ma directly. Furthermore, Colonel Ma has instructed the military law office to contact your planet's special affairs office, so they need not arrest him. The assault at your hotel and the destruction of robots were part of a military operation. How could a person who had only been in the military for less than 2 months have connections to Colonel Ma? Jiang Honghai was somewhat stunned. He hadn't anticipated that this matter, which should have been a sure thing, would encounter unexpected complications. Given his brother's potential for development in the military and his current rank as a major, he could only get to know someone like Major Liang. That Colonel Ma was responsible for the defense of hundreds of planet's garrison small bases. Perhaps he sought help from his seniors on the reconnaissance ship. Many notable figures have come from such reconnaissance ships. Major Liang said helplessly, these prominent individuals who have made their way out of these places are all protective of their own. In their eyes, the soldiers who have found success are like their juniors. When there are troubles, whether big or small, they won't consider the pros and cons as long as they can help. Well then, I appreciate it, Major Liang. Let us have a few drinks later. Jiang Honghai had no choice but to give up on pressing him further. Chapter 23. No one wants to take action, second brother. What does Major Liang mean? Seeing Jiang Honghai close the video communication, Jiang Yuanfeng suddenly became anxious. What do you mean? If you don't understand, let Yongfeng explain it to you after he goes back. Jiang Honghai was also in a bad mood since the matter wasn't settled, and he had a falling out with Li Feng, unable to help but roar at Jiang Yuanfeng. What can a mere second lieutenant know? You must be colluding with that damn major to trick me. Jiang Yuanfeng was not intimidated by Jiang Honghai's attitude. Instead, he roared back even more fiercely. If you won't support me, I'll ask third brother to support me and have him send warships to kill those 2 little bastards. Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin as traitors. Jiang Honghai felt a headache coming on and was too lazy to argue with Jiang Yuanfeng. It was pointless to argue with someone who firmly believed in their own logic and reasoning, whose inner truth was I am right, and you are wrong. He gestured to Tan Yongfeng. Tan Yongfeng could only pull Jiang Yuanfeng aside and advise him kindly, taking on all kinds of insults for Jiang Honghai. Father, this matter is unlikely to end well. Yes, he has used connections and spent a huge amount of goodwill. He will definitely hold a grudge against our Jiang family. Jiang Honghai's children stepped forward. Chuxue, what do you think? Jiang Honghai looked at Jiang Chuxue. He felt that the root cause of this matter was Jiang Chuxue's disdain for Li Feng, which led to Jiang Wanxin's substitute marriage. A mere second lieutenant. If not harboring intense resentment, how could he dare to cause trouble at the Golden Jade Casino and beat up the younger sister of the head of the Jiang family? Thinking that just because he got promoted to a second lieutenant by luck, he had the right to take revenge on the Jiang family and make me take a second look at him, even regret finding a foster daughter as a substitute bride. Jiang Chuxue's eyes flashed with disdain. Just a clown. Without cultivation and martial talent, he wouldn't survive long in that kind of place. Ignoring him, he would die on an alien planet. Jiang Honghai nodded slightly. Jiang Chuxue continued. Since there are big figures coming out with reconnaissance ships willing to help him because he is a junior, we don't need to send someone to resolve this just for the sake of face, which might upset those big figures. However, we can send this news to Li Weimao of the Li family. Li Feng applied to join the Border Defense Army's reconnaissance ship, but he is scheming behind the scenes. Li Weimao wants to kill Li Feng more than we do, not knowing that he has big figures backing him. Once Li Weimao learns that Li Feng has returned alive, he might rush to take action against him. That's right, but you overlooked Li Jinye. He is a cunning old fox. You should have known about Li Feng's trouble at the hotel by now. Jiang Honghai made a few pointers, and seeing that his children were all deep in thought, he waved his hand and said, since we can't resolve it, we can just accept the embarrassment. There's no need to be too aggressive. Let's see what the Li family does. We only found a foster daughter to substitute for marriage, but the Li family's grudge against Li Feng is actually deeper. If Li Feng has the audacity to seek revenge, he will first look for the Li family, which has harmed him and stood by while he was sent to his death. Today's incident is merely a coincidence, taking advantage of the situation. Everyone suddenly understood and nodded in agreement, just as Jiang Honghai thought. Not long after Li Feng caused a scene at the Golden Jade Casino, Li Jinye, the head of the Li family, received the news. After half a day without any response or action, it was because he did not think that this grandson, who had already been abandoned and had actively distanced himself from the Li family, could still have any value or pose any threat. It wasn't until a deputy director from the Special Affairs Office contacted him to inform him that the military had reported that Li Feng was on a military mission and that members of the Special Affairs Office should withdraw, that he was surprised to learn that such reconnaissance ships actually had big figures who would look after the new juniors serving on them. Suddenly, Li Feng had value again, not low value either, although without cultivation and martial talent, he would undoubtedly die in such a place. If transferred to the station military, his promotion potential would be almost zero. But since there were big figures willing to consider the camaraderie of having served on the same reconnaissance ship, as long as one was willing to spend money and bring generous gifts to seek their favor, they would certainly be willing to help by making a call to the station military commander. Plus, with the qualification of serving on a Border Defense Army reconnaissance ship, it shouldn't be too difficult to get promoted to a lieutenant or captain in the station military. Li Jinye closed his eyes in deep thought. A station military lieutenant or captain would be hard-pressed to provide much help to the Li family's development, but in times of need, they could still play a role. Most importantly, if the Li family were to have a talented junior in the future who aspired to achieve something in the military, having a low-ranking officer who had been in the family for many years could certainly help escort them for a good part of the way. Realizing this, he instructed the smart brain to retrieve the deleted contact information for Li Feng. He then sent a message to Li Feng, asking him to come to the Li family manor. Beep beep. Soon, the smart brain received a message. Li Feng's reply consisted of only 4 words: get lost. Li Jinye was instantly taken aback and found it hard to believe. Is he out of his mind? He had never expected to receive such a reply. After all, Li Feng was one of the third-generation heirs he had focused on cultivating. His mental ability was among the best among the third generation. Logically speaking, even if he harbored resentment for not wanting to expend connections and resources to help him in the past, he should know that with the Li family's financial backing, he could advance further in the military. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that there was no room for grievances in the face of future prospects. Truly ignorant. With that little brain and capacity, not even mountains of gold and silver could pile up to anything. After a brief moment of shock, a glint of sharpness flashed in Li Jinya's eyes. Such a reply clearly showed resentment towards the Li family. He liked to prepare for the worst and eliminate potential risks beforehand. But after careful consideration, he ultimately suppressed his murderous intent. Even the Jiang family, which had significant connections in the military, had suffered a silent loss. If something were to happen to Li Feng, it might lead to big trouble. It would be better to wait for the embarrassed Jiang family to take action. If the Jiang family did not act, Li Feng would not survive long on the reconnaissance ship either. Having thought this through, he sent another message to Li Weimao, the third-generation heir of the Li family. When he arrived, he would inform him of the situation and warn him that the Jiang family had lost face because of Li Feng, and might deliberately lure him into trouble with Li Feng. If Li Feng did not seek revenge, then he should not fall into the Jiang family's trap and become a pawn in their hands. If Li Feng came seeking revenge, then with his completely wasted temper and intellect, as long as he pretended to be weak, he could cause various losses. Afterwards, he would prepare the relevant evidence and seek connections to report to the military law office of a higher-level medium-sized military base within the jurisdiction of Planet F-369. Even if those officers who had left with Li Feng on the same reconnaissance ship were willing to continue to appear, they might not be able to suppress things. Not to mention, there were also the military law offices of larger military bases and even the Federal Military Department. In the room, Li Feng was busy enjoying his time with Jiang Wanxin, completely without any intention of seeking revenge against the Li or Jiang families. The recent killings had indeed made him somewhat insane. He had even begun to gradually get used to using his fists to solve problems rather than his brain. However, when it came to Jiang Wanxin's safety, he would carefully consider the consequences and potential risks of his actions. With his current strength, status, and network, he was not yet in a position to easily crush his opponents, so he was not in a hurry to resolve past grievances. Chapter 24, the captain's position, is vacated on March 20th. The weather was calm. Li Feng took Jiang Wanxin out for a stroll, visiting various open plantations and farms. Although they did not plan to borrow money from Gulingxi to start a company, after some discussion, they felt that doing business was still necessary. This was an era dominated by big families and financial conglomerates in both politics and business. To ensure a smooth promotion in the early stages, Li Feng unhesitatingly chose to join the welfare faction. In the future, he would inevitably stand against the big families and financial magnates. The higher he climbed, the more likely he would face fierce repression. He felt no fear and was willing to crush and shatter all opponents with absolute strength. However, on the contrary, if he held a considerable amount of wealth, it would undoubtedly increase his means. In this era, for ordinary people to rise, the only opportunity was their level of strength. Li Feng not only had strength, but was also an officer on an independent reconnaissance ship. Without enough funds in the early stages, he could start small. His original plan was to take the opportunity to acquire some minerals and transport rare plants and animals back when executing simple, low-risk missions and then hand them over to Jiang Wanxin for resale. Once he accumulated a certain amount of wealth, he would try to establish plantations and farms. Although there were military regulations requiring the submission of spoils, these rules were more about restraining ordinary soldiers. Officers had various means to evade them. On the independent reconnaissance ship, even if the officers and soldiers openly ignored and violated most military regulations, the military law department would just turn a blind eye. However, Jiang Wanxin proposed a more bloody and lucrative idea, the slave trade. If there was an opportunity, they could capture some foreign races and transport them back. Early in the Interstellar era, the Human Federation amended its laws to introduce a class system. Humans were classified as first-class citizens, while conquered and willing to surrender races were classified as second-class citizens. Those who had fiercely resisted and caused significant losses to the Federation were classified as slaves. The slave trade was a legal activity, but it was bloody and cruel, drawing public condemnation. Li Feng knew that Jiang Wanxin made this proposal because he joined the welfare faction, which was destined to be at odds with the big families and financial magnates. She wanted to quickly complete the primitive accumulation and gain control over a group of capable slaves to assist him in terms of wealth and manpower. However, he preferred that Jiang Wanxin only saw delicious food and beautiful scenery, enjoying the wonders of this world. He was willing to bear the bloodshed, darkness, and killings alone. Unfortunately, Jiang Wanxin showed an incredibly determined attitude for the first time in front of him. He could only nod in temporary agreement. Beep, beep, beep. While they were in a plantation, looking at various planting equipment, his military watch suddenly received a notification. He looked up and saw that it was a notification of his military promotion to the captain of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. His heart filled with joy. With the captaincy in hand, he would become the second in command on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, second only to Bu Qianzhong, and would possess significant authority. This was undoubtedly a tremendous piece of good news for him. With command authority, he could make the most beneficial arrangements based on task content and his strength. Beep, beep, beep. Just over an hour later, while Feng and Jiang Wanxin were celebrating at home, Captain Bu Qianzhong sent a voice communication request. Good kid. Without a word, you managed to grab onto a golden thigh. As soon as the call connected, Bu Qianzhong's amazed voice rang out. The incident of the white people trying to seize control of our reconnaissance ship has been causing quite a stir these days. Many senior officers, including those who were transferred to the garrison, have come back to cause a ruckus. Some hot-tempered ones even entered combat mode, seriously injuring guards and storming the command center to demand an explanation from the Major General. As a result, they all ended up in military prison. Feng widened his eyes. So aggressive and furious? How can I not be furious? Wu Lianzang Sikit. You've only been on the reconnaissance ship for a month or two, so you don't have deep feelings for it. For those seniors, the seizure of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship by white people represents their place of prosperity, their youthful exuberance, the witness of countless life and death moments, and the origin of their dreams. If it becomes a reconnaissance ship entirely manned by white people, it would be akin to a collapse of faith. Indeed, Feng thought for a moment, envisioning the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, which he had witnessed facing death twice, becoming entirely a ship of white people. In the future, if he wanted to go back to reminisce about the past, he would be stopped. Even if he got in, a group of white people would be hovering in front of him, eyeing him closely, making it impossible to recall the memories and feelings of the past. He felt a surge of murderous intent. Bu Qianzhong lamented. They locked up dozens of senior officers at once, yet nothing changed. It's clear that the higher-ups at the base have reached some kind of compromise and consensus that we are unaware of. I didn't expect the trend to have already formed, yet you managed to turn the tables and secure the captaincy. Without a major, general-level high-ranking official stepping in and offering sufficient benefits to satisfy the white commanders in exchange, it would be impossible to disrupt the established compromise and consensus. This matter is a bit complicated, and it's inconvenient to disclose. Feng shook his head and asked, the list of the airborne squad leaders and new recruits should have come out by now, right? It's out. As the captain, you have the authority to check the list. Bu Qianzhong replied fiercely. There are 2 squad leaders, 28 team leaders, and a total of 325 white recruits. As for the strength levels, no matter how I try to find out, I can't get any information. But it's fine. I'm the captain, you're the captain, and the 3 squad leaders are all our people. I don't believe that with decision-making power in our hands, we won't be able to deal with these scoundrels. Feng reminded him. They dare to board the reconnaissance ship, so they must have some backing. We can't be careless. Bu Qianzhong acknowledged this and asked, when will you be back? I want to find an excuse to test their strength levels. Furthermore, you are now the second in command of the reconnaissance ship and have the obligation to accompany me to the military prison to persuade those seniors to admit their mistakes and back down, so it doesn't escalate to an unmanageable situation. By admitting their mistakes and backing down now, they might only receive a few major demerits, and with their backing taking action, there is room for maneuver. Others may not be able to persuade them, but we are the current first and second in command of the reconnaissance ship, and they will give us face even if they are angry, as long as we step in and promise to protect the reconnaissance ship. It shouldn't be difficult to convince them to admit their mistakes and back down. I won't be back until early next month at the earliest. Li Feng hesitated for a moment before rejecting Bu Qianzhang's proposal. He didn't want those seniors to be completely dismissed, and he also hoped to learn about the strength levels and trump cards of those white people in advance. However, nothing was more important than spending time with his wife at home. "You irresponsible bastard," Bu Qianzhang couldn't help but curse. "You handle it first and help me explain to those seniors. After I get back, I'll visit them one by one or contact them to apologize." "All right, damn it. What are you doing running to the reconnaissance ship to die when you have a wife?" Bu Qianzhang could only compromise. Chapter 25, Returning to the reconnaissance ship, April 3rd. Li Feng boarded a large man transport ship. Ship number 5 returned to the military base. Upon entering the reconnaissance ship, despite being mentally prepared, he still felt as if he had walked into the wrong place. Along the way, white soldiers were constantly coming and going, which made him quite uncomfortable. The root cause lies in the long-standing racial conflicts. The invention of the space jump system allowed the human race, which had been cornered and facing collapse due to resource scarcity, to break through its bottleneck and officially enter the interstellar era. However, in the early stages, it also led to competition among various countries, resulting in a world war. In the initial phase of that world war, alliances were formed based on nations. In the middle to later stages of the war, as many nations were destroyed, a racial alliance emerged. The two strongest races joined forces to directly exterminate another race. Finally, due to the successful discovery of life planets inhabited by alien species and the significant reduction of the human population, the remaining two races shook hands and made peace, ultimately establishing a federal government that united against external threats and embarked on a path of reckless expansion. To prevent the recurrence of self-destructive internal wars, the Federation formulated a series of laws and regulations to eliminate racial conflicts. However, the contradictions and rivalries between the two races still existed. From the upper echelons of the parliament and military to ordinary citizens and soldiers at the grassroots level, conflicts were ongoing. They were just kept suppressed within controllable limits. Both sides also consciously kept apart. On most life planets, the inhabitants were predominantly of the same race. The proportion of the other race was even lower than that of the second-class citizens and slaves of alien species. The same was true in the military. The officers and soldiers of small and medium-sized warships were almost all of the same race. Only on large warships could one see personnel of both races working together. Li Feng had never been on a large warship before, and suddenly seeing a large number of white comrades made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. On other small and medium-sized warships, he would just need to adapt slowly. But on a small independent reconnaissance ship like NB-4444, everyone was a lunatic. They wouldn't force themselves to accept and adapt to uncomfortable situations. The only outcome would be to take life lightly. If one side was wiped out, the other side wouldn't have to adapt anymore. Li Feng ignored the cold, hostile gazes of the white soldiers. First finding his independent dormitory to store his training helmet and the various food and fruits prepared for him by Jiang Wanxin. Then he went next door to find his partner, Gu Lingxi. Bu Qianzhang mentioned that during this period, you hadn't left the military base or the reconnaissance ship at all, nor had you participated in any of the various tests and conflicts. Entering the dormitory, Li Feng looked at Gu Lingxi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and curiously asked, "Aren't you stuck at level 19? No matter how you cultivate, you can't break through, so why are you still holed up in the dormitory practicing?" Gu Lingxi retorted, "Who helped you secure the position of captain? Are you falling back into old habits?" Li Feng's expression turned displeased. "Remember, we are partners. If something is inconvenient to say, just let me know directly. Don't put on that high and mighty attitude in front of me, disdainfully refusing to answer any of my questions." Gu Lingxi said helplessly, "In the path of cultivation, if you don't progress, you regress. Only through diligent practice can you be ready when the opportunity for a breakthrough arises." Welfare faction. Li Feng also explained the issue on the other side. He couldn't disclose this answer to Bu Qianzhang, but didn't mind informing Gu Lingxi. Since Gu Lingxi wouldn't stay long in the military, her identity and status wouldn't conflict with his early development in the military. On the contrary, both sides were in a cooperative relationship and had even signed a cooperation contract. If Gu Lingxi knew some unfavorable news about the welfare faction, She couldn't inform him. Are you crazy? Gu Lingxi looked at Li Feng in surprise. I told you not to join the extreme racial faction, and you found a more absurd faction to join? Do you know that this faction is not only weak, but will also never rise? That's a matter for the future, Li Feng said dismissively, changing the subject. As soon as I returned, the first thing I wanted to ask you was your stance. During the mission, are you willing to join forces to eliminate all the white soldiers? Gu Lingxi scoffed. Coming to this independent, small reconnaissance ship to fight for control is simply an irreconcilable life-and-death conflict. As a yellow-skinned person, how could I stand aside? I haven't paid attention to Bu Qianzhong and the others simply because you lunatics only know how to kill and create chaos, making the reconnaissance ship a mess. It's utterly brainless. This kind of life-and-death conflict, restricted by military regulations, what is the point of fighting? Within the rules, it's crucial to devise a lethal plan based on the mission to eliminate them all at once. The other peripheral issues are meaningless. That's good. Li Feng felt relieved. Gu Lingxi was just a fleeting visitor and wouldn't stay long on the reconnaissance ship or in the military. Upon learning that Gu Lingxi hadn't been involved in the conflicts on the reconnaissance ship, he was initially worried that she had fallen back into her old ways, putting herself in a high position and looking down on all the messy affairs. Beep beep. The military wristwatch suddenly rang. Li Feng looked up and saw that it was a piece of information sent by Gu Lingxi. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find a report on the strength levels and capability analysis of all the white soldiers on the reconnaissance ship. He couldn't help but give Gu Lingxi a thumbs up. Impressive. Did you pull some strings to get this? Gu Lingxi disdainfully waved her hand at him, indicating he could leave. But after waving a few times, she remembered Li Feng's annoying habit and had to explain with annoyance. This matter. The higher-ups of the 777 large military base should have already reached a compromise and consensus. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship is a sacrificial piece. To investigate the strength levels and capabilities of those white soldiers, one must use considerable connections and go directly to the higher-ups of the base. Doing so would easily expose my identity. This information was collected and organized by me using a micro-monitoring device and recruiting top hackers to infiltrate the training rooms and training pods. Excellent. Li Feng was overjoyed and immediately took his leave. After exiting Gu Lingxi's dormitory, he turned around to find Bu Qianzhong in the captain's room. While forwarding this information to Bu Qianzhong, he also asked him to send a list of contacts for those seniors to himself. These seniors would be high-quality networking resources that would be useful in the future. Moreover, due to being on the same reconnaissance ship, their relationships were quite solid, making it difficult for ordinary interests and conflicts to shake them, with a very low chance of being backstabbed. After releasing those already out of military prison, he sent out communication requests one by one. For those still imprisoned, he made a trip to the military prison to visit each one. After a day and a half of running around, he finally managed to contact them all. After that, he settled down in his independent dormitory, waiting for new tasks while practicing mech operations with his training helmet. In his spare time, he also took the opportunity to review the materials provided by Gu Lingxi. Chapter 26 Thoughts from Above, April 12th. Li Feng received a message from Bu Qianzhong, asking him to visit the captain's room. He had a vague suspicion and immediately interrupted his training to head to the captain's room. Whether on large or small warships, the captain holds the highest position. The captain's room serves as both an office and a lounge for the captain, unlike the independent dormitories of senior officers, which are centralized in the middle of the ship. The captain's room is located at the front of the reconnaissance ship, with stairs and an elevator leading directly down to the control room. The entire captain's room is divided into two parts, an inner lounge and an outer office, with a total area of over 100 square meters. Bu Qianzhong's office is quite simple. Aside from a weapon rack displaying various swords, guns, and energy weapons, there is only a desk and a row of sofas. After identity verification, Li Feng entered the office. He was not the first to arrive. Squadron leader Cui Zhongping from the 2nd Squadron had already arrived. After waiting a few more minutes, squadron leaders Liang Qingyong from the 3rd Squadron and Gu Lingxi from the 5th Squadron also showed up one after another. Everyone take a seat, Bu Qianzhong greeted, calling up the intelligence brain. Waves of purple light began to roll rapidly through the office like a tide. The 4 men remained calm. The entire captain's room not only has an independent defense system that can form an energy shield, but also has monitoring prevention facilities. If there are any miniature surveillance devices hidden within the captain's room, they would have nowhere to hide. Soon, several tiny flying devices as small as ants appeared on the display screen that Bu Qianzhong had activated. He immediately initiated the destruction function. Purple light began to concentrate on these miniature flying devices, destroying them. I just received the mission notification. You can take a look first. Bu Qianzhong looked at everyone and had the intelligence brain send the mission notification to the four of them. Li Feng opened the newly received message and began to study it carefully. The target of this mission is planet F25986, still within the influence of the Wind Mouse tribe. This planet belongs to the Wind Mouse tribe and has not established a spatial rift with other Wind Mouse life planets. The entire planet is a microcosm of the Wind Mouse tribe, a scattered mass with various factions fighting independently. Currently, the two most powerful factions are engaged in a large-scale war. The strongest faction is led by a leader named Fast, whose strength has reached level 37. The other faction is led by Mose, who is at level 35 and is also a genius infiltrator deployed by the military in the early days on this planet. Over the decades, with the military's covert support, Mose not only significantly increased his power level, but also successfully became a local tyrant on this planet. According to Li Feng's estimation, Mose has likely instigated a new round of war under the military's directive to prepare for an impending large-scale invasion. Their reconnaissance ship's mission is to disguise itself as interstellar pirates and head to planet F25986. By acting as interstellar mercenaries, they aim to join Mose's faction, find a way to kill Fast, and help Mose unify the entire F25986 planet. This mission doesn't seem too difficult. Cui Jinping spoke up in surprise. I don't think it's too hard either. Liang Qingyong nodded in agreement. The main reason is that during the mission, a small reconnaissance ship is most afraid of high-level alien beings above level 40. Furthermore, since this planet has a spatial rift, high-level aliens can quickly arrive for support through it. In this mission, both major risks are eliminated. Moreover, they also have powerful allies from the Wind Mouse tribe on that planet. Small reconnaissance ships prioritize flexibility and speed. Therefore, they are not only smaller in size than other small warships, but their attack systems are also far inferior. Unlike other types of small warships that are equipped with various large-scale shockwaves and special audio waves specifically designed to deal with high-level aliens, even their energy cannons are less powerful. However, against a level 37 Wind Mouse, they should at least be able to maintain an undefeated position. What do you think? Bu Qianzhong looked at Li Feng and Gulingxi. Li Feng pondered and said, "It's hard to say. It feels more like they're making us compete with those white folks to see whose life is tougher and longer." Gulingxi glanced at Li Feng in surprise and commented, "You're a bit smarter than those two fools." Cui Jinping and Liang Qingyong exchanged glances. "What's your thought?" Bu Qianzhong quickly turned to Gulingxi. He felt similar to Li Feng, but couldn't grasp the key point. "You all continue discussing strategies and notify me once you have results." Gulingxi, uninterested in explaining, arrogantly stood up, issued a command, and turned to leave. Bu Qianzhong and the three others exchanged glances. Li Feng felt a headache coming on. This girl was starting to act high and mighty again. He opened his mouth to call her back, but thought better of it and closed his mouth. He somewhat understood Gulingxi. On this reconnaissance ship, only two people were afraid of death. One was him, and the other was Gulingxi. Gulingxi's departure was undoubtedly because her judgment aligned with his guess, and she didn't want to waste time here. "I think we should discuss strategies based on who can survive better." After figuring it out, Li Feng suggested, regardless of whether the inference was correct, a more conservative arrangement would be extremely beneficial for him since he could continuously gain attribute values to enhance his strength. The stronger he became, the better his ability to survive. All right, Bu Qianzhong, having similar thoughts to Li Feng, immediately agreed to this proposal. With the captain and the second in command of the reconnaissance ship reaching a consensus, the others had no room to oppose. Although Cui Jinping and Liang Qingyong were confused by the discussion and didn't favor a conservative approach, they promptly expressed their agreement. A relatively conservative and safe plan was quickly established. However, the specific details would need to be finalized after meeting with Mose, the level 35 leader, and communicating with him. The three of them left the captain's room. According to regulations, squadron leaders have the privilege of being the first to know about mission details. While returning to his dormitory, Feng instructed the intelligence brain to send this mission to the two white squadron leaders. As he passed by Lingxi's room, he felt it would be more prudent to clarify things, so he turned back and rang the doorbell. Beep beep. The door remained closed. But a few minutes later, Lingxi sent a voice message. If you want to rise higher in the military, you must learn to think from the perspective of those in power. The power struggles among the upper echelons also have rules to follow. Even if a consensus is reached to tacitly hand over control of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship to the white people, it must be within the bounds of the rules. It cannot be agreed to outright. Otherwise, simply assigning the reconnaissance ship a mission with total annihilation or forcibly transferring all survivors from the last mission to another warship would suffice. Doing so would not only result in the loss of authority for the compromised upper echelon, but also make it difficult to maintain control over subordinates. The middle management could easily follow suit, causing the lower ranks to become expendable. Once the lower ranks have nowhere to turn, it could lead to a revolutionary class conflict. As those in power, they also need to sift through the sand to find the gold worth refining. Just like the leader of the welfare faction, who knows full well that getting involved in skin color disputes leads to endless troubles, even though staying on this reconnaissance ship poses significant risk. They still spend their connections and resources to help you obtain the position of a squad leader. This alone proves that they see great potential in you and are willing to invest those resources to gain you some advantage. However, they will only help you secure advantages. They will never pull you out of a risky area or grant you overwhelming advantages, because you must also prove your potential through repeated trials and tribulations, allowing others to feel that they can continue to invest more resources in you. Only through such layers of testing and filtering can strong allies and even successors be selected and nurtured. If you're given a smooth path without cost simply because you have potential, when you reach a high position where there is no room for error, it will only lead to a complete failure. The white elites treat this group of white individuals on the reconnaissance ship in the same manner. They will only use their power to secure certain advantages for these individuals, but the challenges remain. After Feng finished listening, Lingxi sent another voice message. Our advantage lies in having control over the warship's decision-making. To counter this advantage, the combat members of the yellow race and the white race are mixed into the same squad. This makes it impossible for us to assign high-risk missions solely to the white individuals based on the tasks. Likewise, the white individuals cannot take advantage of this situation to counter us. They can only leverage their overall stronger average strength. This is also their greatest advantage. Arranging a lengthy mission is the best choice. Based on the results, the reasons are currently unknown. But the key point must be that the reconnaissance ship combined with the level 35 MAS cannot kill the level 37 fastest in a short time. However, it can only not kill it in a short time. Other possibilities do exist, but they somewhat conflict with the goal of killing fastest and helping MAS unify this planet's mission objectives. Under the backdrop of the Federation launching a large-scale invasion against the Wind Rat tribe, this mission is the most important and represents the true core interests of both sides' high levels. Then comes the competition and struggle for power. Whichever side survives can gain a substantial amount of military merit through this mission. It can also be seen as a reward and recognition for the high levels of both sides in maintaining or seizing control of the reconnaissance ship. Feng suddenly realized and felt completely at ease. If this is the case, he is most likely to be the one who laughs last. Chapter 27. Door-to-door persuasion. On March 13th, Qianzhong officially issued a lockdown order prohibiting all members from leaving the reconnaissance ship. This was a precursor to an imminent operational mission. However, only the captain, the squad leader, and 5 squad leaders were aware of the mission's details. On the same day, a large number of engineering robots and flying vehicles gathered to begin modifications on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. The so-called modifications were merely adjustments to its appearance. There are both interstellar pirates and interstellar mercenaries, representing various races. They exist outside the rules of their respective factions. The former primarily focuses on raiding life planets and resource planets, while the latter mainly carries out assassination and attack missions, sometimes even intervening in wars. The two often overlap in their operations. The real difference lies in the former taking a large-scale approach, while the latter opts for elite forces. Human interstellar pirates and mercenaries primarily use various modified transport ships for interstellar travel. Some can even acquire decommissioned warships through special means. Transforming a decommissioned warship into a pirate ship is a complicated process, whereas making adjustments to an existing ship is relatively simple. Within less than a day, a large number of engineering robots and flying vehicles completed the modifications. The MB-4444 reconnaissance ship was now unrecognizable, with even its shape adjusted to some extent. Most eye-catching were the two sides of the hull. One side displayed a massive black flag painted with skulls and cannons in special paint, while the other side bore the blood-red words Wolf King Interstellar Pirate Group. This was all verifiable, as the Wolf King Interstellar Pirate Group indeed existed. And this pirate group had a small warship modified into a pirate ship. Furthermore, the group leader, the Wolf King, was a hybrid, with pirates of two different skin colors in his crew. They had a history of intervening in the internal wars of the Windrat race. Even if high-ranking members of the Windrat race investigated the matter and contacted the Wolf King through connections, they would find no irregularities. This was because the once-renowned pirate group leader in Sector F, along with several of his high-ranking subordinates, had long since been covertly integrated into the military. Helping Moss defeat his opponents and unify an entire life planet was just the beginning. The Federation military wanted Moss to blend into the Wind Rat Coalition after launching a large-scale attack on the Windrat race, providing crucial intelligence. He could also lead his subordinates to turn against them at a critical moment. The number of spies within the Windrat race controlled by the Federation military far exceeded just Moss. Having a pirate group as a cover made it easier to provide military assistance to these Windrat factions. With the completion of the warship's modifications, Qianzhong promptly issued the order to set sail. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship was once again on its journey. Feng, following protocol, instructed the AI to send the established plan to the two white squad leaders who had the authority to know the entire operation plan after the formal departure. Ding, ding, ding. While practicing mecha operations with a training helmet, the doorbell suddenly rang. Feng paused his practice, removed the helmet, and asked the AI to display the image from outside the door. He was somewhat surprised to see two white men. They were Peter and Carl, the squad leaders of the 1st and 4th squads. According to the data collected by Gu Lingxi using a miniature surveillance device, both were ability users, with Peter at level 17 and Carl at level 15. This level of power far exceeded that of other squad leaders on a small independent reconnaissance ship with a mortality rate of 99. For comparison, the other two squad leaders, Cui Zhengping and Liang Qingyong, were only level 8 and level 7, respectively. Even Captain Bu Qianzhong only had a power level of 15. Both Peter and Carl were around 30 years old, making them prime targets for recruitment and training by even brigadier generals at any large military base. As for Feng, who reached level 16 at the age of 20, no brigadier general came forward to recruit him. The welfare faction's leader merely sent someone to conduct tests, all because he was not a cultivator. He achieved level 16 at 20 through some unknown special means. The human race has valued personal strength for thousands of years. In this time, various methods to enhance personal strength have emerged, with many flourishing. Countless examples prove that the cultivators of the yellow race and the ability users of the white race are far ahead in terms of personal strength enhancement. Other methods, no matter how quickly they improve initially, mostly have a cap below level 20. Only a few can break through level 20 to achieve the first round of life evolution. But no one has ever broken through to level 30. Theoretically, given Peter and Carl's ages, their potential and training value far surpassed that of Feng. Is there something you need? Feng instructed the AI to open the door and let these two ostensibly subordinate figures in. Peter got straight to the point. The squad leader has the authority to make temporary adjustments to the operational plan during missions. If you're willing to cooperate, we don't mind sharing some military achievements with you. Feng realized their intentions for suddenly coming to him. They must have discovered that the plan was too conservative and did not align with the reconnaissance ship style. Understanding that they had guessed the method for seizing control of the reconnaissance ship and were attempting to persuade him, the squad leader, to cooperate in secret. He asked curiously, "Why come to me instead of going directly to Bu Qianzhong, who has greater authority? Logically, if you can reclaim the squad leader position after I have taken it, there must be some general-level figure involved. It's highly unlikely they would risk displeasing their backers or all the yellow-skinned officers by collaborating with us white-skinned individuals." Peter replied calmly, "But your power level was achieved through special means, based solely on potential. It's unlikely that a general-level figure would spend significant resources to help you reclaim the squad leader position. Moreover, you possess valuable equipment like a miniature surveillance device. You probably feel underappreciated, but want to prove yourself as someone worthy of cultivation, right? Additionally, you haven't been with this reconnaissance ship long enough to feel a sense of belonging compared to Bu Qianzhong." Li Feng understood. They mistakenly thought that the miniature flying devices buzzing around were sent out by him. He was unaware that the welfare faction leader helped him because of his exceptional performance during the tests. "How about this? If you're willing to cooperate, I can guarantee that you'll be able to prove yourself and achieve significant military credit without any trouble." Peter continued, "We'll have someone modify the videos and data related to the collaboration, ensuring that no one investigates it. There's only a small chance of being discovered. And even if you are, your elders would only give you a light reprimand. It's a chance to prove your worth and gain cultivation opportunities. Sounds worth it, right? You should send a message to inform them in advance." Li Feng sighed. "I've shared all the permissions for the miniature surveillance device with Bu Qianzhong. Plus, there's a miniature flying device in this room." Peter and Carl's expressions changed drastically. After exchanging glances, they both relaxed. "In that case, we can only offer you a chance to survive," Peter said calmly. "Given your special status, forget about military achievements. If you're willing to stand directly with us, I can ensure you return alive." "Not needed." Li Feng shook his head. "You truly don't know when to quit." Peter and Carl scoffed and turned to leave without hesitation. Their purpose for this visit was indeed due to the newly received plan being overly conservative, and they wanted to persuade Li Feng to cooperate with them, not out of a lack of confidence. Just wanted to be a bit more cautious. Moreover, Li Feng's identity is special. Sparing his life can reduce the number of enemies. However, since Li Feng is unwilling to compromise, they have no other options. Even though he is from a military family, he is merely a descendant who hasn't made it onto the key training list. They are all young talents valued by the generals, and their status is no less than Li Feng's. It would also be a reasonable and lawful way to eliminate him. The repercussions wouldn't be too significant. Watching the two leave, Li Feng instructed the AI to close the door and put on his training helmet again. He continued practicing mecha control, dismissing the two with no concern at all. Even without this little episode, he would have dealt with these two obstacles. Chapter 28 Solo Strike. As the squadron leader, Li Feng had considerable control over the intelligence brain of the reconnaissance ship. A day later, according to Li Feng's settings, the intelligence brain of the reconnaissance ship notified him that they were about to reach planet F25986. He immediately called up images and data to review. After confirming, he ordered the intelligence brain of the reconnaissance ship to send the mission plan to all combat personnel and issued a command to head to the readiness area. He took the micro-simulator and energy stones obtained from Gulingsi during the last mission, activated the flight function of his multifunctional military uniform, and headed to the readiness area. Upon arrival, only 2 squadron leaders had arrived before him and were entering their mechs. With a thought, he connected to the number 1 mech linked to his wristwatch's intelligence brain, and the cockpit door opened rapidly. He flew into the cockpit, verified his identity, and completed the brain-machine connection automatically. He attempted to control the mech and moved it a few times. It felt the same as during virtual training, but the response was too slow. The combat mech, with an overall combat power reaching level 25, was impressive for its high attack and defense, with over 100 energy launch ports distributed all over. Its biggest flaw was its insufficient response speed. The Human Federation's control system was already extremely sensitive, with response speed allowing for actions to be executed as soon as a thought was formed. For those with strength below level 20, the difference was almost imperceptible. However, for those above level 20, the response speed and body agility were more than 100 times that of ordinary people, and the differences began to show. even for the simplest task of controlling the energy launch ports to attack a target. The operator needed to first convey the command through brainwaves. The mech's control system would then receive the command and send it to the attack system, which would activate the energy launcher to fire energy bullets or energy cannons. Despite the federal technology having developed to this stage, it could only compress this process to the point where response speed reached about 100 times that of an ordinary person's reaction speed. This was for direct firing of energy bullets. If the mech had to perform various actions or movements, it would also have to account for the flexibility and response time of the joints in the mech. Li Feng's agility attribute reached a staggering 100 points, giving him a reaction speed and body agility close to level 19. The combination of these factors allowed him to barely exceed his control over the mech. Li Feng, I successfully contacted Mose and had a brief communication to inform him of our plan. The voice of Bu Qianzhang came through the private channel. Okay, Li Feng replied. I have authorized you to communicate with Mose. After discussing how to rendezvous, please inform me. We will discuss the specific details of the plan when the three of us meet. Bu Bianzhang added. Li Feng called up the communication channel, and indeed Mose, the level 35 leader of the Wind Rat tribe, appeared on the private channel list. He immediately connected to Mose. Leader Mose, this is Li Feng, the squadron leader of the reconnaissance ship. Hello, Captain. Mose's voice came through. Despite being a powerful figure and the ruler of the second largest force on a life planet, his tone was respectful, even somewhat flattering. Li Feng glanced at the current position of the reconnaissance ship and spoke. We expect to arrive at planet F25986 in 5 minutes. Is the situation on your side still as reported? Mose nodded yes. Li Feng decided. Once the reconnaissance ship is spotted, appear directly to assist. Mose replied, understood. Li Feng then contacted Bu Qianzhang to inform him of the discussion's outcome. After ending the call, all personnel had gathered, including himself. There were a total of 536 combat personnel, with 325 being Caucasians. As the reconnaissance ship entered within 1,000,000 kilometers, the scanners began to cover planet F25986. The entire planet was laid bare under the scrutiny of the scanners. The situation was similar to what Mose had reported. The two armies were in a standoff, with small-scale forces occasionally attempting various sneak attacks. After confirming the position of Mose's army, the reconnaissance ship began to decelerate while slightly adjusting its course. 90,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers, 70,000 kilometers. Li Feng carefully studied the data scanned by the scanners. The total troop strength of these two armies exceeded 30 million. All elite forces above level 3. Mose's side was clearly at a disadvantage. Not only did they have only 12 million troops, but they were also lacking in high-end combat power. There were just over 1,000 wind rats above level 20. In contrast, the fast side had as many as 2,000. As the reconnaissance ship continued to approach, the scanners gradually penetrated the energy shields of those wind rats above level 30 and gathered data on them. When the reconnaissance ship entered within 10,000 kilometers, it scanned 4 level 30 wind rats on the fast side, including Fast himself. On Mose's side, only 1 level 31 wind rat was detected. There was no sign of Mose's presence. This was because the federal military had provided Mose with a top-tier treasure that could shield perception and scanning capabilities. Compared to other races, the Human Federation had an overwhelming advantage in reconnaissance and monitoring. Even a small reconnaissance ship had scanners with a coverage range of 1,000,000 kilometers. In contrast, only those powerful beings above level 50 could break through the 1,000,000-kilometer perception range. Mose, at level 35, could only perceive up to 7 or 8,000 kilometers, which was not even in the same league as the reconnaissance ship's 1,000,000-kilometer range. Whether it was the scanners or perception abilities, they could easily penetrate various obstacles. However, they were not without weaknesses. The biggest weakness was that it was challenging to penetrate energy barriers. Various types of energy shields greatly weakened both scanning and perception capabilities. The higher the strength, the greater the weakening effect. In addition, both humans and other races had various means and treasures to counter scanning and perception capabilities. This was also why the reconnaissance ship could only scan wind rats above level 30 once within 10,000 kilometers, but could not detect Mose. likewise. This was why Mose dared to actively wage war against Fast despite being at a significant disadvantage. He not only had the federal military's treasure that could shield perception capabilities, but also had scanners and various attack and defense treasures. With these resources, he could know both himself and his enemy, continuously making targeted adjustments and responses based on Fast's movements. Soon, the reconnaissance ship entered the atmosphere and began to descend. Upon detecting the presence of the reconnaissance ship, Mose started to deactivate the treasure that shielded perception capabilities and immediately appeared on the scanners. Feng then instructed the intelligence brain of the reconnaissance ship to notify all combat personnel to prepare for deployment. Following Bu Qianzhang's orders, the reconnaissance ship descended to a height of only 100 kilometers and stopped, hovering above Mose's army. The reconnaissance ship also opened the readiness area doors according to Feng's instructions. Brothers, for this operation, we are the Wolf King Interstellar Pirate Group. Everyone, without my authorization, must not engage in any form of communication with the Windrat tribe. Let's go. With Feng's command, he took the lead in controlling the mech and flew out of the hatch. The other 5 mechs and over 500 combat personnel followed closely behind. Captain, below. Mose shot up into the air, approaching at an even faster speed. Wait a moment, Chief. Feng greeted Mose, then ordered all personnel to stand by in place before he suddenly accelerated the mech and flew towards the southern side of Mose's army. What the hell? Everyone was left bewildered by Feng's sudden action. Only Gu Lingxi seemed to have thought of something. She glanced at the 3-dimensional map and suddenly realized. On the southern edge of the MOC army, there was indeed a small contingent of FACT troops launching a probing attack. This guy was likely to be craving for kills. The actual situation was not much different from Gu Lingxi's guess. Feng was indeed heading towards this small contingent of FACT troops. However, it wasn't out of craving for kills, but rather to harvest some attribute points. This was also the reason why he was willing to join the welfare faction and aim to take the position of captain. As the captain, he had the authority to command operations. As long as Bu Qianzhang, who held the final decision-making power, did not interfere, he could arrange himself as he wished. Chapter 29. First wave of attacks. Feng, what are you doing? Came the inquiry from Bu Qianzhang over the communicator. Feng casually replied, I'm feeling restless and want to kill a batch of Windrat clan for some excitement. Damn it. Now I also want to fire a few shots at the Windrat clan for some fun. Bu Qianzhang was quite tempted. He had been on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship for 15 years, rising from the bottom to the rank of lieutenant, experiencing hundreds of life-and-death battles. If it weren't for the long-term psychological counseling he had received, his killing instincts would definitely have reached the level of a great demon. Feng was even more motivated to seize the position of captain after hearing Bu Qianzhang's words. If he became the captain, he wouldn't care about randomly firing shots or whether the higher-ups would question his temperament, command capability, and decision-making skills. He would definitely fire a few shots first and reap some attribute points. Captain? The hesitant voice of Mose came through the communicator. This powerful level 35 entity wasn't questioning Feng's actions, but was uncertain whether to protect Feng or stay back to protect all combat personnel. Just let the leader stay there. I'll kill some enemies and come back for fun, Feng replied. Yes. Mose quickly responded. Captain, you asked us to stay back, but you ran off. What does that mean? The public channel erupted with Peter's sarcastic questioning. Yeah. Running off without a word. Are you crazy? Not just crazy, but seriously so. You bastard. Leaving the main force without any explanation during the mission. When I get back, I'll report you to the investigation department, and you can bet I won't go easy on you. Soon, a group of white team members began to curse in succession. The yellow team members weren't willing to be outdone and started to retort back. The public channel was in chaos. Feng, however, remained unfazed and indifferent. It was just a verbal release. No one could do anything to him. The NB-4444, a reconnaissance ship specifically for high-risk missions, had members who were rebellious and crazy, willing to disregard most military regulations and even curse at him, the captain. Yet, no one dared to defy military orders. Even if given a death sentence, they would still execute it without hesitation while cursing. Defying military orders not only meant death, but also being expelled from the reconnaissance ship, with all past data being erased. For the madman on the reconnaissance ship, the latter was 100 times more terrifying than the former. In just a moment, he was over 100 kilometers away. The attacking Windrat clan had about 3,000 members, all elite among elites, with an average level above 6. There were more than 10 level 20 Windrat clan members. Their strategy was to leverage their mobility and range advantages to continually maneuver at the edges, conducting long-range harassment and attrition. Further back, a level 32 Windrat clan member was closely monitoring the battlefield. Both sides had their advantages. Mose, with his knowledge of both himself and the enemy, could assemble elites and repeatedly succeed in ambushing the forces of Fast, even mobilizing top-tier combat power to assassinate the top-tier forces among Fast's army. Conversely, Fast also had a significant strength advantage, able to openly deploy elites to attack and deplete Mose's army. Once Mose assembled elites for a counterattack, he would immediately retreat and change his attack position. If Mose mobilized high-end combat power to strike, this elite force could hold out for a moment until the more than 30 level 30 Windrat clan members stationed in the rear arrived for support. Once entangled, more high-end combat power would continuously arrive to join the battle, and Mose's side would inevitably face defeat. To avoid being jointly attacked by Windrat clan members above level 20, Feng stopped more than 10 kilometers away. At this distance, if he only used energy bombs or energy cannons to attack, any Windrat clan member above level 5, with even a little concentration, could evade. But it didn't matter. He raised his arms. 2 smoke grenade launchers quickly extended from the palms of his mech. With a thought, smoke grenades flew towards the center of the enemy forces in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 10 smoke grenades were fired. The acrid and blinding fog surged up rapidly. Not to mention the ordinary Windrat clan members. Even those above level 20 with perception abilities were heavily affected. Seizing the opportunity, Feng activated the 3-stage energy cannon mode. The energy launchers on the back of his hands, chest, and legs all unleashed a barrage of energy cannons, indiscriminately bombarding the enemy camp. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, you killed an enemy, gaining 0. 41 attribute points. Ding, you killed an enemy, gaining 0. 45 attribute points. 0. 51, 0. 42, 0. 39. System prompts echoed in Feng's mind. In the thick fog, the rumbling sounds continued. Limbs and flesh flew out. Retreat, retreat. The level 26 Windrat clan leader pondered for a moment, ultimately giving up on the idea of charging through the fog to attack Feng and chose to temporarily retreat. There was no choice. Feng was hiding in the camp of Mose's southern army, surrounded by many Windrat clan members. If they charged in, they would only get entangled with Mose's army. They wouldn't be able to kill Feng, and if caught, they wouldn't be able to escape. More Windrat clan members rushed out from the fog behind, quickly retreating. Feng was not foolish enough to pursue. He continued to bombard from behind. Killing one was worth it. After all, he was the captain and had the right to return to the reconnaissance ship to replenish energy reserves. This battle started somewhat suddenly and ended quickly. As the elite Windrat clan members retreated, the fog gradually dispersed. In just a minute or two, Feng had fired off thousands of shots. His energy reserves were only at 20. The results were astonishing. He had created a massive pit covering an area of 1 million square meters, 3 to 4 meters deep. In the fog, the bodies of the Windrat clan members had been blown to bits. Looking at the available attribute points, they surged to 203 points. Over 400 Windrat clan members above level 6 had died in this wave of concentrated bombardment. Feng felt refreshed and immensely satisfied. Although this attack, purely for the sake of killing, was clearly not closely related to the operational mission and might even alert the enemy, bringing certain negative effects, he felt it was worth it, as long as he could demonstrate enough potential. Even if he went a bit crazy and had some flaws in temperament and mindset, the welfare faction would definitely support him, ensuring his early promotion path was unobstructed. A reprimand or punishment was trivial. No one from the reconnaissance ship would care about such things. Feeling content, Feng turned around and returned to the lower part of the reconnaissance ship. After rejoining the team, he issued the command to continue onward. Following Mose, they arrived at a castle. Along the way, they received many strange gazes from the Windrat clan. These gazes were complex, filled with hatred and excitement. However, Mose had clearly issued strict orders. Whether it was the higher-ups or ordinary Wind-Rat clan members, they only dared to watch from a distance, not approaching. They entered a castle that covered only a few tens of thousands of square meters. Inside, it was empty. As per Feng's request, there were no guards arranged. Everyone was on standby, setting up defenses. Besides Chief Mose, any Wind-Rat clan member within 100 meters of the castle would be shot on sight to prevent any internal traitors from launching a sudden attack. Feng authorized the 5 squad leaders to arrange the defense deployment, parked the mech in an open area of the castle, and followed Mose into a secret chamber. He then had the ship's AI send a video conference request to Bu Qianzhong. Soon, the virtual image of Bu Qianzhong was projected into the chamber through Feng's military watch. Captain, team leader, a small token of appreciation, I hope you accept it. And Mose stood upright and bowed respectfully. A tray suddenly appeared on his raised front paws. On the tray lay 2 pieces of jade, entirely fire red, with a faint glow swirling inside. Feng and Bu Qianzhong exchanged glances. Calmly, he stepped forward and picked up the 2 pieces of jade. They felt warm to the touch, and he could vaguely sense an inexplicable energy surging within. He decisively placed the 2 pieces of jade into the pocket of his military uniform. Chapter 30, Finding the Key. Point: Does Chief Moss have any means or treasures in his possession that can shield against scanners? As he saw the tray in Moss's hand disappear, Bu Qianzhong wasted no time and got straight to the point. Moss possesses a special type of communication treasure that allows him to contact personnel at the military base. Decades ago, after being ordered to infiltrate this planet, he has been regularly reporting his developments and situations in detail. Bu Qianzhong, as the captain, also has the right to access this information. Feng and Bu Qianzhong both understood that the urgency, the most critical point, was to first figure out how fast could withstand the combined efforts of the reconnaissance ship and Moss in such a short time. However, there was too much information. They were reluctant to spend a lot of time studying it and didn't have that much time to spare. It would be better to meet and ask Moss directly. Fast has ruled this planet for nearly a century, possessing all top-tier treasures, so he certainly has means and treasures of this type. Moss shook his head. But even if combined, their strength cannot completely block the scans of a small reconnaissance ship. At the very least, nothing can hide within 10,000 kilometers. So far, he has been under my surveillance. The scanner in my hand has a similar effect to that equipped on a small reconnaissance ship. Feng pressed further. What about teleportation, invisibility, or similar means? Among his subordinates, there are indeed many who possess such abilities, but he himself does not. Moss gave a very certain answer. Feng and Bu Qianzhong exchanged glances. This shouldn't be the case. If Fast did not have these capabilities, why would those white high-ranking officials think he could withstand the combined forces of the reconnaissance ship and Moss in a short time? My lords, are you worried that we won't be able to kill Fast together? Moss cautiously asked, voicing his doubts. Ever since Bu Qianzhong first contacted him and informed him that a conservative plan would be adopted, he found it puzzling. Independent small reconnaissance ships have always been synonymous with radicalism and madness. Adopting a conservative and safe plan seemed utterly absurd. What he worried about was that Bu Qianzhong and Feng did not trust him, a Windrat, fearing he might stab them in the back, which led to such a decision. Fearing that any slight oversight in communication or during their meeting might offend the two, he was not only respectful, but even slightly flattering. He even gritted his teeth and selected 2 of the most precious treasures as gifts for the two. He was afraid they would nitpick, one of them harboring dissatisfaction towards him. The 2 gifts were identical in material, size, and quality. When Feng and Bu Qianzhong's 2 questions came out, he suddenly woke up, realizing the source of their decision. Yes. Bu Qianzhong nodded in acknowledgement. You 2 lords are overthinking. Moss breathed a sigh of relief, confidently stating, although my strength is significantly weaker than Fast's, I possess many binding-type treasures. The reconnaissance ship only needs to keep attacking, and it will surely force Fast out. I can take the opportunity to appear and entangle Fast, which shouldn't be a problem in a short time. As long as the energy beam from the reconnaissance ship can hit fast and heavily injure him, we will definitely be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Feng asked, could fast bring in stronger reinforcements in a short time? Impossible. Moss shook his head. Fast temperament is irritable, greedy, and selfish. He has no dealings with other planetary rulers or major forces. I can assure you that there are no spatial rifts on this planet. Even if you were desperate and sought help at all costs, it would be impossible for any high-level wind rats to arrive in a short period. Could it be that we are miscalculating? Bu Qianzhong couldn't help but look at Feng, beginning to doubt their previous deductions. Feng, however, shook his head, firmly believing in this deduction. If they could easily and quickly kill fast, this operation would carry no risk at all. With the reconnaissance ship providing low-altitude support, the combat personnel would hardly suffer significant losses. The group of whites aboard the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship had a huge advantage in terms of strength level. Yet it would all be for nothing, even allowing them to gain a large amount of military merit. Surely, some high-ranking whites must have seen something, but even Moss, the person involved, overlooked the reason. Unable to evade the reconnaissance ship's scans, with no invisibility or teleportation to quickly escape Moss's entanglement. Feng calculated carefully for a moment and then asked, Chief Moss, what about Fast's defensive measures? Fast's greatest characteristic is his mastery of various powerful attack methods. He does have defensive measures and treasures, but they are not his strong suit, right? Moss seemed to recall something and reminisced. When I first infiltrated, I heard someone mention that this life planet once nurtured a treasure called the Azure Lotus Stone Pavilion, which possesses extraordinary defensive power. The Wind Rat tribe that obtained it by chance presented it to Fast and was exceptionally promoted to the leader ruling millions of tribes. That's it. Feng and Bu Qianzhong suddenly understood. It is my subordinate's oversight for not reporting such important information. I beg the two lords for forgiveness. Moss also reacted, immediately breaking into a cold sweat, feeling fearful. If this defensive treasure can withstand the most powerful energy beam from the reconnaissance ship, then the problem becomes serious. Recklessly launching a strong attack, a group of wind rats at level 30 or above would hardly pose a significant threat to the reconnaissance ship. The reconnaissance ship could easily retreat. He is not much weaker than Fast and has treasures with perception-blocking abilities, so he could easily escape. However, the combat personnel on the reconnaissance ship, those under his command who participated in the attack, would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Feng and Bu Qianzhong did not express their opinions. They quickly instructed the intelligence brain to check for any information on the Azure Lotus Stone Pavilion. After confirming that relevant information existed, they immediately called it up for review. Just as Gu Lingxi had predicted, the high-ranking whites at the base indeed did not act without reason. The key point turned out to be something Moss had reported years ago, something he himself had forgotten, not recalled even after several reminders and inquiries. According to the data, the Azure Lotus Stone Pavilion belongs to a level 30-40 defensive treasure. If successfully refined, when subjected to unavoidable powerful attacks, it can form an energy projection of the Azure Lotus Stone Pavilion outside to provide defense. The greatest characteristic of the Human Federation's warships is their high offense and high defense. However, small reconnaissance ships are at the bottom in terms of offense and defense among similar small warships, only slightly better than small transport ships. Comparing the data, the most powerful energy beam on the reconnaissance ship, designed for precise strikes against high-level alien races, would be a match for the Azure Lotus Stone Pavilion. It might break through the Azure Lotus Stone Pavilion, but it might not be able to. Even if it successfully breaks through, the residual power would be minimal, making it impossible to break through Fast's energy shield. If they cannot severely injure Fast in one hit, the outcome is predictable. Even if the reconnaissance ship and Moss stay behind to find a way to suppress Fast, giving both sides as much time as possible to retreat, those powerful wind rats under Fast could easily inflict heavy damage on both forces. Even if Moss ordered his men to intercept and cover frantically, the combat personnel of the reconnaissance ship would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Who can escape will depend on who is stronger and luckier. Afterwards, this operation might not be beyond rescue. The Azure Lotus Stone Pavilion, when subjected to powerful attacks, will consume a large amount of energy and require a considerable amount of time to recharge. Moss's binding methods recover faster. This period is enough for the reconnaissance ship to summarize the mistakes and, using the advantage of the scanner, force fast out once again. After the incident, not only were most of the survivors higher-ranking white individuals, but as the captain, Bu Qianzhong, who should have gained the most military merit, made this mistake. Even if he is not punished, he will at least not gain much military merit. It's simply perfect. These high-ranking white individuals are really calculating. If it weren't for your insistence on this inference, we would have capsized in the gutter. Bu Qianzhong clicked his tongue and said, "Not only are my brother's lives at stake, but I also end up as a lone commander. If I keep dwelling on this mistake, once I can't withstand the double pressure and voluntarily request a transfer, the control of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship will completely change hands. Even if I withstand the pressure, it'll be hard to get through the next mission or the one after that. Since I know where the calculations are, it will be easier," Li Feng said leisurely. "I'm going back for a while now to perform a magic trick for you. After the magic show, we could discuss the detailed plan." "What magic trick?" Bu Qianzhong asked, looking confused. Li Feng smiled and did not answer. With a thought, the newly acquired 203 available attribute points instantly decreased by 100 points. Level 2 armor piercing upgraded to level 3. The effect increased from ignoring 20 of any target's defense to ignoring 30 of any target's defense. Chapter 31. Everyone wants to kill each other after greeting Moss. Li Feng left the secret room, activating the flight function of his military uniform. He returned to the cockpit of Mecha Number 1. Controlling Mecha Number 1, he soared into the sky. The intelligence brain of the reconnaissance ship opened the doors to the combat readiness area as per his instructions. Upon returning to the combat readiness area, logistics personnel and intelligent robots had already arrived to replenish smoke bombs and energy stones from Mecha Number 1. Li Feng then made his way to the captain's office to find Bu Qianzhong. Once Bu Qianzhong had checked and confirmed that there were no surveillance devices in the office, Li Feng raised his right hand toward the metal wall. The military uniform on his right arm quickly extended, wrapping around his right fist. The energy launcher on the back of his hand opened, activating the third gear energy bullet mode. Li Feng turned to the doubtful-looking Bu Qianzhong and smiled. "With the third gear energy bullet at this distance, how deep do you think the impact crater will be on the wall?" 1. 6 millimeters. Bu Qianzhong was well-versed in the data of the metal wall and energy bullets. Li Feng smiled, and with a thought, fired an energy bullet. Bang! It hit the wall directly. A muffled sound echoed as the energy exploded. A crater larger than 2 millimeters appeared on the wall. Bu Qianzhong's eyes widened slightly. Worried that his eyesight might be faulty, he stepped forward to take a closer look. The result was the same. He quickly had the intelligence brain pull up the surveillance data from the office. The speed and power of the energy bullet were no different from the third gear energy bullet of the multifunctional military uniform. The hardness of the metal wall had not changed at all. After having the intelligence brain calculate again, the conclusion was still 1. 6 millimeters, consistent with the data he had instinctively deduced from experience. Bu Qianzhong looked at Li Feng in disbelief, opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from asking. This kind of secret would likely not yield an answer. Li Feng said calmly, "If you let me control the main cannon of the reconnaissance ship, this trick can also be applied to energy beams." Although he already understood the implications of this statement, Bu Qianzhong couldn't help but confirm. "So, if you're in charge of the main cannon, even if you can't kill fast, you can still severely injure him?" "Yes," Li Feng affirmed. Then, only one difficult question remained. A sharp light flashed in Bu Qianzhong's eyes. How to find an opportunity to kill those bastards and deliver a grand gift to those damn white upper echelons. It was difficult to deal with ordinary team members as they were all mixed together. Letting the white team leader and members attack the high-level Windrat clan was too obvious and somewhat against the rules. Li Feng had already thought of something. "I'll take those 2 squad leaders to assault the level 30 Windrat clan." Bu Qianzhong asked curiously, "Are you confident in self-preservation?" "Yes," Li Feng replied affirmatively. Bu Qianzhong said without hesitation, "Killing these 2 is enough. One is level 17 and the other is level 15, both just over 30. They are stars of the future. This gift is not light." The 2 quickly reached an agreement. Next, they discussed the details, and it took only about 10 minutes to finalize everything. Li Feng remembered the gift he had prepared for Moss and took out a piece of red jade from his pocket, tossing it to Bu Qianzhong. I will have the intelligence brain delete all videos of the meeting in the secret room and this discussion. Bu Qianzhong stuffed the jade into his pocket and pointed out. The statistics department will definitely report if they find video footage missing. As for the meeting gift, the investigation department would only need to ask Moss, who would certainly not dare to hide it. Therefore, there was no need for them to conceal anything. Don't let the intelligence brain check the value of this jade. Just firmly claim you don't know what it is and throw it away as trash on the way back. It's merely a meeting gift, not a bribe. At most, we'll each get a warning. This thing, I've been on the reconnaissance ship for 15 years, and I've accumulated over 200 warnings. It feels more intimidating than a Medal of Honor. When you offend high-ranking officers outside, once your identity information is revealed and they see over 200 warnings, even I would be scared. Li Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. This doesn't seem crazy on ordinary days. It seems he puts on a facade after becoming captain. Out there, he still acts like a decent person. Bu Qianzhong continued. What are we doing in the office? Why delete the video? Anyone can guess we're discussing how to kill those two bastards. Within the bounds of the rules. A clever move would be to just give each of us a warning. Everyone can accept that. If someone dares to come and ask questions, we could just knock them out and throw them in the trash can. We might even earn another warning. Li Feng was amused. If we accumulate too many of these, once it become an obstacle to promotion, a target for opponents to attack, or give some high-ranking official a reason to deal with us. Bu Qianzhong said meaningfully. For others, that's true. But for us who came from the independent reconnaissance ship, these things are lifelines and also military merit medals. Li Feng was puzzled. Bu Qianzhong smiled. The more mistakes we make, the more it shows we have serious psychological issues. How did this happen? When things weren't serious before. Why didn't they help us correct it? Li Feng suddenly realized, we've carried out too many life and death missions. Anyone who digs up these warnings is essentially uncovering our achievements. Bu Qianzhong nodded. Unlike the political and business worlds, the military is ultimately a place with more blood and guts. Even those bastards in the military who learned bad habits from politicians will, out of consideration for preserving their prestige in the military, show some leniency and act more courageous. Li Feng understood, feeling enlightened. He had gained knowledge. After chatting a bit more, the two began to implement their plan. Bu Qianzhong contacted Moss to inform him of the detailed plan. Li Feng, meanwhile, made his way to the combat readiness area to notify all combat members of the plan. What the hell? Upon receiving the new plan, Peter and Carl were instantly filled with a sense of surprise. They hadn't expected that Li Feng and Bu Qianzhong, who had already decided on a cautious and conservative approach and announced relevant plans, would suddenly change their plans. Could there be a conspiracy? Carl hesitated and contacted Peter to discuss the matter. It must have been discussed with Moss. After several confirmations, they made this decision. Peter said dismissively, "We received multiple hints from the general at that time and studied the data for several days before uncovering the key points. Even if they guessed a hint, they only spent about 10 to 20 minutes with Moss. How would they discover anything? They probably overturned their previous conclusions after several checks and decided to act quickly. Even if we assume that problems arise, they would only try to delay time as much as possible. And it wouldn't be possible for them to overturn or change the originally planned conservative strategy." That makes sense. Carl felt completely reassured. This grand gift was indeed unexpected. Peter smiled. Let us split up and contact the brothers, letting them prepare. The time when life and death are at stake is about to arrive. Next, according to the original plan, they would use their speed advantage to find opportunities to lure level 25 and above Wind Rat clans in front of Li Feng and their mechas. Kill them all, leaving none behind. Okay, Carl nodded excitedly. Chapter 32. Leading the charge to death. What's your situation? In the combat readiness zone, Li Feng had returned to the know. One mech. In his ears, he heard Gu Lingxi's puzzled voice. Fast had a defensive treasure called the Green Lotus Stone Pavilion, which could barely withstand energy beam attacks. Li Feng did not hide. If I personally control the attack system, I can reduce its defense by about 30%. Gu Lingxi promptly ended the call. Last time, the device that could form an energy shield, which I saw in your dormitory, can I borrow it? Li Feng sent her a private message. I plan to take 2 squad leaders and take the initiative. I'm a bit scared of dying. Worried that the ability I demonstrated in your dorm last time isn't stable enough. Gu Lingxi frowned slightly. She understood that Li Feng meant to take 2 white squad leaders to their deaths, but the communication channel wasn't suitable for such explicit statements. She reminded him. Not long ago, a micro-surveillance device recorded that 2 METS operators authorized intelligent robots to install propulsion devices on their METs using equipment they provided. I checked the corresponding models. After modification, their MET speed remains unchanged, but the acceleration time can be significantly reduced by at least half. Understood. Li Feng nodded. Gu Lingxi continued. I only have 2 of that defensive device. They are too large to carry easily. If you abandon the mech, it means the defensive device will be destroyed as well. I can lend you a passive defensive monk artifact, which automatically forms an energy shield upon being attacked, but its defense is somewhat weaker. However, combined with the multifunctional military uniform's defense system, it can withstand a full-force attack from a level 30 wind mouse without a problem. That works. Li Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. Gu Lingxi remembered the micro-simulator that Li Feng had shamelessly not returned and gritted her teeth. Remember, it's a loan. You must return it to me afterward. Li Feng replied disappointedly. With your status, you shouldn't say such things. It's too embarrassing. Something that's not worth much should just be thrown at my face to match your status. Gu Lingxi retorted. I only have 2 of these defensive artifacts. You must return them to me. Li Feng clicked his tongue. You're even more afraid of dying than I am, keeping 2 life-saving measures. Gu Lingxi was still not at ease and added, this defensive artifact requires spiritual energy to recharge after being triggered. Only a cultivator can use spiritual power to guide the natural spiritual energy into it. It won't work in your hands. Fine. I'll definitely return it to you afterward. Li Feng was completely disheartened. Come over and take it. Gu Lingxi then felt relieved, opening the mech cockpit. Li Feng followed closely, entering her cockpit. The cockpit, which was originally spacious, became quite cramped due to his presence. Gu Lingxi closed the cockpit door and took out a piece of emerald green jade pendant, handing it to him. Just wear it as an accessory, hang it at your waist. After receiving it, Li Feng hung it at his waist. I will have someone modify or delete the relevant videos inside the mech. Gu Lingxi instructed, opening the cockpit door. Li Feng then flew back into the cockpit of the number 1 mech. Everything was ready, just waiting for a big fight. In just a few minutes, the combat readiness zone received a voice notification that the reconnaissance ship had set off. Everyone opened the 3D map to check. They saw the reconnaissance ship, which was originally hovering above the Mo's army, starting to ascend. Upon reaching a position 2,000 kilometers away, between the planet's exosphere and outer space, the reconnaissance ship stopped rising and began advancing towards the area where the fast army was located. Puff, puff, puff. Upon learning that human interstellar pirate ships had appeared, FAST had already deployed many patrols and scouts to patrol at high altitudes. Only wind mice of level 10 and above could patrol close to outer space. These patrols and scouts were not weak. However, in front of the reconnaissance ship, they were insignificant. Bu Qianzhong had already activated the intelligent attack mode. Some bold patrols and scouts approached the reconnaissance ship, and within 10 kilometers, they could hardly escape being shot down. It rampaged unabated, arriving above FAST's hiding place. Under Bu Qianzhong's control, beams of energy cannons shot towards the area where FAST was located. Boom, boom, boom. At an altitude of 2,000 kilometers, FAST and those wind mice of level 20 and above, who had perceptive abilities, could detect the crisis in advance and easily escape the risk zone. Those wind mice of level 10 and above also quickly avoided after receiving the warning. Beams of energy cannons rained down, and the violent energy expanded in a radius of 1,000 meters. Various buildings, those wind mice below level 10, despite receiving warnings, were torn to shreds by the explosive energy storm due to their slow speed and reactions. FAST quickly distanced himself, but the reconnaissance ship kept following closely, firing energy cannons at him. Wherever it passed, deep pits with diameters of 400 to 500 meters continuously formed. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing the reconnaissance ship relentlessly shooting energy cannons despite the depletion of its energy reserves, FAST was furious, roaring in anger. Kill, destroy this interstellar pirate ship for me. However, although he had a violent temper, he was not foolish. He did not recklessly charge toward the reconnaissance ship, but instead gave the order to attack the reconnaissance ship. On the 3D map, a large number of wind mice began to take off from various places, heading towards the interstellar pirate ship. They were densely packed, mostly wind mice of level 10 and above. Among them were also wind mice of level 20 and above. Fast's 3 subordinates, all over level 30, were mixed in, attacking the reconnaissance ship from 3 directions. Number 2 mech, number 5 mech, keep parallel with me and intercept that level 31 wind mouse. Feng calculated the timing and gave the order. The combat readiness zone's hatch opened, and he was the first to control the mech, flying out and actively confronting the level 31 wind mouse facing the combat readiness zone hatch. Are you crazy? As soon as the order was given, apart from Gulingsi, all the combat members, whether white or yellow, had a single thought in their minds. This guy's crazy. Peter's expression changed drastically. Damn it, we're doomed. Bastard. You actually want us to go to our deaths with you? Carl even directly cursed in the public channel. Feng smiled and ignored them, continuously controlling the mech to accelerate towards the level 31 wind mouse. Peter and Carl's curses became more intense. However, they quickly controlled their mechs to fly out of the combat readiness zone, catching up with Feng. Following the command, they positioned themselves one on the left and one on the right, continuously accelerating and flying parallel to Feng. The two of them, along with 28 white squad leaders, were transferred from other white-controlled small, independent reconnaissance ships. During mission execution, military orders are as heavy as a mountain, almost ingrained as a supreme iron law. Even if Feng led the charge to intercept the level 31 wind mouse, an act that could be explained as a command error or foolishness, it would even count as a violation. Even if Feng committed a serious violation, intentionally sending them to their deaths, they would execute it without a second thought. The level 31 wind mouse, originally mixed among those above level 20, felt insulted upon seeing 3 mechs approaching from the reconnaissance ship. Seeing the reconnaissance ship's main cannon continuously bombarding fast behind it, it did not hesitate at all, beginning to accelerate madly towards Feng and the others. Chapter 33. 2 killed in a trap, 500 kilometers, 400 kilometers, 300 kilometers. The level 31 wind rat tribe moved at full speed, reaching 2 to 3,000 meters per second, 5 times the maximum speed of the mecha. The distance between the two sides continued to close. When they were only about 100 kilometers apart, Feng immediately stopped. Damn it, those bastards. Peter and Carl had to stop as well, watching the level 31 wind rat tribe approaching on the monitor, knowing they were doomed this time. Besides the response speed flaw, another defect of the mecha was that its explosive power was inferior to that of the same level alien tribes. It could only accelerate to about 500 kilometers per second, and even with boosters, it would only double that. The level 31 wind rat tribe speed could already reach 5 times that of the mecha, and with the current distance. Stopping suddenly meant they had no chance to retreat to the reconnaissance ship over 50 kilometers away before the level 31 wind rat tribe struck. Attack with all your strength, Feng commanded, and at the front of the mecha, over 60 energy launch ports fired energy cannons and energy bombs wildly at the level 31 wind rat tribe. Peter and Carl could only join in the frantic assault. However, at a distance of several dozen kilometers, even level 11 wind rats could easily dodge. The level 31 wind rat tribe didn't even slow down, barreling through at a breathtaking speed. In just half a minute, they were within 10 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, wind blades slashed towards the 3 mechas. Warning! Warning! The mecha is under attack. Energy reserves are decreasing. The mecha, which could only exert level 25 power, faced a significant gap in strength against the level 31 wind rat tribe. Feng and the others constantly maneuvered the mecha to dodge, but they could only evade most of the wind blades. Still, numerous wind blades struck the mecha. More critically, the level 31 wind rat tribe had closed in. Its claws swung, and at close range, the wind blades were almost guaranteed to hit. The mecha's defense system was incredibly high, but the power of the wind blades was also extraordinary. 90, 80, 70. The energy reserves were plummeting at a visible rate. Retreat! Retreat! Full retreat! Li Feng suddenly issued the order to withdraw. Peter and Carl were almost dizzy with anger. Retreat? At this point, with only a little energy left, the only option was to self-destruct and see if they could blow off a few strands of the level 31 wind rat tribe's fur to save face. There was no way out. When the energy reserves of the mecha dropped to only 20, Li Feng looked up at the top. The scattering layer was extremely thin, let alone the clouds and mist. Despite being 50 to 60 kilometers away, with his decent eyesight, he could see the reconnaissance ship clearly through the cockpit glass. He even saw the door of the combat readiness area open. With a thought, the teleportation activated. The teleportation ability could only carry living beings or objects that he could physically transport. The first mecha weighed several dozen tons, so he had to give it up. Li Feng vanished into thin air, appearing directly at the door of the combat readiness area on the reconnaissance ship. Captain Awesome. Damn, Captain. Is that a teleportation technique from a cultivator? Well done. When they saw Li Feng, who should have been dead, suddenly appear at the door, all the Asian crew members went wild with excitement. The Caucasian crew members, however, looked grim, glaring at Li Feng as if they wanted to eat him alive. Awesome. I thought you were just a useless second-generation military brat, but you turn out to be this impressive. Li Feng, you bastard. If I had known you had this ability, I definitely wouldn't have lost. Hearing the voices on the public channel, Peter and Carl looked at Li Feng's location and suddenly felt relieved. Being outsmarted by a useless second-generation military brat, using his position to swap roles was hard for them to accept. They felt it was too unfair and unwilling to accept their fate. Being killed by a long-range teleportation ability that could even pass through the energy shields of the mecha and reconnaissance ship was not only unfair, but also an honor. Because this teleportation technique was just too impressive and unheard of. Boom, boom. Without any hesitation, they quickly chose to accept their fate and activated the self-destruct sequence while they still had some energy reserves left. The level 31 wind rat tribe easily dodged. In the combat readiness area, Li Feng ignored the various strange looks and rushed to the control room. As Peter and Carl were taken out, Bu Qianzhang had already notified Moss to initiate action according to plan. Moss was also well prepared, according to the 3D map provided by the scanner. Moss's army of 12 million was mobilizing, quickly advancing towards the fast army. Moss was flying towards the reconnaissance ship with that level 31 wind rat and nearly 500 level 20 and above wind rats. The army did not gather, but launched a large-scale attack directly. The leaders and most of the high-end combat power had already fled. At first glance, it seemed that Li Feng and Bu Qianzhang's plan was to send this army of over 10 million to their deaths. In reality, it was just to force a direct confrontation with the fast army. Boom, boom, boom. 3 level 30 and above wind rats, hundreds of level 20 and above wind rats, and thousands of level 10 and above wind rats had already arrived near the reconnaissance ship. Countless wind blades struck the energy shield of the reconnaissance ship, continuously depleting its energy reserves. At the same time, under the control of numerous operators, energy launch ports distributed around the reconnaissance ship continuously launched energy bombs and energy cannons at the surrounding wind rats. Any level 10 wind rat that came within 10 kilometers was essentially seeking death. The intelligent attack system could easily shoot them down. However, for the level 20 and above wind rats, it was a matter of luck. The reconnaissance ship had no close combat weapons to kill those fast, responsive, and agile level 20 and above wind rats. They could only rely on concentrated indiscriminate attacks, hoping they wouldn't have time to dodge. Many level 10 wind rats were shot to pieces. Some slowly fell, while others drifted into outer space. Occasionally, some level 20 and above wind rats were also shot down. The reconnaissance ship was not doing well either, as its energy shield was under relentless attack from 3 level 30 and above wind rats and hundreds of level 20 and above wind rats. Meanwhile, they had to keep shooting down those level 10 and above wind rats. In the control room, Bu Qianzhang continued to control the main cannon, bombarding the evading fast. The energy reserves were continuously decreasing. Captain, let's attack. Let's take out these bastards. That's right, it's our turn to strike. Peter and Carl were dead because of you. What the hell are you waiting for? It's my turn to be killed. Hurry up and order us to attack. In the combat readiness area, including the white personnel, all the combat staff were clamoring for Li Feng to give the order to strike. Their tones varied, but their thoughts were the same. Life and death didn't matter. If they were unhappy, they would fight. With so many level 20 and above wind rats, and even 3 invincible level 30 wind rats if they attacked, they would likely be killed. But if they could survive, they would definitely gain a lot of military merit. You idiots eager to reincarnate. Shut up. Stop whining. All of you stay in the combat readiness area. Li Feng couldn't help but yell. The screen filled with attribute points and military merit made him itch with impatience. He was more anxious than anyone. But first, he had to take down the level 37 fast, so that the reconnaissance ship and Moss could free up to deal with those level 30 and above wind rats. To reap the rewards. As soon as they heard that they would have their chance to attack later, the public channel fell silent instantly. Chapter 34, Killing Fast. The stalemate of mutual consumption did not last long. With Moss and his level 31 subordinate rushing to the scene at full speed, the situation quickly turned around. Moss led the charge, attacking the level 33 Wind Mouse tribe member. The level 31 subordinate intercepted the level 31 Wind Mouse tribe member, who had killed Peter and Carl. Bu Qianzhong continued to control the main cannon, bombarding fast below. At the same time, he ordered all operators to exert full control over the energy launch ports to suppress another level 32 Wind Mouse tribe member. Damn it! Below, Fast no longer hesitated and charged at the reconnaissance ship at full speed. There was no choice. The enemy clearly had an all-or-nothing attitude. He had to respond. Otherwise, the level 32 and level 31 Wind Mouse tribe members would escape. The level 33 Wind Mouse tribe member targeted by Moss was significantly weaker than Moss and could not escape his entanglement. Once his companions fled, the reconnaissance ship and Moss's level 31 subordinate would undoubtedly join the battle, leading to certain death. If he continued to hide, the other two subordinates above level 30 would also be unable to escape the joint pursuit of Moss and the reconnaissance ship. Here it comes. My future is in your hands. As soon as Fast charged over, Bu Qianzhong immediately retreated, leaving the control console. He then activated the combat mode on his military uniform's right arm. The energy launch port was unhesitatingly aimed at his thigh. Boom! An energy bullet instantly pierced through his thigh. Stifling a groan, he endured the excruciating pain and quickly accessed the reconnaissance ship's AI, granting authorization to Li Feng. Whether it was the self-destruct function or the main cannon that could penetrate the entire reconnaissance ship, only the captain had the authority to control them. Other operators, even with the captain's authorization, could only control a few small energy launch ports. Although Li Feng was the second in command, he was equally restricted. If the captain wanted to authorize self-destruct and main cannon control to someone else, he had to apply to the base. Unless it involved special reasons concerning the reconnaissance ship's survival, it was unlikely to be approved. Another method was for the captain to issue a temporary authorization command to the AI when he was unable to control the warship. This was also the reason Bu Qianzhong shot himself first before granting authorization. Doing so, unless it concerned the life and death of the reconnaissance ship and required an urgent decision, would generally be considered a major violation. If Li Feng could use this to team up with Moss to kill Fast, it would be somewhat acceptable. He would only lose military merit, face some punishment, and have a major demerit on his record. If they failed to kill Fast, Bu Qianzhong would not only lose his position as captain of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, but would also likely never be able to hold any captaincy again. Notification. Due to Captain Bu Qianzhong's injury, he is unable to continue fulfilling the captain's duties. You have been granted temporary access to the self-destruct system and main cannon control system. Li Feng heard the synthesized voice of the reconnaissance ship's AI in his ear. He took a deep breath and allocated all 103 available attribute points to agility. This caused his already superior agility, which was at 100 points, to surge to 203 points. His reaction speed significantly increased as a result. The small reconnaissance ship was equipped with two main cannons with a caliber of 1 meter, position one above and one below. These two main cannons extended 2 meters beyond the ship's body, with spherical launch ports. Except for the connection points with the ship's body, they could attack 360 degrees without dead angles. With a thought, Li Feng switched the lower main cannon from the highest energy cannon mode to the fourth energy cannon mode. energy cannons continued to intercept the increasingly approaching Fast. Boom, boom, boom. Under Li Feng's control, these energy cannons kept exploding in midair, forcing Fast to dodge left and right, wildly changing speed and direction. Meanwhile, Bu Qianzhong, sweating profusely from his leg injury, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It seemed like it was going to work. The power remained the same when switching from the fifth to the fourth mode. Moreover, with his keen eyesight and the data provided by the scanner, he could easily determine that the energy cannons fired by Li Feng were all preemptively predicted and detonated based on Fast's speed and trajectory. The effect of forcing Fast to frantically change speed and direction was enough to demonstrate Li Feng's absurdly fast reaction speed. He was certain that if it were a small warship equipped with multiple main cannons on each side and various auxiliary and close combat attack devices, Li Feng could easily kill the level 37 Fast. Just as Li Feng had judged, after sensing the threat from the reconnaissance ship, Fast began to abandon the idea of destroying the reconnaissance ship first. He ordered more Wind Mouse tribe members to charge at the reconnaissance ship, trying to divert its attention. At the same time, he turned sharply and attacked Moss on the other side, planning to eliminate Moss, the second biggest threat, first. 100 kilometers, 90 kilometers, 80 kilometers. Fast moved like lightning, continuously avoiding the explosive power of the energy cannons while closing in on Moss. Moss clearly sensed Fast's approach and immediately abandoned his attack on the disadvantaged level 33 Wind Mouse tribe member, trying to widen the distance between himself and Fast. However, in just a few dozen kilometers, Fast quickly caught up. Moss could only turn around to face the battle, dodging the wind blades while retaliating with his own wind blades directed at Fast. Dare to oppose me. Today is your death day. Confidence and killing intent flickered in Fast's eyes. The reason was simple. Due to the close proximity between them, Li Feng had redirected the cannon to suppress his level 33 subordinate, as long as he maintained his speed and reaction advantage in close proximity to Moss. The reconnaissance ship would find it difficult to provide much assistance to Moss. It was almost equivalent to a one-on-one duel between him and Moss. For all these years, Moss had been avoiding a direct confrontation with him, and now could not escape his fate. Whoosh! With a sharp turn, Fast dodged several wind blades while finally closing in. His claws raised, he slashed at Moss. The sharp, piercing wind howled, tearing through the air. However, there was no trace of panic in Moss's eyes. Suddenly, a protective energy shield surged around him, easily withstanding the attack. In his hand, a sky-blue sphere appeared. As energy surged wildly into it, the blue light rapidly expanded, surging toward the nearby Fast. Fast's expression changed dramatically. He could feel that this blue light was filled with a powerful binding force, causing his body to feel as if it were petrified. Without any hesitation, he desperately mobilized energy to break free from this binding force. On the reconnaissance ship, Li Feng immediately abandoned the suppression of the level 33 Wind Mouse tribe member and switched the main cannon to the fifth gear energy beam. A 1-meter diameter energy beam, carrying an aura of destruction, accurately shot toward Fast. It lasted only a second before ending. However, the reconnaissance ship's energy reserves were instantly depleted by 3. Damn it! Fast realized he had been tricked and reacted swiftly, while desperately mobilizing energy to break free from the blue light's binding. He gritted his teeth and infused a small amount of energy into the blue lotus stone pod within him. A blue lotus pod, with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters and formed from energy, enveloped his body. Almost in the next moment, a continuous, massive energy beam, formed by compressed and gathered energy, slammed into the blue lotus pod. No! Fast was horrified to discover that under the impact of the energy beam, the blue lotus pod suddenly collapsed. Even the energy shield on his body shattered like paper. The residual energy beam struck directly at him, almost shattering his body, causing him to fall like a meteor toward the ground. Let me do it. Seeing the scanner's data indicating that Fast was severely damaged, Li Feng used his communicator to call out to Moss, who was about to strike Fast. Moss turned and charged toward the level 33 Wind Mouse tribe. Without hesitation, Li Feng unleashed another energy beam at maximum intensity, targeting the falling Fast. Boom! Before Fast could hit the ground, he was overtaken and engulfed by the energy beam. Ding! You have killed the enemy, gaining 1289 attribute points. The pleasant system prompt echoed in his mind. Feng felt an indescribable joy, exhilarated beyond belief. Chapter 35, Flight Ability No. My lord, the 3 level 30 and above Wind Mouse tribe members felt the death of Fast and were furious. Their attitudes were different. One level 33 Wind Mouse tried to shake off Moss and rushed towards the reconnaissance ship. The other two, one charged at the reconnaissance ship to avenge Fast, while the other suddenly flew rapidly towards outer space, wanting to avoid the already lost war. The Wind Mouse tribe members above level 20 were the same. Some fearlessly charged towards the reconnaissance ship, while others turned around and fled downwards. It's up to you, Feng said, activating the flight function of his military uniform and heading to the combat readiness area. With Fast killed, the next mission of the reconnaissance ship was to assist Moss in killing or severely injuring those Wind Mouse tribe members above level 30. The earlier bombardment of Fast was justified. After that, using the main cannon to bombard other enemies would surely yield no military merit. He needed both attribute points and military merit. He had to take action himself to achieve both. On the way, he quickly accessed the system. Having considered this beforehand, he first spent 400 attribute points to increase 4 attributes that had not yet reached 100 points. Ding! Your attributes have reached 100 points, gaining the ability to fly. Flight. Level 1. Possessing flight capability equivalent to movement speed. Each level increase doubles flight speed based on movement speed. Awesome! Feng showed a look of surprise. Another incredible ability at hand. This ability not only allowed him to have aerial combat capability without mecha or multifunctional military uniform, but also meant that each level increase would double his speed from the original base. Combined with armor piercing and teleportation, even when facing enemies with special abilities, he could achieve invincibility at the same level. Good fortune followed. In the next moment, Feng could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a strange change. The most obvious one was that it felt as if he had gained a peculiar sensation. A combination of various feelings from hearing, sight, touch, and more. Even without being a cultivator or an ability user, he could sense a strange energy filling the world. He could feel that there was an even more mysterious and terrifying energy in the world, referred to by cultivators as the power of loss. This surprise was something he had prepared for. He knew this was because his comprehensive attributes had broken through to level 20, achieving the first evolution in life level. After breaking through to level 20, all races would undergo their first evolution in life. The results varied based on their foundations. For humans, after achieving the first life evolution, they would condense a perception ability that surpassed the 5 senses. This perception ability could reach nearly 1,000 times the spiritual attribute. In other words, when the spiritual attribute reached 100 points, the coverage radius of the perception ability could reach 100 kilometers. Within the perception range, almost anything could be seen, heard, smelled, and felt. The closer the distance, the stronger the intensity. It could even penetrate various objects. For Feng, with a current spiritual attribute of 139 points, his perception coverage would be a radius of 139 kilometers. If there were no energy shields or similar barriers at close range, his perception ability could even penetrate thick metal walls and sense everything on the other side. Besides the perception ability after the first evolution in life level, there were also miraculous aspects such as an increase in lifespan limit, the ability to autonomously absorb energy from the world, and the ability to survive for a long time without oxygen, food, or water. After a moment of thought, Feng spent 110 attribute points to raise flight to level 3. Then he spent another 100 attribute points to raise teleportation to level 3. The former allowed his flight speed to reach 3 times his movement speed. The latter doubled his teleportation frequency from 2 to 4 times a day. He then evenly distributed the remaining 679 attribute points across the 5 main attributes. Host, Feng attribute points: 0 Constitution, 276 Strength, 275 Endurance, 277 Agility, 338 Spirit, 275 Abilities, armor piercing level 3, teleportation level 3. Flight level 3 average attributes surged to 288 points, jumping to level 22 strength. Taking a deep breath, Feng suppressed his excitement and calmed himself. He quickly arrived at the combat readiness area. According to his instructions, the reconnaissance ship's AI opened the hatch to the combat readiness area. Brothers, our mission this time is to help Moss kill fast and assist him in unifying this life planet. The first mission has been completed, but as long as this war hasn't ended, it still belongs to the second mission, killing enemies to earn military merit. Free activity time is here, and military merit is in front of you. How much you can earn depends on your abilities. If anyone likes the various scraps from the Wind Mouse tribe, you can collect them. You're allowed to bring them onto the reconnaissance ship to play for a few days. But when we get close to the base, you must find a place to discard them. Feng issued the order through the public channel. Wow, I suddenly like you. The captain is awesome. Captain, it turns out you are my real dad. All combat personnel, including the white ones, felt their excitement soaring to a frenzy level. They understood the meaning of Feng's last sentence. Let's go. Feng activated the combat mode of his multifunctional military uniform and was the first to fly out of the combat readiness area. He did not use the flight mode of the multifunctional military uniform, but instead dove down at full speed towards the Wind Mouse army below, using his own flight ability. What the hell? The others who followed were dumbfounded. Even Gu Lingxi stared in surprise at Feng's departing figure, thinking there was something wrong with her eyes. Looking again at the data displayed on the 3D map, she began to suspect the scanner was malfunctioning. Because Feng, who was only wearing a multifunctional military uniform, accelerated even faster than a combat mecha. The speed was skyrocketing. 500 kilometers per hour, 1,000 kilometers per hour, 1,500 kilometers per hour. In an instant, he accelerated to over 36,000 kilometers per hour, reaching his limit. This was completely illogical. The maximum speed of the multifunctional military uniform was only about 1,200 kilometers per hour. Even a mecha only reached a speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour. Feng's top speed was already close to twice that of a mecha. What's going on with this speed? Gu Lingxi couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it's due to a huge increase in strength level. Feng Rublia. Gu Lingxi was stunned. This guy's strength level has inexplicably increased again? She was filled with doubts. Only cultivators and ability users have flight techniques and means. Even if your strength level has significantly increased, where did this flight ability come from? Picked it up. Feng Kazwali Rapulia. Gu Lingxi was very dissatisfied with this answer, but knew that Feng was unwilling to elaborate. So she didn't foolishly continue to question. While controlling the mecha to dive down, she hesitated for a moment and suddenly stopped the mecha. She opened the cockpit door. She did not activate the combat mode of her military uniform, holding a long sword in one hand and stepping on a flying sword, heading toward the nearby level 21 Wind Mouse. Seeing Gu Lingxi's unexpected behavior on the map, Feng did not stop his dive. He guessed that Gu Lingxi must have been stimulated by a sudden surge in strength level. This was why she suddenly abandoned the mecha, wanted to face the level 21 Wind Mouse alone with her own strength. Do you need a bodyguard? Although he was reluctant, since they had signed a cooperation contract, Feng still asked. No need. Gu Lingxi's response was straightforward and decisive. Feng was overjoyed and continued to dive rapidly. From a height of 2,000 kilometers, it took only 6 or 7 minutes. He kept slowing down, holding a metal sword in his right hand and an energy launcher in his left, charging towards the Wind Mouse clan who were fighting in midair. With the scan markers, it was easy to distinguish which Wind Mouse belonged to which side in the battle. Conversely, the Wind Mice under Moss had already known that these humans were interstellar pirates invited to assist and would not attack them indiscriminately. System prompts indicating attribute values of 0, 3, 0, 28, 0, 26 continuously echoed in Feng's mind. He quickly charged towards the area dense with enemy troops, where there were no Wind Mice above level 20. With a swing of his sword and the firing of energy bullets, where he passed was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, more like a demon from hell. He was crazily slaughtering and reaping the lives of the Wind Mice one by one. Chapter 36. Killing from day to night 50, 100, 150. Feng charged through the battlefield. With lightning-fast speed, he darted among the dense crowd of wind rats. Each sword strike and each energy bullet fired took a life. His attribute points rapidly increased, evenly distributed across the 5 main attributes. Not only did he show no signs of fatigue, but as his attribute values kept rising, he became even more relentless, resembling a killing machine more than the mechs that were dubbed as such. Captain, I've attacked a large castle's treasure vault but am blocked by restrictions. I need fire support. Li Feng was in the heat of battle when he heard the voice of team leader Liang Qingyong in his ear. He quickly glanced at the map, confirmed Liang Qingyong's location, and rushed over. Along the way, he quickly checked on Gu Lingxi's situation. It had been over an hour, and she was still locked in a fierce battle with a level 21 wind rats. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Gu Lingxi not only abandoned her mech, but also had not activated the combat mode of her multifunctional military uniform. However, with her extraordinary background and being a once-in-a-billion cultivation genius among humans, she was holding her own against opponents 2 levels higher, even in the thin air at high altitude. Facing the aerial combat-capable wind rats, there was no need for him to waste time rescuing her. Looking at the reconnaissance ship, the level 31 wind rat had already been killed by the ship and Mo Si working together, and the level 33 wind rat was also on the brink of collapse. Only the level 32 wind rat that fled into outer space after seeing its companion killed had escaped the scanning range of the reconnaissance ship. Entering the large castle Liang Qingyong mentioned, Li Feng moved down the stone steps. Soon, he reached the entrance of a large secret chamber. Surrounding it were numerous bodies of wind rats. The thick stone walls of the chamber had been blasted into rubble by Liang Qingyong's energy cannon. However, inside, there was still a layer of nearly invisible light curtain. It was a restriction from another race, similar to the formations used by human cultivators. Li Feng had already undergone the first round of evolution and could sense that this restriction contained various extraordinary laws of power. Strange runes flowed on it, and its strength was not weak. It was a defense-type restriction, not difficult to solve. After sensing the characteristics of these laws of power, Li Feng felt relieved. He immediately notified the reconnaissance ship's AI, requesting energy beam support from Captain Bu Qianzhong. After receiving a response, he quickly signaled Liang Qingyong to retreat to the edge. As the positioning was completed and the countdown ended, an energy beam descended from the sky, instantly piercing through the thick walls of the castle and the layers of rock beneath. Boom! With just the residual force, it shattered the defense-type restriction. Li Feng charged in first. Inside was a vast treasure vault with various spiritual ores, materials, and energy stones piled high like mountains. Surrounding it were several small secret chambers. Liang Qingyong controlled the mech, firing blast after blast to penetrate the stone doors of the small secret chambers. There weren't many collectibles in these chambers, but each item radiated a peculiar glow. Those with sensing abilities could even detect the presence of laws of power within. Li Feng quickly moved in and out of the small secret chambers, extending his sensing ability to the maximum, searching for treasures with strong laws of power. Liang Qingyong was even more excited, as he was in a mech, with storage capacity far exceeding that of Li Feng, who was only wearing a multifunctional military uniform. Space laws of power. Li Feng knew he couldn't carry much. After searching through the small secret chambers without finding any more treasures with special laws of power, he began collecting smaller items with relatively high laws of power intensity until his multifunctional military uniform was filled to satisfaction. Looking at Liang Qingyong, he had no sensing ability and couldn't differentiate between good and bad items, but he knew that whatever was collected in the small secret chambers must be good. Stuffing everything indiscriminately into the cockpit. Brothers, we found the treasure vault. If anyone wants to bring a few pieces of scrap to the reconnaissance ship to play with for a few days, feel free to come over. Remember to leave a few pieces for the operators when we go back. Li Feng called out in the public channel. Captain is generous. Captain, I love you. Cheers erupted from the operators on the reconnaissance ship in the public channel. Bastard, I've tolerated you several times already, trying to buy people's hearts in front of me, and now you want to usurp my position? Bu Qianzhong's curses followed. Damn it, you bastard, you don't care about us having good stuff? And still have the face to say, Captain? Exactly. Keep talking, and I'll shoot you in the back. I've been annoyed by you for a long time. If you have the guts, transfer 100,000 bucks to me, and I'll call you dad in front of everyone. If you can't part with it, shut up. More curses flooded towards Bu Qianzhong in the public channel. Bu Qianzhong felt wronged. It was rare to encounter such a low-risk, time-abundant mission that also allowed for some opportunism. He knew well to get some benefits for the brothers on the battleship. It was just that he was busy cooperating with MOC to kill or capture wind rats above level 30 when Li Feng took the lead. In the treasure vault, Li Feng ignored the chaotic public channel and flew out of the large castle, continuing his rampage. No matter how valuable the treasures were, they were not as important as attribute values or even military merit. He also did not pay attention to Bu Qianzhong's grievances. In both political and military circles, the top two are natural opposites. But there are many exceptions. The small independent reconnaissance ship NB-4444 was one of them. Although he and Bu Qianzhong had conflicts of interest, they were comrades in life and death on the same ship, destined to be close allies who would stand back to back for each other. Some minor conflicts of interest were completely insignificant. This was also for the sake of completing the mission to kill fast. Bu Qianzhong did not hesitate to take the blame, shooting himself in the thigh to give Li Feng the main cannon's authority. By doing so, he not only had to bear the major violation, but also ceded the military merit to Li Feng. Conversely, although Li Feng wanted to push Bu Qianzhong out to take the captain position, he would never deliberately let fast go. If he did, Bu Qianzhong's major violation would be serious enough to ruin his career, even leading to being directly dismissed by the base. Attribute 0. 31. Attribute value 0. 28. Attribute value 0. 19. System prompts quickly continued to sound. However, as the level 33 wind rat was severely injured and captured, Fast's army began to collapse. Groups of wind rats chose to surrender. The remaining wind rats that could be killed were no longer as densely packed as before. The combat personnel had long returned to the reconnaissance ship due to depleted energy reserves. Even Gu Lingxi, who had held on with a burst of energy and spirit potions, could only last for half a day. Only Li Feng had gone completely mad with killing. He fought from day to night and then from night to day. It wasn't until even the few remaining stubborn wind rats could not be found that he finally stopped. Checking the system, a bright smile spread across his face. Host, Li Feng attribute value, 0 constitution, 550 strength, 551 endurance, 550 agility, 558 spirit, 551 abilities, armor break level 3, teleportation level 3, flight level 3 after a day and night. All the energy stones obtained from Gu Lingxi and the energy reserves of the multifunctional military uniform were completely consumed. Even the alloy sword was damaged and lost its edge. The achievements were remarkably glorious. Over 4,000 members of the Wind Mouse tribe died at his hands. The attribute value gained exceeded 1,300 points. The average attribute value jumped to 552 points, entering the 25th level rank. Chapter 37, requesting a batch of Wind Mouse clan Li Feng, with a pocket full of treasures, flew back to the reconnaissance ship. With the agility of 558, his speed surged to 20,000 kilometers per hour. Combined with the threefold boost from his flying ability, he reached an altitude of 2,000 kilometers in just 2 or 3 minutes. In the combat readiness zone, it was empty. The combat personnel had already returned to their dormitories, reveling in celebration. He first sought out Gu Lingxi, returning the defensive magical artifact as agreed before heading to the captain's room. After going back, you might need to seriously undergo psychological counseling, Bu Qianzhong remarked as he looked at Li Feng, who had come to visit. Anyone who can walk out of a small reconnaissance ship is a killer. But you've reached the level of a killing king. Fortunately, you didn't kill the captives. Otherwise, the base would definitely suspend your military position and assign someone to monitor you closely to ensure your mental health stays below the red line before allowing you to resume your duties. I know the rules, Li Feng nodded. It was precisely because of this that he had refrained from killing those captives who had surrendered. He took out a portion of the treasures from the treasury and tossed them onto the desk. Bu Qianzhong spoke up. Moss contacted me, saying he has tidied up the aftermath and will hold a celebration banquet. The expected time is in 2 days. He asked if we want to attend. There's nothing to attend, He probably doesn't want us there either, Li Feng dismissed. The Wind Mouse clan hated the human race. Even the interstellar pirates who came to help were equally despised, but no Wind Mouse dared to show it due to Moss's orders. If they attended the celebration banquet, not only would it be awkward for Moss, but his authority in front of his subordinates would also take a hit. I think the same, Bu Qianzhong nodded. Since that's the case, should we set sail back directly? Li Feng chuckled. Such operational tasks are rare. I plan to ask Moss for some subordinates and captives to take back. Maybe share some profits with you? Bu Qianzhong understood Li Feng's intention and pondered for a moment before gesturing at Li Feng's still bulging military uniform pocket. Forget it. A person like you clearly likes to monopolize power and won't tolerate anyone questioning you. We won't be together for long. If I invest sooner or later, it'll lead to a conflict of interest between us. Besides, I'm a loner without family to help share and operate. Having too much money is useless. All right. Li Feng didn't press further and took out another pile of treasures, tossing them onto the desk. He then activated the communicator to contact Moss. Captain, what orders do you have? Moss's respectful voice came through. Congratulations, Chief Moss. You are now the supreme ruler of this life planet. Li Feng said with a smile before getting straight to the point. I suddenly contacted you because I really want to befriend the Wind Mouse clan. I would like to invite a few of your subordinates and a batch of Wind Mouse captives above level 20 to visit our human-controlled life planet for about 10 years. Of course, Captain, don't worry. I will arrange this immediately. Moss understood Li Feng's intentions in an instant. As a member of the Wind Mouse clan, he certainly had some resistance in his heart. However, after a day and night of slaughter, Li Feng's exceptional strength and apparent potential made it impossible for Moss to refuse, whether out of a desire to befriend him or fear of offending him. Thank you for your trouble, Chief Moss. Li Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. Moss was polite in return. After chatting a bit more about not attending the celebration banquet, Li Feng ended the call. That's ruthless. Bu Qianzhong gave him a thumbs up. You asked for captives over level 20 and a whole batch at that. No way. I have a wife at home who just lost her job to support. Li Feng chuckled as he left the captain's room. Since he was going to do it, he naturally aimed to do it big. Within the Human Federation, there were countless slaves. Not only were there those classified as slaves, but also a large number of slave owners and interstellar pirates who had plundered various life planets. There were all sorts of strange and peculiar slaves. High-value slaves either possessed special abilities, had highly sought-after appearances, or belonged to rare species on the brink of extinction. However, the truly rare and expensive ones were high-level slaves. Slaves above level 20, who had completed their first round of life evolution, were highly coveted by security companies, gambling establishments, pharmaceutical groups, and wealthy elites, willing to pay exorbitant prices for them. In high-risk industries like interstellar piracy and mercenary work, they were also in high demand at sky-high prices. If he could bring back a batch of Wind Mouse captives above level 20 and have them raised in a slave training base, he could easily support a large auction and earn his first bucket of blood money. Back in his independent dormitory, Li Feng adjusted his mindset, trying to dispel the emptiness and loneliness after the slaughter while waiting patiently. Moss did not disappoint him. 2 hours later, a batch of Wind Mouse clan members arrived at the reconnaissance ship. Among his subordinates were 3, 1 at level 28 and 2 at level 25. After discussions and various promises from Moss, they all agreed to implant slave chips and accompany Li Feng to have fun in the Human Federation for 10 years. There were 32 captives, all between levels 20 and 26, and they were the type who would surrender at the first sign of trouble. Such captives were more fearful for their lives and easier to train. All captives were subdued by the 3 Wind Mouse clan members using special methods and held in a warehouse on the reconnaissance ship. Once Moss left, with a command from Bu Qianzhong, the reconnaissance ship officially set sail back to Military Base 777. After several space jumps, the reconnaissance ship stopped midway. Everyone disembarked the reconnaissance ship, happily discarding the treasures obtained from the treasury into outer space before returning to the ship. On April 16th, the reconnaissance ship, disguised as an interstellar pirate vessel, successfully returned to the military base. Upon receiving the notification, Li Feng immediately instructed the AI to report the organized combat videos and also sent a copy to Jiang Wanxin. He then sent a voice communication request to Jiang Wanxin to inform her that he had successfully completed the mission and would be bringing back a batch of captives. After ending the call, he promptly contacted an Interstellar delivery company to send the treasures that Moss had gifted him from the treasury back to Jiang Wanxin for processing. He sent another voice communication request to Ho Jianda. After learning that he had no connections for slave registration, he asked him to help inquire with other members of the welfare faction. Just a few minutes after ending that call, his military watch received a military merit statistics report. It was even more overwhelming than he had expected. The first thing that caught his eye was a long list of violation notifications. The most serious was for temporarily abandoning Moss and his team to pilot a mecha and slaughter hundreds of Wind Mouse clan members right after meeting Moss. This act not only provided no help to the mission, but also indirectly exposed the reconnaissance ship, leaving a bad impression on Moss, the Wind Mouse clan leader, and affecting the military's image. He received a third-class demerit, with a penalty of 10 days of confinement and 3 days of psychological counseling. Next was the conspiracy with Bu Qianzhong to delete the video of the discussion on the battle plan with Moss, suspected of having ulterior motives and framing 2 squad leaders. He received a 5th-class demerit, with a penalty of half a month of confinement and a requirement to cooperate with the investigation. Additionally, there were suspicions of accepting valuable gifts from Moss, suspected of appropriating the spoils of war, large-scale slaughter of low-level Wind Mouse clan members in violation of humanitarian principles, and suspected bribery for Wind Mouse captives from Moss. A total of 7 disciplinary records were issued. Just the confinement penalties alone added up to 2 months. And it wasn't over yet. With the term suspected included, it implies that there will be further investigations and inquiries, and there may be additional penalties. Li Feng merely glanced over it and did not take it to heart, because there were no military law personnel daring to come to invite him to the confinement room for tea. Nor were there any investigation personnel bold enough to come and ask him for an investigation or take a statement. According to Bu Qianzhong's saying, anyone who dared to come would simply be dealt with by getting injured and throwing them into the trash can. He would just get a few demerits for injuring colleagues and refusing to cooperate. Looking at the military merit statistics, Li Feng smiled brightly. In the last battle, he killed over 4,000 enemy Wind Rat Tribe soldiers, all of which were counted towards his military merit. He gained over 13,000 points of military merit. Just based on this military merit, he could be promoted to lieutenant. After bombing fast, he earned even more military merit. Among them, the military merit from killing fast was over 12,800 points. His contribution to military merit reached 30,000 points. In total for this mission, he obtained 56,000 points of military merit. Adding the previous accumulated 2,700 points of military merit, his total military merit reached 59,000 points. With this, he could be directly promoted to 5-star lieutenant, just 1,000 points away from 6-star lieutenant. Comfortable, Li Feng lay on the bed, leisurely and content. As far as he knew, Bu Qianzhong had been on the small reconnaissance ship NB-4444 for 15 years. Now, he was only a 4-star lieutenant. Because of major violations during this mission, Bu Qianzhong, who should have received a significant amount of military merit, wouldn't he gain much, at most reaching 5-star lieutenant. In fact, he might even remain stuck as a 4-star lieutenant. Li Feng was already qualified to push Bu Qianzhong out and take his place. In a few days, when Bu Qianzhong finished dealing with various troubles, he could talk to him about this matter. Beep, beep, beep. After waiting for more than an hour, Ho Jianda sent a voice communication request. Brother Ho, do you have a way? Li Feng sat up. Not yet. I'm waiting for news. This little matter isn't worth getting excited about. Ho Jianda sighed. You kid better take care of your elder brother in the future. Remember I mentioned last time that those personally interviewed by the chief are all key cultivated corps members? The highest record, it is said, is 2 seniors with full marks in 3 rounds who obtained the qualification for the chief's interview after being promoted to captain. You're about to go against the odds. This is only the lieutenant level, and the chief has already notified me to let you go see him now. Just lucky. Li Feng smiled politely, but inside he was calm and unperturbed, because this result was already within his expectations. During this mission, he did not hide his strength at all. His personal strength had surged to level 25, possessing a flight speed nearly 3 times that of a combat mech, with teleportation abilities through mechs and energy shields, and a bizarre capability to heavily injure a level 37 fast with energy beams from a reconnaissance ship. These 4 conditions, if taken out individually, would confuse anyone. Not to mention, he was also a combination of all 4. As long as the welfare chief saw the related videos of this mission, he would definitely want to see him at the first opportunity. Chapter 38, The Next Leader, Military Base 777, Health Management Office. Li Feng met with the welfare faction leader Lin Zhengtai. This man had white hair and a beard and was in his 70s. However, he had a sturdy build and deep, spirited eyes. Despite wearing a set of clean clothes, there was an undeniable aura of ruthlessness about him. Come over for tea. The meeting took place on the deck of a decommissioned large warship, where numerous cleaners and robots were busy clearing away discarded materials both inside and outside the ship. Lin Zhengtai sat cross-legged on the deck, with several tea sets placed in front of him, serving himself. A multifunctional cleaning bucket was tossed aside. Li Feng was not polite with his big shot who was slacking off. He sat cross-legged in front of him. After pouring a cup of black tea for Li Feng, Lin Zhengtai asked, "How much potential do you have for improvement?" "So much." Li Feng smiled and stretched his arms out in a straight line. Lin Zhengtai chuckled, then asked, "What do you think of our welfare faction?" Li Feng picked up the teacup. The aroma was pleasant. He took a gentle sip, tasting the bitterness that turned sweet. It wasn't the finest, but it was still top-quality tea. After sipping a few more times and organizing his thoughts, he drained the cup and said, "The welfare faction is a great faction. After my first mission, I cursed out those interstellar communication giants. I risked my life to complete the mission, just wanted to make a video call to my wife to let her know I was safe, and they dared to charge me over $10 a minute for communication fees. After my second mission, I grew to hate the interstellar transport giants. A round trip home on the most ordinary ticket cost $70,000 to $80,000. I risked my life to carry out various high-risk missions to ensure the safety of humanity. Yet my salary is barely enough to call home, let alone visit. That feeling is truly unacceptable and unjust. The welfare benefits for federal soldiers have been squeezed to the limit. Someone must stand up to fight for the benefits and treatment that all soldiers deserve. I am willing to become a member of the welfare faction, to do my utmost for this noble and great ideal." Lin Zhengtai remained unfazed, casually saying, "Speak honestly." "Well." Li Feng hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak the truth. "You ensure my early safety, and I will ensure your later wishes." "Good." Lin Zhengtai nodded seriously. Li Feng stared at Lin Zhengtai's expression, curious. "How did my interview go?" "Full marks is 100. And I give you 100 billion. Lin Zhengtai answered without hesitation. "In that case, what rank do I hold in the welfare faction?" Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. This old man seemed to really enjoy boasting. Last time, he bragged about wanting to become a federal marshal and got 100 trillion points. This time, he boasted about making someone's wishes come true, and again it was 100 billion points. It felt like a joke. Lin Zhengtai said solemnly, "The irreplaceable next leader of the welfare faction." Li Feng suddenly felt a childlike absurdity, and he couldn't help but question, at most. I would be one of the heirs or successors, right? What if I die in battle? Wouldn't the welfare faction disband? Lin Zhengtai's answer was firm. Li Feng was stunned. There were countless factions in the military. Every year, month, day, and even every moment, people were trying to create a new faction. Seeing the confusion in Li Feng's eyes, Lin Zhengtai slowly explained, "The original intention of creating the welfare faction was just from my experience as a young man on a large warship that was attacked by high-level winged creatures. We were trapped in space for months, living on energy bars, and in a moment of heat, I made a grand vow. Later, as I gradually rose to a high position, I encountered setbacks and lost that original intention. However, under my wings, there is a group of people who believe in this, and there is no way to abandon them. I can only push forward stubbornly." Li Feng was speechless. Lin Zhengtai continued, "Now I am old. The favors I accumulated in the past have also been used up. It is rare to encounter someone whose potential for improvement, ambition, and character far exceed my expectations. So there is no need to hesitate. Although you're not a cultivator, and your strength ceiling and potential are hard to predict, I have no other choice but to take the risk. If you die in battle, I want to last a few years. I can't wait for a better candidate to appear. If I do not disband the welfare faction, those core members who grew under my wings will suffer catastrophic blows along with my downfall. They have followed me for a while, and most still harbor the lofty ideals I once had. There is no need to ruin their future. Feng felt relieved, his doubts dispelled. When I return, I will inform all core members of your identity. Their list will also be sent to you. If you need anything, just contact them directly. Lin Zhengtai said, if they can't solve it, come to me directly. Okay. A smile uncontrollably appeared on Li Feng's face. The irreplaceable next leader. This identity was indeed impressive. He hadn't even received his lieutenant rank yet, but he had decision-making power and could mobilize all resources of the welfare faction without going through Lin Zhengtai. In terms of authority, even the successors of those big families would be envious. Lin Zhengtai asked, for this mission, you can reach 5-star lieutenant. Do you have any thoughts? I plan to talk to Captain Bu Qianzhong in a few days to see if he is willing to step aside for a transfer. If we can come to an agreement, I hope the leader can help him get a satisfactory position. Li Feng pondered, if he is unwilling, we can only take a hard approach. My rank should be higher than his. You have to help find connections and forcefully transfer him. This matter, you can arrange as you see fit. If the core members can't solve it, come to me. Lin Zhengtai said leisurely, don't underestimate me, thinking that I need to personally intervene for every trivial matter. Among your predecessors, there are 2 major generals and 7 brigadier generals. So strong? Li Feng couldn't help but be astonished. It's just that you think they are strong given your current position and height. Lin Zhengtai shrugged off. If your strength level can still improve significantly, along with your strong personality, a more intense killing intent than those extreme militarists, and your status in the welfare faction, I can only ensure your unobstructed path to brigadier general. To advance further, the more benefits you gain from the welfare faction, the greater the potential you show. The resistance and backlash you face will increase geometrically. That's enough. Li Feng understood Lin Zhengtai's meaning and was mentally prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, the military will officially launch a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse clan within a year at the latest. Lin Zhengtai spoke dreamily. Aside from those extreme militarists, no one will admit they like war. But the great era belonging to soldiers is truly about to arrive. Countless young talents will flock in, destined to produce countless brilliant generals. Whether to strive for progress or to be steady, you need a plan early. Li Feng nodded slightly, looking thoughtful. At the same time, in the office of the Minister of Information at Military Base 777, Major General Anthony sat at his desk, looking displeased, his brows furrowed. Father. The door opened, and a tall man in a major's uniform, in his 30s, walked in. He was Anthony's most valued son, Mark. Did you see the news? Anthony asked. Looking up, Mark nodded. Anthony asked, what do you think? You win some, you lose some. Mark replied without hesitation. Anthony showed hesitation. After a long while, he sighed helplessly. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, heavily manned by white personnel, was a result of his efforts to leverage the prevailing situation during a high-level meeting at the 777 military base, where he pushed against the majority opinion to secure this outcome. This endeavor consumed considerable resources to suppress the officers from the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship who had gone rogue. He also paid a hefty price in terms of favors and costs. This was not only about increasing military power for whites, but also for his son. Mark was not only his most valued son, but also the brightest future star at the entire 777 military base, with immense potential. At just 31 years old, he had already achieved the rank of 8-star major, having risen through the ranks from a small, independent reconnaissance ship. Having a 2-star general father to pave the way was just one of the main reasons for his success. He was also exceptionally talented, with strong capabilities and outstanding intelligence. For Mark, advancing to the rank of lieutenant colonel from 8-star major was not a difficult task. Using a high-difficulty mission to promote him to lieutenant colonel would further enhance Mark's reputation and prestige. More importantly, the federal parliament and military had been secretly negotiating with the 3 dominant races of winged, soul, and vampire tribes to smoothly take control of all life planets ruled by the Windrat tribe, to mutually deter and attract each other and increase negotiation leverage. A four-party practical confrontation had already been established. After Mark's promotion to lieutenant colonel, he would be eligible to compete for the position of commander of a small special operations fleet during this practical exercise. For this reason, Anthony had been tirelessly utilizing his authority, resources, and information to lay the groundwork at any cost, just as they were about to reap the rewards. One of the links unexpectedly encountered a problem. Peter and Carl, two young talents whom he regarded as Mark's future right-hand men, not only failed to be promoted to lieutenant through this mission, pushing out Bu Qianzhang and seizing control of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, but they were also jointly sabotaged by Feng and Bu Qianzhang, especially Peter, who had considerable strength and was proficient in mental control, could have greatly assisted Mark in the upcoming mission. Upon receiving the news, Anthony, who hadn't been angry for decades, was infuriated to the point of almost contacting the military law office to have Feng and Bu Qianzhang arrested and sent to military prison. After careful consideration, Anthony asked, "How about changing the mission to the DF-325 small reconnaissance ship? I could transfer all the white elites from the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship over. Just make a list of who you need, and I'll find a way to get them onto this reconnaissance ship or your warship." Mark shook his head and said, "No, let us stick to the original plan and choose the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. I've watched their combat videos, and Feng is extremely powerful, with many extraordinary methods that will greatly assist my mission." Anthony frowned slightly. Isn't that inviting trouble and giving him an advantage? There is nothing to worry about. As long as he can help me complete the mission, he has not yet qualified to become a future threat, Mark replied with strong confidence. A major war sweeping across the entire galaxy is very likely to break out. In this tumultuous early stage of a great era, to ride the wave and reach the peak, I cannot miss any opportunity. Missing any wave could mean losing an even greater tide. You're right. Completing the mission is the most important thing. I was too petty, Anthony said, feeling relieved and having no more concerns. Chapter 39 Slave Registration Application. After chatting with Lin Zhengtai for over an hour, Feng benefited greatly. Upon returning to the reconnaissance ship, he soon received a list sent by Lin Zhengtai. The core members of the welfare faction, besides the leader Lin Zhengtai and Feng himself, totaled 86. There were 2 lieutenant generals, 7 major generals, and the rest were at the colonel rank. In addition, there were several retired generals and colonels who, although lacking real power, still had impressive connections. Most of these generals and colonels were core members that Lin Zhengtai had recruited and trained during his time in the military. A small portion were core members recruited and trained by Lin Zhengtai 20 years ago when he returned to Military Base 777, the place where his dream began, to retire. Now, with the identity of the next leader of the welfare faction, these core members would become a network of resources that Feng could mobilize at will. Suddenly, he felt a sense of becoming wealthy overnight. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Feng was feeling emotional, Ho Jianda sent a voice communication request. "The young master is amazing." As soon as the call connected, Ho Jianda's voice of admiration rang out. "What do you mean by young master?" Feng was a bit confused. "I just received the leader's notification. You are now the irreplaceable next leader of our welfare faction, with the same authority as the leader." Ho Jianda exclaimed. "Isn't this just our welfare faction's young master, the unique heir?" Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. "I thought you found a way to register for slave registration. Why rush for such a small matter? You are now our welfare faction's young master. If you want to make money, just find a senior. There are countless ways to make big money without any investment that you can't imagine," Ho Jianda said nonchalantly. "It's not the same." Feng shook his head. Except for Ho Jianda, who had a low military rank and had been beaten by him once, no other core members of the welfare faction would respect him. To completely control the welfare faction and ensure that everyone firmly served him, he needed to demonstrate enough strength and potential. Using these resources just for making money would only make these generals and colonels even more resistant. Ho Jianda asked, "Should I push again?" "Sure." Feng nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to make money. He mainly wanted to finish all the tasks and go back early. "Wait." Ho Jianda decisively ended the voice communication. Feng had no experience of being the unique young master of the welfare faction. He was also busy as Lin Zhengtai had already announced his identity. So he naturally had to greet everyone and build connections. Taking advantage of the free time, he sent video communication requests one by one from top to bottom. Military personnel are different from politicians. There are not so many complicated pleasantries. Although they also build relationships, create connections, and cultivate feelings, it is much simpler. A few words would resolve one matter. Along the way, he continuously received voice communication requests. Some were from the military law department, others from the investigation department, and yet others from the psychology department, all regarding the punishment and investigation of this mission. He casually dealt with them. As he finished contacting people, he began to receive personal contacts from colonels, lieutenant colonels, and even major generals, all wanting to win him over. He politely declined them all. The military factions were numerous and varied, and there were all sorts of strange ones. To enhance connections and resources, many people choose to join multiple factions. However, someone like Feng, who had already become a core member of a certain faction and even an heir, receiving substantial resources for focused cultivation from that faction, was a different matter. Finally, Ho Jianda sent a communication request, successfully finding the way for the slave registration application. The process was a bit troublesome. It required video verification for 35 members of the Wind Mouse clan. Only after passing the preliminary review could Feng apply to purchase and install the slave chips. The price of a slave chip starts at 100,000 and has no upper limit. There are specialized robotic surgeons that implant it into the target's brain, heart, and other vital areas. After connecting to the military wristwatch's intelligent brain, it allows the master to punish or even execute the slave. The more expensive the chip, the more functions it has. Chips costing over $1 million can even monitor the slave's emotional state and mental fluctuations in real time. Feng exchanged all his military merit points for federal coins, totaling over 5 million. He also borrowed 3 million from Ho Jianda. He ordered 35 slave chips in one go, 3 chips at the million level and 32 at the 100,000 level. Theoretically, most slaves above level 20 would be implanted with million-level slave chips, as slaves above level 20 are too powerful. If they rebel, their masters would not be able to withstand it. However, Feng didn't have that much money, so he had to settle for less, buying 1 million-level slave chip for each of Moses' 3 subordinates. The other slaves would be sent directly to the slave training base for domestication and then auctioned off once qualified. Only Moses' 3 subordinates would be taken to Jiang Wanxin. Although these 3 capable members of the Wind Mouse clan were loyal to Moses and had received his promises, having million-level chips that could monitor their emotions and thoughts would undoubtedly enhance safety. Just the slave chips alone cost 620,000. Transporting this batch of slaves, all above level 20, back to F369 star would also require purchasing special tickets, costing as much as 60 to 70,000 each. The training fees at the slave training base weren't low either. Once all the slave chips were installed, there would be another video review, and only after passing that would the slave registration be officially completed. With various tasks keeping Feng extremely busy, good news also followed. First, he received the notification that his rank had officially been upgraded to 5-star lieutenant. Soon after, Jiang Wanxin sent a communication request to inform him of some good news. She had received the batch of treasures and had them appraised. They were all rare spiritual ores and materials at levels 30 to 40. The most valuable was the spiritual, or containing the power of spatial laws, that Feng obtained from the treasure vault, named Spatial Stone. It is a primary material for making storage-type magical artifacts, extremely rare and invaluable. Next was the red jade given by Moses, named Flame Stone, which would greatly assist practitioners and ability users who specialize in fire spells or abilities in their cultivation. The other spiritual ores and materials also had their own uses. Jiang Wanxin's idea was to keep the spatial stone for collection, use the flame stone to assist her cultivation, and sell the other spiritual ores and materials to raise funds. Even without counting the most valuable spatial stone and flame stone, just this batch of spiritual ores and materials was worth over 100 million. However, ordinary people without relevant connections and channels would be lucky to sell this batch of spiritual ores and materials for even 1/10 of their value. A careless move could also invite trouble. Timing had to be just right. After finishing the slave registration, Li Feng contacted the two strongest slave training bases on F-369 star, and the process was surprisingly smooth. Upon hearing that there were 32 Wind Mouse clan members above level 20 needing training, and that they could even send a few level 20 and above Wind Mouse clan slaves to assist in training, the heads of both slave training bases immediately stated they could provide all services for free. Upon learning that Li Feng intended to sell this batch of slaves and was even willing to help contact the auction house to negotiate the lowest commission and best auction publicity, their only condition was that the slave training base could use this for publicity and open for visits. Li Feng naturally welcomed this and ultimately chose to sign an electronic contract with the strongest one. After buying the tickets, he equipped Moses' 3 subordinates with a set of communication devices and sent these Wind Mouse clan members to F-369 star. Finally, Li Feng had some free time. He contacted Bu Qianzhong and learned he was in the captain's room, so he went directly to find him. Chapter 40 Promotion to Captain. You made me happy for nothing. I thought you wouldn't show up. Bu Qianzhong looked at Li Feng as he entered, not giving him a good face. These days have been too busy, running around to build relationships, dealing with the Wind Mouse clan, handling the military law department and the investigation department. Every day, he had to report videos of psychological counseling. Li Feng couldn't help but complain. Bu Qianzhong got straight to the point. Speak. What are your thoughts? Either you find a place and military position you want to go to, and I'll help you arrange it. Li Feng didn't hold back and said directly, or I'll find a way to forcibly transfer you. Bu Qianzhong clicked his tongue, so confident in pushing me away. Your connections must be pretty solid. Not bad. Li Feng umbli ruplia. You're tough. Bu Qianzhong sighed. I've been on this reconnaissance ship for 15 years, and I've long made up my mind. I'll either die here or be promoted to lieutenant here before leaving. I never expected to be pushed out by a subordinate. Good luck. Li Feng spoke frankly. If it weren't for this mission, Bu Qianzhong would have taken all the blame, and his military achievements wouldn't have surpassed Bu Qianzhong. He couldn't surpass Bu Qianzhong's rank unless Bu Qianzhong voluntarily stepped down. Otherwise, no matter how strong his connections were, he couldn't forcibly push Bu Qianzhong out, because there were unwritten rules in the military unless one committed a serious mistake, or if the rank was undermined, blocking the path of the rising stars. Any captain of a warship had the right to refuse transfer. Bu Qianzhong continued, a large-scale war is about to break out, and the Interstellar battlefield is the home for someone like me. My backer, Colonel Jiang from the 7th Fleet, has already secured the qualifications to participate in the war. On the day the mission ends, he came to talk to me about this and wants to arrange for me to join his command. Various small warship captain positions can be made available for me. I originally wanted to see if I could wait for a few more missions, get promoted to lieutenant, and then transfer to become the captain of a medium-sized warship. With such a powerful subordinate as you, it's too easy to gain military achievements. Li Feng was silent. Given their friendship, he didn't mind sharing military achievements with Bu Qianzhong, even giving the bulk to him. But if Bu Qianzhong didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to become the captain of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. He was afraid of dying and desperately wanted absolute freedom and decision-making power. Bu Qianzhong took out a few bottles of strong liquor from the cabinet of his desk and placed them on the table. He exhaled, I'll drink until I'm satisfied. Once I'm done, I'll hand the ship over to you. All right. Li Feng nodded. 1 bottle for each. The two men sat facing each other, reminiscing and drinking heartily. The sky is high and the sea is vast. There will always be another time to meet. On the 21st, after 5 days of fuss, Li Feng officially set off home. 2 days later, he arrived at F-369 star. The news of the federal government and military assembling fleets on the frontier was no longer a secret. Space stations, docking bays, and the skies over cities were filled with widespread anti-war propaganda and protest marches. The massive defeat from 10,000 years ago made humanity witness the power and terror of a dominant race, extinguishing humanity's ambition to unify the galaxy like a bucket of cold water. Even after 10,000 years, this defeat still lingered as a nightmare in the hearts of all humans. Upon learning that the federal government and military might restart large-scale war, almost all anti-war and conservative parties immediately stood up to oppose it. The response was overwhelming. Within just a few days, major life planets were in an uproar, and under the guidance of some interested parties, many conflicts were ignited. The public was in a state of panic. Back home, Feng ignored the chaos outside. He indulged in his work daily. The Sky Slave Training Base was an interstellar slave training base, and although its scale was far from that of industry giants, it had thousands of small and large sub-bases. Its promotional capabilities were naturally not weak. Although the anti-war propaganda and protests stole much of the attention, news quickly spread throughout F-369 Star about the arrival of a new batch of level 20 or above Wind Mouse Clan slaves, whose owners intended to auction them. In just a few days, the person in charge of the Sky Slave Training Base began receiving continuous inquiries from various gambling companies, pharmaceutical groups, security companies, and wealthy elites. The training base also welcomed groups of visitors for tours and inspections. Connections, fame, and ticket sales were all raking in profits. Feng also benefited, as in just a few days, companies began offering over $100 million for a level 20 Wind Mouse Clan slave. Once the training was completed and after a wave of promotion from the auction house, the price would only rise higher. Not only would he easily earn tens or even hundreds of billions as his first bucket of gold, but Jiang Wanxin would also emerge as the owner of this batch of slaves, making any industry she entered much easier to succeed in. On May 3rd, he received the official appointment notice. Bu Qianzhong was transferred from the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, and he was promoted to captain. Gu Lingxi, having higher military achievements, surpassed Liang Qingyong and Cui Zhengping to take over the squadron leader position. What the hell is going on? Are those white higher-ups unable to lose? What puzzled Feng was that the white squad leaders and team members were still not transferred from the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. But after studying the list more closely, it didn't seem that way. Although the 3 vacant squadron leader positions were all occupied by whites, they were all promoted from within. It was just that those whites had higher power levels and military achievements. However, these 3 squadron leaders only had an 8-level power. The more than 20 new recruits added to the reconnaissance ship were all yellow-skinned people. If the white higher-ups were unable to lose and wanted to fight for dominance again, they should have parachuted in a few squadron leaders with higher power levels. 3 squadron leaders with only 8-level power were hardly enough to fill the gaps. To say they accepted defeat and did not transfer all the whites didn't make sense either. These whites had reached 7 or 8 levels, all young, experienced, and elite with great potential. Staying on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship was purely sending them to their deaths. Even at the rank of Major General, it would make sense to let such a batch of future mainstays die for nothing. Unable to make sense of it, Feng didn't want to think about it anymore. With his current strength and absolute control over the reconnaissance ship, any conspiracy or scheme wouldn't be able to stir up any waves on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. It was until May 14th that Feng boarded the transport ship again, returning to the reconnaissance ship. Captain. Hello, Captain. Along the way, there were constant greetings, including from white team members. Their attitude was a world apart from the indifference and hostility from when he last returned. But it still made Feng very uncomfortable. You white turtles, what is your situation? Don't think that after one mission, flattering me will make me let you off the hook. As he approached the captain's room, Feng couldn't help but open the public channel and shout. He was an extreme colorist. But the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship had a glorious history and achievements built by generations of yellow-skinned people with countless corpses. It even held the supreme honor of having an indelible designation. As the current captain, he had the duty to continue the glory of this reconnaissance ship and maintain its legacy and bloodline. Calling you captain, do you really think you're something special? Exactly. If it weren't for the last mission, where we all got promoted to lieutenant and made a fortune, do you think we'd care about you? If you're not satisfied, come and fight. I'm waiting for you in the training room. ISNT, it said that there's a mission looking for your cooperation. Keeping us here temporarily? Do you think we want to stay in this hellhole to see your face? The public channel was filled with curses. Feng's heart stirred, wanted to ask about what action mission was at hand. The words almost left his mouth, but he swallowed them back. It was highly likely he wouldn't get any useful information. The curses on the public channel continued, intensifying as the Asian players joined the verbal battle. In a moment, it escalated to the point of a challenge, even to a team fight. A bunch of crazy people, knowing they can't win, yet daring to accept the challenge. Li Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Whether it was this time or last, when he returned, the Asian players were all bruised and limping. It was clear that the two sides fought every few days. The outcome was predictable. If the operators were included, the Asians had a slight numerical advantage. However, in terms of average or overall strength, unless the level 19 player Gu Lingxi participated, the whites would have a crushing advantage. In a fight, these elite whites would definitely win effortlessly, like bullying weaklings. White turtles, come to the dock. I can take on 323 of you. Halfway to the door, Li Feng turned back. He planned to fight. First, to give the Asians a chance to regain their honor. Second, to show off a bit to the guy who wanted to collaborate with him on a mission to gain the initiative and benefits. Come on, I could crush you with a single slap. Brothers, let's take this bastard down. Countless voices responded. Just as Li Feng anticipated, these elite whites were also a bunch of madmen who knew they couldn't win, yet still wanted to satisfy their cravings for a fight, stubbornly going all out. Chapter 41, The Resources of the Stars. The docking platform is 300 meters long and 200 meters wide. Even with the NB-44-44 reconnaissance ship parked in the center, there's still plenty of space around it. Li Feng did not wait long at the edge before a large number of team members surged in. The Caucasians rushed forward, standing in formation. The Asians were excitedly watching from the back. In less than 10 minutes, everyone on the ship, except for the ever-closed Gu Lingxi, had gathered on the docking platform. On one side stood Li Feng alone at the edge. On the other side were 323 Caucasian team members. One side was calm and composed, while the other side was gritting their teeth and roaring. However, Li Feng's momentum was even more formidable. The killing intent accumulated from slaying thousands made him stand there nonchalantly, sending shivers down people's spines. Come on, Li Feng beckoned to the Caucasian team members. Let's do this. In an instant, the Caucasian team members erupted. Various lights flashed, abilities of mental control, fire, defense, and confinement. A riot of colors surged toward Li Feng. He stood firm as a mountain. With level 25 overall attributes, he was hundreds of times more powerful than those at levels 7 or 8. The mental control, confinement abilities, and negative abilities enveloping him were almost useless. The various flames and water, arrows hitting him felt like scratching an itch through a boot. Is that all? He floated up and suddenly accelerated. Everyone, not even seeing an afterimage, saw Li Feng appear among the Caucasian team members. Slap! A palm struck out. The Caucasian team member, still bewildered by how Li Feng was floating in front of him, felt as if he had been hit by a battleship and fell to the ground. Slap, slap, slap. Li Feng appeared before the Caucasian team members at a speed akin to teleportation. No one was spared. Each received a slap with similar strength. Those at level 7 were knocked out cold. Those at level 8 struggled on the ground for a bit, but couldn't get back up for a while. After half an hour, Li Feng finally stopped. In front of him, there was not a single standing Caucasian team member left. Those who had been knocked down earlier and dared to get back up were met with another slap. Come on, get up and come back for more. The captain is mighty. Captain, I want to give you my butt. The public channel echoed with the gloating of the Asian team members and various praises for Li Feng. Confirming that no one could stand up, Li Feng turned and returned to the reconnaissance ship. Inside the captain's room, there was a training pod specifically for the captain's use. Since he had nothing else to do, after familiarizing himself with the various instruments and equipment in the lounge and office, he entered the training pod to practice and master the operation of the reconnaissance ship. On the 17th, 18th, 19th, although a month of rest had passed, and it was on the eve of a large-scale war, the NB-44-44 reconnaissance ship had not received any operational task notifications. It wasn't until the 27th that Li Feng wanted to inquire at the reconnaissance department when the ship's AI finally received a mission notification. Damn, no wonder there had been no operational tasks under such circumstances. They were deliberately putting a chokehold on me, subtly threatening me. Li Feng realized the content was vague, only stating to depart at 8 a.m. on the 28th, following a large independent battleship from the information department to execute an important secret reconnaissance and attack mission. He notified the reconnaissance ship's AI to record a video, then drew out a newly bought alloy sword and made a small cut on his finger. He had the reconnaissance ship's AI save the video and, at the last second before the deadline, which was 3 hours before the mission time, sent it to the reconnaissance department. In the name of the captain's injury, he applied to refuse to execute this mission. He had gone to great lengths to secure the position of squad leader and push Qianzhang out, all to have enough autonomy and decision-making power. This damn mission. Just the word follow was enough to turn his stomach. The word important could not tempt him. Military merit was far less important to him than safety. Low-merit missions did not affect his ability to harvest attribute values. Similarly, the threat of not having operational tasks for over 10 days was indeed a considerable problem for many small independent reconnaissance ship captains without strong backing. But he was the next leader of the welfare faction. He could storm into the reconnaissance department, flip tables, beat up the director of the reconnaissance department, and there would be people to bail him out and implement various countermeasures. On the morning of the 28th, Feng was practicing various functional devices of the reconnaissance ship in the training pod. Suddenly, a strange video request rang out. He interrupted the session, opened a training pod, and connected the video communication. In front of him appeared a tall, young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. The captain of the KS-212 large independent battleship, Major Mark, an 8-star officer. Speak. Feng watched him quietly. Gulingxi had once given him a list of high-level personnel from the 777 military base. It also included information on several future stars. Mark was ranked first on that list. Coming from a military family, he started from a high-risk, small, independent reconnaissance ship. Moreover, it was not a gilded experience to enhance his resume and qualifications. He had risen straight from a private to a captain, having left the small reconnaissance ship after achieving remarkable results and completing many high-risk missions. His strength was also extraordinary. At just 31 years old, he was already a level 27 ability user. Background, talent potential, intellect, character. Looking at the 777 military base, no one among his peers could surpass him. He was a genuine star resource. Mark said calmly, "Tell me your reasons for refusing the mission." Feng scoffed. He could also use Gulingxi's tricks. He replied nonchalantly, "I plan to wipe out all the white turtles on the reconnaissance ship at once." "What do you suggest?" Mark responded without a ripple. "Do you know that you missed the first great opportunity on the eve of a great era?" Feng asked curiously. Was the strength level of the defense system in General Anthony's office in the information department headquarters? Mark felt that the conversation could not continue like this. Feng decisively closed the video communication and had the AI directly block Mark. In the captain's room of the KS-212 large battleship, Mark frowned slightly. Feng was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. Indeed, underestimating the enemy would come at a cost. Mark tried to have the AI of his military watch continue sending video communication requests to Feng. After learning that he could not be contacted, he had no choice but to leave the captain's room. 20 minutes later, Feng received a notification from the reconnaissance ship's AI that Captain Mark of the KS-212 large battleship had requested to enter the reconnaissance ship. He authorized the AI to let Mark in and directly opened the door to the captain's room. In just a few minutes, Mark walked into the office. "We are the same kind of people, both like to keep absolute power in our own hands." Mark had long guessed what Feng wanted. To avoid an impasse where Feng could directly close the door on negotiations and prevent him from entering the reconnaissance ship, he straightforwardly said, "I don't like any uncertainty. So your reconnaissance ship must be in a subordinate position that obeys orders. If you want any compensation, military merit, or other conditions, feel free to propose. As long as it doesn't exceed my bottom line, I can agree. First, tell me the mission details. This is the basis on which I am willing to continue talking with you." Feng did not rush to refuse. Chapter 42 News from the Special Combat Fleet. Mark quietly looked at Feng, his mind racing as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. "The location of this operation is in the territory of the Wind Rat clan's strongest faction, the territory of the Moon-Eating Wind Rat King, specifically on a life planet near the central area. The leader of this life planet, 8-Key, is one of the most valued descendants of the Moon-Eating Wind Rat King, possessing level 41 strength. According to reliable sources, 8-Key also commands a fleet of warships for the Moon-Eating Wind Rat King." "Warships?" Feng was somewhat surprised. Mark explained, "Our human warships have incredibly powerful offensive and defensive capabilities. Each one has the ability for ultra-long distance space jumps. In contrast, other races can only achieve this if they have high-level spatial powers above level 50. Long ago, various races have coveted our human warships. However, all human warships are equipped with self-destruction systems, and their AI and operating systems are tailored specifically for human use. Especially the AI, whose first law is absolute obedience to human commands. Even if other races modify the warships for their people to operate, it would only be a death sentence for them. The only way is to control a group of humans to help them operate the warships, which could be human slaves, space pirates, rebels, or criminals. All types exist. I see. Feng understood. Mark continued. The task is to find out the hiding place of a shipyard where this fleet of warships is located and destroy it completely. Feng calmly commented. It looks difficult. It only looks difficult. You know, my father is the Minister of Information and holds a lot of important intelligence and identities of various insiders, Mark said indifferently. Mark then added, the personnel of the warships and shipyard that Aki manages are complex. No matter what area they hide in, there will always be humans coming out from inside. As long as we can find a human coming out from that life planet, we can locate the hiding place of the warships and the shipyard. The real difficulties are twofold. One is to infiltrate the shipyard and locate the coordinates of the spatial rift. Only by destroying the spatial rift in the first instance can we ensure that no high-level wind rats will arrive. The other is that we need to delve deep into the core area of the Wind Rat clan's strongest faction. If luck is bad, we may easily encounter high-level wind rats in outer space. This task, if relying too much on intelligence, would mean that most of the credit belongs to the entire information department. Feng frowned. For you, an 8-star major, it doesn't seem to be very cost-effective, Mark said. What I want is to go into the Tiger's Den alone, to destroy all the warships of the Wind Rat clan, and gain fame and prestige. Mark replied earnestly. Your ability to pass through objects and your ultra-long distance teleportation through energy shields greatly increases the chance of finding the spatial rift. Therefore, as long as you participate in this task, I can give you some military merit. If you have other conditions, I'll try my best to meet them. I'm not as fearless as you think, nor do I like military merit as much as you think. Feng waved his hand, dismissing him. Unless you have decision-making power. I have no interest in this task, even if it's just a cooperative relationship, Feng said, sending him off. Mark stared intently into his eyes. Try to read something from them. After a long time, he reluctantly said, to prevent the 3 major overlord-level races from interfering. The federal government and military have been secretly negotiating with the other 3 major overlord-level races. Recently, they have reached a plan to hold a 4-party practical combat competition. As a result, the military will form several small special combat fleets. Regardless of the outcome of the practical combat, these small special combat fleets will be retained. Long ago, as human talents continuously emerged, the military proposed a secret plan to form special combat fleets, positioning them as high-level alien nemesis, the sharp blade of interstellar battlefields, and top-tier secret operation fleets. This confidential plan has long been approved by the Council. Military bases have been trying to form special combat fleets, but due to the need for secret execution and each attempting independently, the military has been in a prolonged slump for thousands of years, with few talents willing to join, so the effect has not been obvious. Having a father who is the Minister of Information in a large military base is really great. Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He finally understood what Mark was after. High-level alien nemesis, the sharp blade of interstellar battlefields, top-tier secret operation fleets. Just from a series of descriptions, even a fool could guess how valuable this special combat fleet was. Mark asked, you should know that the anti-war wave is rising sharply across various life planets, even intensifying, right? Feng nodded. Mark said indifferently, it's all those old foxes from the Federal Council, deliberately doing this to eliminate dissent, clear opposition opinions in one go, and boost public confidence. It won't be long before a lot of heavy news will be announced. Once national confidence is high, the Federal Council and the military will jointly launch a member selection competition for the Special Combat Fleet via nationwide live broadcast. Not only will they select members for the Special Combat Fleet, but they will also try to draw out geniuses from various life planets to gather as many as possible. Every step is calculated, interlocking. Li Feng couldn't help but admire the members of the Federal Council, who were truly born for power struggles. He looked at Mark and asked with confusion, "There are only a few positions for fleet commanders. Isn't it more stable and easier for you as a major to compete for the position of a large warship captain?" Mark said resolutely, "Ride the waves and face challenges head-on. The era of countless stars is about to arrive, and I will be the brightest one." Li Feng clicked his tongue. This kid's bragging skills were only slightly inferior to his own. Mark said, "With your strength and intellect, looking at the military, whether it is at the lieutenant or captain level, you are an outstanding presence. Participating in the selection of small and medium warship captains will definitely not be difficult. If you can't think of conditions for now, how about you consider it as I owe you a favor?" "Not interested." Li Feng Skufa. Mark smiled faintly. "Your biggest flaw is that you are not a human cultivator, and your upper limit of strength is insufficient. When a large-scale war breaks out, countless talents will flood into the military. The new waves will overwhelm the old, and there will surely be many instances of the underdog overcoming the superior. In a place like the Special Combat Fleet, where talents gather, it is even more so. If you want to accumulate enough qualifications in the Special Combat Fleet, you must find a backing that can help you ride the waves longer, so as to ensure you won't be overturned too early by the new waves. With the bond of this operation task, I can be your backing." Li Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. Compared to grandiose boasts, he could brag his way to 100 million points better than the welfare faction leader, Lin Zhengtai. Mark simply wasn't worthy of being someone he needed to boast about. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Are the large, medium, and small warships under the Special Combat Fleet independent entities?" The council and military leaders certainly knew that most geniuses are proud and unwilling to be bossed around, nor do they like having their fate in someone else's hands. Mark introduced, "In most cases, large, medium, and small warships operate independently. They only need to accept command and coordination during joint operations. Additionally, destroyers, frigates, reconnaissance ships, etc., generally participate in auxiliary roles and need to temporarily follow the command of the same level warship captains. If you intend to join the Special Combat Fleet, it's best to compete for a warship captain position." Li Feng was suddenly somewhat tempted. He no longer hesitated and decided, "Considering the important information you provided, in this cooperative position, I must have absolute autonomy. Furthermore, on the way back and forth, you must stay on my reconnaissance ship." Mark frowned. "I said before, I don't like any uncertain factors. Your reconnaissance ship must accept mine. Then let us just say I owe you an important piece of information." Li Feng raised his hand to interrupt him, called up the intelligence system of the reconnaissance ship, and added him to the blacklist. "Warning, you have been listed as a prohibited person by reconnaissance ship NB 4444. If you do not leave within 3 minutes, you will be considered an intruder." Mark's military watch emitted a warning notification. He took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and extended his right hand towards Li Feng, decisively saying, "I wish for a pleasant cooperation. I should be quite pleased." Li Feng smiled and shook hands with him, then rubbed his body vigorously a couple of times. A faint smile also appeared on Mark's face. However, a sudden surge of youthful madness from his days on the reconnaissance ship flooded his mind. He inexplicably felt an impulse to chop off his right hand in front of Li Feng. Unfortunately, the glorious days of the past were now just a distant memory. Though he came from an independent small reconnaissance ship, his rationality and composure far surpassed that of his peers. He would not engage in such self-destructive and irrational actions just to humiliate the other party. Chapter 43. Non-compliance 2 hours later. The reconnaissance ship's intelligence brain received another mission notification. The content was more detailed and changed the term "follow" to "joint." The difference of 2 words meant a world of difference in authority. As per usual, Li Feng sent a notification to Captain Gu Lingxi and the 5 squad leaders, inviting them to the captain's room to discuss the mission. Gu Lingxi refused to attend the meeting and only asked him to send her the mission details and the action plan discussed. Li Feng was naturally more than happy to comply. A captain who couldn't even be bothered to attend a decision-making meeting was, in his eyes, the epitome of a second-in-command. Upon learning that his superior had given up on the meeting, the 5 squad leaders, who only had the right to know and had to rely on the captain's mood for suggestions, immediately took their leave. Absolute power. A word is worth 1,000 gold. In the evening, with a command from Feng, the reconnaissance ship officially set sail. Outside the military base, it met up with the large warship KS-212. As agreed, Mark boarded the reconnaissance ship. Feng proposed this condition mainly for safety. The primary responsibility of the reconnaissance ship was to gather intelligence and carry out small-scale attacks and assassinations. Joint operations with the large warship, especially in high-risk areas, would certainly involve the reconnaissance ship taking on the responsibility of scouting. The reconnaissance ship had to pave the way ahead and only notify the large warship once it confirmed there were no risks. If they encountered a high-level wind rat clan in the vastness of outer space, it would be the reconnaissance ship that faced the consequences. Keeping Mark on the reconnaissance ship meant that if they encountered a high-level wind rat, he would inevitably issue a support command to the large warship. In fact, even if it meant sacrificing the large warship, the reconnaissance ship would be safeguarded. Otherwise, he would not escape disaster himself. In the captain's room, Mark sat on the sofa, straight as a pine tree, resembling a long spear. His sharpness was concealed, yet hard to ignore. In front of the desk, Feng reclined in a multifunctional office chair. He appeared casual, but a chilling, killing intent emanated from him. Since Mark entered, neither of them spoke or acknowledged each other. This was not only due to their opposing skin colors and previous grudges, but also because they could sense the thick arrogance and ambition in each other. Being on a reconnaissance ship where decision-making power lay with Feng, Mark felt uneasy. He would rather sit and waste time than cultivate. Feng was not idle either. He kept a close watch on the reconnaissance ships, scanning 3D maps and various data. The cost of holding power was the burden of constant vigilance. When he was still an ordinary combat personnel, he would only know the mission content and plan shortly before the reconnaissance ship reached its destination and was about to act. Then, he would just need to execute the mission plan. Now that he was the captain, he began to get busy as soon as he received the mission notification. He formulated plans and issued various orders. After the reconnaissance ship set sail, he had to constantly monitor various scanning data to ensure that in case of unforeseen circumstances, he could rush to the control room below and take over the reconnaissance ship's operations, replacing the slower intelligence brain or operators. The military base was about 300 light-years away from the target life planet. However, according to the route Feng devised, it was over 600 light-years. This was mainly to avoid areas controlled by the major forces of the Windrat clan. The more a region was controlled by a major force, the more high-level wind rats there were, and the higher the risk. After more than half the journey, Mark, who had been sitting straight on the sofa like a statue for over 10 hours, suddenly heard his military wristwatch beep. He glanced at it and forwarded it to Feng. Soon, Feng's military wristwatch also received the information. Upon opening it, he found a star system coordinate map. The star system of the target planet and several surrounding star systems had many areas circled. Safe zones? Feng asked. Mark nodded. Feng understood. It must have been the information department that had mobilized a high-ranking wind rat trader to conduct a preliminary risk assessment of these star systems. He couldn't help but suggest, since the risks have already been assessed, why not let your large warship jump through space first? Mark's large warship was still traveling at light speed from the military base and had not yet made any space jumps. This was because the large warship's space jump system could reach distances of up to 10,000 light-years. A distance of 1 or 2,000 light-years could be covered in one jump. Allowing the large warship to reach the destination first would effectively give the reconnaissance ship a final risk assessment of the last space jump. Mark shook his head. Even if a round of risks has been ruled out, it's against protocol for the large warship to go first. Feng scoffed. Don't think I haven't looked at your information records. You must have accumulated quite a few penalties during your years on the small, independent reconnaissance ship, right? Mark looked at Feng and said calmly, although I find you unpleasant, let me give you a piece of advice. As a member of a small, independent reconnaissance ship, you constantly live under the shadow of uncertainty, and your survival relies entirely on luck. Given the frequent execution of various high-intensity assassination missions, even a great sage would become irritable and develop bad habits over time. However, once you leave the small reconnaissance ship, if you want to rise to a high position, I advise you to gradually correct those bad habits and even your temperament. The higher you go, the colder it becomes. A small weakness could lead to your downfall, relegating you to a cold palace and turning decades of hard work into a puff of smoke. Of course, if you only want to be a colonel or a lieutenant colonel, then forget what I said. Your backing can easily help you reclaim the captaincy and secure a colonel or lieutenant colonel position when the situation is already set. Feng smiled, but said nothing. He sent the star system coordinate map to the reconnaissance ship's intelligence brain, asking it to replan the latter half of the route. He then finalized one of the routes and instructed the intelligence brain to execute it. Mark once again became a statue, motionless. 7 hours later, the reconnaissance ship arrived at the star system where the target planet was located through its space jump system. This was the moment when the reconnaissance ship faced the greatest risk. If there were high-level aliens nearby and they attacked immediately, it would be difficult for the reconnaissance ship to escape due to its agility. The engine started and quickly warmed up. The scanner was also activated to its fullest extent. Within 1,000,000 kilometers, no traces of the Wind Rat clan were detected. Feng felt relieved and notified the reconnaissance ship's intelligence brain to begin risk assessment. The reconnaissance ship's engine warmed up quickly, starting within 1 or 2 minutes and accelerating continuously while circling the surrounding area. It wasn't until it confirmed that there were no high-level wind rats within 10 million kilometers that the reconnaissance ship's intelligence brain sent the scanned 3D map to Mark's large warship as per Feng's instructions. Mark also immediately issued the space jump command to the large warship through the intelligence brain on his military wristwatch. The KS-212 large warship had been traveling at light speed and avoiding large celestial bodies. Upon receiving the command, it appeared in the center of the assessed area through a space jump in less than a minute, according to the coordinates provided by the reconnaissance ship. The immense energy created by the space jump could even be detected by the reconnaissance ship, which was millions of kilometers away. The large warship scanner had a coverage range of up to 100 million kilometers. According to Mark's instructions, the scan data and 3D map were shared in real time with the small reconnaissance ship. While the large warship's engine required over 10 minutes to warm up, more than 20 mechs and 3 small airships flew toward the small reconnaissance ship. Inside were the elite subordinates of Mark and various instruments and equipment. A total of 36 people, all of whom were above level 10 in their abilities, with the strongest reaching level 21. There were 7 with ranks higher than Feng's 5-star lieutenant. After the meeting, the reconnaissance ship proceeded first, using the scanning data and 3D maps provided by the large warship to fly at light speed towards the target planet. Chapter 44, Implementing the Interception. It's no wonder that this is the central area of the Wind Mouse clan, the #1 power. Looking at the real-time scanning data and 3-dimensional images coming from the large warship, Feng couldn't help but marvel. The target planet not only had a massive distribution of Wind Mouse clan scouts and patrols in its atmosphere, but even in outer space. Many Wind Mouse clan members of levels 20 to 30 were detected on the unmanned planets. The proportion of Wind Mouse members above level 20 far exceeded that of the target planets from his previous missions. Mark said indifferently, "The 3 major hegemonic races monitor the entire star system, even in non-central areas." Feng asked curiously, "Have you executed missions within the territories of the 3 major hegemonic races?" Mark nodded. The average level is above 6, and high-level members are as common as dogs. Moreover, at the same level, their strength far surpasses that of other races. Great. Feng sighed with yearning. Mark looked at him in surprise, unable to understand his expression. Feng didn't clarify, redirecting his attention back to the scanning data and 3-dimensional images, skillfully avoiding the Wind Mouse clan members above level 20. The reconnaissance ship stopped at a position about 100,000 kilometers from the target planet, following Feng's instructions. The large warship halted even further away at 10 million kilometers. The scanner did not detect any traces of human presence on the planet, nor were there any signs of small spaceships nearby. Mark activated the communicator to contact the mole on the planet. After a moment, he looked up at Feng. According to the intel, there's a group of humans watching a gladiatorial match at 8KS Arena. However, there's a large barrier outside the main fortress that the scanner cannot penetrate. We just need to wait. Although there is a spatial rift leading directly to the construction site inside 8Key's main fortress. They certainly won't allow anyone to use it easily. Feng nodded slightly, patiently waiting. After half a day of waiting, Mark suddenly stood up from the sofa. Looking at Feng, we have a bit of trouble. The mole has sent news that 7 humans and 2 accompanying Wind Mouse members have boarded a sailing-shaped flying treasure. The mole is only at level 22 and didn't dare to directly use their perception ability to investigate the strength levels of the 2 Wind Mouse members, only confirming that the 7 humans are between levels 31 and 32. Feng waited a few seconds, seeing that Mark had no further information, and couldn't help but frown. Are you testing my intellect? Mark suddenly smiled, not denying it, and added, I asked the mole, and the 2 Wind Mouse members are closely related to the leading human. The leader of the Interstellar pirate group, cooperating with the Wind Mouse clan at the construction site, is a level 26 ability user, with 3 high-ranking subordinates at level 20 or above. Feng understood and headed to the readiness area, just to find the coordinates of the construction site. Mark had prepared several plans. Various situations were being considered. The most challenging was to utilize ability users skilled in transformation and simulators to disguise themselves as Wind Mouse clan members, and with a mole's assistance, directly infiltrate the life planet to capture people. A slightly better scenario would be for the target to pilot a small spaceship, airship, or small warship to leave. In such cases, they would first disguise as Wind Mouse clan members to approach, then use the large warship's signal disruptor to intercept the small spaceship and penetrate the energy shields after the airship was attacked and sent a distress signal. At the same time, they would need to strike swiftly, infiltrating the spaceship and airship to quickly control everyone, preventing the Wind Mouse members inside from using communication-type treasures to call for help. Any slight coordination error during this process could potentially expose the plan. The best-case scenario would be for the target to leave aboard the Wind Mouse clan's flying treasure. Lower-level alien races, including human cultivators and ability users, tend to design their flying treasures in a flat shape to save materials and due to their limited perception range. The shapes mainly include blanket type, disc type, and sailing type. These shapes require the least materials and have unobstructed visibility. Conversely, attacking them is also very easy. If the Wind Mouse clan's levels are not high, a large warship outside their perception range can easily break through the flying treasure's energy shield and quickly control all Wind Mouse and human members inside with various binding weapons and devices. Disguising as Wind Mouse members and launching an attack at close range ensures a greater chance that the opponent won't have time to call for help. If the mole's information is accurate, this flying treasure is simply sailing-shaped. The leading human is only level 12, which can only be considered middle tier among interstellar pirates, yet can maintain a close relationship with 2 Wind Mouse members, indicating that the 2 Wind Mouse members are likely just over level 20 in strength. Very easy to resolve. Upon arriving at the readiness area, there were only Mark's elite subordinates and several instruments and devices they brought along. With more than 20 mechs and these devices, the once spacious readiness area felt slightly cramped. As Mark issued orders, an ability user in multifunctional military attire began to rapidly twist their body. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into the image of a Wind Mouse clan member. Immediately after, a mech equipped with a medium-sized simulator on its back activated the simulator. A beam of light enveloped the entire readiness area. Whether it was Feng and Mark in military attire or the mechs, they instantly transformed into the image of the Wind Mouse clan members. Only the sizes varied, while the appearance was completely identical. With continuous adjustments, the body shapes gradually unified, while the appearances slightly changed. Feng's perception ability spread out. Up close, only the ability user who transformed into a Wind Mouse clan member couldn't sense their true forms. Those images created by the medium-sized simulator were completely undetectable. Undoubtedly, this medium-sized simulator did not have particularly powerful functions. Feng had previously tested a micro-simulator obtained from Gulingxi, and with his current perception ability, he needed to be within 3 meters to sense the true forms. After waiting a few more minutes, the sailing-shaped flying treasure had a relatively weak energy shield. The moment it left the castle, it was successfully detected by the scanners of the large warship and small reconnaissance ship, just as the mole had provided. 2 Wind Mouse members and 7 humans. However, due to the energy shield surrounding the flying treasure, even the large warship's scanner couldn't determine the strength of these Wind Mouse and human members. Feng immediately instructed the reconnaissance ship's AI to calculate the sailing treasure's movement trajectory and speed in real time. After obtaining an estimated route map for the sailing treasure, he had the reconnaissance ship calculate the optimal interception point in real time. As the sailing treasure passed through the atmosphere, its direction began to maintain a fixed course for an extended period. The estimated route became increasingly stable. Feng promptly notified the reconnaissance ship's AI to head to the interception point. Upon arrival, all personnel, including Feng and Mark, quickly flew out of the readiness area. Maintaining the maximum speed of their multifunctional military uniforms, they headed towards the sailing treasure for the interception. The reconnaissance ship continuously retreated to create distance, avoiding detection by the 2 Wind Mouse members. Although there was no atmospheric scattering effect in space, and the background brightness was very low, significantly affecting visibility, within just 2 or 3 minutes, Feng could already see the rapidly approaching sailing treasure with his exceptional eyesight. At a distance of more than 10 kilometers, the Wind Mouse members on the sailing treasure finally noticed their group. However, they didn't suspect anything, thinking they had encountered a group of Wind Mouse members returning to the life planet after an expedition. The sailing treasure maintained the same speed and direction, making no adjustments to avoid them. They thought it was Feng's group that should yield. If they didn't comply, they would compare whose status was higher. This outcome was much better than expected. Feng abandoned the idea of immediate action until the distance between them closed to just over 1,000 meters. Only then did he grab Mark and the level 21 ability user flying alongside him, teleporting as planned. In the next moment, the 3 of them passed through the energy shield and appeared inside the sailboat. Far away from the coverage of the medium-sized simulator, they revealed their true forms. The 2 Wind Mouse clansmen and 7 humans were all stunned by this sudden change. Feng and Mark each targeted one of the Wind Mouse clansmen. The level 21 Esper activated a mental control ability, rendering the 7 humans completely unable to move. Bang, bang, bang. One of the Wind Mouse clansmen, a level 22, and the other a level 21, were already at a disadvantage against Feng, who was level 25, and Mark, who was level 27, and were caught off guard by the sudden attack. One was knocked unconscious by a stab from Feng's alloy sword, while the other was directly smashed to the ground by Mark's fiery fist. The 7 humans could hardly move, only able to watch in wide-eyed disbelief. In the blink of an eye, they were all knocked unconscious by Feng and Mark. The remaining operatives arrived, pushing the sailboat towards the reconnaissance ship that was responding to Feng's orders. The entire ambush process was smooth and swift like lightning. Chapter 45, Plotting a Little Benefit. Boom, boom, boom. The sailboat was pushed into the reconnaissance ship's combat readiness zone, and a group of operatives simultaneously launched their attacks, firing energy bullets that shattered the sailboat's energy shield. Subsequently, they began injecting anesthetics and various drugs to lower the resistance of the subconscious into 2 members of the Wind Mouse race and 7 human captives. They were then lifted to various instruments to extract their memories. Due to varying strengths, the speed of extraction differed, with some being quicker than others. After more than an hour of effort, the memory extraction was completed. The relevant data was sent to the brain of the large warship. The brain of the large warship quickly analyzed the data, intercepting memories related to the mission and converting them into text and images. The information obtained was mixed, both good and bad. As Mark had inferred, this construction facility was hidden within the mantle of a planet with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers, surrounded by a large-scale restriction. There were a total of 7 large warships and over 300 medium and small warships. While not massive, they were not insignificant either. The positive aspect was that the Wind Mouse race did not trust the collaborating interstellar pirates and the human slaves they controlled. To prevent them from suddenly rebelling and seizing control of the warships, these interstellar pirates and human slaves, despite living on the warships, were not granted any control authority. Even the leader of the interstellar pirate group could not control any of the warships. To gain control of the warships, One had to go to the main brain control room for setup. Moreover, the small restrictions surrounding the main brain control room could only be accessed by 8-key. The spatial rift that connected 8-key's ruled life planet to the construction facility was also within this small restriction. According to Mark's original plan, he intended to destroy the large restriction and the spatial rift before using energy beams to penetrate the small asteroid. Based on the elemental structure of the core area of this asteroid, he would then launch corresponding elemental shells to directly detonate it. The explosion of this asteroid would heavily damage and destroy all the warships. Currently, since the Interstellar pirates did not have control, they could not activate the energy shield of the warships immediately. This provided an additional option to directly use energy beams to penetrate the energy storage areas of these warships and blow them up. The latter not only ensured that these warships would be reduced to fragments with no chance of repair, but also completely annihilated those interstellar pirates who had allied with the Wind Mouse race, preventing the Wind Mouse from rebuilding the construction facility. Implementing both strategies together would leave few of the Wind Mouse race on the asteroid able to escape. The downside was that the Wind Mouse leader of the construction facility had a strength level of 40. Such strength was sufficient to qualify as the ruler of a life planet, even within the Wind Mouse race's largest faction. It was impossible for them to be 8-key's subordinates. There was a high probability that they were sent by the moon-eating Wind Mouse King. A level 40 Wind Mouse had a perception range of over 20,000 kilometers. With the effects of a medium-sized simulator, penetrating into the construction facility posed significant risks. This meant that only Feng, who held a mini-simulator, and a superhuman with shape-shifting abilities could infiltrate the construction facility with a greatly reduced chance of being discovered. Without Mark and the group of superhumans with various special abilities accompanying him, it would be challenging to handle any unexpected situations. Fortunately, it only increased the difficulty slightly. After carefully studying the information and data, and once the large warships and reconnaissance ship headed towards the asteroid, Mark signaled to the shape-shifting superhuman to first secure control of the sailboat. The shape-shifting superhuman stepped forward, approaching the sailboat's owner. Regardless of whether it was a human or alien flying artifact, one needed to perform a blood oath to claim ownership. Only by killing the owner would the flying artifact become unclaimed. Swish! Feng was quicker, swiftly decapitating the Wind Mouse owner with a sword. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 26 attribute points. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Feng did not stop there. With another quick turn, he killed another Wind Mouse. Following that, he took down 7 more humans. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the stench filled the air. Attribute values: 19, attribute value 1. 7, attribute value 1. 2. The system prompts continued to ring out. In the blink of an eye, his available attribute value increased to 51 points. Mark furrowed his brow and questioned, "Why kill the captives?" Feng nonchalantly replied, "To eliminate potential threats." Mark did not say anything further, internally lowering his assessment of Feng. Having also come from a reconnaissance ship background, he was well aware that many individuals on reconnaissance ships could develop a killing addiction due to a lack of mental resilience. Those who could not control themselves would find it hard to have a bright future. Moreover, killing captives posed its own significant risks. During the execution of a mission, it could indeed be justified as eliminating potential threats. However, in the future, during high-stakes competition, it could easily be used against him as a smear tactic to sway public opinion. Once word got out, it would undoubtedly attract numerous humanitarian organizations to condemn them. His earlier question was not due to a dislike of Feng's actions, but rather an attempt to distance himself from any potential fallout, ensuring he wouldn't be implicated as the one instructing Feng to act that way. Feng could also guess Mark's thoughts. This operation had no plan for rescuing the human slaves in the construction facility, making it clear that Mark was not a soft-hearted person. No, one emerging from a reconnaissance ship could be soft-hearted. He did not take it to heart. As long as he had a reasonable justification, he wouldn't be forcibly suspended. Becoming the strongest human was the most important thing. Any future risks were trivial compared to the 51 attribute points. In the face of absolute power, any dissenting opinions would be crushed. The shape-shifting superhuman had an exceptionally high power level, Not only could he transform into any figure, but he could also simulate various forms of energy. Although the sailboat was designed based on the energy characteristics of the wind mouse race, he could still control it. 15 minutes later, the large warship and reconnaissance ship traveled at light speed, reaching a distance of 1 million kilometers from the target planet before slowing down. With only about 10,000 kilometers left to the planet, continuing to approach posed a risk of being sensed by the level 40 wind mouse, even with the energy shield blocking perception abilities. Thus, the large warship and reconnaissance ship halted. The shape-shifting superhuman controlled the sailboat, carrying Feng, who had used the mini-simulator to transform into the appearance of another wind mouse, as they headed towards the planet. The short 10,000 kilometers took over an hour to traverse. The entrance to the construction facility was located on the side of a crater. The sailboat flew into the winding and rugged passage, quickly delving deeper. At the entrance, a group of guards outside the restriction saw the two in the sailboat and had no suspicions whatsoever. They didn't even check the prepared identification tags before directly opening a gap for the sailboat to enter the enormous construction facility, resembling an underground world. Inside, numerous wind mouse patrol squads were surveying the area. However, they were primarily guarding against a rebellion from the Interstellar pirate group and human slaves. No one gave the sailboat a second glance, let alone attempted to stop or inspect it, seeing that there were no flying artifacts inside the construction facility. To avoid raising suspicion, the shape-shifting superhuman shrank the sailboat to its minimum size and concealed it on his person, maintaining their wind mouse appearances. The two flew towards the main brain control room. Everything proceeded smoothly. Upon nearing their destination, Feng expanded his perception ability, continuously probing deeper. He not only sensed the restrictions within the main brain control room, but also circled around to roughly determine the size of the restrictions. He then sent the coverage range of the restrictions to the brains of the reconnaissance ship and large warship, completing the coordinate positioning. The coverage of these restrictions was only about 300 meters. Below the large warship, there were as many as 10 main cannons, and the maximum diameter of the energy beam could reach 100 meters. In a short time, they could sweep through all areas within the restrictions. There is no need to investigate the specific location of the spatial rift to ensure its destruction. We can retreat now. When you are about to withdraw near the passage, I will order the large warship to launch an attack to destroy the large restriction. In my ears, I heard Mark's notification from the communicator. There's no rush. I'll take a look around the supplies warehouse. Feng refused to retreat and flew towards the supplies warehouse. The shapeshifter, though confused, could only follow. Don't complicate things. Mark immediately guessed Feng's intention to target the supplies warehouse and couldn't help but remind him. Among the yellow-skinned people on reconnaissance ship NB-4444, the only one with outstanding potential is that captain. To win people's hearts and increase the time and risk of the operation is simply not worth it. Feng ignored him. He was ambitious and would not miss the chance to win people's hearts when the time is right. However, he would not increase his own risk to do so. The real reason was that in this operation, if his subordinates did not participate throughout, they would only receive a small share of the military merits. As the captain, when the risk was within an acceptable range, he believed he had the obligation and responsibility to fight for military merits and benefits for his subordinates as much as possible. Even on the reconnaissance ship, those white-skinned team members were the same. With different stances, when it came time to deal with these white people, he would not hesitate. But during the operation, as long as they dared to tie their heads to his belt and obey his orders absolutely, he would treat them equally. Desperate cases. Mark cursed inwardly and once again lowered his evaluation of Feng. However, he did not say anything more. The two sides were in a cooperative relationship. He had no right to terminate or change Feng's decision. Saying too much would only provoke conflict due to Feng's volatile temper, increasing the risks of the operation. Chapter 46. Extrasensory abilities. As Feng approached the vicinity of the supply warehouse, his perception ability spread out. Aside from some wind mouse clan guards, there were no restrictions inside. His perception easily penetrated the walls, allowing him to sense the situation inside. Although there were no precious treasures, there were plenty of ordinary supplies, including a significant number of energy stones. Without hesitation, Feng quickly issued commands one by one. He then contacted Mark to propose minor adjustments to the entire plan. For the greater good, Mark did not refuse. He secretly vowed never to cooperate with Feng again, realizing that working with such a person had too many uncontrollable factors. As the countdown ended, the large battleship and reconnaissance ship began to descend together. This step had not been part of the original plan. With the attack range of a large battleship, the mission could have been completed easily. Feng's speed also allowed him to quickly bring the shape-shifting ability user to rendezvous with the reconnaissance ship. The distance was closed in order to suppress the 40-level Wind Mouse clan leader with firepower. Boom, boom, boom. During the descent, the battleship's intelligence system, under Mark's remote command, fired a massive energy beam towards the predetermined coordinates. The soil and rocks instantly vaporized. The large restriction only held for half a second before suddenly collapsing. The energy beam surged forward, penetrating the restriction outside the main control room in an instant. In the next moment, the other 9 main cannons below the battleship also activated simultaneously. Streams of energy beams swept across the area covered by the small restriction, only changing their target to the battleships far away from the supply warehouse after penetrating the core layer of the asteroid. Using smaller diameter energy beams, they bombarded the energy reserve areas of these battleships. The densely packed, small energy launchers all aimed at the 40-level Wind Mouse clan leader, who had jumped out from the training ground. The entire construction site was thrown into chaos amidst the continuous booming sounds. Tens of thousands of wind mice flew out at the sound of the alarm, but they were just like headless flies, running around in all directions. As the large restriction shattered, the air in the construction site rapidly dispersed. They couldn't even think about attacking the large battleship and reconnaissance ship that were approaching from above, let alone ensure their own safety. Those wind mice above level 20 could survive and move in space with their physical bodies, yet they all scattered in panic. This was because their leader, the 40-level Wind Mouse, sensed the destruction of a spatial crack and realized the presence of a large battleship, prompting him to contact Aki for help while fleeing the asteroid. He understood very well that the human's large battleship was not something a single 40-level Wind Mouse could contend with. With the leader fleeing, and without receiving any orders for attack or interception, the wind mice above level 20 were not foolish and naturally thought only of escape. Ding, you have killed an enemy, gaining 5 attribute points. Ding, you have killed an enemy, gaining 9 attribute points. The system notifications continuously echoed in Feng's mind. Long before the battleship launched its attack, he had already started to eliminate the wind mice inside and outside the supply warehouse. With a metal sword in his right hand and an energy launcher in his left, he specifically targeted those below level 20 who had no power to fight back. All were one-hit kills. By the time the reconnaissance ship descended to an altitude of only 50 to 60 kilometers, all battle members, led by Gu Lingxi, charged out. Feng used his teleportation ability to appear instantly behind a fleeing 21-level Wind Mouse. He stabbed out with his sword, severely injuring it, and then struck down on its head, knocking it unconscious. Feng dragged the injured and unconscious 21-level Wind Mouse to the control room. According to his instructions, the main cannons below had already been activated. He merely glanced at the 3D map, and energy cannons with a diameter of 1 meter fired towards the densely packed area of the wind mice, as if they were free to do so. Boom, boom, boom. The energy storms created by these energy cannons were enough to sweep a radius of 400 to 500 meters. Even at the edges of the energy storm, those wind mice below level 10 were either dead or severely injured. Attribute points of 0, 52, 1, 9, 0, 85. System notifications rushed into Feng's mind one after another. Accelerating, he far surpassed the previous speed of killing one wind mouse after another. 100 points, 200 points, 300 points. The available attribute points rapidly climbed. It was not that the cultivators had limited potential. It was just that their excessive bloodlust and lack of foresight wasted their ability to penetrate materials and energy shields with teleportation. In the combat readiness area, Mark watched the 3D map, seeing Feng crazily bombard the construction site, and silently sighed. When he had been forced to compromise, he thought Feng was exceptionally intelligent, ambitious, and a kindred spirit. Therefore, he had felt repulsion and found him very displeasing. Now, however, he felt some regret. Such a person, with limited talent but significant character flaws, yet with strong strength, an extraordinary mind, and powerful teleportation and flight abilities, was simply an irreplaceable right-hand man. Unfortunately, Feng was not only of the yellow race, but had also allied himself with a powerful faction, and with his unwillingness to settle for second place, he would never accept Mark's invitation. Boom, boom, boom. In the control room, Feng did not conserve energy reserves. The large group of wind mice was left with very few. He continued to control the main cannons, firing off energy shells. Each one he killed counted. Being a captain was that exhilarating. 25-10, 25-20, 25-30. The increase in available attribute points started to slow down rapidly. The number of wind mice killed directly by the energy cannons exceeded 10,000. To call him an alien butcher was not an exaggeration. The vast construction site was bombarded to a state of utter ruin. Although the destructive power could not compare to the explosions of those battleships, the coverage was even greater. In just 20 minutes, aside from the area near the supply warehouse, the entire construction site had not escaped Feng's frenzied bombardment. Only when Gu Lingxi and the rest of the combat personnel flew out from the supply warehouse, and the reconnaissance ship's energy reserves dwindled to 20, did he finally stop with satisfaction. His available attribute points settled at 2605. Without hesitation, Feng immediately allocated all 5 major attributes to 1,000 points. Ding! Your various attribute values have reached 1,000 points, gaining the ability of extrasensory perception. Extrasensory perception, level 1, in 10 of the perceived area, can ignore any material and energy. Each level increases the perception range by 10. Feng excitedly punched the air. This was another heaven-defying ability. His mental attribute now reached 1,000 points, meaning his perception radius was also 1,000 kilometers. With this ability, within a range of 100 kilometers, no matter whether it was a battleship, energy shield, restriction, formation, or invisibility, any strange methods and materials that shielded perception would have no escape from his perception ability. Getting rich, thank you, Captain, for bringing us wealth. Captain Daddy, please accept me as your adopted son. This feels so damn good. I actually have the potential to become a billionaire. On the public channel, the cheers of the team members echoed. It was only then that Feng realized everyone had returned fully loaded, back to the combat readiness area. Each of them was swollen, their pockets stuffed with energy stones. The mission was over, and they were free to act. Feng immediately sent a withdrawal command to the reconnaissance ship's intelligence system. The reconnaissance ship began to ascend continuously. The battleship's intelligence system also received Mark's withdrawal command, ascending at the same speed as the reconnaissance ship. In the combat readiness area, the 5 squad leaders and the team members directly piloted their mechs or maintained combat mode. Rushing to the control room. Outside the control room, they unloaded half of the energy stones from their mechs and pockets before excitedly turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of energy stones had piled up in the corner of the control room. Feng couldn't help but let the reconnaissance ship's AI scan. There were as many as 5,200 energy stones. What delight! As the captain, he naturally had to take the lion's share of the benefits. Last time, when he obtained a lot of treasures in a large castle, he smashed half of them on the desk of the old Captain Bu Qianzhong when discussing matters, and that was the reason. Now that he was the captain, it was the same. These 5,200 energy stones were all tributes from his crew members. Of course, he couldn't take them all. There were over 200 operators on the reconnaissance ship. He immediately instructed the AI to notify the intelligent robots to distribute 5 stones to each operator, and the rest to be sent to his office. He used a storage ring to store a batch of energy stones, and after he completed a full cycle of training, he would arrange for the intelligent robots to deliver them to the captain's room. After returning to the combat readiness area, Gu Lingxi, who had directly returned to her dormitory, suddenly sent a communication. You used a storage ring to store energy stones? Who provoked you? Feng was somewhat surprised. He knew very well that Gu Lingxi was even more timid than he was and had been strictly hiding her strength and identity. It was only during the last operation, stimulated by his sudden increase in strength, that she revealed her level 19 power. Directly practicing against a level 21 Wind Mouse clan without the aid of mechs or military uniforms. Storage rings were extremely rare treasures among cultivators. Once used, all the combat members would not only know her strength was extraordinary, but would also inevitably recognize her status as uncommon. Last time, when they divided the treasure trove in the large castle, Gu Lingxi did not participate. She was merely adhering to the unspoken rules of the reconnaissance ship. Since the captain had created the opportunity for everyone to plunder resources and issued related orders, she felt she had to grab some. Gu Lingxi casually said, "I took about 5 cubic meters of energy stones in total. According to the rules, I'll give you half." Striking it rich, Li Feng was overjoyed. Gu Lingxi closed the communication and focused on her training. "I'll arrange for you to have a level 21 Wind Mouse clan as a sparring partner when I come to the control room." Li Feng quickly sent her a communication. When he returned, he had prepared the heavily injured level 21 Wind Mouse clan for Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi frowned slightly. "You really want me to break through to level 20 and leave the reconnaissance ship quickly? You don't want someone with top-tier abilities who doesn't compete or cause trouble, a rare second-in-command like me?" Li Feng spoke frankly. "But you are ultimately just a passerby in the military. You'll have to leave sooner or later. Seeing you exposed your strength to practice against the Wind Mouse clan after being stimulated last time, I want help since we've been through life and death together so many times. Let us talk after I finish a full cycle of training." Gu Lingxi dropped a sentence and closed the communication again. For a while, she found it hard to clear her mind and enter a meditative state. Her stunning face revealed a look of frustration and displeasure. As the heir of an ancient, prestigious family, with a talent that is 1 in a billion, she had been educated since childhood on how to dominate others. To be praised as a rare second-in-command by someone else was simply absurd. What made her feel even more absurd was the sudden surge of being unexpectedly favored. Chapter 47. First Star Lieutenant Boom Boom Boom. After ascending to a height of 10,000 kilometers, energy beam from the large warship below exploded the remaining few medium and small warships around the supply warehouse. Immediately afterward, a custom-made elemental shell filled with various ultra-high concentration elements and nuclear fission devices, designed based on the core elements of the asteroid, shot into the asteroid's core through the area pierced by the energy beams. Within just a few seconds, the asteroid began to vibrate violently. The surface erupted with numerous rapidly spreading cracks. In the blink of an eye, powerful forces surged from the cracks, forming countless rays of light that spread into the starry sky. Boom! When the rays of light reached their peak, the asteroid completely collapsed. The terrifying energy tore into countless large and small fragments. The immense shockwave from the core, carrying these burning and flashing fragments, shot out in all directions like meteors. It was like an incredibly grand interstellar fireworks display. The reconnaissance ship and the large warship continued to accelerate. The mission was complete, but the risk was not entirely eliminated. Only extraterrestrial beings above level 50, proficient in the power of spatial laws, had the means to tier space. The level 41 8-key, after receiving a call for help, could not reach here in a short time. However, he might be able to seek assistance from the moon-eating Wind Mouse King. The ruler of the largest force of the Wind Mouse clan had many high-level wind mice under his command who were skilled in spatial laws. Only by quickly escaping this area could safety be ensured. Buzz. After meeting the various conditions of the space jump system, the reconnaissance ship NB-4444 took the lead, instantly appearing 100 light-years away. The large warship, however, continued to travel at light speed in the area where it could jump through space at any time. As instructed by Mark, 100 light-years away, after confirming that there were no high-level wind mice within the scanning range, the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship began to accelerate again after a minute or two of engine preheating. A large number of operators and robots were busy checking the various instruments and equipment of the reconnaissance ship. An hour later, they performed another space jump. Still, no high-level wind mice were detected within the scanning range. Li Feng felt completely at ease. At this distance, they had already strayed far from the central area of the Wind Mouse clan, greatly reducing the risk of the return journey. Only then did he have time to continue handling those miscellaneous tasks. Since Gu Lingxi had left him 5 cubic meters of energy stones, he didn't hold back. He instructed the intelligent robots to distribute 10 energy stones to each operator. With over 5,000 energy stones, only about 2,000 remained. In a control room, a new round of excited cheers and praises erupted. He opened the system, calculated briefly, and first spent 110 attribute points to raise his super sense to level 3. The remaining points were distributed among the 5 main attributes. Host, Feng attribute points, 0 constitution, 1043 strength, 1043 stamina, 1043 agility, 1043 spirit, 1043 abilities, armor piercing level 3, teleportation level 3, flight level 3, super sense level 3. The comprehensive attribute had already reached level 27. This individual strength, even among extraterrestrial beings where personal power was revered, could allow him to become a leader of hundreds of thousands of people. Among humans, considered as the weakest in personal strength, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 powerful entities on ordinary life planets. Feng, after finishing her training, Gu Lingxi walked into the control room. Feng kicked the level 21 wind mouse that had been hit by his sword and drugged. Once Mark and his gang leave, you can take it to the combat readiness area to practice. Gu Lingxi nodded and walked towards the captain's room above. Feng excitedly followed. Arriving at the corner where the energy stones were piled, Gu Lingxi's spiritual power surged, and piles of energy stones kept appearing. Feng clicked his tongue secretly. After obtaining a space stone, he had specially checked related information. He knew that storage rings, a type of space-based cultivation treasure, were also graded. Higher grade ones not only had larger storage capacities, but also better effects. Lower grade storage rings could only take items one by one. This meant that to take out this pile of energy stones, they would have to be taken out one by one. Only higher grade storage rings could take or retrieve items within a certain range all at once. Even higher grade space-type treasures, which the most powerful human cultivators or supernatural beings might not possess, could even store living beings. After taking out the energy stones, Gu Lingxi turned and left. Feng was used to it. He did not return to the control room, but sat down in the office chair, pulling up scanning data and 3D images to continue monitoring the movements of the reconnaissance ship. The journey went smoothly. Along the way, Feng even took the time to have the reconnaissance ship stop for the crew to stretch their legs before continuing. The purpose, of course, was to throw all the energy stones into outer space. As for the surveillance footage of the reconnaissance ship, not capturing the crew carrying energy stones outside, and why they threw the spoils into outer space. Let the military law enforcement and investigation departments come and question him about it if they dared. After more than half a day, the reconnaissance ship returned near the military base, confirming safety and that no support was needed. The large warship also used the space jump system to arrive near the military base. The 2 parties met up. Mark, who had stayed with his elite subordinates in the combat readiness area, didn't greet anyone and directly took his subordinates and numerous instruments back to his large warship. In his eyes, this was a smooth mission but an unpleasant collaboration. Both parties headed to their respective exclusive docking stations at the military base. Feng immediately used his military wristwatch to organize a battle video report. However, he had little expectation in his heart. He had killed quite a number of wind mice in the supply warehouse and had also slaughtered over 10,000 wind mice with the main cannon of the reconnaissance ship. But these actions had little benefit in completing the mission and could even have negative impacts. Not only was there no hope for battle merit, but he also had to bear few disciplinary marks. After sorting everything out, he sent a voice communication request to Jiang Wanxin. That batch of wind mice had originally been carefully selected captives by Mo's. After more than a month of domestication, they had reached the standard for sale and transfer through formal channels. The Zhangxiong slave domestication base had already made connections and negotiated conditions with the largest auction house on planet F369. As long as the contract was signed, the auction house could promote an auction at any time. However, after discussing with Jiang Wanxin, they decided to wait another 10 days to half a month. At this stage, anti-war propaganda and demonstrations had reached their limit. All major life planets were in chaos. Based on the information provided by Mark, Feng estimated that it was about time for the federal government to eliminate dissent and boost morale. Once the public accepted the outbreak of large-scale war, conducting the auction at that time would maximize both price and influence. Another reason for not being in a hurry was that Feng now had energy stones. 1 cubic meter was roughly 4,000 energy stones. 2.5 cubic meters equated to 10,000 energy stones. Coupled with the 2,000 stones contributed by other combat personnel, the total came to 12,000 energy stones. This item was directly used as currency among extraterrestrials. In the Human Federation, it was also hard currency. The selling price was 100,000 per piece, and the purchase price was also high, reaching at least 95,000 per piece for large quantities. 12,000 energy stones could bring him over 1 billion in funds. His and Jiang Wanxin's plan was to focus on the industry that could attract and accommodate human cultivators and extraterrestrial slaves, initially starting with plantations and breeding farms. They would then expand into mining, security, and slave domestication bases. This funding is enough for the initial preparation of the plantation and breeding farm. After discussing with Jiang Wanxin, he immediately contacted Ho Jianda, asking him to help find companies that do not have large-scale purchases of energy stones. Energy stones, being a hard currency, have no shortage of buyers. However, due to the large quantity and high amount, it is difficult to complete a transaction in a short time. By asking Ho Jianda for help, it mainly serves as a guarantee to facilitate a swift transaction. After ending the call, the military achievements were calculated. As Feng expected, it began with a series of violations and disciplinary actions. Suspected of killing prisoners, suspected of improper command, suspected of slaughtering low-level wind mice, suspected of concealing spoils of war, suspected of severely wasting the energy reserves of reconnaissance ships. A single mission resulted in the massacre of over 10,000 wind mice. However, there were no military achievements for killing enemies at all. Other disciplinary actions included confinement and psychological treatment. The severe waste of reconnaissance ship energy reserves, which increased the risk for the reconnaissance ship, resulted in a deduction of 1 month's salary, spread out over 10 months. For Feng, these disciplinary actions were inconsequential. The contribution military achievement from a mission were not low. He played a significant role in attacking sailing ships and locating spatial rifts. And he was also the captain of the cooperative party. He received a total of 52,000 contribution military achievement points. His cumulative military achievement points soared to 111,000. With this, he could be promoted to a 1-star lieutenant. Chapter 48, the Federal Congress takes action. 2 days later, 12,000 energy stones were successfully sold, netting 11 billion. Feng directly transferred the money to Jiang Wanxin, asking her to use it for now. His rank of 1-star lieutenant was officially confirmed, but he did not apply for a transfer. This was because Military Base 777 did not have independent medium-sized reconnaissance ships or other types of independent warships. He needed absolute freedom of authority and various operational tasks. Going to a fleet as a captain of a medium-sized warship, spending every day idling at the military base, accumulating military merits through time, seniority, competitions, and exercises would be a complete waste of time. His original plan was to stay on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship and wait until a large-scale war officially broke out before deciding based on his rank. He would choose a fleet to participate in the war, particularly one where the commander was a core member of the welfare faction, to become a captain of a medium-sized or large warship. After learning from Mark that the military would be forming a special operations fleet, he slightly adjusted his thoughts. He still planned to stay on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship for now and would sign up for the selection of the Special Operations Fleet when it began. On June 2nd, Feng boarded the transport ship back home. As they neared the destination, his military wristwatch sent an important message based on his settings. The Federal Congress's official website released a video. The main content of the video was about an archaeological team that discovered ruins of ancient superpowers above level 50 on a resource planet 3 months ago. Within the ruins, a large number of cultivation methods and treasures left by this ancient superpower were found. As soon as the news broke, it was like a heavy bomb. shocking the entire human federation. Its impact was on par with the revelation that the Federal Congress and military intended to launch a large-scale war. Long before humanity settled in a corner of Blue Star, many ruins left by ancient cultivators and superpowers have been discovered and excavated. However, to avoid unnecessary chaos and panic, countries organized teams to study them in secret and kept the news under wraps. Only a very few wealthy elites obtained relevant information through special channels. But neither the research teams from various countries nor the few wealthy elites who received the information made much progress, as Blue Star was already in an era of magic decline, with no energy in the world. There were various cultivation methods, but no one could succeed. After the establishment of the Human Federation and humanity officially entered the Interstellar era, many ruins left by ancient cultivators and superpowers were discovered and excavated on some conquered life planets. Because the higher the power level, the faster the reaction speed, and the stronger the control over warships and mechas, the federal government publicly released almost all known cultivation methods. However, in the early stages, only a very few people practiced them. There were many reasons for this. First, the human interstellar fleet was unstoppable and personal strength had little place. Second, the talent of humanity was too poor. The vast majority barely got started and would only remain at low levels throughout their lives. Additionally, wealth and resources, including those of the Federal Congress, were all in the hands of family conglomerates and wealthy elites. To maintain stability and keep the human population in check, ordinary people, although no longer exploited, were all confined to simple, easy jobs with moderate income. They had little extra money to purchase expensive cultivation resources like energy stones. After the catastrophic defeat thousands of years ago, the federal government introduced a series of stimulating policies, providing sufficient resources and promotion channels for talented individuals, which truly led to a rush of talents entering the ranks of superpowers and cultivators. Even a large number of other types of enhancement methods emerged. However, after thousands of years, the most powerful cultivators and superpowers of humanity had only raised their limits to just over level 40. The root cause lay in the lack of higher-level cultivation methods. Merely relying on generations of talents, continuously improving and enhancing yielded little progress over thousands of years. This news caused a sensation across the Federation because it was the first time ruins of ancient superpowers above level 50 had been discovered, and there were higher-level cultivation methods within the ruins. This meant that the upper limit for superpowers could finally break through the 50-level barrier. Those at the top of the human pyramid of superpowers would welcome a second wave of life evolution, and later generations could follow in their footsteps. What a truly skilled fabrication. Feng gave high praise to the higher-ups of the Federal Congress. He was certain that the video was all fabricated. Months ago, he had learned from Gu Lingxi that the Caucasians had obtained high-level superpower cultivation methods, and that some superpowers had already successfully undergone a second wave of life evolution, breaking through level 50. Moreover, they had also acquired methods to accelerate the cultivation speed of superpowers. According to Feng's estimation, the Federal Congress and military leaders, as well as top families and conglomerates, likely knew about this matter years ago. While laying out their plans for the benefit of the Human Federation, they had also been preparing for their own interests in advance. The claim that it was discovered 3 months ago was merely to avoid raising public doubt. At the same time, it also misled the public into thinking that a great era was coming, where anyone could stand to the forefront and become a trendsetter. What they did not know was that various families and conglomerates had already laid out their plans in various industries years in advance. Whether now or in the future, only those cultivators and superpower geniuses who received strong policy support would have the opportunity to achieve class transcendence. Upon reaching the space station of F-369, Jiang Wanxin was already waiting on the platform. She wore a white dress, graceful and elegant. The two exchanged smiles, finding peace and a sense of belonging in each other. It was only at this moment that Feng truly stepped out of the reconnaissance ship. His mind was no longer filled with madness and slaughter. He moved forward, wrapping his arms around Jiang Wanxin's slender waist, inhaling her faint fragrance, and walked toward the airship docking area. I have already registered a company called Yong'an. The day before yesterday, when you transferred the money from the sale of the energy stones, I boldly acquired a batch of holy stones under the name of Yong'an Company. Jiang Wanxin explained her preparations during this time. Making a quick profit is secondary. The main goal is to create momentum. Once the Federal Congress begins to guide public opinion that holy stones are of great help to superpower cultivation, everyone will know that our Yong'an Company has an extraordinary background and can obtain such significant secrets in advance. The Federal Congress's official website suddenly released that video and information about the high-level superpower ruins, which should mean they have started to guide public opinion. I plan to notify the auction house to start arranging the auction. What do you think? Although he wanted to express his affirmation to make her feel accomplished, Li Feng honestly replied, "But I haven't been home for half a month, and right now all I can think about is going home and sleeping." Pervert. Jiang Wanxin couldn't help but raise her small fist and lightly hit Li Feng's chest. Li Feng simply picked her up and quickened his pace. He pursued the utmost strength and power, not caring much about wealth. His status and strength were gained through bloody slaughter. He hoped Jiang Wanxin could stand in the sunlight, enjoying all the beauty of the world, rather than standing on another path, experiencing another form of bloody slaughter with him. However, knowing that he planned to stay in the military long term and even joined a welfare faction, which was not favored by families and conglomerates, Jiang Wanxin was determined to accumulate enough wealth and power to reduce obstacles for him in the future. He could only support her wholeheartedly. Under normal circumstances, he would even take time to help her strategize. But this time was somewhat exceptional. No matter what happened, it wouldn't stop his strong determination to fulfill his duty. Entering the docking area, under Jiang Wanxin's guidance, Li Feng arrived in front of a luxurious airship. Master, 3 former slaves of the Wind Rat tribe, once under MOC's command, hurried out from the airship to greet him respectfully. Li Feng suppressed his instinctive thought of wanting to kill the foreign race for attribute points upon seeing them and nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 members of the Wind Rat tribe were all over level 20 and possessed remarkable perception abilities. Li Feng's aura of a mass murderer and the fleeting intent to kill instantly transformed their previously stable emotions into a state of urgency and anxiety. Chapter 49. Interests highly unified. Although Jiang Wanxin bought an airship worth over 10 million, she still lived in the apartment they rented. It wasn't that she was reluctant to spend money, but rather that there wasn't enough money. Jiang Wanxin was very clear that as Li Feng made waves in the military, he would inevitably offend many people. Her greatest dream in this life was to do everything she could to protect the luck that fate had given her to meet Li Feng, rather than becoming his weakness and vulnerability. She couldn't afford to be careless about her own safety. Buying a piece of land, building a manor, and continuously improving the manor security system based on financial resources and the power she could control was the best choice. Currently, due to insufficient funds, there was no risk in the short term, and with 3 level 20 or above Wind Mouse race slaves at her disposal, this matter was temporarily set aside. Upon entering the room, Li Feng placed Jiang Wanxin on the multifunctional mattress he had purchased when he first returned. He was straightforward, taking action. Jiang Wanxin also did her best to resist, but the disparity in strength and physique was too great, leading to a quick defeat. After about 2 hours and multiple losses, she finally couldn't help but plead for mercy. The two then turned to intertwine, experiencing the tranquility brought by their close contact while chatting about trivial matters. Beep, beep, beep. Their watches, which they had thrown aside, rang almost simultaneously. Jiang Wanxin got up from Li Feng's embrace and took the 2 watches to check. Both were notifications pushed by the smart brain of their watches based on their settings, and the content was the same. The official website of the Federal Parliament, after 5 hours, had released another video. This followed the previous one. It recorded the research team's organization and study of various cultivation methods and treasures found in the ruins, detailing the time and process extensively. According to this video, the research team confirmed a month and a half ago, after continuous calculations and tests, that the cultivation methods left by the ancient superpowers almost encompassed every stage below level 60. In just a few days, there were successive groundbreaking discoveries. One was that among those treasures, there were items that could only be crafted by cultivators above level 50. The other was that among the various cultivation methods, there was a record of a way to accelerate the cultivation speed of superpowers using a low-level mineral called holy stone. Professional, Feng couldn't help but marvel. If he didn't know the inside story, he would have believed this meticulously detailed video without any signs of forgery. The group of parliamentarians in the federal parliament was indeed extraordinary. Once this video was released, it was likely that the vast majority of white people would transform into staunch supporters of launching a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse race. This was because launching a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse race meant obtaining vast amounts of holy stones. Even those with mediocre talents could benefit from it. As for the yellow race, their willingness to support a large-scale war might even be stronger than that of the white race. The reason was simple. Discovering treasures that could only be refined by cultivators above level 50 equated to the existence of ancient cultivators above level 50. The more planets occupied, the higher the likelihood of discovering the remains of high-level ancient cultivators and finding high-level cultivation techniques. If the Human Federation continued to adopt a defensive strategy over time, the white race would slowly widen the gap in average strength levels among high-level superpowers. This was something the yellow race absolutely did not want to see or accept. In such a short time, a new video was released again, and the two were not split, but published together. Jiang Wanxin's side. The high-level officials of the Federation must want to use a thunderous approach to unify all voices in a short time and completely eliminate all obstacles. The entire Federation is likely to face intense upheaval in the coming days. They can shake things up as they wish. We will do our own thing. Feng was indifferent. He couldn't be bothered to speculate about the thoughts and intentions of those at the top of the Human Federation's pyramid. He didn't need to rely on political maneuvering or manipulating public sentiment to rise to power, nor did he need to guess the thoughts of this group of people or elevate his status by picking sides and waving flags. With the system in hand, his path to greatness was destined to be paved with layers of corpses. At this stage, he just needed to focus on improving his strength. In the future, those at the top of the pyramid would be the ones who needed to guess his thoughts and intentions and consider how to position themselves. For 3 consecutive days, the couple studied human anatomy in bed. It wasn't until the 6th that Feng began to accompany Jiang Wanxin, traveling around while inspecting some of the farms and breeding grounds she had selected, researching various related instruments and equipment. As Jiang Wanxin had predicted, the federal government's thunderstorm of actions came wave after wave. First, they severely condemned those traitors bought by alien races who, under the banner of anti-war, forced the parliament and military to publish the truth to quell public grievances, even leaking military secrets that led to attacks on several warships and military bases on the border. Next, news emerged that the parliament building had allegedly been attacked by powerful alien forces. Following that, the federal government officially announced a series of major, stimulating policies. The most eye-catching was that whether for superpowers, cultivators, or martial artists, as long as they reached level 1, they could apply for a certain amount of welfare subsidies each month. The higher the level, the more welfare subsidies could be received monthly. Afterward, a series of supporting policies were issued, enacting strict penalties against those who used their strength to harm others and affect public order. At the same time, a severe crackdown was launched against those suspected of siding with alien races, intending to instigate infighting among humans, disguised as a color-based conflict and opposing war. On various life planets, many well-known figures were arrested every moment, including many powerful and wealthy individuals. Finally, the military stepped in to wrap things up, issuing a major announcement. They declared that due to the premature leak and publication of information, not only had the Wind Mouse race made war preparations in advance, but the difficulty had greatly increased. The 3 major dominant races, the Wing race, Soul race, and Bloodsucker race, also did not want to sit idly by while humanity expanded and improved, joining forces to pressure the federal military, forcing them to agree to a 4-party live combat exercise, intending to severely damage the morale of the federal military and even the confidence of the entire human race. To successfully defeat the Wind Mouse race and counter the pressures from the 3 dominant races, the federal military sincerely invited geniuses to join. For this purpose, They planned to hold a nationwide live selection competition to choose members for the combat exercise. All human citizens who wished to enlist could sign up, and those selected would enter the Special Operations Fleet. Those not selected would also be assigned to various military bases. Attached to the announcement was a series of declassified documents. The main content detailed the improvements in various types of warships compared to 10,000 years ago after the Great Defeat in the large-scale war against the wing race. The effects of personal strength level improvements on warships, mechs, and multifunctional military uniforms, as well as the fact that the Human Federation had built many planetary space fortresses over the past 10,000 years, though the number could not be publicly disclosed. In just a few days, the anti-war wave completely dissipated. Under the push of the federal government, the long-silenced ambition of the federal populace to defeat the three dominant races, unify the galaxy, and gather all resources reignited. Whether it was the parliament, military, family conglomerates, or ordinary citizens, under deliberate guidance, the interests of races and individuals reached a high degree of unity. On June 15th, at Star 369 in District F, the Mutual Benefit Auction House officially launched advertisements on major media platforms, announcing that on the 25th, a special auction for 32 level 2026 Win Mouse Race slaves would be held. All interested parties could check the detailed strength data and ability characteristics of these Win Mouse races on the Mutual Benefit Auction House's official website. At the beginning of this tumultuous era, not only the wealthy elites of Star F369, but also the affluent figures from surrounding planets, upon receiving the news, were eager to leverage their connections with the auction house to inquire about more detailed information. Chapter 50 auction on the morning of the 25th. At the top lounge of the Mutual Benefit Auction House, soft light cascaded from the crystal chandelier, illuminating the meticulously polished floor. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance, refreshing and uplifting. The hall was adorned with exquisite murals and sculptures, along with various precious green plants and flowers, which were limited to the corners. Many pleasingly exotic second-class citizens, smiling, pushed carts laden with snacks and drinks, weaving between rows of multifunctional sofas and chairs. In the center, rare racial slaves diligently showcased various racial talents and abilities. 1 or 2 hours before the auction began, bidders with invitations continuously arrived at the lounge early. For them, this level of auction was not merely an auction, but also a networking banquet. Present were prominent figures from the political and business circles of F369 star and surrounding life planets, along with their valued offspring. An energy blast could destroy the political and business sectors of F369 star in an instant. Half an hour before the auction, 2 significant figures arrived in succession. One was Qi Jiaming, the governor of F369 star. The other was Colonel Matterching, the commander of a small military base in the F0004 star domain, overseeing space defense from F301 to F400 stars. Their arrival elevated the atmosphere in the lounge to a climax. Many who considered themselves qualified hurriedly brought their children forward to engage in conversation. Those of higher status chatted merrily with the two, while those of medium status merely greeted them to become familiar and then tactfully withdrew. Others, of even lower status, smiled from a distance, hoping to be noticed by the two. There were also some overconfident individuals who attempted to approach but were directly ignored, leaving in embarrassment. In a corner, the head of the Li family, Li Zhenye, whose expression was somewhat unnatural, along with his heir Li Weimao, whom he brought to network, found themselves in such a situation. The Li family, during its glorious period, was considered an above-average family in F369 star. Li Zhenye had encountered Qi Jiaming a few times and was at a level where he could barely greet him. Even though the Li family had suffered a heavy blow, it had only fallen to the ranks of an average family. Each time they met at important occasions, Li Zhenye would greet Qi Jiaming, who, out of courtesy, would not treat him coldly. However, this time was an exception. Perhaps due to the crowd, he was overlooked. Or perhaps it was known that the Li family had been declining year by year, and Li Zhenye, at an advanced age, had no potential for resurgence. When Li Zhenye brought Li Weimao forward to greet him, Qi Jiaming was engrossed in conversation with others, completely ignoring him. When Li Zhenye was pushed aside, Qi Jiaming's expression showed no change. Failing to greet him turned into a joke in this important occasion. Sigh, such misfortune. Li Jingye sighed softly, looking in the direction of the Jiang family, feeling downcast. In terms of ruthlessness and cunning, he was confident that he could count on one hand those who were better than him in F369 star. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. After much effort and at any cost, he had finally stood out in the transportation industry, with his market share continuously rising. The Li family had also jumped into the ranks of above-average families. Yet, unexpectedly, their transport fleet was attacked by a high-level winged race. The Li family suffered heavy losses and had not yet recovered. Looking at the Jiang family, which was only an average family in F369 star, they had suddenly gained a vast network due to a promising young major, making rapid advancements in the gambling industry. With the resurgence of the era of expansion, they had taken another step forward. The Jiang family was now just an above-average family. However, Jiang Honghai, the head of the Jiang family, had received 4 invitations, allowing him to bring 3 children, which was double that of the Li family, putting them on par with those large families. In the lounge, Jiang Honghai and his children were also mingling and laughing within the circles of the large families. Qi Jianming and Materqing could also remain by their sides to communicate and introduce their children, especially Materqing, who even took the initiative to converse with the children brought by Jiang Honghai, giving them ample face. In Li Jingye's eyes, Jiang Honghai's abilities, schemes, and intellect were only above average. Although good, they were far from leading an average family to break through industry barriers and become a large family. The current glory and developmental potential were all due to extraordinary luck and having a brother thriving in the military. With the Human Federation's resurgence of expansion approaching a new era of brilliance for the military, if the Li family could produce such a figure, Li Jingye firmly believed he could accelerate the development of the Li family. "Oh, is that Li Feng?" Beside him, Li Weimao couldn't help but exclaim softly. Li Jingye wanted to scold him for being blind. In such an important auction, to ensure the safety of the guests, there were multiple security checks, not to mention ordinary people not qualifying to reach the top level of the auction house. Even top-tier powerful tycoons had a limit on the number of invitations they could receive, even for heavyweights like Qi Jianming and Materqing. Although they could get as many invitations as they wanted, their bodyguards still had to stay on the lower levels. How could a junior lieutenant like Li Feng qualify to come here? He instinctively glanced toward the entrance of the hall, his pupils widening slightly. Li Feng, dressed in casual attire, was indeed embracing Jiang Wanxin's waist, having passed the final security check and walking into the lounge. How is this possible? Both Li Jingye and Li Weimao found it hard to believe. They could not understand how Li Feng and his partner had obtained invitations. For an auction of this level, most small families couldn't even secure one invitation. Only small families with strong bidding intentions in gambling, security, etc. could get one. The fact that Li Feng and his partner could pass the last security check meant they possessed 2 invitations. Their arrival not only caught the attention of Li Jingye and Li Weimao, but also attracted many eyes. The main reason was that they arrived too late. The higher the status and identity, the later they arrived. This is an unspoken rule at various banquets. This auction was no different. Bigwigs like Qi Jianming and Materqing would generally arrive half an hour early, giving everyone time for socializing. Even if they were purely there for the auction and had no interest in networking, they would still arrive before Qi Jianming and Materqing. However, these 2 arrived just as the auction was about to begin. Unless there was a special reason, it was tantamount to being disrespectful. Li Feng, the Jiang family members were also somewhat surprised. Here he comes again, truly foolish and lacking self-awareness. Jiang Chuxue frowned tightly, her eyes filled with annoyance. Last time, when Li Feng caused trouble at Zhang's Golden Jade gambling hotel, everyone in the Jiang family believed that he had risen to the rank of lieutenant by luck and thought he was qualified to retaliate against the Jiang family, deliberately causing a scene due to Jiang Wanxin being targeted. His aim was to make her notice him and to make the Jiang family regret choosing a foster daughter as a substitute. This time, it was undoubtedly the same intention. Such a clown should just be ignored. The more attention you give him, the more he will stir up trouble. If he causes a scene again, it will only affect your reputation. Jiang Honghai reminded lightly. Last time, he had the Special Affairs Department let go of the arrest. And this time he managed to bring 2 invitations, all requiring immense favors to accomplish. 1 time, 2 times, but not 3. No matter how much his seniors on the reconnaissance ship cared for their juniors, they could not condone or agree to him a 3rd time. Jiang Chushu nodded slightly, shifting her gaze away and not looking at Li Feng again. Upon entering the lounge, Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin also ignored everyone, noticing they had a few minutes left. They made their way to the central viewing platform to watch the performances of the alien slaves. Chapter 51. Some joy, some sorrow at 9:55. The doors of the auction hall opened. Qi Jianmin and Ma Dacheng, 2 big shots, were the first to enter the auction hall, flanked by the heads of many prominent families. The entire auction hall was spacious and bright, with rows of multifunctional chairs neatly arranged, spaced far apart. The large venue had only 20 rows and over 300 seats. When Qi Jianmin and Ma Dacheng strolled to the front row and took their seats in the 2 central positions, the rest of the attendees surged forward, each searching for their designated seats according to the numbers on their electronic invitations. The heads of prominent families, several officials managing important departments on F369, and their accompanying family members were all seated in the front rows. Following them were the heads of medium-sized families, arranged in order. What surprised everyone and left them puzzled was that Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin were assigned seats at the edge of the right side of the first row. This treatment was typically reserved for the heads and family members of those prominent families on F369 who monopolized certain industries and had relatives in high-ranking political positions. In contrast, Jiang Honghai and his 3 children from the Jiang family, which had huge development potential and was already acknowledged by the prominent families to be on the same level, were only placed in the right edge of the second row, directly behind Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin. A mere second lieutenant likely had to sell themselves into servitude to obtain 2 front-row invitations, right? Jiang Chushue ultimately couldn't contain her impatience and couldn't help but mutter a remark in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft from the back. Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin ignored her. They were not the type to show off their verbal prowess, when they could easily deal with the Jiang and Li families. They would prefer to take action directly, without wasting time arguing over words. Jiang Chushue wanted to say more, but Jiang Honghai silenced her with a glance. Causing a scene in such an occasion would only result in embarrassment for both sides, leading to a lose-lose situation. The higher the status of a person, the greater the loss of face. In the 8th row, Li Zhenye tried to stand up several times, but suppressed the urge, sitting as if on pins and needles. Like the Jiang family, knowing that Li Feng had no real cultivation talent, he believed that Li Feng must have sought help from an elder of the reconnaissance ship and promised certain conditions to obtain 2 front-row invitations. The purpose was to retaliate and demonstrate power against the Jiang and Li families. However, they knew the inside story, while others did not. He wanted to approach Li Feng to greet him. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to reach the top level, even if they put their life on the line, no matter the cost Li Feng incurred to get the front-row invitations. It at least indicated that he could communicate with officers of equal or higher status than Qi Jianmin and Ma Dacheng. If he could ease relations and persuade Li Feng to return to the Li family, it would mean that the Li family would also have military backing. Even if they ignored each other, at least to those in the middle and back rows, it would be known that he and Li Feng were acquainted. However, he feared that Li Feng, surrounded by big shots, might lose his composure and turn hostile on the spot, which would truly be a loss of face. With 2 minutes left before the auction, the auctioneer walked to the auction stage and began a brief, passionate speech. A metallic cage was pushed in by a smart robot. Inside was a level 20 wind mouse. At exactly 10 o'clock, the auctioneer officially announced the start of the auction. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the auction. Building connections was merely a bonus. The main reason they participated in this auction was to successfully bid on 1 or 2 wind mice. Part of the motivation stemmed from the fact that a grand era had arrived. The conflicts between the Human Federation and other races were bound to escalate. Being in Zone F, families or individuals possessing level 20 or higher slaves would have significantly enhanced security. Another part of the motivation was the need for such powerful slaves in family businesses. With the arrival of this new era and the Human Federation restarting its expansion, their industries would face new opportunities for expansion. The demand for powerful slaves was more urgent, and the willingness of the latter was undoubtedly stronger. Some were even prepared to spare no expense. The outcome was as they had anticipated. A level 20 Wind Mouse slave was originally valued at around 100 million. Although it was a market with no buyers, a high price was not cost-effective. When needed, it was better to hire a security company or interstellar mercenaries directly. With the Human Federation restarting its expansion, those soon-to-be conquered life planets were all vacuum areas for various industries, making it the best time to seize market share and expand wildly. The price of level 20 Wind Mouse slaves undoubtedly soared. The auction house set the starting price at a staggering 100 million Federation dollars. 100 million, 110 million, 120 million, 130 million. The bidding price rose dramatically without suspense. It only slowed down slightly when it reached 200 million. As the bidding price climbed to 250 million, Li Jinye gritted his teeth and directly entered a bid of 300 million on the bidding device on the multifunctional chair armrest. 300 million. Bidder number 112 bids 300 million. The auctioneer promptly updated the bidding price. In an instant, the auction hall fell into silence. This price had already exceeded the budget of many small and medium-sized families. They were considering whether to raise their psychological price. The hearts of Li Jinye and Li Weimao raced faster. The Li family's transportation industry had seen its share drop from a peak of 50 to the current 30, and the downward trend showed no signs of stopping. Li Jinye had decided to take a chance. If he could secure 1 or 2 level 20 Wind Mouse slaves, it would greatly enhance the safety and credibility of the transportation fleet. To this end, he had gathered 500 million in funds to participate in this auction, making it clear that he was determined to win. However, whether he could truly obtain them was still uncertain until the auctioneer dropped the gavel. 300 million, first time. 300 million, second time. 310 million. Bidder number 17 bids 310 million. The auctioneer's voice caused Li Jinye and Li Weimao's spirits to plummet. Li Jinye's expression changed constantly as he hesitated. He did not expect that the prominent families in the front row would be so eager as to not let the first level 20 Wind Mouse slave slip away. Once the first prominent family entered the fray, there would undoubtedly be a second and third. Once the tone was set, those prominent families in the front row were highly likely to monopolize all the wind mice in this auction. He wanted to raise his bid, no matter what. Even if he could secure 1 level 20 Wind Mouse slave, it would be beneficial. But he was also afraid of offending the prominent family that made the bid. 310 million, third time sold. Before Li Jinye could make up his mind, the auctioneer had already dropped the gavel. Following that, the auction for the second Wind Mouse began. Still a level 20. The situation was as Li Jinye had guessed. As soon as the bid reached 200 million, another prominent family directly raised the price to 320 million. Small and medium-sized families dare not compete. The prominent families, out of courtesy, would not compete either. The third Wind Mouse saw another prominent family bid 330 million. The small and medium-sized families were completely disheartened. They understood that these prominent families had reached a consensus through the first 2 rounds of bidding and had decided to monopolize and divide this batch of wind mice. It was not that the small and medium-sized families could not afford to bid higher, but they could not afford to offend these prominent families. 340 million, 340 million, 350 million. The speed of transactions accelerated. These prominent families took turns bidding, securing 1 Wind Mouse slave after another. The small and medium-sized families dared not offend them and were completely relegated to mere bystanders. Similarly, the prominent families dividing this batch of wind mice did not want to carelessly offend the owners of these wind mouse slaves. Each round of bidding did not go lower than the previous one, only increasing. When the auction began for the level 21 wind mice, the price was raised directly to 400 million. Level 22, resulting in a bid of 500 million. The number of Wind Mouse clan slaves is continuously decreasing. From beginning to end, only Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin in the front row are watching the excitement. Next are Qi Jianmin and Ma Deqing, who are comfortably seated like a fishing rod. They did not participate in the auction. They do not need to participate in the auction. Attending this auction is equivalent to signaling their interest in the Wind Mouse clan. Once the auction is over, naturally, The big families participating in the auction will send Wind Mouse Clan slaves to their door. What they need to consider is what these big families want and whether to accept it. Li Jingye's face looks grim, but he is powerless to change the situation. He can only consider whether he can find a certain big family afterward to buy a Wind Mouse Clan slave at a higher price. The Li family's assets are actually not low. Even though they suffered a heavy loss from transportation team ambush more than 10 years ago, their total assets still exceed 300 billion. They can only raise 500 million in funds, mainly because the Li family's assets are concentrated in transportation ships. Additionally, due to continuous declines in performance shares, banks are unwilling to lend. However, if necessary, secretly selling a batch of assets or transportation ships to raise 10 billion or 8 billion is not a difficult task. Some families are happy while others are worried. In the front row, Jiang Honghai and his children are all smiles. Relying on the favor of various big families, the Jiang family has also made 3 rounds of bids, spending 10 billion to acquire 2 Wind Mouse Clan slaves. The price is high, but the value is even greater. Because the Jiang family's main business is in gambling, there's also a huge demand for Wind Mouse Clan slaves above level 20, especially Jiang Honghai, who has already decided to take risks and venture into those life planets that will soon be occupied and colonized by the Human Federation. Having slaves above level 20 can not only protect their assets in such high-risk areas, but also, with the connections and potential of his major brother, have a qualification to try and compete with those Interstellar gambling company for licenses for death matches, unlimited betting, and Interstellar on-demand betting in these blank areas. 1 billion the first time, 1 billion the second time, 1 billion the third time. Congratulations to bidder number 5 for successfully bidding on a level 26 Wind Mouse Clan slave. It was only 11:30 when the auctioneer dropped the hammer, finalizing the ownership of the last level 26 Wind Mouse Clan slave. In the front row, Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin, who had been watching the excitement, stood up and walked towards the alloy cage beside the auction stage. Chapter 52, A Doorstone Worth Billions. 2 Distinguished Bidders. What are you? The auctioneer looked at Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin with confusion. Li Feng smiled and looked at bidder number 5, Zhang Yuze, the head of the Zhang family. As husband and wife, are the former owners of this batch of Wind Mouse Clan slaves. Wow! The 4 members of the Jiang family and the 2 generations of the Li family suddenly stood up. They looked at Li Feng in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. These Wind Mouse Clan slaves are his? How is that possible? The others suddenly understood, realizing why Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin appeared so unfamiliar and how they managed to get front-row invitations. They quickly grasped that they had suddenly stood up to take this opportunity to enhance their reputation. What a coincidence! Zhang Yuze stepped forward, ready to exchange pleasantries with the couple. However, this level 26 Wind Mouse Clan slave has some defects and probably cannot be delivered to Mr. Zhang. But Li Feng had no intention of engaging in small talk with Zhang Yuze. What effects? Zhang Yuze was somewhat confused. If there were indeed defects, wouldn't the auction house's information be fraudulent? Li Feng did not respond. He turned and approached the alloy cage. He raised his hand to grasp one of the cage's support columns. With a strong pull buzz, to everyone's astonishment, the alloy material, a column with a diameter of 3 to 4 centimeters, was bent. Li Feng pulled out the hollow-eyed level 26 Wind Mouse Clan slave from the cage. With another forceful grip, crack, the skull of the level 26 Wind Mouse Clan slave shattered instantly. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 72 attribute points. The system prompt echoed in Li Feng's mind. This is impossible. Ma Hediching suddenly stood up. The alloy cage could be fake, but the skull of the level 26 Wind Mouse Clan slave could not be. Even if it had been tamed, a level 26 Wind Mouse Clan slave would not dare to exert energy to resist, and without the strength of tens of thousands of kilograms, it would be impossible to crush its skull with one hand. Strength above level 25 can reach tens of thousands of kilograms. He couldn't believe that someone who looked only in their 20s, like Li Feng, could possess strength above level 25. Li Feng ignored Ma Decheng and casually tossed the corpse of the Wind Mouse Clan slave aside, turning to Zhang Yuze. Casually, he said, I'll take the money first. Later, I'll compensate Mr. Zhang with 2 level 26 Wind Mouse clan slaves of the same rank. Is that all right? Zhang Yuze, being shrewd and cunning, instantly understood Li Feng's intention. This young man must be looking to make a strong entry into some industry on F369 star by taking 1 level 26 Wind Mouse clan slave as a demonstration. He aimed to clear most of the future obstacles at once. No problem. Of course, no problem. He did not hesitate at all and immediately smiled and shook his head. A Wind Mouse clan slave worth billions as a doorstone. And at such a young age, with strength so incredible that even Ma Diqing found it hard to believe. Such a person, not to mention giving him face, would definitely promise to compensate with 2 slaves of the same level. Even if he didn't compensate, he wouldn't rashly turn hostile. Li Feng nodded, shifting his gaze to Ma Diqing. Major Ma, my wife has just opened a company primarily focused on plantations and breeding farms. I have long served in the military, and with the imminent war, I fear I won't have the time to divert my attention. If there's a need for escorts or transportation, I hope Major Ma can assist. The heads of the major families felt a sense of relief in their hearts. The competition in the low-end market of plantations and breeding farms is not significant, and the profits are not high, while the high-end market is controlled by those interstellar conglomerates. There is no conflict with their industries and interests. Sure, but I wonder. Although Ma Diqing felt a bit displeased due to being ignored earlier, he did not show it. Li Feng smiled and brought up his military wristwatch's identity information. Hiss. Ma Diqing inhaled sharply. What the heck? 20 years old. A first-star lieutenant, captain of a small independent reconnaissance ship in the F District Border Defense Force. Incredible. He had spent half his life in the military and knew well the value of this string of identities. The only thing that puzzled him was why there were so few demerits listed, not even 20. But after a moment's thought, he understood. At this age and level of strength, it must be due to a rapid promotion, unlike other captains of small independent reconnaissance ships who would have dozens of demerits. The earlier displeasure of being ignored vanished in an instant. Someone of this caliber, one after another, is not afraid of death. At various military bases, even a private dares to challenge their superiors. For someone like Li Feng, it was already a miracle that he didn't slap him in the face when he raised doubts. Of course, as colleagues, we should support each other. If there is anything concerning your sister-in-law, just let me know, and I'll help. Major Ma smiled broadly, feeling relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't in a military base, and the other party had family members managing businesses on the life planet under his jurisdiction. That would be a labor for Major Ma. Li Feng also became a bit more polite. His gaze shifted to the eager and restless Governor Qi Jianmin, who had not approached to greet him. After nodding in acknowledgement, he took Jiang Wanxin and turned to leave. What are you still dawdling for? In the second row, Jiang Honghai was the first awake from a shock and hurriedly nudged the side of Jiang Chuxue, who was gaping wide enough to fit a large bird. Li Feng, wait for me. Jiang Chuxue came back to her senses and quickly called out. Clatter. Everyone's eyes were curiously fixed on Jiang Chuxue, wondering why she knew someone like the young officer who was clearly flattering Ma Diqing. From this person's actions, they thought he was more like a newcomer to F369 star. Only a few young people who had heard rumors and gossip felt that Li Feng's name was somewhat familiar and even looked a bit recognizable. In the middle row, Li Zhenye, who had also just woken from shock, hurriedly stood up. However, Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin did not stop their steps. When they reached the door, Jiang Chuxue's urgent voice rang out. I know you still resent me, but there were reasons for what happened back then, and there are things you don't know. We can find a place to talk slowly, even start over. Beside her, Jiang Honghai nodded repeatedly. Even if his brother, who was a major in the F District Border Defense Force and had already been confirmed for the offensive fleet against the Wind Mouse clan, came personally, he might not be able to get Ma Diqing to change his attitude like this. Even if Li Feng did not have the talent of a cultivator and reached the limit of strength levels, just his existing strength and identity were already worthy of him thickening his face to eliminate the grudge of adopting a daughter to replace a marriage, trying to persuade Li Feng to divorce and remarry Jiang Chuxue. How thick-skinned can one be? Originally, Li Feng, who couldn't be bothered to respond to them, although he couldn't help but exclaim. He truly did not expect that Jiang Chuxue who he regarded as inferior to even a single hair of Jiang Wanxin, would be so absurdly confident in her charm, thinking that he harbored resentment against the Jiang family because he desired her. In fact, he originally just wanted to trouble Li Zhenye and Li Weimao and had no intention of dealing with the Jiang family at all. Although he was framed and had falsified information to be sent to the reconnaissance ship, it was Jiang Chuxue who looked down on him, and the Jiang family had made Jiang Wanxin replace him, which gave Li Weimao the opportunity. But being able to marry Jiang Wanxin, he felt that the price was absolutely worth it, and it balanced out. Last time, at the Jinyu Casino Hotel, the incident was purely because Jiang Yuanfeng was making things difficult for Jiang Wanxin. Not planning to let the Jiang family off was because they had not provided him with an explanation for this matter and had even called the police against him. It was a new hatred rather than an old grudge. As they watched Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin leave the auction hall, which had been relatively quiet until now, suddenly became agitated. Many people walked towards the Jiang family's 4 members, hoping to gather some information. However, the father and daughter of the Jiang family didn't know how to respond. Li Zhenye stood in the middle, looking like a lost old man, with confusion all over his face. Chapter 53. A surefire selection back at home. Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin were happily lying on the bed, discussing how to spend their money. The auction price for the 32 Fengshu tribe slaves had reached an astonishing 13.5 billion. After deducting the auction house's 5 commission, they still had 12.8 billion. In the various life planets of Zone F, that amount was equivalent to the assets of a small family, and those small families only had over 10 billion in assets. Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin could directly produce over 10 billion in cash. In the coming days, they could purchase the land needed for their breeding farms and plantations. They could also place orders for equipment and instruments, and acquire land for building villas, various defense equipment, and personnel. While chatting, Jiang Wanxin's smart wristwatch beeped. She looked up in surprise and said, "It's a message from Jiang Honghai, asking me to go to the Jiang family. He wants to talk about something. Tell him to get lost, block him." Li Feng said without hesitation. "Okay." Jiang Wanxin nodded. She replied with a message telling him to get lost, and then directly blocked him. In the Jiang family manor, in a villa, Jiang Honghai was dumbfounded. His expression changed unpredictably. He never expected that the Jiang family's adopted daughter, who had always been cautious in front of anyone, would dare to use such an attitude towards him. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Wanxin's smart wristwatch received another message. After glancing at it, she said with a strange expression, "It's from Li Zhenye, saying that as long as you are willing to return to the Li family, they will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation regarding Li Weimao." Li Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, forwarded to Li Weimao, and then block all of them. "You're really bad." Jiang Wanxin laughed and had the smart assistant first search for Li Weimao's contact information, then forwarded the message. After that, she had the assistant block all of them. In the Li family manor, in a villa, Li Weimao was worrying about how to deal with Li Feng's retaliation when he suddenly received a forwarded message from an unknown sender. The content left him dumbfounded and trembling. Although the Jiang family had always refused to explain Li Feng's identity, those present were all upper-class figures of F369 and it was not difficult to investigate a person's identity. This matter did not remain secret for long. The identities of Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin were quickly uncovered. The entire upper society was in an uproar. The Li family and the Jiang family jointly topped the list of the most talked-about jokes in the upper society of F369. No one from either family dared to go out. Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin continuously received invitations to various banquets and events. However, Jiang Wanxin rejected them all. With Li Feng's strong display at the auction, she no longer needed to pay attention to anyone's expression on F369. Similarly, she did not need to attend various banquets and events to network and facilitate cooperation. On June 27th, Li Feng boarded a transport ship returning to the military base. On the reconnaissance ship NB-4444, all the white crew members have been replaced by new Asian recruits. It finally looked and felt more comfortable. On July 1st, the selection competition for Special Operations Fleet members officially opened for applications. The selection competition was divided into preliminary rounds and elimination rounds, with no age limit. conducted in the large virtual online game Cosmic War, and live-streamed by 7 major interstellar media giants, with sponsorship from tens of thousands of large corporate groups. All first-class citizens could watch any preliminary or elimination match for free. Feng also applied for the position of medium-sized warship captain in the Special Operations Fleet. However, he did not need to participate in any preliminary or elimination rounds because only active-duty military officers who met the rank requirements could apply for positions such as team leaders and captains. Active-duty officers had relevant video materials available for military exercises and various military competitions, so selection could be directly based on these video materials. A few officers whose strength levels had significantly improved could apply for a challenge match to challenge officers who were selected for the same position and ranked lower. With Feng's strength level and various abilities, participating in the selection for medium-sized warship captains in 4 small special operations fleets was almost a sure thing. Under the condition of no age restrictions, if military rank was also not limited, his level 27 strength might not be as secure. A small fleet typically had around 100 medium-sized warships, of which 90 were battleships. 4 small fleets that totaled 360 medium-sized warships, with 360 available slots. Looking across the entire human federation, there were certainly more people who wanted to join the Special Operations Fleet with strength levels exceeding his. However, among active-duty officers at the rank of captain, there were definitely not many. Young talents, even if they were top-notch, could hardly surpass him. Gu Lingxi was the best example. Of course, Gu Lingxi was only at level 19 because her master had her focus on gradual accumulation in the early stages. And before reaching level 20, she was not allowed to use any potions, materials, formations, or magical artifacts aside from spirit stones for assistance in cultivation. But even without this restriction, it would still be difficult for someone her age to reach level 27. Top talents in their 30s or 40s were not limited to the rank of captain. Even if there were those who joined the military late and happened to be at the captain level, they would certainly be few and far between. With 360 slots, even if he did not rank within the top 10, he would not be far off. There was no pressure. He just needed to wait for the selection to pass. On July 2nd, just a couple of days after the rest period ended, Feng was video chatting with Jiang Wanxin in the captain's room when the reconnaissance ship's smart assistant sent a task notification. The task this time was to scout enemy conditions, similar to a mission Li Qianzhong had undertaken when he was captain. The content was to go to the border area of the Feng tribe, a small force ruling over 8 life planets. The mission was to collect information and data about this force. The more detailed, the better. Additionally, they needed to deploy a level 35 Feng tribe spy near the main planet of this force. The spy would infiltrate the planet on their own. Because they might need to infiltrate life planets controlled by the Feng tribe, they could claim a medium-sized simulator. Furthermore, the reconnaissance department provided a list of several early deployed Feng tribe members and their contact information. There was no doubt that the military was starting to prepare for a rapid push into the border area of the Feng tribe. The ruler of this force was only level 43, and the weakest leader of the affiliated planets was only level 36. Looking at the various information and data, Feng thought it over and felt that it might be possible to take a big gamble and try to conquer the weakest life planet directly. With a level 35 Feng tribe spy as an assistant and the element of surprise, the chances were not small. The 777 military base did not have the authority to occupy the Feng tribe's life planets, so after conquering this life planet, the reconnaissance department would certainly not be able to account for it. However, Feng did not care. The military merit points from the mission would be his, and he could freely roam the life planet with the reconnaissance ship, sweeping and looting various resources and treasures. Having made up his mind, Feng first arranged for the logistics personnel to collect the medium-sized simulator. Then he organized a detailed mission plan and sent it to Gu Lingxi and the 5 captains. Once the medium-sized simulator was in hand, the level 35 Feng tribe spy also boarded the reconnaissance ship, and he immediately issued the task execution notification and departure order. Chapter 54, Persuading Breton My Lord. My task is to infiltrate the main planet of that faction. I need to find a way to sneak into the castle where the ruler's stand resides, conceal my power level, blend in with the guard team, and provide real-time updates on Stan's movements when the war breaks out. In an independent dormitory, Breton, a level 35 wind mouse, was crawling on the ground, trembling. Even the slave-taming bays could train alien races to the point where they obey without daring to resist. The seduction department of the intelligence agency was even more effective in taming alien prisoners. Upon hearing that Feng did not intend to follow the orders from above and wanted to coordinate actions himself to directly attack one of the vassal planets, Breton was almost scared to the ground. He did not dare to go against Feng's wishes, but he was even more afraid to defy the orders from the intelligence agency. Feng suggested, "Then you contact your liaison and let the intelligence department communicate with the reconnaissance department." I dare not." Breton almost cried. Was he being treated like a child? Although he had spent most of his time imprisoned in the seduction department of the intelligence agency, after being successfully seduced and deciding to become a traitor, many staff members had explained the military situation to him. He knew very well that those on the small independent reconnaissance ship were all madmen. He was certain that if he dared to report this matter, regardless of the outcome, Captain Feng would flay him alive. "Then just do it. You have no choice. Why question my orders?" Feng advised gently, calmly reasoning with Breton. After all, Breton was not like the crew members on the reconnaissance ship, who were all madmen willing to execute suicidal orders without hesitation. "Yes, I will act according to your orders, my lord." Breton clearly felt that Feng's words made sense and quickly changed his mind. "In that case, you can consider yourself one of my subordinates for now. There will be a share of promotion and wealth for you." Feng left the independent dormitory with satisfaction. Back in the captain's room, he called up various data and interstellar coordinate maps, keeping an eye on the movements of the reconnaissance ship and preparing for any unexpected situations. The target star domain was on the edge of the Wind Mouse's territory, close to the direction of the Human Federation. After using space jump, there was a possibility of high-level aliens wandering nearby, which was even less likely than directly jumping into a black hole or a cosmic storm. In just over 4 hours, they arrived at Feng's predetermined destination, the stellar system where the F11258 planet was located. According to the information collected by the reconnaissance department 5 years ago, this was the smallest of the 8 life planets, with a diameter of only over 13,000 kilometers. The population of wind mice on this planet was just over 1 billion, far less dense than that of humans. The leader, Mario, was also the weakest among the 7 vassal planets, with only level 36. Whether there had been any changes in the past 5 years remained to be verified. This was also the reason why the reconnaissance department sent the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship to update and collect more detailed information. With the strength of the Human Federation, defeating and conquering the wind mice was not a difficult task, but the war had not yet been initiated as preparations were still ongoing. This was all because the Human Federation had just resumed its path of expansion after 10,000 years. They certainly needed to sweep through the wind mice with the momentum of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves to boost morale and enhance public confidence. At the same time, it would also deter the 3 major hegemonic races, preventing them from directly mobilizing large armies to intervene. If they could successfully persuade 1 or 2 of the hegemonic races to form an alliance based on the displayed strength, that would be even better. Following Feng's orders, the reconnaissance ship began to advance toward the F11258 planet at light speed. The ship's AI also notified all members of this mission, despite having many new recruits. None questioned Feng's decision to change the operation plan like Breton did. This was the brilliance of the small, independent reconnaissance ship. With a 99 mortality rate, most of those who dared to sign up were ambitious desperados. Before they arrived, they were already madmen, and after they arrived, they were influenced by the ship's atmosphere and became even crazier. As they entered within 1 million kilometers, the scanner successfully covered the F11258 planet. The reconnaissance ship began to slow down. Feng carefully studied the scanning data and 3D map, compared to independent life planets. Carrying out reconnaissance missions on life planets controlled by the wind mice significantly increased both difficulty and risk. The main issue was that these types of life planets had spatial rifts connected to the main planet. Once detected, high-level wind mice would quickly arrive for support through the rifts, overwhelming any reconnaissance ship. Furthermore, Most independent life planets did not have rulers and high-level wind mice capable of setting up large-scale prohibitions. The reconnaissance ship's scanner could see everything clearly. Such planets that connected to other life planets would at least have large prohibitions in their main forts. Therefore, to collect important data and information, there were only two options. One was to infiltrate the main fort, and the other was to launch a direct attack. When Feng was still a private, Captain Bu Qianzhong had a direct approach to similar tasks, opting for a large-scale assault. Just do it. In that battle, the survival rate of the reconnaissance ship's combat personnel was less than 1/10, and the ship itself barely escaped. Feng's thoughts were even crazier than Bu Qianzhong's. But his approach was more conservative. He formulated a more detailed plan based on the data and 3D map, while instructing the reconnaissance ship's AI to notify Gu Lingxi and Breton to gather in the combat readiness area, while the remaining combat personnel readied themselves for battle at any moment. When the two arrived at the combat readiness area, he also hurried over to inform them of the detailed plan. The content was not complicated. Infiltrate the main fort, locate the leader's retreat, find the position of the spatial rift, then ambush the leader, destroy the large prohibitions and spatial rift, and launch a strong attack. Gu Lingxi, with her exceptional intellect, detected several issues but was too lazy to ask further. Having executed so many missions together, she knew very well that Feng only appeared mad. In reality, he was just as afraid of death as she was. He would not undertake tasks without assurance. My lord, with my subordinate's perception ability, it will be difficult to sense the leader's exact location through the small prohibition, let alone sneak past layers of guards to ambush him. Breton quietly reminded. I will handle the rest. You just need to ensure that you appear behind the leader at the right moment and strike suddenly. Even if you can't kill him, you must ensure that you injure him, Feng said calmly. Understood. Breton did not dare to say more. The reconnaissance ship stopped about 10,000 kilometers from the life planet. It was no secret that the Human Federation was about to launch a large-scale war against the wind mice. Even the isolated wind mouse rulers knew about it, let alone the various factions of the wind mice. Strengthening defenses and patrols was naturally of utmost importance. The closer they got, the denser the wind mouse scouts and patrols became. However, on life planets controlled by small factions, the number of wind mice above level 20 was limited, and no matter how they strengthened their defenses, it would only be so much. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, the reconnaissance ship could easily avoid all scouts and patrols. Although his physical strength had long surpassed the energy shield of the multifunctional military suit, Feng still activated the combat mode of the suit and turned on the miniature simulator. Let's go. He was the first to fly out of the open combat readiness area. Gu Lingxi and Breton closely followed on either side, avoiding wind mouse patrols and scouts as they flew toward the main fort. Chapter 55. Successful assassination. Your flying speed. Has it broken through to level 20? Among the three, the weakest is Gu Lingxi. Therefore, Feng has always maintained the same flying speed as Gu Lingxi. What surprised him was that Gu Lingxi, without piloting a mech, actually reached a flying speed of 8 to 9,000 kilometers per hour. That speed is only attainable at level 22. She broke through to level 20 half a month ago and level 21 3 days ago. Gu Lingxi replied coldly. Oh. Feng felt relieved. Gu Lingxi suddenly felt displeased. The difficulty of leveling up increases exponentially the higher one goes. Those lacking talent might find it hard to even improve by one level in their entire lives. 12 days to go from level 20 to 21, and you just say, oh, that's excessive. Aren't you planning to apply for retirement? Feng seemed to remember something and asked curiously. Depend on my mood. Gu Lingxi snorted lightly. Oh, Feng understood. He guessed that Gu Lingxi had changed her mind and believed that the battlefield was the best environment for leveling up. Countless geniuses flocked to apply for the Special Operations Fleet selection, aiming for military development for this very reason. Gu Lingxi had nothing to say. She always claimed to be the top deputy, yet when she heard she wasn't planning to apply for retirement, she had this attitude. Feng focused on the journey. After a little over an hour, they successfully landed in a forest near the main fortress. Feng was cautious and verified the effects of the mini simulator before heading toward the main fortress. According to the scanning data, The entire main fortress covered an area of about 100 square kilometers. There was an outer fortress and an inner fortress. Surrounding the outer fortress was a wall made of solid rock, over 20 meters high. Inside were numerous stone houses. The inner fortress was only 5 to 6 square kilometers, shrouded in a large-scale barrier. The reconnaissance ship's scanner couldn't penetrate the barrier to scan the interior situation. To enter or exit the outer fortress, one had to undergo inspection. The effects of the mini-simulator obviously wouldn't withstand close-range checks. However, it wasn't difficult to solve. Feng expanded his perception ability and quickly found the weak points of the densely guarded outer wall. The three easily avoided the sentries and flew into the outer fortress. The inner fortress had a large barrier with only a small opening for entry and exit. Not only was the inspection stricter, but they also couldn't fly in. The common approach to infiltrate was to use an insider, sneaking in through cargo transport or other means. Without a wind rat insider, they would temporarily capture one from outside to lure them in. Feng, with his ability to penetrate any energy barrier and matter through teleportation and heightened perception, didn't need such trouble. He found a hidden area close to the inner fortress, expanded his perception ability, and slowly infiltrated toward the inner fortress. His mental attribute was as high as 1,000 points, and the coverage area of his perception ability was a radius of 1,000 kilometers. With level 3 heightened perception, he could achieve 30% of his perception ability, meaning the coverage of heightened perception could reach 300 kilometers. Outside the main fortress, his heightened perception could easily cover the entire main fortress. The reason for going through all this trouble to advance into the outer fortress and then use this ability was that at level 20 and above, whether human or alien, they possess perception abilities that surpassed the 5 senses. Perception ability not only allowed one to scout for enemies, but also to sense others' spying and perception abilities. It could even sense killing intent and danger in advance. This was also why the energy cannons of reconnaissance ships found it difficult to kill level 20 and above aliens from a distance. The closer one got, the higher the intensity and the lower the likelihood of being detected by the level 20 and above wind rats in the inner fortress. Feng tried not to carry any killing intent, using his perception ability to slowly diffuse like peripheral vision. When encountering level 20 and above wind rats, he would try to avoid them. The situation in the inner fortress gradually came under his control. At the center of the inner fortress stood a large castle over 50 meters tall, surrounded by several stone towers. You stay here and wait for the assault to begin. Feng instructed Gu Lingxi and Grab Breton. Teleportation activated. The next second, they not only crossed the large barrier, but also appeared directly in an empty room of the castle. Breton's triangular eyes widened a bit. A teleportation ability that could penetrate objects and barriers? Such a skill was extremely rare, even among the wind rats, who valued individual strength. Not to mention, the captain before him must also have a perception ability that could penetrate barriers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to find such an excellent teleportation spot. He finally understood why Feng was bold enough to change the mission from gathering intelligence to directly conquering this vassal planet. Prepare for a full-force strike. Feng instructed him. I will not disappoint you. Breton understood the importance of a successful ambush. If they failed, not only would Feng's plan be ruined, but they could also find themselves in danger in the secret room. With a thought, the tips of his right claws extended into a series of black blades over 10 centimeters long. Feng nodded slightly. He used the same trick again. He tried to expel the killing intent and malice from his heart, slowly expanding his perception ability outward. At close range, he spread it similarly to how he would use peripheral vision, making it impossible for even level 30 wind rats to detect his presence. Soon, he discovered a secret passage in the center of the castle. Many level 20 wind rats guarded the secret passage. Feng's perception ability immediately avoided the passage and the wind rat guards, penetrating through layers of soil and rock to delve deeper. Before long, he entered several small secret rooms, each covered by small barriers, within the range of heightened perception. Some of these barriers stored various treasures and resources, while others contained the space Feng was looking for. There was also one, which should be the leader ruling this planet. Li Feng quickly withdrew his perception ability. The Wind Rat leader was completely unaware. Li Feng first pulled up a 3D map and marked the specific location of the space rift he had found with his perception ability. Get ready. If it's severely wounded and can be killed, leave it to me. He then took out his alloy sword and grabbed Breton with his left hand. Breton no de DVD, raising his right claw adorned with black blades. Li Feng took a deep breath and moved his perception ability closer to the secret room where the Wind Rat leader was located. After vaguely sensing the leader's position, he focused his mind. He and Breton appeared simultaneously behind the Wind Rat leader. With his claws poised to strike, Breton suddenly slashed out. The Wind Rat leader was in the middle of training and had no time to react. By the time he sensed something was off, Breton's claws were already inches away. With a swift slice, the energy shield couldn't even activate, and the energy circulating within him couldn't be mobilized in time. Breton's claws swept across his head and back. The terrifying wind blade pierced through, almost splitting his head and back in half. Li Feng's reaction speed and attack speed were only 1/8 of Breton's. He had barely lifted his alloy sword halfway when the Wind Rat leader's body was already propelled forward, leaving a trail of dazzling blood droplets. Master, I have successfully severely wounded him, and the opponent has lost the ability to resist. After the successful strike, Breton followed Li Feng's instructions and did not pursue to kill the Wind Rat leader. Well done, protect me. Li Feng really wanted to hug this capable temporary subordinate and give him a kiss. He immediately rushed towards the heavily injured Wind Rat clan leader. Breton closely followed behind, vigilantly guarding against the leader's desperate struggle. With a swish, Li Feng swung his sword down along the wound on the leader's head. The alloy sword penetrated deep, cleaving the leader's skull in half. Ding! You have killed an enemy and gained 952 attribute points. The system prompt resonated in his mind almost instantly. It was successfully done. He just needed to destroy the spatial rift, and this vassal planet would become a paradise for the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. Chapter 56. Breaking the main fortress, the small-scale barrier clearly had the effect of isolating sound. The commotion inside did not attract the attention of the guards in the secret passage. Successfully ambushing the leader of the Wind Mouse tribe was the best outcome among the various possibilities considered by Li Feng. With your strength, the energy beams striking the small-scale barrier and the energy formed by the spatial rift should not pose a threat to you. Li Feng looked at Breton and instructed, "Stay here. Once the spatial rift is broken, attack immediately. Target those wind mice above level 30 to kill or force them to surrender. I will have the reconnaissance ship provide fire support for you. After dealing with those above level 30, you are free to act, choosing between promotion or wealth. You can continue to kill or force surrender from those above level 25 or search for resources and treasures. The latter, like the combat members, must offer me 50% as the captain." "Yes," Breton replied joyfully. This captain, though crazy, was indeed generous. For a Wind Mouse trader who wouldn't dare defy him, and who could differentiate between high-level resources and treasures, he only took 50% of the spoils. Li Feng no longer hesitated. With a thought, he used his teleportation ability for the third time, appearing directly in the woods over 100 kilometers away. He then issued an urgent assembly order for the combat personnel, while the reconnaissance ship began its descent, flying at full speed. On the way, he quickly pulled up the system. He evenly distributed the attribute points gained from killing the level 26 Wind Mouse at the auction house and from killing the Wind Mouse leader among the 5 main attributes. Host, Li Feng attribute points: 0 Constitution, 1201 Strength, 1201 Stamina, 1201 Agility, 1201 Spirit, 1200 Abilities, Armor Break level 3, Teleportation level 3, Flight level 3. Extrasensory level 3 with 1201 points in agility, plus the threefold bonus from flight level 3. His flying speed reached an astonishing 130,000 kilometers per hour. In just 4 to 5 minutes, he met up with the reconnaissance ship and entered the combat readiness area. "Captain, a group of combat personnel were already in the readiness area, eager to fight. Although killing the wind mice did not conform to the mission requirements and likely did not yield military merit points, the more enemies they killed, the higher their contribution merit ratio would be. Promotion or wealth, the choice was yours. Li Feng shouted, heading alone to the control room. Captain Daddy, I love you. Promotion and wealth? I want them all. Kill, kill, kill. My energy cannon is itching to go. I'm a rookie, big brothers. Could you leave the valuable treasures and the heavily injured high-level wind mice for me? The rookies were more suited to serve as shields when encountering high-level wind mice. I'll remember you, you bastard. I'll kill you later and show you the power of a rookie. The public channel immediately erupted with overwhelming cheers. The battle spirit soared, and the killing intent was palpable. By the time Li Feng arrived at the control room, the reconnaissance ship had already descended to a height of 5,000 kilometers, then down to 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 kilometers. Inside the fortress, 2 wind mice above level 30 had sensed the presence of the reconnaissance ship. Not sensing the aura or orders of the wind mouse leader, they took out their communication artifacts to contact the leader, but received no response. Under Li Feng's orders, the operators directly controlled the reconnaissance ship to descend to a height of only 100 kilometers. The main cannon activated. Li Feng's perception ability rapidly expanded, penetrating the large and small barriers, and once again locked onto the position of the spatial rift. A series of energy beams, each lasting 1 second, shot out from the main cannon. Boom, boom, boom. With a level 3 armor break bonus, the second energy beam alone broke through the large barrier. The third energy beam pierced the small barrier and struck the spatial rift. The fourth and fifth energy beams directly detonated the spatial rift, completely causing it to collapse. The energy reserves of the reconnaissance ship dropped by 15 as a result. Done, but not finished. Li Feng switched the main cannon to energy cannon mode and fired a series of energy shells, each 1 meter in diameter, toward the densely packed areas of wind mice in the outer fortress. At the same time, he issued an attack order. In the readiness area, besides Gu Lingxi's mech, 5 squad leaders each controlled a mech and flew out of the readiness area first. More than 500 team members activated the combat mode of their multifunctional military uniforms and howled as they charged out. In the control room, the operators also began controlling those small launch ports, concentrating fire to suppress the 2 level 30 wind mice that the scanners had successfully detected. Attribute value 0. 26. Attribute value 0. 18. Attribute value 0. 29. As energy shells exploded, system notifications sounded one after another in Li Feng's mind. 100 points, 200 points, 300 points. Although they were mostly low-level wind mice being killed, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The usable attribute points continued to rise. Gu Lingxi and Brayton also began their actions. The former charged toward a level 23 wind mouse, clearly focusing on gaining practical experience and enhancing insights through life-and-death battles against strong enemies. The latter targeted the highest-level wind mouse at level 33, with the wind mouse leader not appearing to give orders, and Li Feng controlling the main cannon to unleash a barrage. The entire main fortress was thrown into chaos in an instant. Flames soared into the sky, and the deafening roars echoed continuously. A few bold wind mice actively engaged the combat personnel and the reconnaissance ship, while more wind mice fled in all directions. There were also a few cowardly wind mice that simply lay flat on the ground, not even attempting to escape, and chose to surrender immediately. After a round of bombardment, Li Feng glanced at his usable attribute points, which had surged to 3,265 points. The wind mice he had killed numbered at least over 20,000. Seeing that the combat personnel had reached the castle and the wind mice were scattering, he did not switch to energy bomb mode. Instead, he evenly distributed these attribute points across the 5 main attributes before charging out of the reconnaissance ship. With his current speed, using the energy bomb mode of the reconnaissance ship to kill the wind mice one by one was slower than close-range ambushes. This was a crushing attack. If the wind mouse leader were still alive, even if he did not take action personally, just giving the order to resist with all their might could allow the wind mice in the castle to hold out for a few hours. Without the leader's orders, the wind mice were completely demoralized, with most of them fleeing in all directions. After just over an hour within the vast castle, aside from the surrendered wind mice, there were no other wind mice in sight. The combat members, eager for promotion and wealth, started to shuttle back and forth between the castle and the reconnaissance ship. frantically delivering various treasures and resources they deemed valuable to the control room and their dormitories. The two level 30 wind mice were initially targeted by Brayton, and the level 33 wind mouse chose to surrender. Another one broke through the reconnaissance ship's fire blockade and escaped into outer space. The battle was thoroughly over. However, it could not yet be considered conquering this life planet, because outside the main fortress, there were countless small fortresses. Breaking the main fortress was merely a blow to the gathering place of high-level wind mice on this life planet. The ruler of this small force, Stan, was only level 43 and could not possess the ability to tear through space. With the spatial rift destroyed, they would not be able to arrive in the short term. Feng was therefore not in a hurry, waiting for his team members to transport the resources and treasures within the main fortress. Chapter 57. The risks vary greatly, Captain Dad. The dormitory can't hold anymore, and the control room is about to be submerged. Should we throw away some less valuable things? We need to stack them somewhere else. I'm afraid it will affect the reconnaissance ship's agility and speed. Moving resources takes longer than breaking the main fortress. On the public channel, an excited voice from a team member rang out. What? Are you running a bank at home? Exactly. The dormitory can't fit anymore. But there's still a warehouse and empty rooms. Wherever there's space, just pile it up. Immediately, shouts of cursing erupted from the team members on the public channel. It's fine if the dormitory and control room can't hold it, but if it's too heavy, it affects the reconnaissance ship's agility. Breton, tidy things up and see if there are any storage-type treasures we can utilize. Also, get some energy stones to the storage area to replenish the reserve energy. Feng's voice sounded on the public channel. Captain Dad is wise. As expected of the captain, very considerate. Not just considerate, but completely thorough. Flattery came from all sides. There was no way around it. No matter how unruly they were, they couldn't resist the abundance given by Captain Dad. Promotions and wealth came without exception. Once Feng's orders were given, the transport of supplies was immediately changed to wrapping up. All the surrendered Wind Mouse clan members were gathered together. Wind Mouse clan members above level 25 were controlled by Breton using a treasure similar to a monk's contract scroll. Breton received only 2 of these treasures from military, while the rest were found in the treasure vault. Wind Mouse clan members below level 25 were all handed over to those who had signed contracts to lead and control them. After more than an hour of organizing, Feng issued an order. 27 members of the Wind Mouse clan, between levels 25 and 29, each became the leaders of a team, leading a batch of surrendered Wind Mouse clan members towards the best route calculated by the reconnaissance ship's brain. Breton and the level 33 Wind Mouse clan followed the reconnaissance ship and arrived first at the nearest small castle. 2 level 30 Wind Mouse clan members shouted from the sky, demanding that the leaders of the area surrender within 3 minutes. If they surrendered within the time limit, that would be best, leaving the task of receiving and integrating for the Wind Mouse teams. If they did not surrender, even better, Feng openly opened fire, reducing the entire castle to ruins. Then they proceeded to the next castle, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. Even with speed, it took a whole day to survey all the small castles of a certain scale. Those who surrendered did so, while those that did not were all exterminated. Clean and decisive. Feng couldn't help but open the system for a glance. Host, Feng attribute value, 0 physique, 25-30 strength, 25-30 endurance, 25-29 agility, 25-29 spirit, 25-29 abilities, armor break level 3, teleportation level 3, flight level 3. Extrasensory level 3, although it was just a small life planet with a small diameter. This day had doubled his 5 major attribute values, increasing them by over 400 points. He successfully reached a strength comparable to level 30, with only 1 step away from level 31. He felt refreshed after a series of commands were issued. By the time Breton and the level 33 Wind Mouse clan boarded the reconnaissance ship, it began to ascend, reaching millions of kilometers before placing the temporarily appointed ruler of planet F11258, a level 33 Wind Mouse clan member, on a large meteorite. Planet F11258 was now only left for integration. These tasks would be handled by the Wind Mouse clan members above level 25, controlled by the contract scroll-type treasures. The Level 33 Wind Mouse clan would be responsible for remotely overseeing the situation. Hiding millions of kilometers away was the only way to survive. It also allowed them to use communication-type treasures to understand the planet's situation. Whether Stan came in person or sent someone, he would likely just make a round and leave. If he had the audacity to stay and attempt to regain control of the life planet, once Feng received the news, he would have the initiative in hand, whether it was to attack other life planets or to launch a counterattack. Without the ability to tier space, the reconnaissance ship's mobility would far outstrip Stan's by thousands of miles. The reconnaissance ship proceeded at full speed toward a life planet controlled by a Level 37 Wind Mouse clan leader. Feng focused on the data and three-dimensional images being scanned. His sensing abilities expanded, directly penetrating layers of alloy walls, scanning the situation inside the reconnaissance ship. Gu Lingxi was meditating cross-legged. In front of her was a piece of energy stone. Below her was a stone platform about 2 meters in diameter, engraved with various magical patterns that seemed to pulse with the power of laws. It appeared to be a monk's treasure designed to assist in cultivation. Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Coming from an ancient, prestigious family, she had resources beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Being a once-in-a-billion cultivation genius, she worked even harder than others. While she was not fond of managing affairs, she was slowly accepting and adapting to the various rules on the reconnaissance ship. In terms of ambition, her strength level was merely a target to surpass, showing no interest in subverting him for military power. Such a superlative second-in-command was truly a rare find. He would have to ask her later if she was interested in joining him in the Special Operations team. Looking at the other members, Feng was also very satisfied. They were all drinking and celebrating, all top-notch subordinates. They had swept the valuable treasures and resources from the main fortress, and after returning, they would find a way to sell them on a human Federation life planet, making everyone at least a millionaire. None of them expressed any hesitation or fear, nor did anyone propose to interrupt the mission. Everyone continued with their tasks, showing no significant change in mindset. The only regret was that their current strength levels and talents, while absolutely top-notch in the military, were becoming somewhat inferior as countless geniuses flocked to the military. Otherwise, persuading a group of people to join him in the Special Operations team, leveraging the advantages of low-ranking officers, would have been a pleasant affair. The newly established Special Operations team could potentially pull exceptional talents from anywhere, but they could never match this group on the reconnaissance ship, who would execute his orders without hesitation, regardless of the peril. The second target planet was only 8 light-years away. The reconnaissance ship reached the stellar system of that life planet in one space jump, continuing at light speed and gradually decelerating based on distance. It was as Feng had predicted. The defenses of this life planet had obviously been significantly strengthened. In outer space, 100,000 kilometers away, Level 20 Wind Mouse clan members began patrolling. However, due to their limited numbers, the vastness of space left too many gaps. The reconnaissance ship, being small and equipped with scanning advantages, could easily slip through the gaps between these patrols. However, Feng did not let his guard down. There was a vast difference in risk between being unprepared and being on high alert. In an unprepared state, with his various abilities combined with Breton, a reconnaissance ship could conquer a life planet with only a Level 36 leader, when the opponent was on high alert and could quickly mobilize personnel through spatial rifts. It was a completely different story. While major life planets strengthened their defenses and patrols, the Level 43 ruler Stan could send Level 30 Wind Mouse clan members from the main planet to ambush in the outer space of various vassal planets, using shielding scanning techniques and treasures to wait for the reconnaissance ship's traces, even personally participating in the ambush. Once the trace of the reconnaissance ship is discovered, Stan and the leaders of other life planets will definitely rush over immediately, not to mention the large number of wind rat tribes approaching Level 40. Just Stan at Level 43. If the enemy silently approaches, the reconnaissance ship will be doomed. Furthermore, if Stan is willing to pay the price to contact other stronger forces or wind rat tribes for help, the risks are even greater. Therefore, with 1,000,000 kilometers remaining to the target planet, the reconnaissance ship follows Feng's orders, maintaining speed and maneuvering, ready to escape at any moment. Chapter 58. Exceeding expectations. Do you have any treasure that can shield perception abilities on your side? Li Feng asked Gu Lingxi. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the alien races, reaching level 20 was the first major threshold. After breaking through to level 20 and achieving the first round of life evolution, one would experience many miraculous changes. The most prominent of these was the ability to perceive beyond the five senses. With this perception ability, one could sense higher dimensional laws of power and even mobilize weak law powers through various treasures and techniques. Therefore, after breaking through to level 20, there would not be much change in one's overall quality. However, with the help of treasures and techniques, one's power could far exceed that of a level 19. A simple example was that at level 19, Gu Lingxi could only rely on her own spiritual power to fly with a sword. After breaking through to level 20, if she learned the corresponding techniques, she could mobilize weak wind law powers to fly with a sword, increasing her speed several times effortlessly. Moreover, she could even control flying treasures. High-grade flying treasures, due to their materials and miniature spirit formations, often had characteristics that made it easier to invoke wind law powers, resulting in even greater speeds. Some high-level and high-grade flying treasures from alien races could even invoke spatial law powers. Yes, Gu Lingxi replied affirmatively. Upon learning that I planned to stay in the military, my master thought that the life-saving treasures he prepared for me before were a bit insufficient and specifically sent me a few more life-saving treasures. One of them is a treasure that can shield perception abilities, as long as it's not at close range. It can even shield the perception abilities of alien races below level 50. However, with my current mastery of law powers, I can only exert about 10 of this treasure's effectiveness. Only by taking a potion that enhances perception abilities can I maximize its effectiveness in a short period. But this potion is extremely difficult to refine. My master only gave me 2 bottles. That's impressive. Li Feng had only asked casually. The mission for Brayton this time was to infiltrate the main planet and monitor every move of Stan. The military had prepared a Wind Mouse Clan technique to conceal his strength and a treasure to shield perception abilities to help him get closer to Stan. With the treasures in Brayton's hands, combined with his dramatically increased power level and perception abilities from attacking and conquering planet F1-1258, he would be able to infiltrate this life planet and complete the intelligence gathering mission. The reason he asked Gu Lingxi was simply that he wanted to share some military merit with this outstanding second-in-command, provided that Gu Lingxi could play a role. If she couldn't contribute to the mission, bringing her along would be pointless. Unexpectedly, Gu Lingxi truly lived up to her status as the heir of an ancient, prestigious family. Her master had prepared such impressive treasures for her safety. The information department had prepared a perception shielding treasure for Brayton that could shield the perception abilities of alien races below level 40 as long as it wasn't at close range. With a technique to conceal strength, he could approach and monitor Stan, the 43rd level Wind Mouse Clan ruler, without drawing attention while providing real-time updates on his movements. The effect of Gu Lingxi's treasure, which was over 10 levels higher, was far superior. Li Feng could guess without thinking that Gu Lingxi's master was definitely among the most elite and powerful cultivators. Li Feng asked again, "How fast can your flying treasure go?" Gu Lingxi explained, "With my current power level, it can only reach about 100,000 kilometers per hour. It's another high-grade flying treasure. However, although it's a high-grade flying treasure, Gu Lingxi's power level is still a bit low. Li Feng's current agility, combined with his level 3 flying ability, allowed him to reach a maximum flying speed of 230,000 kilometers per hour. Brayton, at level 35, would have an even more exaggerated speed with his flying treasure. Gather in the combat readiness area and use your flying treasure to infiltrate this life planet." Li Feng didn't hesitate any longer. The longer he waited, the more opportunities he would have to exploit any vulnerabilities in Stan's deployment and collect more attribute points. He would leave the contribution of transportation to Gu Lingxi. The three quickly gathered in the combat readiness area. Gu Lingxi waved her hand, and a small wooden house model with an ancient style flew out of her storage ring. With a surge of spiritual power, The house expanded continuously until it reached a height of 5 meters and a length and width of 7 or 8 meters before it stopped growing. Upon entering, they found that it was fully equipped with auxiliary robots, sofas, coffee tables, various audiovisual equipment, food and drinks, and small defensive monitoring devices. Feng made himself comfortable on the sofa and had the auxiliary robot bring him some drinks and snacks. However, he maximized his perception ability. Brayton carefully crouched in a corner. Gu Lingxi then took out a red jade pendant from her storage ring and hung it at her waist. She infused spiritual power into the pendant, and a faint red light began to spread. Under her control, the light enveloped the entire wooden house before stopping. Only then did she enter the wooden house and control the flying treasure to depart from the combat readiness area, accelerating toward the target planet. With the scanning data and three-dimensional images provided by the reconnaissance ship scanner, they easily avoided the patrolling Wind Mouse clan members in outer space. Feng's perception covered over 100 kilometers, while the coverage of his level 3 supersense was about 600 to 700 kilometers. Even if they encountered high-level Wind Mouse clan members lurking by bad luck, the treasure-shielding perception abilities from Gu Lingxi would allow them to detect the enemy's presence in advance and avoid them. The safety index was maximized. They relaxed, drinking and snacking comfortably for over 10 hours. The flying treasure landed in a concealed spot outside the main fortress of the planet. After Gu Lingxi retracted the flying treasure and reduced the coverage distance of the perception-shielding treasure, they once again, just like last time, easily avoided the sentinels inside and outside the walls and entered the outer fortress. Finding a hidden spot in the outer fortress, Feng's perception and super sense slowly spread toward the inner fortress through his peripheral vision. Once he found a good hiding place, he used his teleportation ability to bring Gu Lingxi and Brayton inside, continuing to use his perception and super sense to move closer to the center and beneath the inner fortress. He carefully worked for half an hour until his super sense penetrated into a secret chamber, discovering a spatial rift and the whereabouts of the leader of this life planet. As he expected, he learned from the fleeing Wind Mouse clan that the leader of the Wind Mouse clan on planet F11258 had been mysteriously attacked within a small restriction. Stan would never be foolish enough to allow the leaders of the vassal planets to remain alone. According to his super sense investigation, the leader of the Wind Mouse clan on this planet not only activated a defensive treasure while cultivating, forming a defensive energy shield around him, but there were also 2 Wind Mouse clan members above level 30 cultivating together in the secret chamber. Additionally, the secret chamber where the spatial rift was located was also equipped with defensive treasures and had 2 Wind Mouse clan members above level 30 stationed there. Feng first marked the hiding spot of the Wind Mouse clan leader, the spatial rift, and the treasure vault's location using the 3-dimensional map. After spending over 2 hours sweeping through the entire inner and outer fortresses, he recorded the number of Wind Mouse clan members above level 25. Only then did he teleport Gu Lingxi and Brayton outside the main fortress. Then, he switched to Brayton, who took them both away. The mission to gather intelligence on this life planet was considered exceeded. Tasks of this type could be divided into 3 levels. The first priority is to collect the coordinates of spatial rifts and the locations of the Wind Rat tribe leaders. The second priority is to gather data on the number and levels of high-level Wind Rats. The third priority is to collect related data, such as the population of the Wind Rat tribe and level distribution. Generally speaking, completing the third priority is enough to conclude the mission. However, the vast majority of independent reconnaissance ships, from the captain down to the crew members, are all quite insane and tend to prefer completing the second priority before leaving. Feng, although not crazy enough, has managed to accomplish all 3 tasks with his abilities and methods. Moreover, despite exceeding the mission requirements, Feng has no intention of leaving just yet. It's not easy to come this far, and he missed the opportunity to harvest attribute values. Those patrols in outer space are excellent targets for harvesting. On the way back, Feng switched to Brayton to take them away, specifically for this purpose. His teleportation attempts are limited, and his strongest ally is only the level 35 Brayton. Attacking the high-level Wind Rats gathered together poses significant risks. However, attacking those scattered patrols in the vastness of space. Coupled with the perception blocking ability of the ancient artifact, makes it easy to eliminate level 35 and below wind rats. They are all his prey. The reconnaissance is complete, and the hunting moment has arrived. Chapter 59. Attack on the patrol according to the scanning data from the reconnaissance ship. The Wind Rat clan patrolling within 100,000 kilometers are all above level 20, numbering around 1,000. Most of them fly with their physical bodies, while a small portion possesses flying magical treasures. All these flying magical treasures have energy shields, making it impossible to scan the inside. However, by calculating the flying speed of these magical treasures, one can determine their level and infer the strength level of their owners. It can be roughly concluded that among this group of patrolling wind rats, there is only one flying magical treasure between level 30 and 40. Of course, the accuracy of this deduction is not very high. The owner of the flying magical treasure might be slacking and not operating it at full speed. Additionally, there may also be high-level wind rats in the patrol area that are using treasures with shielding perception abilities, making them undetectable by the reconnaissance ship scanner. This is not a big problem. Feng instructed Gu Lingxi to maximize the coverage range of the shielding perception ability treasure. He then asked the reconnaissance ship's AI to calculate the trajectory of the fastest flying magical treasure, based on the data and 3D map provided by the scanner. He had Breton take him and Gu Lingxi to intercept that flying magical treasure. For this mission, he decided to first attack the weakest vassal planet and, relying on his significantly enhanced strength level and perception ability, reverse the reconnaissance task. For now, he planned to eliminate the strongest one to maximize the benefits. These patrols are all above level 20 and certainly have communication-type magical treasures. Any leader with a bit of sense would arrange for their personnel to contact them regularly, using the lack of communication from the patrols to determine if there is an enemy invasion. He didn't have much time to attack. After a few minutes, the three arrived at the trajectory calculated by the reconnaissance ship's AI for the interception. The flying magical treasure was moving very fast, at speeds exceeding 300,000 kilometers per hour, around 70 to 80 kilometers per second. Feng's perception ability and reaction speed were also not bad. The trajectory of the flying magical treasure matched closely with the calculations of the reconnaissance ship's AI. The first interception was extremely successful. When the flying magical treasure entered the range of over 600 kilometers of his super perception, and he successfully sensed the situation inside, Feng tightly grasped Gu Lingxi and the poised Breton, and they instantly entered the flying magical treasure. They appeared behind the wind rat inside. With a sudden attack, Breton, following Feng's instructions, avoided vital areas like the head and heart and targeted the upper body. The blades on his claws easily tore through the target's back and spine, penetrating directly into the internal organs. In the next moment, the instant Feng released Breton, he drew his sword and slashed at the target's head. The cold light flashed. The wind rat, caught off guard, only realized it was under attack at that moment. However, the intense pain in its back rendered it unable to respond in time. Puff! The rat's head fell to the ground. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 279 attribute points. The system notification echoed in his mind. It was a level 31 wind rat, just one level higher than Feng. Even without Breton, he could have successfully ambushed it with his strength. Most wind rats above level 30 possess storage-type treasures. Breton acted quickly, retrieving the storage magical treasure from the level 30 wind rat and blood-binding it to the now masterless flying magical treasure before collecting both. Then, he led Feng and Gu Lingxi to quickly approach the nearest level 21 wind rat that did not have a flying magical treasure. Feng had no intention of ambushing those wind rats with flying magical treasures, as he only had one last use of his teleportation ability left for emergencies. Breton moved at high speed, and the level 21 wind rat had just begun to sense an ominous feeling when they arrived in front of it. Puff! Feng's reaction and strike speed were also quick. With one sword strike, he instantly cut the level 21 wind rat in half. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 19 attribute points. The system notification barely rang out when Breton, working seamlessly, swiftly reached another level 22 wind rat. Li Feng again executed a one-sword kill. Smooth and fluid, like flowing water. Attribute values, 27, 16, 29. The system notifications continued to sound as one wind rat after another, above level 20, was quickly approached by Breton and then instantly killed by Li Feng. On the other side, Gu Lingxi, who was just providing the shielding perception magical treasure, was feeling inexplicably frustrated. She had wanted to ask Li Feng what level he had reached several times, but held back each time. She was afraid that asking too clearly would undermine her confidence in viewing Li Feng as a target to surpass. However, as an extraordinary genius among billions, not even daring to ask was itself a sign of weakness and lack of confidence. It was very annoying. She did not realize that regarding Li Feng as a target to surpass was, in itself, a monumental mistake that would only lead to self-inflicted troubles. How could an extraordinary genius dare to compete with a cheat? Do. After killing more than 100 patrols, an alarm sounded from the military watch. Li Feng took a moment to glance at it. It was the reconnaissance ship's scanner detecting wind rats above level 30 rushing out of a large restriction. There was no doubt that they had discovered the missing wind rats. After receiving the news, the leader of the wind rats on that planet led a team to come. It was possible that the level 43 stand also received the message. Pause the operation, Breton, retreat. Li Feng called out and issued a retreat order to the reconnaissance ship's AI. Breton immediately took out his flying magical treasure, and once the two boarded, he controlled the flying magical treasure to accelerate away. 1,000,000 kilometers away, the reconnaissance ship, under the control of its operators, also hurriedly fled. With Gu Lingxi's shielding perception ability treasure, even if Stan personally arrived, Li Feng would detect him first due to his super perception ability. As long as the reconnaissance ship was not discovered up close, it also had a significant speed advantage. The risk was minimal. Breton's flying magical treasure reached a speed of 1,000,000 kilometers per hour. The reconnaissance ship's speed was even more terrifying, capable of reaching the speed of light at its maximum. By the time Breton's flying magical treasure had run over 1,000,000 kilometers away, the reconnaissance ship was already over 10 billion kilometers away, slowing down according to Li Feng's instructions. Confirming safety, Li Feng opened the system and glanced. Usable attribute points had increased to 1830 points. Since there was no need to upgrade the teleportation ability to increase the success rate of escaping in case of emergencies, he decisively allocated all points to the 5 main attributes. Host, Li Feng attribute points, 0 Constitution, 2896 Strength, 2896 Endurance, 2895 Agility, 2895 Spirit, 2895 Abilities, Armor Breaking Level 3, Teleportation Level 3, Flight Level 3. Super Perception Level 3. The average attribute has reached level 31. After 3 more hours, Li Feng notified the reconnaissance ship to return to pick them up. An hour later, he reboarded the reconnaissance ship and then set off toward the next target planet. This time, Li Feng was more cautious. To avoid ambushes on the reconnaissance ship, he transferred to Breton's flying magical treasure to continue advancing when they were still 3 to 4 million kilometers away from the target planet. Stanside was not foolish either and had made new adjustments. Near the outer space of the target planet, they still arranged patrols, but they were all equipped with flying magical treasures. Moreover, there was more than one wind rat above level 20 inside. This forced Li Feng to abandon the idea of attacking these patrols, as the proximity posed too great a risk. Once Stan received the news immediately, he could potentially utilize treasures or methods with shielding perception abilities to hide nearby. With his level 43 speed, he can arrive in the blink of an eye. The tasks of reconnaissance and gathering information are still as easy as ever. Li Feng's super sense and teleportation, combined with Gu Lingxi's treasure that shields perception abilities, form an excellent combination for spying on military affairs and collecting information. Chapter 60, Trivial Achievements, the 4th target, the 5th target, the 6th target. As they progressed, the life planets became larger, the leader's strength levels increased, and there were more wind rat tribe members above level 30. The difficulty kept rising. However, it couldn't stop Li Feng, whose strength level had greatly increased and whose perception intensity had also surged from infiltrating the main fortress. He used his enhanced senses to probe for spatial cracks and the hiding places of the Wind Rat tribe leaders, as well as the approximate number of Wind Rat tribe members above level 20. On the main planet, in the secret chamber beneath the main fortress, Stan was feeling anxious and had no desire to train. He was contemplating his next move. The news that the Human Federation was about to launch a large-scale war against the Wind Rat tribe had already reached him. A fleet of the Human Federation had begun to assemble on the border, and there were interstellar pirate groups of both humans and Wind Rat tribes that had sold him this information. Subsequently, various rulers of different forces contacted him through various means, urging him to join or ally with them. He decisively chose to refuse. Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. He had ruled over 8 planets for 200 years and was used to being supreme above and below. The thought of joining those large and medium-sized Wind Rat tribe forces, signing a vassal contract, and becoming someone else's subordinate, offering his best treasures and resources to others made him feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Surrendering to the Human Federation was even less likely. He was determined to resist the fleets of the Human Federation to the death, but he also knew that he would not be defeated easily. He had already made plans. If the fleets of the Human Federation truly came to attack, he would take all his valuable resources and treasures and gather the elites of the Wind Rat tribe to disperse and hide in outer space. After the fleets left, he would continuously attack and harass the human battleships and guards stationed on the major life planets. By doing this, he could force the Human Federation to withdraw their troops or wait for those large forces to join together to defeat the Human Federation and reclaim lost territory. Even if, hypothetically, the Human Federation became strong enough to sweep through the entire Wind Rat tribe, making the recovery of lost territory hopeless, he could still lead his subordinates to become interstellar pirates. What he didn't expect was that he might have seriously underestimated the combat capabilities of the Human Federation's individual soldiers. A mere small reconnaissance ship was able to ambush one of his subordinates, a level 36 leader, while hiding within a restricted zone and killing him silently. This indicated that his own safety was not guaranteed. This was what troubled him the most. He could only avoid the limelight for now. After much thought, he felt that the safest approach was to escape to another Wind Rat tribe's territory with all his resources and treasures when a human fleet came. Then, using a communication artifact, he could remotely command his subordinates to disperse and hide in outer space, waiting for the opportunity to attack and harass, while looking for chances to reclaim lost territory. After readjusting his plan, Stan felt a bit calmer. Just as he was preparing to train, he vaguely sensed a faint feeling of being watched. His hair stood on end, and his expression tensed. His perception ability quickly spread out, but he found nothing. That fleeting feeling of being watched vanished just as quickly. Was it an illusion? Or was there indeed a spy? Stan didn't dare to be careless and immediately took out a defensive artifact from his storage artifact, enveloping himself with it. Then he took out a communication artifact and contacted 2 loyal Wind Rat tribe subordinates above level 30, who had signed a life-and-death contract with him, instructing them to come directly to the secret chamber for protection. Mission accomplished, retreat. In a deserted room within the massive castle, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately teleported with Lingxi and Brayton to a deep mountain 2,000 kilometers away. After that, they took Brayton's flying artifact, using Lingxi's perception-blocking artifact, and headed to outer space to meet up with the reconnaissance ship. Back on the reconnaissance ship, Feng patted Brayton on the shoulder. We part ways here. You continue with the reconnaissance mission assigned to you, staying here to monitor Stan's movements. In the mission report, I will have the ship's AI give you the highest rating. Thank you, my lord. Brayton hurriedly expressed his gratitude. If anyone from the investigation department questions you about hoarding spoils, if you don't dare to hide it, you could tell the truth. If they ask you to surrender, just hand it over, and after you're done, let me know, and I'll get it back for you, Feng added. Although he felt a strange urge to kill the Wind Rat tribe, Brayton had served him as a temporary subordinate for over 10 days and had put in a lot of effort. He would not skimp on opportunities for promotion and wealth for him. Brayton was overwhelmed with gratitude, not knowing how to express his emotions. Remembering the titles of the combat personnel on the battleship often used, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, knelt down, and resolutely said, "Child pays respects to adoptive father. Although I've already signed a life and death contract with the Rebellion Department, if adoptive father has any orders in the future, I will prioritize execution. If I violate this oath, I am willing to face the wrath of the heavens." You're quite the opportunist. All right, considering you've stayed on my reconnaissance ship for over 10 days. If you run into trouble in the future, come find me. Li Feng tacitly agreed to be Brayton's backing. Brayton was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement. He never expected that by completing a mission, he would find a powerful ally, someone with limited military rank at the moment, but with unlimited potential in strength, means, courage, and intellect. After Brayton left, thanking him profusely, Li Feng also ordered the ship to set sail back to the military base. On the way, he had the crew disembark from the reconnaissance ship, pretending to throw away the spoils. Although it was ridiculous to just go out and come back immediately, it was necessary to do so. The investigation department and military law department also needed face. They had to give the other side a reason to turn a blind eye. On the morning of July 12th, the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship returned to the large military base 777. Li Feng first contacted Jiang Wanxin to report his safety, then had the reconnaissance ship's AI delete the relevant videos and send the rest to the statistics department. He bought a ticket home and contacted an Interstellar freight company to ship back all the valuable materials. Lying on his bed with nothing to do, he browsed through various news to pass the time. The 1-month preliminary competition was only halfway through. He glanced at some popular competition videos. The objectives of the federal parliament and military were clearly being achieved. Even at this midpoint in the preliminary round, a massive number of talents had emerged. Every participant with any bit of popularity was above level 20. It gave a feeling that all the talents were entering the military. Very nice. Li Feng rarely gave a thumbs up to the higher-ups of the parliament and the military. The higher the strength levels of his subordinates, the stronger their potential, and the more terrifying their overall strength would be. In the future, this batch of subordinates would be able to reach greater heights and become his strong and reliable supporters in the military. As for any potential usurpation, he had never worried about that. After all, he was a top-tier player. In the Military Achievement Statistics Department, all the staff dropped their work and gathered around one of the staff members like stars surrounding the moon. This staff member was excitedly recounting the story of how the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship conquered a wind rat tribe life planet and exceeded its mission. However, due to military regulations and confidentiality clauses, many details had to be briefly glossed over. Even so, the staff listened with great interest because it was simply unbelievable. A small independent reconnaissance ship had actually taken down a leader of the Wind Rat tribe on a life planet with spatial cracks and completely conquered that life planet. At the same time, it had also exceeded the mission by collecting the locations of all the spatial cracks of that force's life planets, including the exact hiding places of all high-level Wind Rat tribe members, including the ruler. Other military bases remain unknown, but these staff members are certain that at least the 777 large military base has not had an independent small reconnaissance ship achieve such remarkable results in hundreds of years. In the office of the Minister of Information, Anthony, the 3 directors of the Statistics Department, the Reconnaissance Department, and the Investigation Department are present. After more than an hour of research and discussion, they still have no results. Anthony simply lets the director of the Reconnaissance Department, Dennis, directly contact Li Feng to communicate and ask for his thoughts. There is no way around it. The 777 military base belongs to the Frontier Defense Army and does not have the authority to confer military honors for conquering alien life planets. It is impossible to violate regulations and grant corresponding military achievements to the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. However, if they do not grant it, they fear that Li Feng will cause trouble. After all, conquering a life planet with just one reconnaissance ship results in an absurdly large military achievement. The outcome is unexpected for them. Li Feng does not care at all. He had long anticipated that there would be no military honor for conquering an alien life planet. In any case, he has earned plenty of attribute points, and his treasure resources are abundant. As long as the mission's military achievement is maximized, that is enough. Moreover, it is merely conquering one life planet. For others, it may be the greatest honor and achievement of a lifetime. In his eyes, this achievement is trivial. 8 life planets, and he has only conquered one. It sounds somewhat embarrassing to mention. Chapter 61. The surprise prepared by Jiang Wanxin not long after ending the call with the director of the investigation department, Dennis. The smart brain of the military wristwatch received the military merit statistics. Leading the list were a series of disciplinary actions, unauthorized changes to the mission task content, privately mobilizing the Wind Rat clan's internal support to participate in battle, suspected possession of war trophies. Li Feng glanced at them and skipped over them directly. The mission military merit was calculated based on the top configuration. 200,000 for the vassal planet, 600,000 for the main planet, totaling 2 million. As the captain, he played a crucial role during the mission. He earned a total of 520,000 military merit points. The squad leader, Gu Lingxi, and Breton also made significant contributions, earning 200,000 and 280,000 military merit points, respectively. The remaining 1 million military merit points were divided among 5 squad leaders and numerous combat team members and operators. Li Feng's total military merit points jumped to 631,000. With this, he could be promoted to a 6-star lieutenant. The public channel soon erupted with excited cheers and a wave of flattery from the members. Promotions and wealth were plentiful. Even new recruits could be promoted to 2nd lieutenant thanks to this mission. The most outrageous part was the extremely low death rate. In this mission, only 3 combat members died. At first glance, this achievement hardly resembled that of a small independent reconnaissance ship on a mission. It seemed more like a group of military second-generation members gathered together to carry out a gilded mission. With time to spare, Li Feng sought out Gu Lingxi to ask this exceptional second-in-command if she would be willing to join him in the Special Operations Fleet. Unsurprisingly, Gu Lingxi chose to stay in the military for 2 reasons. First, military training was more conducive to improving her strength. Second, it was for Li Feng. She viewed Li Feng as a target to surpass and also wanted to strengthen their relationship. Whether it was for future contention over the position of family head or to lead the Gu family to greater heights after becoming the head, Li Feng was a powerful ally. Given her own safety considerations, Shi Wu-Ti refused an invitation to join the Special Operations Fleet with greater potential. Li Feng's teleportation and super sensibilities, combined with her artifact that shields her perception abilities, formed a top combination not only for gathering military intelligence and assassinating enemy leaders, but also for survival in the face of strong enemies. After securing Gu Lingxi, Li Feng visited Lin Zhengtai, the leader of the welfare faction and cleaner at Military Base 777, to strengthen their relationship. He then timed his departure to board the transport ship. Upon returning to F-369 star, thanks to Jiang Wanxin, Li Feng easily set aside his hostility and engaged in a peaceful life without any discomfort. On the morning of the 16th, Li Feng sat side by side with Jiang Wanxin on the sofa, watching a video of the Special Operations Fleet member selection while she worked remotely on various matters for Young & Company. Beep, beep, beep. A message came through on a wristwatch. Jiang Wanxin glanced at it and excitedly hugged Li Feng's arm. "I have a surprise for you. It's about to be delivered." Li Feng asked curiously, "Did you order a higher-end multifunctional bed?" Jiang Wanxin chuckled helplessly. "I'll find the best home furnishing company to customize it later." She opened her wristwatch and contacted Buck, a level 28 Wind Rat Clan slave, asking him to go to the manor under construction to inspect the goods that were about to be delivered. Soon, Buck sent a message saying he had arrived. Jiang Wanxin then activated the manor's smart surveillance system. The entire manor covered a total area of 100 square kilometers. However, Jiang Wanxin had only temporarily purchased this land. Currently, the construction area was only about 1 square kilometer. Although it had only been 5 or 6 days since construction began, a luxurious villa had already been completed, fully equipped with various decorations and multifunctional furnishings. The truly time-consuming part was the various security systems. According to Jiang Wanxin's plan, a bunker hundreds of meters deep would even be built beneath the villa. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the surveillance system scanned a small transport ship, 150 meters long, descending from the sky. Following this, the small transport ship sent a landing request. After Jiang Wanxin approved the request, She sent Buck's coordinates to the small transport ship. No wonder it could land directly on the planet. It turned out to be a transport ship from Tianyu Group. Seeing the Tianyu Group logo on the ship's hull, Feng felt relieved. To ensure safety, spaceships generally could only dock at space stations. It was very complicated to apply for docking on a life planet. However, there were exceptions. Many Interstellar Corporation spaceships had this privilege. Tianyu Group, which primarily operated various military products, was one of them. Did you help me order high-quality treasures? Feng asked in surprise. If Tianyu Group's headquarters dispatched a small transport ship for delivery, it must involve business worth billions. Jiang Wanxi nodded. They're all good things. Feng couldn't help but ask, how much did it cost? Jiang Wanxi did not hide it. The space stone you previously shipped back, plus 11 billion. So expensive? Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Doesn't that deplete Yong'an Company's liquid funds? No matter how much money there is, it's just a string of numbers. As long as you can return safely, that's all that matters, Jiang Wanxi said nonchalantly. The instruments and equipment for the plantation and breeding farm have already been purchased, and the funds in the account are sufficient to maintain operations. Although the treasures and resources you ship back this time are still being evaluated. Their total value starts at least 100 billion. She then added somewhat gloomily, when I received this batch of treasures and resources, I felt that with your money-making speed, my plans for managing various industries even seemed a bit redundant. I might as well go on a spending spree. Feng smiled. Once the various industries are scaled up, the treasures and resources I gather won't even be noteworthy. While they were chatting, the video showed the small transport ship slowly landing. The side hatch opened. A team of people dressed in multi-functional combat suits emerged, escorting a metal cage. Inside the metal cage was a being of about 1 meter tall, its body engulfed in flames. The leading captain, holding a metal box, confirmed Buck's identity and approached him for contact. He then applied for a password from headquarters. The metal box opened, revealing only a pitch-black ring. Feng felt a surge of excitement. Without needing to ask, he knew that this ring was undoubtedly a storage ring. He had wanted one since he saw it from Gulingxi. This thing was simply a top treasure for going out. Buck received the ring, and as Feng expected, it was indeed a storage ring. He took out one item after another from inside. There were all sorts of strange things: instruments, bracelets, necklaces, pendants, belts. He even pulled out a battle mech and a clearly modified airship. Feng stared in astonishment. Regardless of the quality of these instruments, just the capacity of this storage ring made him feel that spending a space stone and 11 billion was worth it. Because if there was a chance to invade a treasure vault in the next mission, he could easily earn it back in one go. Chapter 62. Make it a little bigger. Buck checked the goods one by one, and after more than half an hour, he confirmed that there were no errors with the batch. Jiang Wanxi confirmed receipt remotely. After completing the acceptance handover, the small transport ship set sail. Buck first settled the alien slaves in the alloy cage before bringing over the storage ring. By using his sensing ability to manipulate a trace of rule power, he could use the storage ring and the various magical tools inside it. Jiang Wanxi turned off the surveillance video and, while waiting for Buck to deliver the storage ring, introduced the usage methods to Feng. The magical tools from various races were tailor-made and required specific energies to operate. The mental power of psychics, the spiritual power of cultivators, and the various energies practiced by alien races were all necessary. Feng had not cultivated any energy and could not use the magical tools of psychics and cultivators. However, he had broken through to level 20, completed his first life evolution, and gained sensing ability. This ability allowed him to sense higher dimensional rule powers and even use weak rule powers. To use various magical tools, he had to convert the energy required for those tools into rule power. This storage ring actually cost nothing. The space stone you brought last time belonged to the 3040 level and was of high quality. Jiang Wanxi said helplessly, "We have no negotiating power." Tianyu Group demanded an exorbitant price, taking 90 of the materials as forging fees. I thought getting it earlier would increase our safety rate, so I agreed. That's so black-hearted. Feng suddenly felt he was quite kind. If it were him, he would have charged at most half of the materials as forging fees. Just as they were talking, the doorbell rang. It was Buck delivering the storage ring. Upon receiving the storage ring, Li Feng eagerly activated his sensing ability, trying to guide the weak rule power into the storage ring. In an instant, his sensing ability surged into the storage ring. To his surprise, it revealed a space with dimensions of 100 meters in length, width, and height, totaling 1 million cubic meters. Jiang Wanxin opened her smartwatch, pulled up the item list and introduction, and forwarded it to Li Feng. Li Feng carefully reviewed it. There were both magical tools and high-tech items. Various defensive magical tools, spirit swords made of spiritual or communication magical tools. There were also plenty of high-tech items, such as food and water manufacturing devices, signal devices, and surveillance instruments. The other items were fine, but the defensive magical tools were both expensive and somewhat excessive. With my current strength level, my physical strength is much higher than these defensive magical tools. Li Feng spoke honestly. The high-tech products were powerful. If they encountered a strong enemy and the reconnaissance ship was destroyed, whether for escape or survival in space, seeking help, they would play a significant role. Those magical tools were all of 2030 level quality. Aside from that spirit sword, the rest were not very useful to him. Any little bit of usefulness counts. Jiang Wanxin explained. High-level magical tools are almost monopolized by interstellar military giants like Tianyu Group. Moreover, converting them to be activated by sensing ability is extremely expensive. Rare high-level, high-quality magical tools are nearly impossible to buy, even with money, as these military giants only provide them to important clients who must have sufficient status and connections. But it's okay. We can modify them ourselves. Modify them ourselves? Li Feng didn't understand her meaning. Jiang Wanxin nodded. That alien slave covered in flames is a level 20 fire spirit race. The fire spirit race is a medium-sized race with exceptional racial talent in forging magical tools. They are a vassal race of the blood-sucking race, surviving by forging magical tools for them. This level 20 fire spirit already has the ability to convert various 20-30 level magical tools into ones that can be activated with sensing ability. I plan to establish a laboratory specifically for modifying alien magical tools based on this fire spirit. That's a good idea. Li Feng praised when I go out on missions. I can get a lot of alien magical tools and various spiritual or materials. Having such a laboratory and recruiting a group of cultivators or second-class aliens proficient in fire spells to modify alien magical tools would mean stepping into the military industry. That's not impossible. Jiang Wanxin smiled. My original idea was to wait until we have more funds. I would try to buy 1 or 2 level 30 or above alien slave proficient in fire spells who can learn magical tool refining. Then they could specialize in modifying various 3040 level magical tools for you, gradually upgrading them according to your strength. That's too extravagant. It's better to advance into the military industry casually. Li Feng felt a bit amused. A dedicated magical tool laboratory was probably not something even the heads of ancient families would have. Jiang Wanxin felt that it didn't affect the original intention and that expanding the scale could be beneficial, nodding in agreement. Since we're doing it, let's make it a little bigger. Li Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why not gather some people and abduct a batch of fire spirits from the evil planet? No, I've carefully studied various military regulations and cases from high military courts. You come from an independent reconnaissance ship. At this stage, violating some military regulations won't have consequences. And in the future, it could even serve as a shield, with more benefits than drawbacks. Jiang Wanxin shook her head repeatedly. But the premise is that we cannot go too far. Looting our own life planets like interstellar pirates is a huge taboo. Even if these life planets are chaotic and lawless evil planets, it will be a significant blemish in the future. No matter how secretly this is done, it cannot be without a trace. It's fine. As long as I'm strong enough, I won't care about this blemish. In the future, if your wealth and power are strong enough, this blemish won't mean anything either. Li Feng was unconcerned. This was an era where large families and conglomerates monopolized the political and business worlds. With enough financial and political power, there were almost no troubles that couldn't be resolved. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that the era of conglomerates might transition to an era where strength was paramount. As long as he could speed up his strength enhancement or improve safety, accruing a few blemishes in the early stages would yield more benefits than drawbacks. At this stage, He just needed to ensure he wouldn't make mistakes that could jeopardize his military position. Everything else was not a problem. All right. Seeing that Li Feng had made up his mind, Jiang Wanxin could only give up on persuading him. Li Feng no longer hesitated and immediately sent a voice communication request to the captain of the 3rd Squad, Liang Qingyong. "Captain Dad, didn't you go home?" Li Feng said with a strange expression. "You're my old captain. Don't call me that. Everyone has their own opinions. Anyone who can help me get promoted and rich is my dad." Liang Qingyong was unbothered. Li Feng didn't say more and asked, "Do you often take your team members to the evil planet for fun? Do you have connections to buy a small transport ship without a positioning system? I've only started making money with you in the last 2 months. When I was on the evil planet, I was just hanging around for free food and entertainment. How could I have connections?" Liang Qingyong laughed. "But in places like the evil planet, as long as you have money and the ability to protect yourself, there's nothing you can't buy. Don't say a transport ship without a positioning system. If you can afford it, you could even buy a large warship. Then find a way to buy one. I'll transfer the money to you later." Li Feng said without hesitation. "No need. A small transport ship only costs around 300 to 400 million, and I have enough money on hand." Liang Qingyong waved his hand generously. As the squad leader, his mech capacity was dozens or even hundreds of times that of a multifunctional military suit when transporting treasures. Li Feng asked, "Given your understanding of the evil planet, do you think we can go grab a batch of fire spirit slaves? Are we confident? Researching information, assessing risks, and formulating plans are all your responsibilities as the captain." Liang Qingyong said nonchalantly, "After all, life is only one here. Even if you want to rob the Federal Army, I'll still follow you. If I die, it's just my bad luck. If I survive and leave, you can't shortchange me on the benefits I'm entitled to. Considering you've helped me make money twice already. Buying 2 and getting 1 free, I don't mind giving you my life for free just this once. All right, you first find a way to buy a small transport ship, and it's best to find a few knowledgeable operators to go along." Li Feng made his instructions clear and ended the call decisively. This time, he was handling personal business, so he didn't have Liang Qingyong contact the other team members. Instead, he sent a message to all members, including Gu Lingxi, briefly explaining the situation. Those who wish to participate can join, and those who don't are not forced. By the time he notified everyone, Jiang Wanxin had already contacted a fairly large information consulting company and was in discussions about purchasing information on those infamous planets, data that couldn't be found online. Chapter 63. The Evil Planet. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Jiang Wanxin did not deliberately specify the type of information materials to purchase. Instead, she wanted everything. Once the organized information materials were in hand, Li Feng focused primarily on understanding the evil planet before researching and looking for the forces mainly engaged in the sale and modification of various magical artifacts. The evil planet is all concentrated at the border of Zone F. The border areas, asteroid belts, meteor clusters, cosmic storm zones. Many special regions are filled with a massive number of interstellar pirates belonging to various races. They are endless and cannot be completely eradicated. When these interstellar pirate groups are besieged, they can quickly escape to the territory of other races, forcing their pursuers to give up the chase. This is also the reason why there are no evil planets at the borders of other districts of the Human Federation. Only Zone F borders the territories of other races. The borders of the other districts are at the edge of the galaxy. There is no way to escape into the territories of other races to evade the besieging and pursuing warships. Similarly, because it is easy to escape to the territories of other races, these marginal planets attract countless criminals and adventurers. The underground forces develop rapidly, with the governor and senior officials of various departments being mere puppets, making federal laws practically non-existent here. The most outrageous part is that even interstellar pirates have been restrained. A great place. After carefully studying the information materials, Li Feng suddenly grew fond of these evil planets. These evil planets can be described as a paradise and heaven for adventurers and criminals. As long as one is strong enough and ruthless enough, they can carve out their own territory here. Even those prominent families and conglomerates that want to make money on these evil planets need to find a force to act as their spokesperson. It's completely the same as with alien races. Strength is paramount. In Li Feng's eyes, these evil planets are simply his cash machines. Whether it's attribute values or treasures, slaves, whatever is needed can be fetched. With limited time, he aimed for the biggest gains. Li Feng quickly selected his targets. He immediately contacted Captain Liang Qingyong to ask him to buy another batch of anesthetics and relaxants and to find a company that could change the ownership of these slaves. After everything was settled, he didn't think too much about it and focused on enjoying his vacation. Every day, he either watched the selection competition for the special warfare team members to see the abilities and tactics of top talents or played games at home with Jiang Wanxin to strengthen his waist. On the contrary, Jiang Wanxin was busier. She needed to sell a batch of treasure resources at a low price to quickly raise funds and prepare for various follow-ups. It wasn't until August 5th, on the 5th day of the elimination round of the special warfare team member selection, that Li Feng boarded the transport ship early. On the evening of August 7th, he arrived at an evil planet at the border. After exiting the space station, Li Feng activated his flying ability and flew through space towards the coordinates given by Liang Qingyong at full speed. With 2895 agility, plus the boost from his level 3 flying ability, his speed reached over 300,000 kilometers per hour. In just over an hour, Li Feng spotted a small transport ship about 150 meters long and 70 to 80 meters wide and tall, looking like a little chubby guy. The hatch opened, and Li Feng flew inside. Immediately, the military wristwatch's AI received the transfer of captain authority for the small transport ship. "Hello, Captain Daddy. Captain Daddy, I've missed you so much in the past half month. If my account doesn't show the 3 million welcome gift within 3 minutes, then it's better not to see each other. Captain Daddy, do you want a little wife? I recently met a super beautiful woman at the casino. She knew I came from an independent small reconnaissance ship and actively approached me for the captain's contact information." Once Li Feng obtained the captain authority transferred by Liang Qingyong, he heard the greetings from the crew in the communicator. There were 736 people on board, including Gu Lingxi, none missing. The prestige was explosive. 6 mechs lined up at the hatch, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Without a mission, no warship is allowed to go out on its own. This is an unbreakable bottom line for the border defense forces at various military bases. Taking mechs outside the warship is also a serious crime, but it is a heavy crime that Li Feng can ignore. He instructed Gu Lingxi to come out and brought her along with a storage ring. Everyone entered a state of readiness, gathering at the hatch, and set off. Li Feng went to the control room and issued a series of commands. An operator brought him a leather case. After opening it, he saw dozens of anesthetic vials made of alloy tubes. All preparations were completed by Liang Qingyong. To show respect and trust, Li Feng did not ask a single question throughout the process. However, he slightly underestimated his own suspicion. The anesthetic was critical. While putting the anesthetic into the storage ring, he ultimately couldn't help but use his super sense to probe the strength of the drugs inside. Only after confirming their remarkable efficacy did he truly feel at ease. In just a few minutes, the transport ship performed a spatial jump and appeared near an evil planet named F9527, over 20 light-years away. It continued to advance towards this evil planet. With transport reports, they faced no obstacles along the way and did not receive inquiries from the military base's monitoring department. 1 million kilometers, 900,000 kilometers, 800,000 kilometers. The evil planet was not like ordinary life planets. Only privileged transport ships could land directly, while other transport ships could only dock at space stations. Moreover, to pursue excitement, most evil planets had traffic controls canceled through public voting. There were no no-fly zones, and any type of flying equipment, aircraft, or airships did not need to apply for flight routes. The transport ship descended to a height of 100 kilometers before stopping. Li Feng's perceptual ability rapidly spread downwards. With 2,895 points of spirit, his perception covered nearly 2,900 kilometers. The coverage of level 3 super sense was also nearly 840 kilometers. The population of planet F9527 was far below the average of major life planets, with only over 300 billion people. It was also centered around a super large city. The difference was in the feeling Li Feng's perception scanned. The first impression was chaos, filth, and an indescribable dark aura. The entire city had no planning whatsoever. Hundreds of towering skyscrapers, 2 or three-story villas, and large factories that should only be built in the suburbs were all mixed together. Even more chaotic were the countless aircraft and airships crashing into each other, all clearly operated manually. In the blink of an eye, over 10 traffic accidents occurred. The only orderly aspect was that Feng could sense that each tall building, villa, and factory was surrounded by a faint energy shield. A large number of energy emission ports were distributed around these buildings. Such a site, filled with defensive installations and attack systems, would be absolutely unseen on other life planets. Feng's perceptual ability quickly locked onto a factory named Explosive Military Industry. His supersense slowly penetrated through the energy shield in the building. The factory was over 200 meters tall, but only had 5 floors. There were also 3 floors below. The upper 5 floors consisted of office areas and exhibition halls, while the lower 3 floors had the defense zone on the first basement, the warehouse area on the second basement, and the underground factory on the third basement. Whether above or below, there were large numbers of underground force members dressed in combat suits, battle mechs, modified combat robots, and high-level alien slaves. In an office area of over 200 or 300 square meters, Feng found his primary target, the leader of this force, Bill. According to the information purchased at a high price by Jiang Wanxin, Bill is in his early 60s this year, possesses a formidable strength of level 26, and is a fire-type ability user who is skilled in refining various treasures for ability users. At this moment, Bill is sitting at his desk, reviewing various reports. Under the desk, a beautiful and voluptuous blonde is kneeling, diligently licking a lollipop. Not far away, a slave bodyguard from the Octopus clan is standing. If the information is correct, Bill has control over 4 level 3032 alien slaves, including 2 bodyguard fighters and 2 Fire Spirit clan members responsible for refining magical treasures. The Octopus clan slave is presumably at level 31. Chapter 64. Destroying the control room, Feng did not rush to act. Continuing to expand his super sense to locate the control room and the positions of high-level slaves in the factory. For teleports were clearly not enough. He needed to level up as soon as possible. After spending more than 10 minutes fully understanding the situation of the entire military factory, Feng quickly formulated a detailed combat plan. He immediately sent this combat plan to all team members. The combat mode of the multifunctional military suit was activated. He then took out the spirit sword from the storage ring. With a thought, the teleportation ability was activated. In the next second, he passed through the energy shields of the factory's perimeter, the office area, and the office itself, appearing directly behind the Octopus tribe member. The cold light flickered. The Octopus tribe member was 2 meters tall and had 8 tentacles, excelling in close combat. Being at level 31, he could at least exchange blows with Feng in a head-on fight. However, the sudden change caught him completely off guard. As he sensed Feng behind him, the spirit sword had already slashed down with the force of thunder. Puff! The head flew up. Dark green blood splattered everywhere. Ding! You have killed an enemy and gained 255 attribute points. Boom! Bill, who had considerable strength and quick reflexes, immediately reacted. He flipped the desk and stood up abruptly. An energy shield surged around him. With a wave of his arm, a flame shot towards Feng. At the same time, the attack system in the office was activated. Countless energy launch ports opened. In the lounge area, another level 30 Berserk tribe slave received a notification from the intelligence brain and rushed over quickly. The series of actions was seamless. However, Feng's reaction and speed were even faster. He made a quick turn, easily dodging the flame while closing in on Bill's side. Bang! A sword struck out. With a 5-level difference, the overall attributes had a 3 to 4 times gap. The advantage was extremely obvious. Bill had no time to dodge, and the energy shield around him was shattered by a single sword strike. His powerful, explosive chest was also sliced open by the spirit sword, which was sharper than any alloy sword. Blood seemed to be delayed, not rushing out from the wound immediately. Bill let out a muffled grunt, but instead of retreating, he charged forward. A fierce glint burst from his eyes. Enduring the intense pain, he threw a punch at Feng. Flames reaching thousands of degrees surged around his right fist. Puff! Feng made a sharp turn, dodging the vital areas and piercing through Bill's body with his sword. Bill spat out a mouthful of blood. Knowing he was doomed and refusing to lose face, he turned his head to glare at Li Feng. However, Li Feng was faster. He withdrew the spirit's sword into the storage ring, while simultaneously taking out a syringe filled with anesthetic. He jabbed it into Bill's waist and pressed the protruding switch on top. The needle made from spiritual or pierced into Bill's body, injecting the drug all at once. The effect was extraordinary. Before Bill could fully turn his head, his vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Li Feng grabbed him with a thought. He instantly transported the unconscious and heavily injured Bill back to the control room of the transport ship. Sensing and super sense expanded. The level 30 Berserk tribe slave had just reached outside the office, blocked by the energy shield surrounding the office. Inside the office, there was only the corpse of the level 31 octopus tribe slave. Next, there was a blonde woman kneeling on the floor with a hot figure, her eyes wide open and mouth agape, unable to scream. Seeing Li Feng appear with the unconscious and heavily injured Bill, operators quickly stepped forward to take over. Li Feng did not waste any time and took out the spirit sword. Teleportation was activated again, and he appeared in the lounge area. In a large hall, numerous slaves and henchmen in combat suits and mechs rushed out from various lounges upon hearing the alarm. Li Feng swung his sword, instantly killing a level 28 alien slave. He exploded into full speed, rapidly moving around the hall. The spirit sword in his hand gleamed coldly, reaping the lives of those alien slaves and henchmen above level 20. Attribute values of 121, 82, 39. System prompts rang continuously. In a lounge area, those level 20 and above alien slaves and henchmen, continuously pouring out, had almost no ability to resist against Li Feng's super speed and quick reactions. Seeing that he could successfully raise his available attribute points to over 1,000. Li Feng immediately spent 1,000 available attribute points to upgrade his teleportation ability to level 4. The available teleportation count per day increased from 4 to 8. He ignored those alien slaves and henchmen still pouring out from the lounges. With a thought, he activated the teleportation ability again. In the next second, he appeared in the main control room on the negative first floor. The entire negative first floor was a defense zone. Most of the area was occupied by 2 control rooms. The main control room managed the external defense and attack systems of the military factory, while the secondary control room managed the internal defense and attack systems. In the vast main control room, various large instruments and equipment dazzled the eyes. At this moment, thousands of operators were floundering around like headless flies. They had no idea how the invading enemy had crossed the energy shield to enter the factory without receiving any orders. Even the head of the main control room was completely at a loss as to how to respond, as they did not know where the enemy was. Li Feng, who appeared out of nowhere, did not attract the attention of the alien slaves, henchmen, and operators. Only the combat robots scanned him as an intruder and aimed their energy launch ports at him. Although these combat robots were all illegally modified, they only had a strength of levels 5 or 6. Li Feng did not even glance at them, swiftly darting through the energy blasts. Puff, puff, puff. In the main control room, more than a dozen alien slaves above level 20 were killed in the blink of an eye. There was no further threat. He quickly gathered his sensing ability and extracted the combat mech that Jiang Wanqin had ordered for him from the storage ring. Entering it, he directly switched to the 3rd gear energy cannon mode. Energy cannons began to indiscriminately sweep around. Boom, boom, boom. Countless pieces of equipment were blown to smithereens under the bombardment of the energy cannons. Attribute values of 0, 12, 0, 15, 0, 27. Those operators, low-level henchmen, and alien slaves were unable to escape the dense coverage of the energy cannons. The air was filled with cries of agony as these instruments were destroyed. The energy shields and energy launch ports on the periphery of the military factory began to shut down. Attack! Li Feng finally issued the attack order. The transport ship, hovering at an altitude of 100 kilometers, began to descend rapidly. It stopped only 2 or 3 kilometers above ground. The hatch opened. Gu Lingxi, along with 4 squad leaders, piloted the mechs and moved out first, charging towards the military factory, whose external defense systems had already collapsed. The squad leader of the 5th Squad led the combat personnel of the 5th Squad to rapidly spread out around the transport ship to maintain vigilance and keep the evacuation routes clear. In the main control room, with 2,896 points in strength attributes, Li Feng's maximum strength could reach 2 to 300 tons. He easily teleported into the secondary control room with a mech weighing only a few dozen tons. The energy shield surrounding the secondary control room was as good as non-existent. Boom, boom, boom. Li Feng controlled the mech, firing energy cannons that turned the entire secondary control room into ruins. The internal attack and defense systems of the military factory also collapsed accordingly. Timing it perfectly, over 400 combat personnel successfully broke through the blockade and stormed into the 5th floor of the military factory. Maintaining formation, they broke through the blockade layer by layer. Inside the military factory, there's still a large number of alien slaves and combat mechs above level 20 that have not been cleared. Li Feng instructed briefly, opened the mech hatch, and retracted the mech into his storage ring. After killing all the operators and thugs in the 2 control rooms, as well as the slaves, he gained over 600 attribute points, which he evenly distributed among the 5 main attributes. Host, Li Feng attribute points: 0 Constitution, 30-18 Strength, 30-18 Endurance, 30-18 Agility, 30-17 Spirit, 30-17 Abilities, Armor Breaking Level 3, Teleportation Level 4, Flight Level 3. Extrasensory Level 3, the average value of the 5 main attributes successfully exceeded 3,000 points, just one step away from level 32. Reaching his strongest state, he held a spiritual sword in one hand and a tranquilizer in the other. He activated his teleportation ability and instantly appeared on the 3rd basement level, inside a small forging room, right behind the level 32 Fire Spirit. Chapter 65. Level up to 32, although it was a small forging room. It covered an area of 50,000 square meters. There were 2 forging tables on either side, made from high-grade, high-quality ores. Around them, there were advanced instruments and equipment to assist. Alarm sounds rang out in succession. A group of human assistants was using communication devices to contact familiar friends to find out what was happening. The other non-human assistants, Fire Spirit Tribe slaves, huddled around 2 Fire Spirit Tribe members who were above level 30, trembling with fear. The 2 Fire Spirits above level 30 were too anxious to forge treasures, waiting for news of calmness at their respective forging tables. However, their emotions remained relatively stable, no matter how this sudden change unfolded. They were confident that with their levels and ability to forge treasures, safety would not be an issue. At worst, they would just change masters. Sensing the sudden appearance of Li Feng behind him, who lunged with a sword, the level 32 Fire Spirit was startled and instinctively tried to dodge. His reaction speed and agility were superior to Li Feng's. However, the change came too suddenly, and, lacking real combat experience, he was still a bit slow. Thud! The spirit's sword pierced straight in, avoiding vital spots and entering his body. Sizzle! In the next second, Li Feng withdrew the spirit sword. The level 32 Fire Spirit spat out a mouthful of bright red blood and flew out. Crash! The entire forging room instantly became chaotic. With a snap, Li Feng threw 2 syringes of anesthetic at the feet of the 2 level 30 Fire Spirit slaves. If you don't want to die, inject yourself with the anesthetic. The level 30 Fire Spirit was the first to react. He hurriedly picked up the anesthetic and injected it into himself. The level 32 Fire Spirit was the second to react, trying to suppress the sword wound in his chest while picking up the anesthetic. Li Feng did not target the other non-human and Fire Spirit slaves. Among these slaves, many were skilled in forging and had levels over 20. They were all valuable. However, at this moment, the 2 Fire Spirits above level 30 were of higher value. Confirming through his super sense that the anesthetic had been injected into the 2 level 30 Fire Spirits, Li Feng moved at full speed, grabbing them by the bodies through the flames surrounding them. Activating his teleportation ability, he directly transported them back to the control room for the operators to handle. He did not use his last teleportation ability again, but instead flew at full speed toward the hatch. By the time he charged into the military factory from top to bottom, Gu Lingxi and a group of people had already aggressively fought their way to the third floor and were still pushing downward. However, if Li Feng didn't hurry, he would encounter obstacles on the first floor and possibly suffer heavy losses. Because on the first floor's office area, there was a level 30 Berserker tribe slave, along with a large number of combat mechs and fighters and slaves above level 20. Although Bill was captured, the explosive military factory had not collapsed. Under the leadership of the second-in-command, this group had all ambushed at the entrance of the first floor passage. Gu Lingxi, you're responsible for collecting valuable items. Everyone, make quick work of it, and assign some to keep an eye on the outside. Anyone who intrudes will be killed without mercy. Li Feng took the lead and arrived at the front of the team. Orders were issued one after another. His super sense always enveloped a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The sinful planet truly lived up to its name. The outer defensive system of the explosive military factory had collapsed, clearly suffering an attack. On other life planets, the surrounding populace would likely run as far away as possible, fearing stray bullets. However, here, a large number of onlookers rushed in from all directions to watch the excitement. Some even attempted to enter the military factory or get close to the transport ships above the military factory, trying to fish in troubled waters for some benefits. Boom, boom, boom. Different arrows have different effects. Sometimes, they can even differ by hundreds or thousands of times. Replacing Gu Lingxi as the spearhead of the team, Li Feng pushed through with overwhelming force. Wherever he went, no one could stop him, even for a moment. 4 mechs and over 400 combat members only needed to follow behind him, quickly clearing low-level combat robots and fighters. As he was about to reach the first floor, Li Feng's mind moved, and for the 8th time, and the last time today, he activated teleportation. In the next second, he appeared behind the level 30 Berserker. Thud! With one sword, he severed its head. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 221 attribute points. The system prompt followed closely. The mechs, fighters, non-human slaves ambushed at the passage entrance were all experienced in combat. Sensing Li Feng's presence, they immediately turned their directions, completely ignoring Li Feng's companions around him. They all launched an attack. Energy shells and various abilities surged out all at once. Li Feng reacted even faster, suddenly accelerating to avoid the incoming attacks. With a quick turn, he charged toward the area with the most enemies. This allowed him to quickly harvest attribute points while using the surrounding enemies to block various attacks. After swiftly killing the level 30 Berserker, he had become almost invincible in this not-so-spacious passage. No one could threaten him. Conversely, whether they were non-human slaves or those ability-wielding fighters, as long as they were approached by him, they were almost instantly killed with a single sword strike. The only troublesome aspect was the high-attack, high-defense combat mechs. Even with a level 3 armor-piercing ability that could ignore 30 of defense, Li Feng could not break through them in a short time. He also had to guard against the madmen among the mech operators who might self-destruct at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, the sinful planet was filled with tough characters. Unless their energy reserves were exhausted and they were certain to die, their first choice would still be to escape rather than activate the self-destruct program. In fact, once their energy reserves were depleted, self-destruction would have no power at all. As the sword light flashed amidst screams and explosions, blood splattered, painting shocking pictures on the metal walls and floors. Attribute points, 38. Attribute points, 52. Attribute points, 16. The system prompts rang out one after another. In just a moment, the 4 squad leaders arrived with their team members. In merely 4 or 5 minutes, this battle was completely over. The entire first floor, whether it was fighters, mechs, non-human slaves, or combat robots, was entirely cleared out. The explosive military factory was left without any combat power, descending to the first, second, and third floors. Li Feng charged straight in, killing his way to the third floor. He ran through various forging rooms, heavily injuring all the fire spirits and skilled non-human slaves in forging with a single sword strike before injecting them with anesthetics. The forging tables made of high-quality ores and various materials for forging treasures were all packed up and included in his storage ring. By the time Gu Lingxi, who was responsible for collecting the spoils, arrived to regroup, the team had already controlled all the captives. The main force began to withdraw toward the transport ship. Li Feng expanded his sensing ability, while covering the rear, evenly distributing the available attribute points among the 5 main attributes. Host, Li Feng attribute points: 0 Constitution, 3426 Strength, 3426 Endurance, 3425 Agility, 3425 Spirit, 3425 Ability, Level 3 Armor Piercing, Level 4 Teleportation, Level 3 Flight. Level 3 Super Sense average attribute points successfully broke through to level 32. Not only did he successfully capture all the non-human slaves skilled in forging treasures in the explosive military factory as planned, but he also collected a large amount of resources and treasures. Adding the 1,000 attribute points used to raise teleportation to level 4. The total attribute points gained exceeded 3,000. Chapter 66 marks invitation evacuating the explosive military factory. They made their way back to the transport ship. Surrounding them were a large number of spectators in combat suits, aircraft, airships, and even battle mechs, all eager for action. However, no one dared to make the first move. The explosive military factory was a top 10 force on planet F-9527, capable of storming the headquarters and annihilating it within an hour. Anyone considering a black market deal had to think twice about whether a single life was worth it. Set off. Li Feng ignored the watchful spectators and issued the evacuation order. The transport ship began to ascend. Many mechs and airships, still unwilling to give up, followed closely behind, hoping someone would make the first move. Yet, until the transport ship left the atmosphere and accelerated, no bold individual dared to fire the first shot. They could only watch helplessly as the transport ship departed. 20 minutes later, the transport ship activated its space jump system, appearing near another criminal planet. Liang Qingyong immediately contacted a prearranged company specializing in changing the ownership of alien slaves. Although the transport ship was equipped with scanners, Li Feng maximized his perception abilities to closely monitor for any infiltrating enemies. Half an hour later, an airship approached. With his level 3 super perception, Li Feng easily assessed the situation inside the airship. As expected, there was only one level 20 alien slave, a batch of surgical instruments, and 5 surgical robots. He promptly instructed the operators to open the hatch. Once the airship entered the transport ship, Li Feng transferred the agreed amount of 1 million for each level 1 slave into the company's account in advance. The 27 slaves were all skilled in crafting magical artifacts, including 2 above level 30, 15 above level 20, and 10 above level 10, totaling 580 million. The high cost was mainly due to the expenses of re-registering and documenting the slaves, not the surgical fees. Originally, if they had awakened Bill and forced him to sign the slave transfer contract, they could have obtained control over these slaves through legal means, saving this expense. However, Li Feng did not want to take the risk. If Bill woke up and went crazy, he could activate the self-destruct program of the slave ships through his smartwatch. This was also why Li Feng had captured and incapacitated Bill first. Killing Bill was not an option either. If he died, the primary control of the slaves would transfer to the second controller or designated heir. If there was no second controller or heir, the slave ships would self-destruct, killing all the slaves. Upon receiving the notification, the alien slave in the airship began arranging for the surgical robots to remove the chips from the slaves and implant new ones. Meanwhile, the company specializing in illegal slave ownership transfers also started mobilizing connections to replace the slaves' information and register them. After 2 hours of complications, the transaction was completed. Jiang Wanqin had also transferred the payment for this operation to the team members as instructed by Li Feng. Li Feng sought supreme strength and had little interest in wealth. He was always generous to those willing to risk their lives and follow him in any endeavor. This time was no exception. Despite having contributed over 90 to this operation himself, he still offered ordinary members 10 million each, squad leaders 30 million, battalion leaders 100 million, and the Captain Gu Lingxi 300 million in rewards, totaling 10 billion. Of course, Li Feng earned even more. The various resources and treasures he collected were worth over 10 billion, not to mention the value of the 27 skilled alien slaves. especially the two fire spirit slaves above level 30, capable of modifying artifacts above levels 30 and 40, were priceless and could not be bought for any amount. With these two slaves, Jiang Wanxin could not only upgrade various high-level and high-quality artifacts that Li Feng could activate, but she could also directly enter the high-level and high-quality artifact market. Once the airship left, Li Feng went to the control room and, with a single sword strike, killed the level 26 bill. The transport ship then set off. A day later, it rendezvoused with the transport ship arranged by Jiang Wanxin, transferring the alien slaves and resources onto this ship. They then turned back to the border area and disposed of the transport ship at a low price on a criminal planet. On the evening of the 10th, Li Feng returned to the small independent reconnaissance ship NB 4444. The selection-elimination rounds for the Special Operations Team were still in full swing, gathering true geniuses. Most who made it this far were above level 20, with only a few below that, and those below were among the top of their current level, possessing some special abilities or techniques. The next morning, Li Feng lay comfortably in the multi-functional chair of the captain's room, sipping tea while enjoying a live broadcast of an elimination match. Suddenly, his military watch rang. Looking up, he was surprised to see a video communication request from Mark. Feeling unexpected, he didn't overthink it and connected the call. Soon, Mark's virtual image appeared before him, still in military uniform, standing tall like a spear, exuding an extraordinary presence. Care to grab a drink? Mark asked, clearly displeased with Li Feng's relaxed posture in the chair, though he did not show it. If it's good news, say it directly. If not, get lost. Li Feng did not give him any face. Their complicated past and the difference in skin color meant they could never be allies. Have you watched the elimination matches? Mark inquired. Li Feng frowned slightly. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Seeing Li Feng's impatience, Mark quickly remedied the situation. Getting straight to the point, the average level of the geniuses signing up for the Special Operations Team is significantly higher than I expected. I want to invite you to apply to join my fleet. You help stabilize the fleet situation in the early stages, and I will try to assign you tasks that yield military merits. Li Feng understood, realizing why Mark had suddenly contacted him. It seemed he was intimidated by the elimination matches. Mark had reached level 27 at the age of 31, possibly even level 28 by now, and such talent was exceptional among mid to lower-ranking officers. Even competing for one of the 4 spots in the Special Operations Team would be a piece of cake for him. However, within the Special Operations Team, that might not be enough, especially since the members of the Special Operations Team were not limited by age, although those above level 40, including cultivators and superhumans, were at the pinnacle of human strength. They were unlikely to show interest in joining the Special Operations Team, let alone be impressed by a mere promotion to Major. However, from the looks of the elimination matches, there were certainly many top-tier talents above level 30 signing up for the Special Operations Team selection. Even among peers, levels 27 and 28 might not be the top contenders. The so-called cooperation was a euphemism. Mark's true intention was to invite Li Feng to be his right-hand man, to join his Special Operations Team and help suppress other ambitious subordinates, preventing situations of mutiny. Alternatively, when Mark's authority was insufficient to command respect or his orders were ignored, Li Feng would step in to carry out his directives. Military orders were an ironclad rule, an unspoken norm on an independent small reconnaissance ship, but on other warships, not all military orders would be executed. Disobeying military orders typically resulted in dismissal from the military and a prison sentence, but with the right connections, one could even receive a light sentence. The soon-to-be-formed Special Operations Fleet is filled with ambitious geniuses, each brimming with confidence and eager to rise to the top. It's clear that military ranks and orders hold little sway in the Special Operations Fleet, where many are likely to act with duplicity and sabotage from behind the scenes. All right. After a moment's thought, Li Feng readily agreed. The prospect of being assigned tasks that would easily yield military achievements was very tempting to him. Additionally, the 4 Special Operations Fleets would likely consist of 2 Asian and 2 Caucasian fleet commanders to maintain stability in their external relations. In the Special Operations Fleet, where Mark, a Caucasian, serves as fleet commander, not only could it secure an additional commander position for an Asian, but it also presented a direct opportunity for Feng to take Mark down when the time came. Unlike in the fleet with an Asian commander, where there would be many considerations and it wouldn't be convenient to take lethal action. A wise decision. Mark maintained a calm exterior, but he was elated inside. In his view, Feng possessed formidable strength and various extraordinary abilities. If he was willing to assist him, it would greatly help Mark establish his reputation and solidify his control over the fleet's dynamics. Most importantly, Feng was not a cultivator with a higher potential than his own, and he wouldn't pose a threat to him in the mid to late stages. Feng showed no inclination to be a right-hand man, and he decisively ended the communication. Chapter 67. Rescue mission. On the day the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship ended its maintenance period, Captain Feng was in the training chamber practicing various operations of medium-sized warships. In the Human Federation, warship is a general term for various types of ships, but it can also refer specifically to battleships. The Human Federation has many types of ships, including cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, as well as carriers and even planet-class space fortresses, each serving distinct functions. Among them, warships are the most numerous, accounting for over 90%. In the eyes of alien species, reconnaissance ships and even military transport ships are considered high attack and defense, while warships are even more exaggerated. Their offensive and defensive systems far exceed those of similar reconnaissance ships, with numerous weapons and devices such as gravity fields, gravitational fields, and radiation waves. Small reconnaissance ships must flee upon encountering aliens above level 35. Otherwise, they risk total destruction. In contrast, small warships can chase after aliens below level 40. As long as the captain reacts quickly, any alien daring to engage in close combat below level 40 is almost guaranteed to meet their end. Medium-sized and large warships can pursue aliens below levels 50 and 60, respectively. Beep, beep, beep. While practicing with various weapons and equipment on the medium-sized warship, the reconnaissance ship's AI sent a message. Feng glanced over and was somewhat surprised to find that it was a boarding request from Director Dennis of the Reconnaissance Department. He thought little of it and approved the request. Opening the training chamber, he sat down at his desk and instructed the smart robot to brew 2 cups of tea. Before long, Dennis arrived at the captain's room. Seeing Feng sitting still at the desk and the green tea brought by the smart robot, he was pleasantly surprised. He would never board any small independent reconnaissance ship without a good reason, as it would be embarrassing, not to mention the captain. Even ordinary crew members would not spare a glance for him, the head of the entire reconnaissance department. If it were a reconnaissance ship manned by people of Asian descent, he would likely receive disdainful looks and even spit. Just now, on his way to the captain's room aboard the NB-4444, he encountered 4 crew members. One rolled their eyes at him, another looked at him with disgust, one deliberately spat thick phlegm at his feet, and the most outrageous one even called a cleaning robot to follow him and clean up the traces he left behind. Feng, this captain, actually had a smart robot serving tea. His hospitality was simply top-notch. Good tea. He sat down on the sofa, picked up the cup, took a gentle sip, and couldn't help but praise it. Feng mused, Caucasians tend to prefer coffee. There aren't many who like tea. Is the officer here to ask for a favor? Or to remind me that you're a white-skinned, yellow-hearted person? Dennis was speechless. He realized he hadn't had direct contact with these independent reconnaissance ship captains for too long and had forgotten the military adage that only fools would engage in pleasantries with the captains of independent reconnaissance ships. The situation is as follows. Dennis put down his teacup, adjusted his mindset, and directly stated his purpose. 3 months ago, Marina, the keen-nurtured daughter of the Interstellar family Carlos, went to a criminal planet for leisure and carelessly revealed her identity. As a result, she was targeted by the Wing clan's Interstellar pirates, attacked, abducted, and held for ransom. Marina's talent ranks in the top 3 among the descendants of the Carlos family, making her a must-save. Unfortunately, the Carlos family paid the ransom but received no hostage, even when they hired an interstellar mercenary group for rescue. It ended up being a one-way trip, with no other options. The Carlos family had to leverage their connections to seek help from the military bases of the F District Border Defense Forces. The responses they received were all pessimistic. They had no choice. This was the Wing clan's pirate group. Not only were they powerful, with the leader possessing level 33 strength, but they also had a spatial rift directly leading to the Wing clan's territory. The only way to rescue her was to form a high-level assault team to infiltrate the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group's base and rescue Marina. Unless they could recruit a level 40 or above Esper, the difficulty would be extremely high. Given the strength and influence of the Carlos family, they could not easily hire a level 40 Esper. However, to save a key nurture daughter, mobilizing such high-level resources would come at a great cost. They could only hope that the military could think of a way to help. The Carlos family had Dennis within the military's network of relationships. He had once served on a warship with a vice captain who had a good relationship with the Carlos family, and he had received considerable support and mentoring from this vice captain in his early years. After much consideration, Dennis filtered through all the independent warships and reconnaissance ships available to the reconnaissance department and could only come to find Li Feng. This was because Li Feng's abilities and methods provided a significant advantage in executing reconnaissance and rescue-type missions. How about it? If you agree, consider it a favor owed to you. If you need anything in the future, as long as it doesn't involve racial disputes, I will do my best to help you. Dennis stared at Li Feng without blinking. Regardless of whether we can rescue her, the Carlos family will also provide a reward. Li Feng asked, "Does this count as an operational mission?" Dennis shook his head. The Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group is not within the defense range of our military base 777, so we cannot issue a related operational mission. We can only assign you a reconnaissance mission to gather enemy intelligence. Li Feng frowned slightly. Dennis quickly added, "If you want military merit, the Carlos family can also work behind the scenes. They can ask other military bases to assist in the mission, thus enabling us to issue a related task. However, the Carlos family will have to expend considerable connections, and the reward may need to be discounted. Give me detailed information on the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group." Although Li Feng did not immediately agree, his willingness to take on the task was already quite clear. He was not particularly interested in Dennis's favor or the Carlos family's reward. His main motivation was for attribute values and military merit. For others, this rescue mission would be challenging, but for him, there were no high-level aliens involved. It would not only be easy, but also present minimal risk. The entire Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group represented a treasure trove of mobile attribute values and military merit for him. All right, Dennis could naturally see that Li Feng was preparing to accept the task. He immediately stood up to take his leave. An hour later, Li Feng's military wristwatch received information sent by Dennis in a personal capacity. The Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group is one of the large pirate groups, with its members primarily composed of the Wing clan, numbering over 20,000. In the process of merging with other pirate groups, they also absorbed members from other races, including humans. Their hideout is located in a small asteroid belt within the F031 star region. Just seeing that the number of Wing clan members exceeds 20,000 made Li Feng immediately send a message to Dennis, confirming his willingness to take on the task. Although the Carlos family is a small interstellar family, their industries span the Human Federation, extending their reach into both political and business realms. However, the various military bases of the F District Border Defense Forces gather the elite fleets of the Human Federation. Transforming a private operation into a cooperative task between two military bases is not something that can be accomplished easily. It wasn't until 2 days later that the reconnaissance ship's AI received a task notification from the reconnaissance department. The content stated that they would accept an invitation for assistance from a certain military base, responsible for infiltrating the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group's base to rescue a young female officer who was captured and possessed critical intelligence and important information. To ensure the success of the rescue, the Carlos family would send a level 33 Esper senior along with a group of Espers and equipment to join the reconnaissance ship under the guise of assisting the military operation. Li Feng was already over 90 confident in this mission, and with a team led by a level 33 ability user, it could be said that the stability was further enhanced. Chapter 68, Pointing Fingers, August 15th, evening. Li Feng received a boarding request. Through the reconnaissance ship's scanner, he could see 10 white men standing at the cabin door, aged between 30 and 60. The leader, in his early 50s, was tall and thin, wearing a white robe. With an arrogant expression, Li Feng instructed the ship's AI to increase the scanner's intensity to the maximum. After confirming that this group of people matched not only in appearance, but also in rank with the data provided, he allowed the ship's AI to open the combat zone and communication permissions for them. At the same time, he sent a warning to Gulingxi. Why is the combat zone only open to us? After receiving the notification that they could only operate within the combat zone, Tristan connected with Feng and questioned him with displeasure. Sorry, our reconnaissance ship does not welcome white people, Feng replied somewhat politely. However, the fact that the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship does not welcome white people was just one of the reasons. The main reason for only opening the combat zone to this group was Feng's concern for the safety of Gulingxi, this exceptional second-in-command. Internal competition among ancient families can be bloody and ruthless. Gulingxi had only exposed her strength and possession of a storage ring during operational tasks, and related task videos would be altered and deleted. Additionally, the higher the rank, the higher the level of confidentiality of the information. The possibility of her identity being leaked and discovered by opponents from the Gu family was minimal, but not absolute. It sounded somewhat absurd that a small interstellar family of white individuals was pulling strings and mobilizing resources to rescue an important member, while in reality, it was a carefully planned assassination operation arranged by one of the heirs of a large yellow-skinned family. If Gulingxi's identity were accidentally discovered by family competitors, such arrangements could only be considered trivial tricks. Set off now. After you've arranged everything, come over. I have something to instruct you, Tristan said, suppressing his displeasure and speaking calmly. Feng frowned slightly, feeling something was off. He couldn't help but ask, even if your Carlos family can't find a qualified general to access my file, Dennis should have reminded you that once you board my reconnaissance ship, it's best to lower your stance and be polite to me, right? Tristan countered, the data should have my strength level. You should also know what an interstellar family means, right? He had been brought to the 777 military base by a transport ship personally received by Dennis. Dennis indeed warned him that people on small independent reconnaissance ships acted without restrictions, and to ensure the mission went smoothly, they had to lower their stance as much as possible, especially since the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship had previously experienced a power struggle involving white individuals. The current captain, Feng, and many members were witnesses to that incident, and their tolerance for white people was extremely low, easily leading to explosive reactions or even murderous intentions. He initially intended to lower his stance, as rescuing Morena was the most important thing. However, he had been a top talent nurtured by the Carlos family since childhood. After coming of age, he directly joined the military department established by the Carlos family and gradually took over the entire department. He had never rolled in the political and business circles, so he had no experience in swallowing his pride. Interesting. In the captain's office, Feng smiled and chose not to continue the verbal sparring. Throughout his past and present lives, he was not good at arguing. To leverage his strengths and avoid weaknesses, he never engaged in pointless disputes. Orders were issued one by one, and the reconnaissance ship began to set sail. Sensing that the reconnaissance ship had started, a trace of arrogance crossed Tristan's eyes. Indeed, it was just a small reconnaissance ship. How could it qualify to make him taste the bitterness of swallowing his pride for the first time? The Human Federation divided all inhabited planets within its sphere of influence into 6 major regions: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Each region contained 500,000 inhabited planets, and based on the distribution of these planets, various star domains were delineated. The only exception was Region F. The Human Federation had only conquered and controlled just over 9,000 inhabited planets in Region F, and expansion came to a halt after a major defeat. From the interstellar map, the Milky Way appeared as a vast, flat disk composed of countless stars. Region F, being close to the central area of the disk, had a long border and many neighboring races. The 2 dominant races bordering the largest area were the winged race and the bloodsucker race, followed by the wind mouse race, which belonged to one of the large races. The 777 military base's defense coverage was on the wind mouse race's side, so most operational tasks were related to them. This time, they were headed to the star domain bordering the winged race's territory. Although it was near the border, it was still farther from the central position of the wind mouse race's territory. After 3 days, The reconnaissance ship finally reached the edge of the asteroid belt in the F031 star domain. This asteroid belt was the largest among the hundreds of surrounding star systems. Composed of nearly 10 million asteroids, billions of meteoroids, and small celestial bodies. Numerous asteroid collisions caused various small-scale cosmic storms and radiation zones to continuously emerge, making the internal environment complex. Interstellar pirate groups could easily hide within, making it extremely difficult for even large fleets to find them. There were indeed many interstellar pirate groups hiding within this asteroid belt, with statistics showing over 500. Most of the small and medium-sized pirate groups were untraceable. However, the coordinates of large interstellar pirate groups were mostly under the control of the military base responsible for this star domain. The Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group was one of them. The main reason was that large interstellar pirate groups had numerous personnel and could easily develop internal supporters, unlike small and medium-sized ones that frequently change their hiding places. The NB-4444 small reconnaissance ship followed the route set by Feng, navigating along the edge of the asteroid belt. After 3 to 4 hours, the ship's energy shield was activated to the maximum, officially changing course and entering the asteroid belt. The asteroids inside orbited the star at varying speeds, and the deeper they went, the more chaotic it became. There were lightning-fast meteors and slowly drifting giant meteoroids. Boom! 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 The reconnaissance ship slowed down, continuously approaching the target coordinates. Along the way, larger meteoroids and asteroids were avoided, while smaller meteoroids were directly smashed and crushed. From the 3D map, it was discovered that the reconnaissance ship was less than half an hour's journey from the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group's base. Tristan connected with Feng and instructed, "Colonel Dennis only said you are confident you can rescue Marina. Tell me your strength level and capabilities, and I will formulate a detailed plan before notifying you to execute." "Did you sign a no-receipt clause with the King of Hell?" Feng couldn't help but sigh. Truly, so oblivious to the danger. A white individual actually dared to dictate terms on a small independent reconnaissance ship full of yellow-skinned madmen, especially during a mission. Who gave him the courage? What? Tristan did not understand the meaning of Feng's words. Feng immediately contacted Gulingxi, instructing her to head to the vicinity of the combat zone and prepare for a surprise attack. He originally planned to collect a wave of attribute values after the mission ended, but now, to avoid complications, he decided to collect this wave of attribute values first. Chapter 69. Slaying Tristan. Feng did not give Tristan any explanations. He notified the reconnaissance ship's AI to open the door to the combat readiness zone. All members of the combat readiness zone immediately mobilized to search for ambush locations among the surrounding meteors. His voice echoed in the combat readiness zone. "What are you doing?" Tristan was confused by Feng's inexplicable words. Feng smirked, rapidly expanding his perception ability, enveloping the entire reconnaissance ship with his extrasensory awareness. He confirmed that Gulingxi had already arrived outside the combat readiness zone, holding her spirit sword and ready to strike. He took out the spirit sword and several low-level defensive magical artifacts from his storage ring. He activated the combat state of these defensive artifacts in his military uniform. He notified the AI to open the passage to the combat readiness zone. The metal door connecting to the combat readiness zone opened swiftly. Tristan and the 9 ability users from the combat readiness zone were all drawn to the metal door, surprised to see Gulingxi at the passage entrance. At the same time, Feng activated his teleportation ability, instantly appearing behind Tristan. He raised his spirit sword high and mercilessly struck down. Tristan sensed the murderous intent immediately. His reflexes and physical agility were slightly faster than Feng's. Unfortunately, the sudden turn of events caught him off guard. As a senior member of a small interstellar family, he rarely took action himself. Despite having a level 33 strength, he lacked experience in dealing with crisis situations. He had not even thought of activating his defensive artifacts. He only instinctively dodged forward. However, just as the spirit sword was about to touch Tristan's head, an energy shield suddenly appeared. Although he hadn't thought to activate his defensive artifacts, he had ones that automatically activated upon encountering an attack. Sizzle. The spirit sword sliced through the energy shield, leaving a deep sword mark on the back of Tristan's head and back. With a scream, As his body lunged forward, he finally thought of activating his defensive artifact. An energy shield appeared around him again, but it was too late. Even with level 33 strength and a physique far superior to ordinary people, the severe injuries to his head and back left him unable to resist any longer. Oh no! The 9 ability users Tristan brought were experienced in combat. They immediately launched an attack on Feng. Mental control, flames, ice spikes, all surged toward Feng. At the passage entrance, Gu Lingxi, who had been poised to strike, sent her spirit sword flying toward the vital points of the ability user skilled in mental control. She knew very well that with Feng's strength level, these ability users in their 20s posed no threat. The only possibility of a setback lay with the mental control user, whose ability might exceed their current level and could temporarily control Feng. Seeing her strike land, she thought that even at a lower level, it could leave Tristan severely injured and unable to fight back. Feng immediately abandoned his original plan. Instead of pursuing the attack, he made a quick turn, breaking free from the mental control while dodging the incoming ability attacks and charging toward the 9 ability users. Puff! The highest level among the 9 ability users was only level 27. As Feng approached, he struck down the user's energy shield and head with a single sword. Attribute value, 95 points. Puff, puff, puff. The sword light flickered. Screams echoed continuously. Puddles of blood splattered everywhere as one ability user after another fell. In the blink of an eye, all 9 ability users had lost their heads. Are you crazy? I am a high-ranking member of the Carlos family, the younger brother of the current family head. You actually dare to ambush and seriously injure me, even killing my subordinates. As he watched all 9 ability users fall, Tristan felt excruciating pain and burning rage. Bang! Feng instantly appeared in front of him, striking with his sword. At the moment the spirit sword touched the energy shield, a strong recoil surged through the sword. The energy shield shook violently. Good stuff. Feng was unexpectedly pleased. With a level 3 armor-piercing enhancement, this defensive artifact's energy shield was able to withstand his full-strength strike. It was definitely a top-tier defensive artifact of level 30 to 40. Previously, the defensive artifact that had been attacked and automatically activated had not been able to withstand his full-strength blow, but it had prevented him from slaying Tristan in one strike. It was also of remarkable quality. In the past, even if he had obtained these 2 artifacts, they would have been useless to him. But now it was different. Jiang Wanxin had 2 Fire Spirit clan members above level 30 at her disposal. They could easily modify these artifacts so that they could be activated by perception ability. You even want to kill me? Tristan, filled with rage, stared wide-eyed in terror at Feng. Feng said nothing, stepping back for a moment. As he released the recoil, he struck again. Puff! The energy shield was sliced open. With just the residual force, it cleaved Tristan's body in half. Ding! You have killed the enemy and gained 557 attribute points. The next second, a system prompt rang in Feng's mind. Gu Lingxi reminded him. The small Interstellar family has influence and power throughout the Human Federation. If they're willing to spend, they could even hire ability users above level 40. There was no other choice. He brought this on himself. Feng did not want to attract trouble. However, the attribute points were too tempting. This guy had actively sought to contribute to his attribute points, and he could only oblige. Clean up the body. After we return, I will have someone modify all the videos on the reconnaissance ship to make it look like they disobeyed orders and acted independently during a mission, then mysteriously disappeared. Gu Lingxi pondered. Let the Carlos family investigate slowly. It would be best if they don't uncover the truth. If they do find out the truth, it will be their misfortune. Feng was surprised. You're so confident that when they find out the truth, I will have the ability to deal with them? When you were only in your teens and far weaker than me, you were confident enough to sign a contract with me stating that you wouldn't seek revenge for 3 years. At that time, I naturally didn't believe in your speed of improvement and potential. Gu Lingxi said softly, now, although I still don't understand why you, who are not a cultivator, have yet to reach your limit, or why your strength level continues to advance rapidly, it is hard not to believe that in just half a year, you could injure a level 33 ability user with a single blow. Feng felt relieved. Gu Lingxi did not say anything more and turned to leave. The stronger Feng became, the more severely it impacted her confidence. She vaguely realized that treating Li Feng as a surpassing target might have been a wrong choice. In fact, it doesn't need to be that complicated. I plan to keep the video of them disobeying orders and delete the killing process. Li Feng's voice echoed behind her. Gu Lingxi turned in surprise to look at him. You want to seize the Carlos family's resources on various resource planets? When did you become so familiar with me? Li Feng's expression was one of disbelief. He had not revealed any intent toward that at all, although what he truly wanted was to harvest attribute points. His target was indeed the Carlos family's mining operations. You only look crazier than a madman. In essence, you are more afraid of death than any member of the reconnaissance ship. Gu Lingxi said dismissively, don't say you don't have the confidence to deal with the Carlos family. Even without sufficient benefits, you would still do as I say and try to buy as much time as possible. You intentionally retained their disobedience while deleting the killing process. It is clear that some benefit is enticing you, and you are deliberately luring the Carlos family to find trouble with you. The Carlos family specializes in mining, and considering your abilities, it's not hard to guess. Impressive. Li Feng couldn't help but admire. It's not surprising that Gu Lingxi knows him well enough to infer his intentions. The real impressive part is that as soon as he speaks, she can immediately judge his intentions. With your perception ability that can penetrate even material and energy shields, and your teleportation, you can easily protect yourself even when faced with attackers above level 40. Gu Lingxi curiously asked, what about your wife? Li Feng explained. She has built an integrated offensive and defensive manor at home, and is also constructing an underground fortress beneath the villa. In addition, through the auction of slaves, we've established connections with the heads of small military bases in the area. After I return, I'll get some alien slaves and arrange for a few captains from the welfare faction to go over, so we'll be safe and sound. Gu Lingxi said with a strange expression, you're just a mere lieutenant, and she's already preparing for the future by building an underground fortress? Is she trying to prevent you from being a liability and turning into your weakness? Li Feng nodded. Gu Lingxi had nothing to say. This couple is simply a match made in heaven. Chapter 70. Infiltrating the asteroid after Gu Lingxi left. Li Feng removed various instruments and the treasures from Tristan and the others, packing them into his storage ring. He then called for the cleaning robots to come and handle all the bodies and bloodstains. While returning to the captain's room, he opened the system. Host, Li Feng attribute points, 1052 physique, 3426 strength, 3426 stamina, 3425 agility, 3425 spirit, 3425 abilities, armor piercing level 3, teleportation level 4, flight level 3. Super Sense level 3, although he was missing the assistance of a level 33 Esper, he gained over 1,000 additional attribute points, which was not a loss. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against upgrading armor piercing to level 4. Instead, he allocated all of the extra attribute points to agility. Upgrading armor piercing to level 4, or adding all attribute points to strength, would significantly increase his chances of heavily injuring or instantly killing the leader of the Aurora Interstellar pirate group if they failed to activate their energy shield in time. However, what he truly lacked at the moment was the speed and agility to prevent the leader from activating their energy shield in time. By adding all of those points to agility, it would raise his agility attribute to 4,477 points. His overall attribute value still only reached level 32. But in terms of agility, he was already comparable to a level 33. The element of surprise and the likelihood of landing a successful attack were much higher. Still, his strength was not enough. Li Feng reflected. If his strength were sufficient, he wouldn't need to be so meticulous about attribute points. He could simply push through. Similarly, if his strength were enough, he wouldn't need to deliberately provoke the Carlos family to find trouble with him, only to have an excuse and reason to counterattack against the Carlos family's mining escort and slaves on the resource planet. He could simply eliminate anyone he found displeasing and convert them into attribute points without needing any justification or excuse. Upon returning to the captain's room, with approximately 1.5 million kilometers remaining to the location of the Aurora Interstellar pirate group provided by the data, Li Feng ordered the reconnaissance ship to reduce its speed to around 70,000 kilometers per hour. Continuing at this speed greatly reduced the chances of entering the reconnaissance range of the Aurora Interstellar pirate group. According to intel from an insider, The base of the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group was constructed inside a small asteroid with a diameter of only 500 kilometers. Surrounding asteroids and meteors with the same orbital speed were covered with a vast reconnaissance network made up of numerous patrols, scanners, and magical artifacts. The coverage could extend up to 1,000,000 kilometers. If detected by this reconnaissance network, while the reconnaissance ship might not be at great risk, the mission could become difficult to complete. Maintaining a speed of around 70,000 kilometers per hour was necessary since the orbital speed of the asteroid housing the pirate group was also about 70,000 kilometers, allowing them to maintain a distance of approximately 1.5 million kilometers. Feng issued orders for all combat personnel to assemble in the readiness area. Once everyone had gathered, he left the captain's room and made his way to the readiness area. Lingxi would accompany him to eliminate the leader of the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group and rescue the hostages, while the remaining personnel would stay in the readiness area, prepared for any unexpected situations. As Feng issued a series of commands, he also delegated some command authority of the reconnaissance ship to the 5 squad leaders. "Hey, Captain, weren't we supposed to have a level 33 Esper come help us? Why haven't we seen them?" One member couldn't help but ask curiously. Besides the 5 squad leaders, the rest were only just receiving the detailed mission content and plans. Many wanted to experience what felt like to spit at a level 33 Esper. However, there wasn't a single white person in the readiness area. It was likely this group had gotten a bit arrogant and had been eliminated by Captain. Impressive. A level 33 Esper can be taken down? Are you questioning Captain's strength? Since they eliminated this group, why bother rescuing the hostages? Now that we've offended them, we might as well offend them completely and kill the hostages too. Idiot. Bringing back the hostages earns military merit. As they realized there wasn't a single white person in the readiness area, the communication channel suddenly became lively. Lingxi arrived at the cabin door, and without needing Feng to notify her, immediately activated the magical artifact that shielded her perception abilities, along with various defensive magical artifacts. Feng also activated several level 10-20 defensive magical artifacts, forming energy shields around him. He then took Lingxi's hand and flew out of the cabin door, accelerating toward their target. With his perception abilities at their peak, and with 4477 agility combined with the triple bonus from level 3 flight, Feng's maximum speed could reach nearly 500,000 kilometers per hour. 50,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 150,000 kilometers. He accelerated madly. Relying on his superlative perception abilities, he navigated effortlessly through the asteroid belt filled with numerous meteors. Even when entering the 1,000,000-kilometer reconnaissance network, there was no sign of slowing down. Lingxi's artifact, that shielded perception abilities, could only be sensed by entities above level 40 at close range. The Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group scanners, whether from the human race, the winged race, or other races proficient in detection, were essentially useless. The only real threat was various magical artifacts that could detect enemy traces or even sense life signs to trigger alarms. However, with Feng's perception abilities and super sense range, even at high speeds, he could easily detect these hidden artifacts and avoid their sensing zones. After more than 3 hours, feeling he was closing in on the target, Feng began to slow down. After another hour, he finally spotted the target asteroid. This small asteroid, racing through the asteroid belt with a diameter of only 500 kilometers, had no significant atmosphere. It was only within 100 kilometers that one could noticeably feel the effect of gravity. Therefore, a large number of patrols were not arranged around it. Only a few human airships and some flying magical artifacts were continuously patrolling within the range of the asteroid's stronger gravity. Feng slowed down, avoiding these airships and flying magical artifacts, and entered the gravitational field of the asteroid. His perception abilities and super sense began to expand gradually. The surface of this asteroid was covered with a layer of black rock, pockmarked with visible traces of meteor impacts. With a spirit of 3,425, Feng's perception ability reached over 400 kilometers, and the coverage radius of his level 3 super sense was also about 1,000 kilometers, allowing him to easily penetrate the entire asteroid. Although the leader of the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group was only level 33, Feng chose to be cautious and began to search slowly with his super sense. Soon, he located the base of the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group on one side of the asteroid. The entire base was not large, built 3 to 6 kilometers underground in this asteroid, with a length and width of only about 10 kilometers. It was surrounded by a large barrier that not only had strong defensive capabilities, but could also create an ecological cycle. The entire base resembled a fantastical underground world, with human villas, solar lamps, airships, and mechs, alongside alien castles, stone houses, and small barriers. One could even see large plantations built directly on the black rocks, growing many rare spiritual materials suited to this environment. Feng's super sense penetrated layers of barriers, exploring the largest castle's interior. He quickly found a concealed room. With Guling Si, he executed a teleportation move, appearing directly inside the room. He then continued to expand his super sense, slowly searching the castle up close. Very cautious. After a thorough search, Feng discovered that while the castle was enveloped in a layer of barriers, there were no secret rooms or small barriers inside or below. Beneath a room shrouded in a small barrier, there lies a secret passage. Undoubtedly, this underground world boasts the largest, most luxurious, and best defended castle, which is merely a hiding place for the leader of the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group to throw people off the scent. The true hideout is not here. However, it was just a wasted opportunity for a teleportation. Feng's heightened senses began to slowly search along this secret passage. Chapter 71. A sword split in half in the underground world. There was an ordinary little castle. Even the owner of the castle, a mid-level winged race at level 25, was unaware that a large secret chamber lay 1 kilometer beneath his castle. The perimeter of the secret chamber was shrouded in a small barrier with decent defense and the ability to obscure perception-based explorations. The secret passage connecting this chamber to the large castle, while lacking any shielding against perception-based explorations, was winding and rugged, with many branching paths. At the points of these branches and along the passages, there were no guards, but numerous hidden winged race artifacts capable of sensing and alerting if an enemy passed through or invaded. The large secret chamber was divided into 2 rooms by thick rock, connected only by a stone door. In one of the chambers, there were 10 metal cages made from high-hardness spirit ore that could suppress energy. Currently, only 3 of the cages held prisoners, 1 human and 2 winged race individuals, all of whom appeared haggard and dazed, curled up on one side of the metal cage. The human was none other than Marina, the target of the rescue mission. On the other side, there were 6 winged race guards above level 20. They seemed to be implementing a 3-shift rotation, with 2 members in a group, 1 patrolling back and forth, monitoring the movements of the 3 prisoners, while another was using lightning to strike the prisoners inside, continuously tormenting them physically and mentally, stripping them of their will to resist or escape. The other 2 groups were practicing their cultivation in place. In the adjacent chamber, there was an independent small barrier. At the edge, there was a spatial crack emanating the power of spatial laws. In the central area of the chamber, a large number of energy stones were piled up, and above them floated a treasure that continuously absorbed energy from the stones, converting and releasing a strong light. Below the treasure stood Simpson, the captain of the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group, who was not using the strong light to cultivate. Instead, he was excitedly planning the future of the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group. The human race was about to launch a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse tribe, which could even trigger a racial war engulfing the entire galaxy. For large interstellar pirate groups like theirs, the outbreak of a large-scale racial war was undoubtedly a feast for plunder. It was essential to carefully plan how to seize more resources during this feast to expand the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group. Of course, whether it was about plundering resources or expanding the pirate group, the ultimate goal was to enhance individual strength. The more resources one had, the stronger their influence, making it easier to exchange for treasures that could enhance their talents or strength. Sigh. If only I had agreed to collaborate when the human race came to me. The more Simpson thought about it, the more regretful he became. He had offended a winged race baron and was being hunted, which forced him to flee to the border and become a bandit. With his considerable strength, it took him over 200 years to develop the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group to its current scale. Over the past century, as the Aurora Interstellar Pirate Group's power continued to expand, not only winged race barons, but also many large human companies and factions sought to collaborate with him through various channels. He had numerous partners on the winged race side. However, on the human race side, he had only secretly conquered some small forces on criminal planets, gathering a batch of human spies and insiders. But he lacked a partner of equal strength or even a stronger one. This was all due to the winged race's emphasis on strength. The individual strength of the human race was too weak. 10,000 years ago, they had been utterly defeated by the winged race's emperor. Regardless of which human faction contacted him through various channels, he couldn't help but place himself in a superior position. The various conditions he offered were absurdly high, and his attitude was not one of collaboration, but rather one where he expected the human factions to submit to him. This led to the breakdown of all negotiations, and he ended up with no secretly established collaborations with human factions. Once a large-scale racial war broke out, if he had a few secretly allied human factions providing various information, transport ships, and even medium-sized warships to coordinate actions, it would be difficult not to reap massive rewards and expand rapidly. Damn it, what's this bastard thinking instead of cultivating properly? In a room of the little castle, Feng couldn't help but curse. The closer he got, the stronger his perception became, and the lower the likelihood of being detected. Therefore, after slowly figuring out the location of the secret chamber through the passage, he used his teleportation ability once more, bringing Gu Lingxi to the little castle above the secret chamber. He then kept a watchful eye on Simpson's movements, looking for an opportunity to strike. However, this guy seemed lost in thought, not cultivating at all. Regardless of the race or cultivation method, during cultivation, one needed to clear their mind of distractions and concentrate on guiding the energy flow. This was the best time for a surprise attack. Since Simpson was not cultivating, he could only wait, and wait he did for over an hour. Finally, in the secret chamber, Simpson had replanned the future development route of the Aurora Interstellar Pirates. He suppressed his beautiful visions of the future and worked hard to clear his mind of distractions. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white wings unfurled from his back. His body was about 2 meters tall, resembling a hairless large bird. When his wings were fully spread, they reached 6 to 7 meters in length. As the energy operated, the strong light swirling above seemed to be drawn towards his massive wings. The energy stones piled around him also accelerated their energy dissipation, gathering towards his wings. The two energies merged in his wings, slowly assimilating with his own energy. The opportunity to strike had finally arrived. Feng grasped Gu Lingxi in one hand and slowly raised his spirit sword with the other. Gu Lingxi then took out her spirit sword from her storage ring. With a thought, Feng activated his teleportation ability. The next second, he appeared above and slightly to the side of Simpson. With a swift motion, he swung the spirit sword downwards with lightning speed. Puff! Simpson had considerable combat experience and emergency response skills, but his reaction speed was insufficient. The moment he sensed the crisis, the spirit sword had already pierced through, splitting his head in half from the top down, lodged in his neck. Ding! You have killed the enemy, gaining 505 attribute points. The system prompt echoed in Feng's mind instantly. This guy's skull is tough. Feng showed a pleased expression. Although with his strength, combined with level 3 armor piercing, he couldn't split the opponent's body in half before they had a chance to activate any defensive artifacts. The result was still wonderful. His perception ability and heightened sense quickly expanded. In the adjacent secret chamber, the 6 guards remained undisturbed. That level 21 winged race over at 10 o'clock? Feng looked at Gu Lingxi beside him. Uh-huh, Gu Lingxi replied helplessly. Although she couldn't sense the situation in the other chamber, she learned from Feng that there were 6 winged race members. Judging from the dissipating energy, the weakest was level 21, and the strongest was level 27. Half a year ago, when she and Feng attacked the Wind Mouse Tribe's team in their territory using miniature surveillance equipment, they were still evenly matched. Now, Feng was handling the 5 strongest winged race guards alone, while she was left with the weakest. The gap in strength between them was evident. A sense of inexplicable melancholy and dejection arose in her heart. Li Feng could sense Gu Lingxi's emotions, but didn't pay much attention. This girl didn't seem quite right. She occasionally displayed strange emotions. The personality is becoming increasingly eccentric, sometimes resembling the cold and unfeeling air of an ancient aristocratic family, wise and rational. At other times, it resembles the impulsive and less calm and rational madman on an independent reconnaissance ship. Sometimes, it even exhibits a bizarre and overly sentimental nature, regardless of the occasion. More like a madman than a madman. Nothing seems strange. Li Feng is definitely a magnanimous leader. He allows his subordinates to have all sorts of flaws, especially the exceptional second-in-command, Gu Lingxi. First, he found and stored the storage treasures on Simpson. Then he struck at the spatial rift with his sword, destroying the structure of the rift until it completely collapsed before stopping. He arrived at the stone door leading to another room, turned to look at Gu Lingxi. It was only when Gu Lingxi bizarrely returned to normal and approached him that he noticed her stunning face, which once again bore a faint expression of cold arrogance and indifference, as if looking at everyone present with disdain. Only then did he activate the switch for the stone door. Chapter 72, Rescuing Hostages. Boom, boom, boom. The stone door slowly opened. The small restriction in the secret chamber was a defensive barrier against the outside. Those outside needed to break through the barrier or have the owner of the chamber open a gap to get in. Those inside could easily leave the barrier. In another secret chamber, there was no small restriction. The three prisoners, tormented day and night, still had vacant expressions. Hearing the sound of the stone door opening, the four guards who were cultivating hurriedly interrupted their cultivation and stood up to greet. The two rotating guards also quickly turned around. The six-winged tribe members slightly bent their bodies. It wasn't until the stone door had opened halfway that they felt something was off, not daring to use their perception abilities and keeping their heads down. Although they couldn't look directly at the stone door, they could barely catch a glimpse of its position from their peripheral vision. They vaguely saw two figures standing there. However, in the next second, they doubted that they might have seen it wrong, because outside the stone door, there was only one figure left. Yet this figure seemed to be smaller than the leader. Even at this moment, they did not suspect an enemy invasion, as the possibility was too small to consider. Poof! Li Feng flew at full speed, appearing behind a level 27 winged tribe member in an instant, and swung his sword. The level 27 winged tribe member only felt a light breeze. Then, he felt an itch at his neck and couldn't help but want to raise his hand to touch it, but his body felt as if it were frozen, his arm completely out of control. In the next moment, he felt his vision suddenly spinning rapidly. Vaguely, he saw a familiar, headless body. Ding! You have killed an enemy, gaining 101 attribute points. As the system prompt just sounded, Li Feng had already appeared next to another level 25 winged tribe member. With another swing of his sword, he decapitated that member. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth winged tribe guards. 5 bird heads fell to the ground. At the stone door, Gu Lingxi suddenly accelerated, her spirit sword transforming into a cold light, stabbing towards the level 21 winged tribe member first. The sound of bird heads hitting the ground, the bodies of the 5 fallen winged tribe guards, and the blood bubbles gushing from their necks finally elicited some reaction from the 3 prisoners. Their eyes were still vacant, but their gazes slowly moved towards Li Feng, the 5 winged tribe guards, and Gu Lingxi, who was controlling her flying sword to fight the level 21 winged tribe member not far away. Although Gu Lingxi had reached level 22 and was a peerless genius of the human race, her various techniques far surpassed those of cultivators at the same level. It wasn't until 1 or 2 minutes later that she began to establish a huge advantage against the winged tribe guard who was 1 level lower. Are you sent by my father to rescue me? Marina finally reacted, her voice weak, but her eyes sparkled with extreme hope. The other 2 winged tribe prisoners also showed a glimmer of spirit and luster. The intruders, although 2 humans, were clearly not there specifically to rescue them, but they might just happen to save them as well. Next to a winged tribe guard's corpse, Li Feng ignored the hopeful Marina. He quietly watched as Gu Lingxi controlled the flying sword, continuously inflicting sword wounds on the last level 21 winged tribe guard. Since Simpson had already killed, according to his super perception, there were only 2 level 30 pirate leaders left in the outpost. There was no other threat. Therefore, He wasn't in a hurry and slowly waited for Gu Lingxi to practice on this winged tribe member. Poof! 5 minutes later, Gu Lingxi gently waved her arm. The flying sword made a sharp turn and finally pierced the heart of the level 21 winged tribe guard. She sheathed her spirit sword and looked at Li Feng. Li Feng also looked at her. Neither party avoided each other's gaze. After more than 10 seconds, seeing her resolute and firm expression, Li Feng helplessly said, "I am the captain, and you are the squad leader. You must understand the rules." Gu Lingxi snorted coldly and, looking very displeased, began to search the guard's corpse for the key to the metal cage. She then approached Marina's metal cage and started trying to open it. "Hurry, be faster." Although she didn't receive a direct response, the intentions of the two were already very clear. In Marina's eyes, there was a flash of anxious light. While urging, she looked around, fearing that the pirate leader would suddenly attack and turn everything into ashes. Crack! After trying the fifth key, the metal cage opened. As Marina swayed and crawled out of the metal cage, she finally confirmed that she was truly saved, escaping the torment that felt like years. She wept with joy, tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing a winged tribe corpse, she quickly gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with insane hatred. It was only at this moment that she truly emerged from 3 months of numbness, recalling and regaining her identity. "Give me the sword. I want to tear them to pieces." She glanced at the 6 winged tribe corpses nearby and stepped forward to take the spirit sword from Gu Lingxi's hand. Gu Lingxi turned around, easily avoiding the ragged, foul-smelling Marina, and created some distance. Marina's mind was filled with thoughts of tearing the 6 winged tribe members who had tormented her for 3 months to pieces. Seeing Gu Lingxi keep her distance, she instinctively rushed towards the spirit sword held by Li Feng. Slap! What awaited her was a clean and decisive slap from Li Feng, who wasn't as picky as Gu Lingxi. He knocked her away, leaving a clear handprint on her face without killing her. He wiped the dirt off his hand, took out a syringe of anesthetic from his storage ring, and tossed it to the struggling Marina trying to get up. "If you don't want to die, inject this anesthetic into your body." Marina looked at Li Feng in terror. Then she glanced at Gu Lingxi. She finally sensed something was off. These two were clearly there to rescue her. But why were they Asian? Why was their attitude so indifferent? 10-9-8. Although there was ample time, Li Feng didn't want to waste it on this white girl. Marina's mind once again recalled the painful torment in the metal cage. After finally remembering and regaining her identity, it all collapsed in an instant. She offered no resistance, not even daring to look into Li Feng's eyes. Trembling, she picked up the anesthetic and injected the contents in her arm. Her body slowly fell down. Li Feng looked at Gu Lingxi again. The meaning was very clear. "I am the supreme captain. This dirty, foul-smelling white girl is your responsibility. I will stay here." Gu Lingxi still refused to touch Marina. "Fine." Li Feng was quite accommodating. After all, this secret chamber was clearly unknown to the other pirate leaders, and being several kilometers deep underground, as long as they didn't use energy beams, it was impossible to penetrate, making it safe and secure. Help me." In one metal cage, a winged tribe member suddenly begged for help in broken human language. Another one also reacted, claiming to be a descendant of a certain winged tribe viscount, saying that as long as she was rescued, she would be willing to pay any price. Li Feng's multifunctional military uniform had translation capabilities for various races, so he understood the latter's plea even more clearly. The winged tribe was based on a noble system, and the strength level of a viscount generally ranged from levels 50 to 59, controlling dozens of winged tribe life planets. Even a disregarded viscount descendant had some status. This might be useful in the future. Li Feng pondered for a moment, then took out 2 syringes of anesthetic from his storage ring and handed them to Gu Lingxi. "Ask them about their identities. If they're willing to be slaves, we can rescue them together. If not, we will kill them." Gu Lingxi nodded slightly. Chapter 73. Bombarding the underground world, Li Feng's perception ability and super sense rapidly expanded, re-establishing the locations of the other 2 level 30 pirate high-ranking members, and confirming once again that there were no spatial rifts in the entire base. He immediately sent a command to the reconnaissance ship's AI to accelerate its approach. Following that, he activated his teleportation ability. In the next moment, He appeared behind a level 30 winged pirate high-ranking member. Puff! The sword light flashed, and the head fell. After that, he appeared behind another level 30 winged pirate high-ranking member and killed him with a single sword strike. Looking at his available attribute points, it had increased to 1155 points. He immediately distributed these attribute points evenly across the 4 main attributes, excluding agility. Host: Feng attribute points: 0 constitution, 3715 strength, 3715 endurance, 3714 agility, 4477 spirit, 3713 ability, armor piercing level 3, teleportation level 4, flight level 3. Super Sense level 3. Feng did not linger and began to break out of the secret chamber where the winged high-ranking member was located, pushing through. Wherever he went, the winged guards were no match for him, and he effortlessly killed them with a sword. After rushing out of the castle, he headed towards the gathering area of the human mechas. These high-attack, high-defense mechas, even when pushed to their limits, could only reach around level 25 in strength. The threat they posed to him was minimal. However, to the combat personnel, the threat was extremely high, even surpassing those level 2,529 aliens. Because level 2,529 aliens needed at least 2 attacks to destroy the energy shield of the multifunctional military uniforms. Only a few aliens with absurdly strong attacks could potentially kill in one hit. Once the high-attack, high-defense combat mechas unleashed their energy cannons on the multifunctional military uniforms, they could not only deplete the uniform stored energy, but also, with residual force, potentially kill combat personnel who had lost the uniform shock absorption function. As the captain, while his subordinates were willing to risk their lives to obey orders, he also had the obligation to minimize their casualties as much as possible. Bang, bang, bang. Although more than a dozen mechas were not gathered together, they were all in the area where the human pirates were concentrated. With Feng's speed, he easily reached the location where these mechas were stored. In the absence of energy shields on these battle mechas, the spirit sword in his hand, combined with his terrifying strength and level 3 armor-piercing ability, was far beyond what these mechas' alloy materials could withstand. It only took 2 or 3 sword strikes to destroy the important internal equipment, rendering them completely combat ineffective. Do-do-do. Alarms rang out one after another. Whether it was the surveillance equipment set up by the human pirates in the underground world or the monitoring-type magical treasures of the winged and other pirate races, they all began to sense Feng's presence. The entire underground world fell into chaos. For Feng, this was a good thing, because more and more mid to high-ranking pirates above level 25 rushed out from the secret chambers of their respective castles to check the situation. After Feng destroyed those battle mechas, his target was the pirates above level 25. This was perfect, as it saved him the trouble of killing his way into each castle. Attribute value 72, attribute value 5. Attribute value 105. System prompts rang out one after another. Even level 25 and above winged pirates only knew that a powerful enemy had invaded, but they could not sense the intruder's figure at all. Feng's speed was too fast. His intrinsic speed was already on par with level 33, plus the 3-fold speed boost from his level 3 flight ability. Even the perception ability of level 29 winged pirates found it difficult to catch his flight trajectory. Do-do-do. A broader alarm suddenly enveloped the entire underground world. This was the reconnaissance net discovering the alarm from the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. The already chaotic underground world became even more disorderly. There were strong enemies invading from both inside and outside. Upon discovering that Captain Simpson and even 2 level 30 winged high-ranking members had not come out to command and intercept the invaders, some level 20 pirates began to entertain the idea of fleeing, heading towards the passageway, hoping to escape this small planet using their bodies and flying magical treasures. Unfortunately, while their idea was wise, they encountered Feng, who was stingy and unwilling to let go of attribute points. Those who wanted to escape became his top priority targets for extermination. 3 minutes later, Feng received a notification that the reconnaissance ship had entered within 10,000 kilometers and was under attack by a group of level 20 and above winged pirates. With a thought, he activated his teleportation ability. He appeared 3,000 kilometers away from the small planet. His perception ability spread to the utmost. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship was just within his perception range. The level 20 and above patrols were rushing towards the reconnaissance ship. However, given the strength of the reconnaissance ship's energy shield, allowing these level 20 and above patrols to attack wildly would easily withstand for several hours. Feng moved at full speed. Puff, puff, puff. He turned around and ambushed those level 20 and above patrols at a faster speed. By the time the reconnaissance ship descended to about 100 kilometers in height, Feng had already killed all the patrols. Under his command, the hatch of the reconnaissance ship opened, and a gap in the energy shield at the hatch position was also opened. Feng quickly entered the reconnaissance ship and made his way to the control room. The main cannon below was activated. The reconnaissance ship slowly descended while under his direct control, shooting a 1-meter-wide energy beam towards several passageways leading from the underground world to the surface. Boom, boom, boom. Not only were these passageways completely pierced by the energy beams, but the large-scale restriction covering the entire underground world also suddenly collapsed. Feng quickly switched the main cannon to the highest energy cannon mode. Energy cannons shot through one passage after another, entering the underground world. Boom, boom, boom. Attribute value 0. 52. Attribute value 0. 78. Attribute value 0. 39. The station of the Aurora Interstellar pirate group, and those low-level pirates faced a catastrophe. Whether it was the villas built by human pirates, the castles built by winged pirates, or various residences built by pirates of other races, they all turned into ruins under the bombardment of the energy cannons. Low-level pirates hiding inside screamed continuously. Debris and severed limbs floated up, rising towards the surface. All combat personnel act freely. As per the old rule, those who want promotions must first kill enemies, and those who want to get rich must first find loot. For those who want both promotions and wealth, kill enemies while looking for loot. The mission time is unlimited. Enjoy the carnage. After bombarding for 4 to 5 minutes, until the energy reserves of the reconnaissance ship were down to 10, Feng finally stopped. Long live Captain Daddy. Captain Daddy, whenever you need help, feel free to find me. Kill, 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 it's all mine. 5 mechas and over 500 combat members rushed out of the readiness area, charging towards the passageways from which debris and severed limbs were continuously floating out. Feng activated his perception ability to the maximum to ensure there were no pirates above level 25 before he refrained from entering the underground world again. Although there were still quite a few surviving interstellar pirates inside, he was still very generous toward his own brothers. As a captain who could determine the victory by himself, he did not hesitate to consume every last bit. However, he would not forget to share a bowl of soup with his team members. He broadcasted that those who surrendered would not be killed and dispatched intelligent robots to assist the squad leader. The scanner maintained the highest intensity, closely monitoring the surroundings. Feng issued a series of commands. Only then did he have time to open the system and take a glance. In one round of bombardment, over 10,000 interstellar pirates were killed. His available attribute points surged to over 6,000. This meant that the average level of the interstellar pirates he killed was over level 8. Without much hesitation, he immediately allocated all attribute points to the 5 main attributes. Host, Feng attribute value, 0 physique, 5076 strength, 5076 stamina, 5075 agility, 5075 spirit, 5075 ability, armor breaking level 3, teleportation level 4, flight level 3. Extrasensory level 3 average attribute value. Successfully reached level 33. Made another solid step towards the throne of the strongest among the human race. Chapter 74. The romance and commitment of a reconnaissance ship. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The chaotic underground world, filled with rubble and severed limbs. Welcome to Major Cleanup. It's over. Another one-sided crushing defeat, utterly meaningless. Yes. Suddenly, I missed the days when, after completing a mission, half of my companions would be gone. That feeling was truly exhilarating, the thrill of surviving a disaster. It almost makes one want to take off right there. The new recruits entering the reconnaissance ship after Captain Dad took charge cannot comprehend this. On the communication channel, some old team members, bored out of their minds, began to boast proudly. Keep bragging. Do you believe I'll take you down with me? Exactly. If you want excitement, ISNT it easy. Just cancel the combat mode of the multifunctional military uniform, and I guarantee you'll be thrilled. Those who had never participated in fierce battles were also unwilling to be outdone, cursing on the communication channel. In the control room, while the scanner remained at maximum intensity, Feng kept his perception ability spread to the limit. The three hostages were quickly brought aboard the reconnaissance ship by intelligent robots, individually controlled with anesthetics, and thrown into a separate dormitory. Both of the winged race were willing to become slaves. One was level 21, a descendant of a winged viscount. The other was level 20, merely a descendant of a winged baron, but with excellent talent, a keen-nurtured descendant of the winged baron. Feng was not interested in ransom demands. However, nurturing a batch of dedicated insiders to be sent into the winged territory intrigued him. These two hostages were excellent choices. If he were alone, wasting time nurturing insiders would definitely not be worthwhile. After all, the military side didn't lack insiders for various races. It would be better to find ways to kill more alien races and enhance his strength. Mainly, he had a wife who was willing to help him ease future pressures by racing through the business world and developing wealth and power. He only needed to bring these two winged back, and the rest wouldn't require his concern or waste of time. 2 hours later, the underground world gradually calmed down. The remaining space pirates were mostly slaughtered by the team members. Only a few space pirates, who were not ruthless enough, could not bear the threat of death and chose to kneel and surrender even when facing the humans they usually looked down upon. Some team members began to search for loot, transporting items back and forth to the reconnaissance ship. The same old rule applied. Half was thrown into their dormitories, and the other half was left in the control room as tribute for Captain Feng. The intelligent robots also began, as per Feng's orders, to use anesthetics to incapacitate the surrendered prisoners and confine them in various dormitories and readiness areas. These winged race prisoners, if willing to become slaves, would hold far greater value in the Human Federation than slaves of other races at the same level. Firstly, because the winged race is one of the 4 major dominant races, inherently carrying a noble aura. Secondly, the only significant defeat the human race faced since entering the Interstellar era was inflicted by the winged race. This led to deep-seated hatred and fear towards the winged race among both middle and upper classes. A winged slave, in the eyes of the upper-class young masters and ladies, would undoubtedly be an extremely precious and highly regarded collectible. However, Feng planned to submit this batch of winged space pirate prisoners. He even instructed his team members to bring a level 20 winged prisoner to the control room. He handed over the storage treasure obtained from Simpson to this level 20 winged prisoner, allowing the prisoner to recognize it as theirs with a drop of blood and extract all the resources and treasures inside. Simpson had not built a treasure vault. All valuable resources and treasures were stored in the storage treasure. The total value of the resources and treasures within this storage treasure was several times that of the loot collected by the combat personnel. However, Feng, regardless of whether the treasures had strong power of laws or were ordinary resource materials, tossed them all into the control room, piling them up like mountains. These resources and treasures stacked in the control room, aside from a portion given to the operators, Feng planned to submit entirely. After calculations, he realized that although the military merits from this mission would not allow him to be promoted from 6-star lieutenant to a major, adding in various loot would pose no problem. The submitted loot could also be converted into military merit points. Those winged race prisoners and resource treasures could bring him a large amount of military merit points, allowing him to leap to the rank of major. The major rank meant he could directly apply to become the captain of a large warship in the Special Operations Fleet. A large warship has greater power, broader authority, and more elite soldiers under his command. All right, stop hauling all sorts of garbage onto the reconnaissance ship. The mission is over. Everyone returned. Another 2 hours passed, and seeing combat members transporting even low-grade or bricks onto the reconnaissance ship, Feng couldn't help but shout on the communication channel. The combat members immediately abandoned their loot collection and started returning to the reconnaissance ship. Everyone went to the control room to try their luck, including the operators. Every ordinary team member selected 3 treasures, team leaders 6 and squad leaders 12. Li Feng's voice echoed again on the communication channel. What the hell? Captain Dad, have you lost your mind? It's over. Captain Dad has gone crazy. He sent me a private message saying he wants to transfer all his assets to me, and everyone should be a witness. Captain Dad, we've taken what we should have. You have perception abilities and can discern the value of treasures. Not making us submit those valuable treasures already goes against the rules. It's even more against the rules to take out your own earnings for us to choose from. Leaving such a legacy, how can I face you for the big share when I become captain? I'm just a level 6 nobody, spending such a high cost to win people's hearts, and I feel like you're the one losing out. Voices of discontent echoed on the communication channel. The members on the independent reconnaissance ship were all crazy, but not fools. They knew very well that the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship was too small, and Li Feng, who could have been promoted long ago, wouldn't stay for long. Once Li Feng said this, they understood that after this mission, he would definitely leave. Ignoring the unspoken rules aboard the reconnaissance ship and allowing them to choose treasures from their own loot was considered a farewell gift. The treasures obtained from Simpson, the leader of the Aurora Space Pirate Group, were all extracted and thrown into the loot. Li Feng continued. Among them, there are several high-grade, top-tier treasures and materials, including one that can enhance talent. Who gets the good stuff depends on luck and chance. Choose carefully. The selection time is 3 days, and it will end when we return to the military base. The communication channel fell silent. The team members returned to their dormitories, eagerly turning on projectors, listening to explosive music and lights while watching sizzling hot dancers. Each one sat on their loot, pouring bottles of strong liquor down their throats, venting their remaining energy and spirit in a glorious fashion. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship seemed to be operating as usual. Li Feng didn't say much more. He returned to the captain's quarters and issued the return command to the reconnaissance ship's AI. He then brought up the three-dimensional interstellar map and scanning data to ensure he could respond immediately in case of any emergencies. It wasn't until 3 days later, with only 1 or 2 hours left before returning to the 777 military base, that the team members gradually began to head to the control room to search for and select the farewell gifts Li Feng had given them. Waiting for 3 days was their utmost respect for Li Feng. Accepting this opportunity was their responsibility to themselves. Before leaving, he cut his palm again, leaving a trail of fresh blood beside the mountain of spoils, and then flicked some onto the spoils. This is their romance, and also their farewell message to Li Feng. If called upon, it has nothing to do with they vow to follow to the death. Give enough benefits, and you are still dead. Chapter 75, Young and No. 1 On the evening of August 22nd, the NB-4444 small, independent reconnaissance ship successfully returned to the docking station of the military base. The crew members, as always, gathered in groups, each with their own spoils, inviting each other to seek fun on the sinful planet. Soon, only Gulingxi, who knew nothing but to bury herself in hard training, and Li Feng, who still had many affairs to handle, remained on the entire reconnaissance ship. He first took out a communication artifact to contact Jiang Wanxin and reported that he was safe. Then, he instructed the ship's AI to delete the necessary videos and organize the rest for submission to the statistics department. At the same time, he arranged for intelligent robots to transport the hostages, spoils, and prisoners to the relevant receiving departments. In just over half an hour, the military achievements were tallied. As usual, it started with a series of disciplinary records. The military achievements were as Li Feng had expected. As the captain and having made significant contributions in this mission, he alone accounted for 200,000 contribution military points out of a total of 300,000. The points for killing enemies amounted to 50,000. Additionally, the spoils and hundreds of wing race prisoners he submitted resulted in even higher military points, reaching over 300,000. Combined, his total military points reached 190,000, allowing him to be promoted from a 6-star lieutenant to a 1-star major. However, since his rank had not officially been upgraded yet, he could not change his application for the position of captain of a medium-sized special operations fleet to that of a large warship captain. Beep, beep, beep. While he was reviewing the military achievement statistics, his military watch emitted a communication request alert. Feng glanced at it. It was a video communication request from Dennis, the director of the reconnaissance department. He promptly accepted the call. Dennis's holographic image soon appeared before him. He looked frustrated and said, "Do you know that Tristan is the most powerful member of the Carlos family, and his importance is much greater than that of the rescued Marina? By killing him, you have made a deep enemy of the entire Carlos family." Feng replied nonchalantly, "He was giving orders on my reconnaissance ship." Dennis sighed. "Even if he was seeking death, you could have just killed him. Why leave the video of him disobeying orders? Couldn't you just fabricate a reason that he died accidentally during the mission because the reconnaissance ship was attacked and the monitoring equipment malfunctioned, resulting in the loss of related videos? You killed your way up from the bottom of the independent reconnaissance ship to captain. You should be more adept at this kind of violation than I am. The reason is inconvenient to disclose." Feng replied honestly. He had no particular liking or dislike for this white superior. After all, from Tristan's attitude and actions, it could be inferred that Dennis was very rule-abiding and had not leaked his strength level or various capabilities. At the very least, he was worthy of his position as the director of the reconnaissance department, knowing which secrets could be leaked and which could not. "You're making it very hard for me," Dennis said, rubbing his head. On one side was a small Interstellar family with significant financial and political power, and a former vice captain who had taken care of him in the past. On the other was a powerful, independent, small reconnaissance ship captain with remarkable military achievements, clearly backed by a strong background. Although they had different skin colors, he naturally felt repelled and could not appreciate even the best subordinates. However, the achievements Feng had made could not be separated from the contributions of the reconnaissance department director, for which he had greatly benefited. Whether for his peace of mind, reputation, or self-preservation, he could not stab Feng in the back. There is nothing difficult about it. If there are benefits, just open your pocket. Leak what can be leaked, suppress what can be suppressed. Keep your mouth shut about what shouldn't be leaked, and we can coexist peacefully. Feng kazwali raplia. On the contrary, the information and movements that can be leaked to me will also be leaked to me, and I will certainly send a thank you gift to the superior, making it a win-win situation. Dennis smiled bitterly. Easier said than done. Having a win-win situation might turn into a lose-lose one, or even lead to enmity from both sides. If the superior doesn't want to be a fence-sitter, then be tough once. Tell the Carlos family that Tristan deserved to die. You protected me. If they don't agree, let them direct all their means at you. Feng suggested. Otherwise, just use your power to suppress me furiously and inform the Carlos family of my strength level and various capabilities, creating conditions for them to know me and kill me. It's still better to sway with the wind, like grass rooted in the soil, which suits me. Dennis hinted at his stance and made a promise. Feng decisively ended the call. He then contacted Lu Rongguang, one of the 7 major generals and a pillar of the welfare faction. In the F District Frontier Defense Forces, the levels of various military bases are 1 level higher than the station troops. Only a lieutenant general can serve as the commander of a large military base, and a major general can command a medium-sized military base. For station troops, a major general can already serve as the commander and person in charge of a large military base. Lu Rongguang was the commander of a large military base in the E District, and the star domain under the military base's responsibility was not too far from star F369. The military had been in a downturn for many years, and the status of the generals had long been at the bottom, leading to a habit of huddling together for warmth. Although star F369 was not under Lu Rongguang's jurisdiction, with his influence and relationships with surrounding military bases, as long as he was willing to make some exchanges of interests, arranging and rotating a group of trusted individuals, including the small military bases in the F0004 star domain, to serve as captains of large, medium, and small warships would surely not be a difficult task. In fact, it turned out to be just as Feng imagined. Lu Rongguang readily agreed. After ending the call, Feng contacted the commander of the small military base in the F0004 star domain, Colonel Madiching, whom he had met at the slave auction, to greet him and communicate about this matter in advance. After finishing these tasks, he finally left the reconnaissance ship, taking 2 wing race hostages who were willing to become slaves for their lives, and boarded a civilian transport ship from a base, heading to the nearest sinful planet. Upon arriving at the space station of that life planet, he boarded a small transport ship named Yongan No. 1. This small transport ship was registered under Yongan Company and was a special space vehicle prepared for Li Feng by Jiang Wanxin. Because the large military base had a vast monitoring network and strictly prohibited any unapproved transport ships from approaching, this small transport ship could only dock at a nearby, sinful planet, usually modified for various purposes. The ship was responsible for transporting Li Feng to and from star F369 or assisting him when encountering dangers in outer space. At present, due to limited connections and influence, he was unable to obtain special transport permissions. Not only could he not approach the docking of Military Base 777, but he also could not carry out in-depth modifications. The modifications at this time were limited to the defense system and internal decoration, without the ability to install attack systems or various weaponry. Similarly, the captain of Yongan No. 1 was merely a level 26 Wind Mouse Ray slave. Most of the operators were high-paid retired soldiers, while the remaining crew members were second-class civilians hired at high prices. More importantly, there were various modified robots and unmanned flying devices. The personnel composition was complex, and the combat abilities of the operators and crew were rather mediocre and needed continuous strengthening and improvement. However, the internal decoration was luxurious, with all kinds of intelligent devices for daily life and enjoyment, including a training room, entertainment room, game room, and lounge. The only thing Li Feng found slightly unsatisfactory was the lack of a few beautiful and alluring maidservants. Having the intelligent robots make tea and pour wine was not as good as doing it himself. What he saw was mostly rough men and different races, lacking the pleasing atmosphere that a dedicated vehicle should have. Of course, it was just a feeling of lacking the atmosphere of a dedicated vehicle. Li Feng did not intend to mention this flaw to Jiang Wanxin, because he felt that it was highly likely that it could not be realized. Yongan No. 1, according to the route set by Li Feng, did not directly return to planet F369. Instead, it first made a trip to Area E, the military base where Lu Rongwang was located, picked up some rare treasures and materials, and paid a visit to this senior from the welfare faction. After that, it turned around, brought gifts, and visited the small military base in Mard City. Given his current status and level of power, he was not actually qualified to visit in person. However, local officials are not as effective as those in charge. If Jiang Wanxin were to be attacked and needed rescue, although the trusted subordinates arranged by Lu Rongwang would immediately dispatch warships to planet F369, having the commander of Mard City authorize the order for full cooperation would be more secure, providing enough face and benefits, along with sufficient strength to deter, would ensure that no unexpected situations arose at critical moments. Chapter 76. Selected for the Special Operations Fleet on August 26th, Li Feng returned to star F369. The selection competition for the members of the Special Operations Fleet was nearing its end. In the last few days, even the lowest-ranked competitors in the knockout rounds had reached level 25. To ensure successful selection, many participants had to reveal strengths above level 30. The entire Human Federation was in a frenzy. Countless companies waived huge checks, eager to find these contestants for endorsements or deeper collaborations. Those who could easily defeat their opponents in the final days of the knockout rounds leaped to superstar status. On the 27th, Li Feng officially received his rank of 1-star major. He immediately submitted a new application to become the captain of a large warship in the Special Operations Fleet. On August 31st, the selection competition for the Special Operations Fleet officially concluded, and the list of successfully selected personnel was finalized. On September 1st, the federal military's official website announced the names of the fleet captains for the 4 small Special Operations Fleets. As Li Feng had anticipated, to maintain internal stability and present a united front, there were 2 Asian fleet captains and 2 Caucasian fleet captains, including Mark, who was appointed as the captain of the 4th Special Operations Fleet. Beep, beep, beep. Just a few minutes after the list was announced, Li Feng's military wristwatch beeped with a video call alert. The identity information displayed was from the Human Federation Military Headquarters, Personnel Bureau's secret line. Li Feng promptly answered the call. A young female officer in military uniform appeared on the screen, exuding confidence. Majoli, the beautiful officer, saluted him and said solemnly, "Congratulations on being selected for the position of captain of a large warship in the Special Operations Fleet. I am a special officer from the Personnel Bureau at the military headquarters." "Speak." Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The beautiful officer then explained the purpose of her call. The Special Operations Fleet is directly subordinate to the military headquarters, and now that the list of fleet captains has been announced, the next step is to finalize the list of large warship captains. After being successfully selected for the Special Operations Fleet, Feng would gain access to a dedicated encrypted website for the fleet. He needed to log in to the Special Operations Fleet website before noon to select his fleet and warship type, along with the identification number. If he chose the same as other large warship captains, the competition would be based on rankings for the military headquarters. Personnel Bureau officers would contact the captains with lower rankings to reselect until all large warship positions were confirmed. After ending the call, Feng immediately logged into the Special Operations Fleet website to check. Inside, there were various rankings based on strength levels, achievements, military ranks, and other comprehensive data. Although his rank had just reached 1-star major, which severely hindered his progress, his overall ranking among the 40 large warship captains still surged to 3rd place. It was absurdly impressive. The 2 majors ahead of him, whose strength levels and capabilities were classified, were not accessible to him, but their basic identity information was available. One was in his 40s and the other in his 50s. Clearly, they had similar strength levels to him, but were ranked above him due to their significant advantages in military rank and achievements. Of course, this was primarily because Feng had not showcased his strength levels in the last 2 missions. The military's assessment had him at around level 27 or 28, not level 33. Otherwise, no one could have taken his 1st place. In terms of strength levels and capabilities, he had an absolute advantage over other active duty major officers. Although the weight of achievements and military rank was high, it was certainly insufficient to pull him down to 3rd place. Without much hesitation, he selected the 4th Fleet, where Mark was located as per their agreement. As for the warship type, he chose one of the 9 battleships. Regarding the identification number, he thought for a moment and opted for warship number 4. The 4th Fleet's number 4 large warship felt familiar and comforting. An hour later, with no special circumstances, he received a notification that his application had been approved. With an overall ranking of 3rd among the large warship captains, he only needed to reselect if the top 2 shared his choice. On the morning of the 2nd, the military's official website announced the list of the 4 fleets, comprising 40 large warship captains. It still did not cause much of a stir. The attention of the entire human federation remained focused on those who had passed the fleet selection competition. Everyone knew that the military had experienced a long period of decline, with talented individuals being scarce. Even though these fleet captains and large warship captains were among the elite, they still paled in comparison to the ordinary members who had passed the selection. These fleet captains and various levels of captains had obtained their positions through first-mover advantages. Their role was merely to impart military rules to the top talents who had yet to make their mark, temporarily holding the positions until they were eventually replaced. This was also a deliberate attempt by the federal Congress and the military to guide public opinion and leave an impression on the populace. Otherwise, the attention wouldn't be so low that the majority of citizens found it difficult to even glance at these officers' information. After all, many of the selected officers were also top talents. With their early advantages, their futures and potential were at least not inferior to those top talents. The reason the federal Congress and military guided public sentiment in this way, according to Jiang Wanxin's speculation, was likely due to their uncertainty in preparation for the upcoming 4-race combat confrontation. If the outcome was unfavorable, it was easy to predict that the federal Congress and military would guide the public to find reasonable justifications and suitable scapegoats. It wasn't about the individual strength of the human race, combined with warships being inferior to the other 3 dominant races. The main issue was that the military had been in decline for millennia, and the mid-level officers were mostly useless. Even the Special Operations Fleet could only pick the best among the short. When those extraordinary prodigies and top talents emerged, rapidly advancing in strength and status, the combat effectiveness of the Special Operations Fleet would truly be realized. For now, The public viewed the officers of the Special Operations Fleet as subpar. If they lost in the combat confrontation, the public would only feel discontent and unwillingness, maintaining high spirits and morale. If managed properly, it could even attract more talents to join the military. Similarly, even if they lost spectacularly, having such a reason would mean that the three dominant races still wouldn't underestimate the human race. Additionally, there were many other preparations in advance. For example, it took over half a year for the federal Congress and military to announce this combat confrontation. Then, they leisurely held a selection competition lasting 2 months, not only to bring talents into the military, but also to provide a rationale for the Special Operations Fleet's lack of coordination and insufficient practical experience. Furthermore, the motherships and warships of the Special Operations Fleet, like ordinary motherships and warships, were customized for the fleet and could not be delivered or put into use for the time being. In short, if they lost, they still had immense room for improvement, and no one should underestimate them. If they didn't lose too badly or even manage to win a round or two by chance, that would be extraordinary. They still had significant room for improvement, and one could only ask if others were afraid. Before the combat confrontation even began, the human race had already secured an invincible position. The cunning tactics and strength-based three dominant races, with all their upper echelons combined, could not compare to even a little finger of the federal Congress members. Planet B250. On the boundless blue ocean, amidst layers of floating clouds, an island appears indistinctly, like a paradise fallen to earth. On the island, clouds and mist swirl, with floating clouds that can be reached by hand, and a gauzy mist carrying a fragrant aroma. Rare and exotic flowers and plants are found everywhere, with colorful butterflies dancing among the blossoms. Every building and every flower is perfectly placed in a flawless position. It is magnificently beautiful, providing an ultimate enjoyment of vision, hearing, and smell. At the peak of the island stands a magnificent ancient castle. Its grandeur and ancient majesty seem to have existed for billions of years, making it hard to gaze upon directly. Inside the castle's great hall, the elves dance gracefully, their soft and delicate bodies and transparent wings, each a testament to the creator's exquisite craftsmanship. Above the hall, there is a seat made of soft jade. Albert, the current head of the Carlos family, sits quietly on the seat with his eyes slightly closed. He appears to be in his prime, exuding an extraordinary presence, yet he is actually over 60 years old. Several members of the Meizu clan, who, like the Soul clan, lack physical bodies, stand around him. Some nurture various precious fruits with their bodies, while others materialize hands to gently knead his shoulders and thighs. Some even slip into his clothes and pants, trying to exert the unique abilities of the Meizu. On both sides of the hall, virtual three-dimensional images begin to appear, all depicting the high-ranking members of the Carlos family. You all know the reason for this meeting. Let's share our thoughts. Albert still keeps his eyes closed, but can sense the virtual images of the family leaders. Someone ponders aloud. The general at military base 777 refuses to cooperate, and we cannot ascertain Li Feng's strength level and abilities. Now that he has joined the Special Operations team, not only is the confidentiality of his information at a higher level, but all his files have also been transferred to the military headquarters, making it even harder to investigate. I think it's better to be cautious. If we can't find out, then there's no need to investigate further. He dared to kill Tristan, so he must pay the most painful price. Otherwise, our Carlos family will lose all face. The high-ranking member who succeeded Tristan in leading the Carlos family's military organization exudes a chilling aura. With Tristan dead, he is the biggest beneficiary. However, no matter what he thinks inside, he must publicly demonstrate an attitude and determination to avenge Tristan at all costs. The audacity to kill Tristan and even retain video evidence to show off and provoke us is merely a result of prolonged execution of independent reconnaissance ship missions, leading to an extreme and deranged personality. The fact that he could kill Tristan is merely due to a surprise attack and the power of the reconnaissance ship. Even if he has some background, given his qualifications and potential, it is limited to military base 777, so there's nothing to worry about. Killing him is not difficult, but for now, he has indeed joined the Special Operations team. that is a cradle of top human combat power and senior officer training created by both the parliament and the military. Killing him, no matter how meticulously done, would easily provoke discontent among the high-ranking officials in the parliament and military. The high-ranking members express their opinions one after another. Albert still keeps his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the comprehensive special sensations brought to him by several members of the Meizu. He pays no attention to what others are saying. In his eyes, Li Feng is merely a small fry with a slightly special identity, easily crushable and hardly worth mentioning. In a flash, he could have several or even dozens of ways to play with such small fry, even making them unaware of how they died. There is no need for the opinions and thoughts of these high-ranking members. This video conference is merely a sign that a great era has arrived. The Carlos family wants to rise with the tide, and first, they must ensure a unified internal voice. He must eliminate all high-ranking members who disagree with him or covet the position of the family head. Therefore, during this period, he has been looking for various reasons to convene high-level meetings. Inside the Great Hall, there are hidden advanced scanners recording every word and action of these high-ranking members. It is easy to analyze through these videos and data who is insincere and who is muddying the waters. Coupled with the various information provided by insiders placed around these high-ranking members, the more meetings are held, the more detailed the collected videos and data become. It becomes easier to analyze who disagrees with him and who secretly covets the position of the family head. Chapter 77. Underground Fortress on the night of the 3rd. In the villa, on a large multifunctional bed measuring 6 meters in length and width, Jiang Wanxin lay in Li Feng's arms. Hearing the notification sound from her wristwatch, she focused her mind. A soft mechanical tentacle extended from the edge of the bed and retrieved her wristwatch. She opened the virtual display and glanced at it, a hint of understanding appearing on her stunning face. She had just received news that Li Weimao was dead. The cause of death was a conflict with the higher-ups of a large mercenary group, where he was brutally killed and the murderer had already fled to the crime planet. Impressive, it really matched your inference. Li Feng, who was gently massaging her with both hands, couldn't help but exclaim. The couple spent every day together, and aside from doing serious work, they often chatted about various strange gossip, including the reactions of the Li family, Jiang family, and even the Carlos family following the announcement of Li Feng's position as the captain of the Special Operations Fleet. According to Jiang Wanxin's deduction, with Li Jinye's ruthlessness and decisiveness, Li Weimao definitely wouldn't survive the night. This was naturally to give Li Feng an explanation. Such an exaggerated tone. The flattery skills are too poor. Jiang Wanxin snorted. Li Feng laughed and said, "There's no way around it. Among billions of people, only you deserve my praise. It takes at least 100 or 80 years of practice to reach a level of perfection that subtly influences others." This statement is quite sophisticated. Jiang Wanxin listened with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with affection, because it was the truth. Li Feng continued. Jiang Wanxin's smile was as radiant as the stars.